Welcome, dear friends, to a cozy evening nestled by the gentle glow of a warm fireplace. The crackling embers dance softly in the background, creating the perfect ambiance for this special time of year, a time when calming stories wrap around us like a snug blanket, soothing away the cares of the day. As the world outside settles into a quiet lull, I invite you to let go of any worries and simply embrace this peaceful moment. I hope your day has been filled with joy and kindness. And now, as we gather here, I want to thank you for choosing to share these precious minutes with us. Let your mind drift gently and your heart be light as we embark on a journey into a world of imagination and tranquility. Story 1. In a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her home was a charming cottage with a thatched roof and a garden bursting with wildflowers. Every evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, Lila would sit by her window, dreaming of the world beyond her quaint village. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-kissed leaves, Lila decided to follow the gentle pull of adventure that always tugged at her heart. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of warm bread, a flask of sweet elderflower tea, and her most cherished item, a small, worn map her grandfather had given her, filled with places he had once traveled. Setting off with a skip in her step, Lila wandered towards the edge of the forest that bordered her village. The forest was known to the villagers as the Whispering Glen, a place of gentle mystery where the trees seemed to hum a soft, melodic tune. As Lila entered the forest, she marveled at the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns of light on the forest floor. The path she chose was lined with tall, ancient oaks and delicate ferns that brushed against her ankles. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the soft chirping of birds hidden high in the branches. As she ventured deeper, the whispering of the trees grew more distinct, and Lila could almost make out the words in their rustling leaves. Suddenly, Lila stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a gentle, otherworldly glow. In the center stood a magnificent tree, larger and older than any she had ever seen. Its bark was a silvery hue, and its leaves shimmered like emeralds in the sunlight. Beneath this enchanted tree, a small group of whimsical creatures had gathered. They were unlike any animals Lila had ever encountered, tiny creatures with delicate wings that glistened like rainbows and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. One of the creatures, a little creature with wings as blue as the summer sky, fluttered towards Lila and introduced itself as Pippin. Pippin's voice was soft and melodic, like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, dear traveler," Pippin said with a gentle smile. "We are the guardians of the Whispering Glen, and we have been waiting for someone like you." Lila's heart swelled with excitement and a touch of nervousness. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Pippin explained that the Whispering Glen was a magical place, protected by the creatures who lived there. However, the glen was losing its magic because the ancient tree, the heart of the forest, was weakening. The creatures needed someone with a pure heart and a courageous spirit to help restore the tree's magic. Eager to help, Lila agreed to embark on this quest. Pippin and the other creatures led her through the forest, guiding her to various tasks that would help strengthen the tree. She picked bright, glowing flowers that only bloomed under the moonlight, gathered dew from the leaves at dawn, and listened to the stories of the forest whispered by the winds. Each task tested Lila's patience and courage. As she worked, she felt a deep connection to the forest and its inhabitants. The challenges were gentle but required her to trust in herself and her newfound friends. With each completed task, the tree's leaves began to regain their vibrant shimmer, and the forest hummed more harmoniously. On the final day, as the sun began to set, Lila and the creatures gathered beneath the ancient tree. They placed all the gathered items at its roots, and as if in gratitude, the tree began to glow with a warm golden light that spread through the forest, enveloping everything in a comforting embrace. The Whispering Glen was restored, its magic stronger than ever. Pippin and the other creatures danced joyously in the clearing, their wings leaving trails of light in the air. Lila felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing she had helped preserve this wondrous place. As she prepared to return to her village, Pippin gave her a small, shimmering acorn from the ancient tree as a token of gratitude and friendship. "Whenever you feel lost, hold this acorn close," Pippin said. "It will remind you of the courage and kindness you carry within you." With a heart full of warmth and a spirit buoyed by her adventure, Lila bid farewell to her new friends. As she walked back through the forest, the whispering of the trees seemed to sing a gentle lullaby, guiding her home. When Lila returned to her cottage, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She placed the acorn on her windowsill, a reminder of the magical journey and the friendships she had formed. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep, Lila knew that the world was full of enchanting places waiting to be discovered, and that she had the courage to explore them, one gentle adventure at a time. Story 2. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a small, unassuming cobbler's shop. It was a place where the air always carried the comforting scent of leather and beeswax, mingled with the faint aroma of cinnamon from the baker's shop next door. The cobbler, a gentle soul named Finn, was known for his meticulous craftsmanship and kind heart. Though his shop was modest, people from the village and beyond came to seek his skill in mending their shoes and boots, for Finn had a way of making even the most worn-out souls feel as if they were new again. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze outside, Finn was sorting through a pile of shoes in his back room. Among them, he found a peculiar pair of boots that seemed to hum with a faint, curious energy. The leather was unlike any he had seen before, soft, yet shimmering with a subtle, iridescent glow that caught the light in mesmerizing patterns. Intrigued, Finn examined the boots more closely. Inside, sewn into the lining, was a small, delicate symbol that looked like a crescent moon cradling a cluster of stars. As he traced his fingers over it, he felt a gentle warmth spread through his hands, as if the boots were greeting him like an old friend. That evening, as the village settled into the peaceful lull of twilight, Finn decided to try on the boots. As soon as he slipped them on, he felt a tingling sensation travel up his legs and throughout his body, as though the boots were whispering secrets of distant lands and forgotten stories. To his astonishment, Finn discovered that with each step he took, the world around him transformed. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook stretched and curved into paths of glowing moonlight, leading him into a realm that seemed to exist between waking and dreaming. Here, the trees sang gentle lullabies, their leaves shimmering with the colors of dusk, and the stars above twinkled in playful patterns as if winking at a shared joke. Eager to explore this newfound world, Finn set off on a journey he never anticipated. Along the way, he encountered the first of his helpers, a wise and whimsical owl named Oswin. Perched on a low branch, Oswin tilted his head, his amber eyes glinting with curiosity and kindness. "Finn, the cobbler with the magic boots," Oswin hooted softly. "What brings you to the Vale of Wonders?" Finn, still marveling at the world around him, explained how he had come to find the boots and the mysterious realm they revealed. Oswin nodded sagely, as if understanding more than he let on. "The Vale of Wonders is a place of discovery and transformation," Oswin said. "Here, you'll find not only the answers you seek, but also the questions you never thought to ask." With Oswin as his guide, Finn ventured deeper into the realm, where he met other helpers along the way, each with their own charm and wisdom. There was Lila, a sprightly fox with a coat as brilliant as autumn leaves, who taught Finn the art of listening to the whispers of the wind. Then there was Thistle, a gentle deer with eyes as deep as twilight, who showed Finn how to see the beauty in stillness and silence. As Finn journeyed, he came to understand that the true magic of the boots was not in their ability to transport him to another world, but in the way they opened his heart and mind to the wonders that existed within and around him. He learned that the quiet strength of friendship and the gentle power of wisdom were far more potent than any spell or enchantment. One day, as Finn and his companions arrived at the heart of the vale, a serene meadow bathed in the soft glow of a perpetual twilight, they encountered a challenge that required all the wisdom and friendship they had gathered. A great tree stood at the center, its roots tangled and heavy with the burden of forgotten dreams and unspoken fears. The tree wept in silence, its branches drooping under the weight of its sorrow. Finn, feeling a deep empathy for the tree, knelt beside it and placed his hands gently on its bark. He sensed the melancholy echo of stories untold, dreams that had withered before they could bloom. With the help of Oswin, Lila, and Thistle, Finn began to unravel the knots of sadness, weaving instead a tapestry of hope and renewal. Together, they sang songs of courage and compassion, each note a thread of light that wove itself into the fabric of the tree's being. Slowly, the branches lifted, and the tree began to blossom with flowers of every hue, their fragrance a balm that filled the air with peace and joy. As the tree healed, the realm around them shimmered with newfound vibrancy. The paths of moonlight glowed brighter, the stars danced more joyously, and the air was filled with the gentle laughter of the wind. With their journey complete, Finn knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. As he stepped back into the familiar cobblestone streets, he carried with him the lessons of the Vale, the power of friendship, the strength of gentle wisdom, and the courage to embrace the wonders of the world. The magical boots, now nestled safely in a corner of his shop, became a cherished reminder of his journey. And though the boots no longer hummed with magic, Finn found that he no longer needed them to see the wonder in the ordinary, the magic in the mundane. For in the heart of the cobbler who once wore the boots, there lived a quiet, enduring magic that would forever guide him and those he cherished through the ever-changing tapestry of life. And so, beneath the starlit skies of Willowbrook, Finn continued to mend shoes and hearts, his gentle spirit a beacon of warmth and wisdom for all who crossed his path. As the village slumbered peacefully, the world outside cradled by the comforting embrace of night, the tale of the cobbler and his magical boots whispered softly through the leaves, carried on the winds of time, a story of discovery, friendship, and the timeless magic of a kind heart. Story 3. In the gentle, twinkling expanse of the galaxy, where stars whispered ancient secrets to one another, lay a little-known planet called Luminara. This planet, with its misty lavender skies and fields of bioluminescent flowers, served as a meeting ground for travelers from far and wide. Among these travelers were two beings as different as night and day, yet destined to forge an unbreakable bond. First, there was Naya, a graceful creature from the water-rich world of Aquara. She was a Moranium, a species known for their shimmering scales that reflected the colors of the ocean. Her hair flowed like seaweed in the currents, and her eyes were the deep blue of the abyss. Naya had come to Luminara seeking knowledge of the surface worlds, eager to learn and understand the diverse forms of life beyond her watery home. Then there was Ziv, a rugged explorer from the rocky planet of Tarragon. Ziv, a cragkin, was of a race that thrived in the harshest terrains. His skin was as tough as granite, with deep grooves that hinted at his resilience. Ziv's eyes were a warm amber, his spirit adventurous and bold, ever in search of uncharted territories and untold stories. Their paths crossed one quiet evening in the heart of Luminara's Crystal Grove, a place where the air hummed with energy and the ground glowed softly beneath the feet. Nia was mesmerized by the sounds of the crystals singing in harmony with the winds, while Ziv was busy mapping the grove's unique formations, his curiosity piqued by their peculiar structure. Their first interaction was not smooth. Nia, accustomed to the fluidity of her ocean home, found Ziv's movements sharp and abrupt. Meanwhile, Ziv, used to the silence of stone and earth, was overwhelmed by Nia's melodic voice and the way her presence seemed to ripple like water. A simple misunderstanding over a shared path led to a tense exchange, with Ziv misinterpreting Nia's gestures as a challenge, while Nia mistook Ziv's gruff tone for hostility. But as the stars began to twinkle above, casting their silvery glow over the grove, something magical happened. A sudden storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling like an ancient beast. The crystals began to resonate more intensely, creating a symphony that was both haunting and beautiful. Nia and Ziv were forced to take shelter together in a nearby cave, their only refuge from the storm's fury. In the cozy darkness of the cave, with the sound of rain tapping a gentle rhythm outside, Nia and Ziv began to speak, their words bridging the gap between their worlds. Nia shared tales of her underwater kingdom, of vast coral palaces and the songs that echoed through the sea. Ziv spoke of towering mountains and the deep caverns of his homeland, where the earth itself seemed alive with whispers. As the storm raged on, they found warmth in each other's stories, their initial misunderstandings slowly melting away. They discovered that, despite their differences, they shared a deep love for exploration and a yearning to connect with the world around them. Nia admired Ziv's tenacity, while Ziv found comfort in Nia's gentle wisdom. When the storm finally subsided, leaving the grove glistening with raindrops that caught the morning light, Nia and Ziv emerged from the cave not as strangers, but as friends. They decided to explore Luminara together, each step taken with a newfound understanding and appreciation for the other's perspective. Their journey was not without challenges. They encountered rocky paths that required Nia's agility and water crossings that tested Ziv's patience. Yet, with each obstacle, they learned to rely on each other's strengths. Nia taught Ziv how to listen to the subtle cues of the natural world, while Ziv showed Nia how to stand firm and face adversity with courage. One afternoon, while resting by a serene lake that mirrored the sky's azure hue, Nia noticed Ziv gazing thoughtfully at the horizon. "What do you see?" she asked, her voice a gentle ripple. Ziv pondered for a moment before replying, "I see the vastness and beauty of this world, and I realize how much more there is to learn when you have someone to share it with." Nia smiled, her heart warmed by his words. "We've both been travelers for so long," she said softly, "but perhaps, together, we can find a place where we truly belong." As the days turned into weeks, their friendship deepened, woven with threads of laughter, shared stories, and quiet companionship. They discovered the true meaning of friendship, not just in the joys they shared, but in the quiet moments where they simply existed together, content in the knowledge that they were no longer alone. And so, in the enchanting embrace of Luminara's landscapes, Nia and Ziv found what they had not known they were searching for, a bond that transcended the stars, a friendship that would last a lifetime. As they continued their journey, hand in hand, the galaxy seemed a little smaller, its wonders a little brighter, and the path ahead a little less daunting. And as the sun set behind the shimmering hills, casting a golden glow over the land, Nia and Ziv knew they had found something rare and precious. Together they would face whatever lay ahead, their friendship a beacon of light in the vast expanse of the universe. Story 4. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Lila had always been enchanted by the tales spun by the elders about an enchanted glade known as the Luminous Grove. It was said to be a place where the moonlight danced in iridescent hues and the air was filled with the soft hum of magic. One breezy autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves tumbled lazily to the ground, Lila set her heart on finding this mystical place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite book, a flask of warm apple cider, and a freshly baked honey cake, then bid her family farewell. The path to the Luminous Grove was not marked on any map. It wound through the village's cobblestone streets, past the ancient well, and into the embrace of the forest. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches whispering secrets to those who dared to listen. As Lila stepped beneath their canopy, the world seemed to soften around her, the colors deepening and the air growing sweeter. The forest floor was a carpet of moss, cool and inviting beneath her feet. Sunbeams pierced through the leaves, creating pools of light that danced in the gentle breeze. The melody of a distant brook played in harmony with the rustling leaves, guiding Lila deeper into the woods. As she walked, Lila encountered the first of the forest's whimsical inhabitants, a family of fireflies, their tiny bodies flickering like stars come to earth. They circled her with a gentle curiosity, casting a warm glow that lit her path. Lila giggled, feeling a tingle of excitement at these friendly companions. Further along, the path began to climb gently, and Lila found herself at the edge of a shimmering meadow. The grass was a vibrant green, dotted with flowers of every hue imaginable, blues as deep as the ocean, reds as bold as a sunset, and yellows as bright as sunshine. But it was the scent that truly captured Lila's senses, a blend of wildflowers and sweet dew that was both invigorating and calming. In the center of the meadow stood a lone tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, yet emanating a sense of ancient wisdom. Lila approached the tree, her heart filled with awe. As she sat beneath its boughs, she noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The sunlight filtering through the leaves created patterns on the ground that shifted and changed, forming delicate images of creatures and landscapes from far-off lands. Lila was so entranced by the spectacle that she almost didn't notice the soft, musical laughter coming from above. Looking up, she saw a gathering of small winged creatures with gossamer wings that shimmered in the sunlight. These were the glimmer sprites, known for their playful nature and gentle guidance. One particularly bold sprite, with wings like spun silver, fluttered down to Lila's shoulder. "Welcome to the edge of the luminous grove," it chimed in a voice like tinkling bells. "You are brave to seek the unknown." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with warmth. "I have longed to see this place and learn its secrets," she replied softly. The sprite danced in the air, leaving trails of sparkling dust. "The grove awaits those who seek with a pure heart and open mind," it said. "But first, you must face a gentle challenge." With those words, the meadow began to shimmer, and the colors grew even more vibrant. The air around her seemed to hum with anticipation. Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart, a call to step into the glow and embrace whatever lay ahead. She took a deep breath, her fears melting away in the presence of such beauty and wonder. With steady steps, she followed the path that seemed to unfurl before her like a ribbon of light. As she journeyed deeper, the landscape transformed. The trees grew taller, their leaves a silvery green that whispered like silk in the breeze. The air was cooler here, scented with the crisp aroma of pine and earth after rain. Lila felt a sense of peace enveloping her as she walked, as if the forest itself was cradling her in its gentle embrace. In the heart of this enchanted place, Lila discovered a small, crystal-clear pond. Its water shimmered like liquid moonlight, and around its edges grew delicate ferns and bright, jewel-toned flowers. Kneeling by the pond, Lila gazed into its depths, mesmerized by the play of light and shadow. Suddenly, the surface of the water rippled, and a face appeared, a wise, kind face with eyes as deep and knowing as the night sky. It was the spirit of the pond, a guardian of the grove. "Dear child," the spirit spoke, its voice as soothing as a lullaby, "you have walked far and faced the unknown with courage. What do you seek in this sacred place?" Lila pondered the question, her heart full of wonder and gratitude. "I seek to understand the magic of the luminous grove," she answered, "to discover its secrets and learn how to see the world with new eyes." The spirit smiled, a ripple of warmth spreading across the pond's surface. "You already possess the gift of seeing with your heart," it said gently. "The true magic lies in your courage to explore and your willingness to embrace the unknown." With those words, the pond's surface stilled, and the spirit's image faded away. Lila felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment, as if she had been given a glimpse of a beautiful truth. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Lila made her way back through the forest. The glimmer sprites danced around her, their laughter a soft melody that echoed her joy. The fireflies accompanied her once more, lighting her path with their gentle glow. When she emerged from the woods and returned to her village, Lila felt different. She carried the magic of the luminous grove within her, a light that would guide her in times of uncertainty and remind her of the beauty in daring to explore. Her journey had taught her that courage was not the absence of fear, but the strength to venture into the unknown and embrace the wonders that lay beyond. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep that night, dreaming of shimmering groves and the gentle laughter of glimmer sprites. And from that day on, she shared her story with others, inspiring them to seek their own adventures and discover the magic within their hearts. For in the end, it was the journey itself that mattered most, and the courage to take that first step into the enchanting unknown. Story 5. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the tall trees murmured secrets to the breeze, and the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and pine, there lay a quaint little village named Glen. The cottages of Glen, with their moss-covered roofs and walls entwined with blooming wisteria, nestled together like a patchwork quilt. Each window glowed warmly at dusk, casting gentle light onto cobblestone paths that wound like ribbons through the village. It was in this serene setting that a peculiar mystery began to unfold. The villagers had noticed something quite unusual. Every morning, The dew-kissed petals of their beloved moonflowers, which bloomed only under the light of the moon, were found scattered across the ground, their stems bare in the first light of dawn. The moonflowers, cherished for their luminous beauty and delicate fragrance, were the pride of Elderglen, and so this strange occurrence caused quite a stir. Among the villagers was a young, inquisitive girl named Anwen. With her fiery red hair and eyes the color of stormy seas, Anwen was known for her keen observation and curious mind. She spent her days exploring the forest, befriending its creatures, and learning its secrets. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Bramble, who often perched on her shoulder, sharing his wisdom in soft, hooting tones. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky transformed into a canvas of twinkling stars, Anwen sat by the hearth in her cozy cottage, sipping a mug of steaming chamomile tea. The fire crackled softly, a comforting sound that filled the room with warmth. Bramble, perched on a wooden chair nearby, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Anwen, my dear," he began in his gentle, melodic voice, "have you given thought to the mystery of the moonflowers?" Anwen nodded, her brow furrowed in contemplation. "It's puzzling indeed, Bramble. I've been thinking that perhaps there's more to this than meets the eye. The flowers are not simply wilting, they're being plucked." Bramble tilted his head, his golden eyes reflecting the firelight. "Perhaps we should investigate when the moon is high and the world is asleep. The night holds many secrets." With a plan in mind, Anwen and Bramble set out into the night, the forest enveloping them in its cool embrace. The moon hung like a silver lantern in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the path. Anwen wrapped her woolen shawl around her shoulders as they approached the meadow where the moonflowers grew, their petals shimmering like tiny stars in the moonlight. Quietly, they settled in the shade of an ancient oak tree, its branches arching protectively over them. Bramble perched on a low branch, his eyes scanning the meadow, while Anwen watched from her cozy nook among the roots. As they waited, the night symphony played softly around them. The rustling leaves whispered secrets, and the distant hoot of an owl echoed through the woods. Anwen felt a sense of peace wash over her, the kind that only the embrace of nature could provide. Just when Anwen began to think that perhaps nothing would happen, a soft rustling sound reached her ears. She peered through the shadows, spotting a small, luminous figure flitting among the flowers. It was a moonbeam sprite, a delicate creature of light and magic, with wings that glimmered like dewdrops in the moonlight. The sprite moved with grace and purpose, gently plucking the moonflowers and weaving them into a delicate garland. Anwen watched in awe, understanding now that the sprite meant no harm. The moonflowers were being transformed into something beautiful. Carefully, Anwen stepped into the moonlit meadow, her presence as gentle as the breeze. The sprite paused, turning to face her with eyes like sparkling sapphires. Anwen offered a warm smile, her voice soft and welcoming. "Hello, little sprite," she said. "I see you have a fondness for our moonflowers." The sprite nodded, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "They're for the Moonlight Festival, a celebration in our hidden glen. We weave garlands to honor the moon and the beauty it bestows upon our world." Anwen's heart warmed at the sprite's words. "Perhaps we can help. The villagers would be more than happy to share the flowers if they knew they were for such a special occasion." The sprite's eyes widened with delight. "Oh, that would be wonderful. Our festival would be even more splendid with the villagers' contribution." With a newfound understanding, Anwen and Bramble returned to the village the next day, sharing the story of the moonbeam sprites and their festival. The villagers, enchanted by the tale and touched by the sprite's gentle intentions, agreed to grow a special patch of moonflowers just for the sprites. And so, under the light of the next full moon, the villagers of Elderglen joined the moonbeam sprites in their hidden glen. Together, they celebrated the Moonlight Festival, their laughter and music mingling with the melody of the night. Garlands of moonflowers adorned every neck, their fragrance weaving magic into the air. As the festival drew to a close, Anwen sat beside Bramble, the two of them watching the sprites dance in the moonlit meadow. A sense of harmony and joy filled the air, and Anwen knew that the mystery of the moonflowers had brought them all closer together. From that night on, the moonflowers were never plucked without thought. Instead, they were seen as a symbol of unity and friendship, a reminder of the beauty that could be found in understanding and sharing. And so, in the whispering woods, where the trees continued to murmur their secrets to the breeze, peace and magic reigned, comforting all who called it home. Anwen, with her fiery hair and curious mind, had once again solved a mystery, bringing light and laughter to Elderglen and beyond. Story 6. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint little village surrounded by rolling emerald hills, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin was a curious young dreamer, with eyes like the sky after a summer storm, and a heart as warm as the sunlit meadows she loved to explore. Her home was a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that sang with the colors of wildflowers and the hum of bees. One evening, as the dusk painted the sky with shades of lavender and rose, Marin sat by her window, her gaze wandering toward the horizon where the hills kissed the heavens. Her grandmother had often spoken of an enchanting forest that lay beyond the last hill, a forest whispered about in stories, where the trees were as tall as towers and their leaves shimmered like stars. It was said that this forest held secrets only revealed to those with the courage to seek them. As the moon rose, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Marin felt a gentle tug at her heart, a call to explore the unknown. She wrapped herself in a soft woolen shawl and slipped out the cottage door, her footsteps light as the night mist that gathered in the fields. The path to the forest was lined with hedgerows that rustled with the whispers of night creatures. As Marin walked, the cool breeze carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the distant melody of a nightingale's song. Her heart danced with anticipation, each step bringing her closer to the fabled forest. At the crest of the final hill, Marin paused, her breath catching at the sight before her. The forest lay like a dark sea under the moon's watchful eye, its trees swaying gently as if beckoning her forward. She descended into the forest's embrace, the air around her growing cooler, filled with the earthy fragrance of moss and damp leaves. The forest was unlike any place Marin had ever seen. The trees were indeed towering, their trunks wide and gnarled, draped in veils of luminescent moss that glowed softly like the embers of a dying fire. The forest floor was a tapestry of soft ferns and tiny flowers that glimmered in the moonlight like scattered jewels. As she ventured deeper, Marin's path was lit by the gentle glow of fireflies, their tiny lights weaving a trail through the trees. Suddenly she noticed something peculiar, a small round creature with fur as white as winter's first snow, sitting atop a mossy rock. Its eyes were the color of lilacs, wide and curious. "Hello there," the creature chirped in a voice as soft as a breeze. "I am Loon, the forest guardian. What brings you to our enchanted woods on such a magical night?" Marin, surprised but delighted, replied, "I have come to explore and perhaps learn the secrets of this wondrous place." Loon nodded, its ears twitching with approval. "Come, follow me," it said, bounding off into the underbrush. Marin followed Loon, her footsteps guided by trust and excitement. They soon arrived at a glistening stream, its waters singing a gentle lullaby as they danced over smooth stones. The stream was home to shimmering fish that leaped playfully, their scales catching the moon's light. "This stream is the heart of our forest," Loon explained. "Its waters are said to hold the wisdom of ages. Let its song teach you patience, young traveler." Marin sat by the stream, listening to its soothing melody. She dipped her fingers into the cool water, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. As she listened, she realized that every ripple and splash was like the forest's own heartbeat, teaching her to be still and attentive. With newfound insight, Marin continued her journey. She and Loon encountered a grove where trees bore fruits of every imaginable color. The air was sweet with their scent, and tiny winged creatures with iridescent wings flitted among the branches, giggling like children at play. "These are the wish-wing fairies," Loon whispered. "They help the trees bear fruit and spread joy wherever they go. From them, you can learn kindness and the joy of giving." Marin watched the fairies share the fruits with each other, their laughter light and infectious. She realized that courage wasn't just about facing the unknown, but also about sharing joy and kindness with others. As the night deepened, Marin and Loon reached a clearing where the forest opened up to reveal the night sky, a vast, twinkling canvas that stretched endlessly above them. In the center of the clearing stood a single, ancient tree, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. "This is the elder tree," Loon said softly. "It has stood here for centuries, watching over the forest. It is said to grant wisdom to those who seek it with a pure heart." Marin approached the tree, placing her hand gently against its bark. She closed her eyes, feeling the life of the forest pulse through her fingertips. In that moment, she understood the courage it took to venture into the unknown, and the wisdom that came from embracing each experience with an open heart. As the first light of dawn began to touch the sky with hues of golden blush, Marin knew it was time to return home. She thanked Loon and the forest for their guidance and began her journey back, her heart full of the lessons she had learned. When Marin returned to her village, she was greeted by the familiar sight of her cottage, its windows aglow with the welcoming light of a new day. She paused for a moment, looking back toward the forest, her heart filled with gratitude and a sense of fulfillment. From that day forward, Marin carried the forest's wisdom with her, sharing its lessons of courage, patience, and kindness with all she met. And though the enchanted forest remained a secret known only to her, its magic lived on in the warmth of her heart and the gentle strength of her spirit. And so, as the village settled into the quiet embrace of night, Marin's story was whispered among the stars, a timeless tale of courage and exploration that would inspire dreamers for generations to come. With a heart warmed by adventure and a spirit soothed by the night's gentle peace, Marin drifted into a deep and restful sleep, knowing that the world was filled with wonder for those brave enough to seek it. And in the comfort of her dreams, she wandered once more into the enchanting forest, guided by the soft glow of fireflies and the gentle wisdom of an ancient tree. Story 7. The moon hung like a silver medallion in the velvet tapestry of night, casting its gentle glow over the sleepy village of Willowbrook. Nestled between lush hills and whispering forests, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to flow as softly as the babbling brooks that threaded through the countryside. On this particular evening, the village was bathed in a tranquil hush, as if nature itself was holding its breath in anticipation of something wondrous to unfold. In a quaint cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Anwen. Her hair was the color of chestnuts in autumn, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Anwen had always felt a deep connection to the natural world, often spending her days wandering through the woods, listening to the stories told by the rustling leaves and the songs of the birds. Anwen's life was simple and content, yet she yearned for something more, a feeling she couldn't quite put into words, a sense of adventure that tugged at her heart. It was on such a night, as she gazed out of her window, that her life was about to change in ways she had never imagined. As the moonlight danced across the floor, Anwen noticed a flicker of movement out of the corner of her eye. Something gleamed in the garden, nestled amidst the dew-kissed flowers. Her heart raced with excitement and curiosity, and she quickly slipped on her cloak and tiptoed outside to investigate. There, beneath the wide canopy of the ancient oak that stood sentinel in the garden, lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and stars, and it seemed to hum with a gentle, almost imperceptible energy. Anwen's fingers brushed against the smooth surface, and a warmth spread through her hand as if the box itself was alive. With a sense of reverence, she opened the lid, revealing a shimmering crystal nestled within. It was unlike anything Anwen had ever seen, its facets capturing the light and refracting it into a kaleidoscope of colors. As she held the crystal, a soft voice echoed in her mind, a voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "Anwen, keeper of the crystal, you are chosen to embark on a journey that will illuminate your heart and reveal the hidden wonders of the world." Though startled, Anwen felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the crystal had awakened something within her, a dormant magic that resonated with her very soul. She knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that this was the adventure she had been longing for. The following morning, Anwen set out with the crystal tucked safely in her satchel. Her heart was light, and her footsteps eager as she ventured into the forest, guided by a sense of purpose that seemed to pulse in time with the crystal's gentle glow. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant call of a cuckoo, and the soft crunch of twigs underfoot. As she journeyed deeper into the woods, Anwen felt a presence accompanying her, though she saw no one. It was a comforting sensation, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, the trees parted to reveal a hidden glade, bathed in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy above. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent stag, its antlers crowned with blossoms and its eyes wise and kind. The stag regarded Anwen with a gentle gaze, and though no words were spoken, she understood that he was a guardian of the forest, a protector of its secrets. Anwen bowed her head in respect, and the stag nodded in return, a silent promise of friendship and guidance. With a flick of its tail, the stag turned and led Anwen through the forest, weaving through hidden paths and secret clearings that she had never known existed. As they walked, Anwen felt the crystal vibrate softly, as if in resonance with the magic of the forest. Their journey took them to a place where the air shimmered with an ethereal light, and the boundary between the mundane and the magical blurred. It was here that Anwen discovered a hidden world, tucked away within the folds of nature, a world where time flowed differently and the impossible became possible. In this realm, Anwen met creatures that defied imagination, gentle sprites that flitted like fireflies, ancient trees that whispered ancient wisdom, and rivers that sang with the voices of the ages. Each encounter enriched her understanding of the world and her place within it. Days turned into weeks as Anwen explored this enchanted world, each day a new chapter in her unfolding adventure. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the stories etched in the bark of trees, and to see the beauty in the smallest of things. The crystal, her constant companion, glowed brighter with each new discovery, as if sharing in her joy and wonder. As her journey unfolded, Anwen's heart grew in ways she could not have anticipated. She learned the power of kindness and the strength of compassion, for it was through these that the forest revealed its deepest secrets. She understood that true magic lay not in spells or potions, but in the connections she forged, with the land, with its creatures, and with herself. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Anwen found herself at the edge of a tranquil pond. The surface of the water was still, a perfect mirror reflecting the world around it. As she gazed into its depths, Anwen saw not just her own reflection, but the reflections of all the beings she had met on her journey, the stag, the sprites, the trees, and even the crystal itself. In that moment, Anwen realized the true purpose of her journey. It was not to seek out magic, but to recognize the magic that had always been within her, a magic woven from the threads of friendship, wisdom, and love. She understood that the crystal had been a guide, illuminating the path to her heart's deepest truths. With a sense of fulfillment, Anwen knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. Her heart was full, her spirit renewed, and her mind alight with the wonders she had witnessed. As she made her way back through the forest, the creatures she had come to cherish gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. When Anwen finally emerged from the forest, the village of Willowbrook lay before her, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. She carried with her the lessons of her journey, her heart forever changed by the magic she had discovered. Upon returning home, Anwen carefully placed the crystal back in its wooden box, a symbol of the adventure that had transformed her. The box hummed softly, a reminder that the magic of the world was always within reach, waiting to be discovered. From that day forward, Anwen lived her life with a renewed sense of wonder and purpose. She shared the stories of her journey with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary that lay within their own hearts. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people connected not just by the bonds of community, but by the magic that Anwen had brought into their lives. The forest remained a sanctuary of secrets and dreams, a reminder that the world was full of hidden wonders waiting to be revealed. As the years passed, Anwen grew into a wise and gentle woman, beloved by all who knew her. She remained the keeper of the crystal, its light a beacon of hope and joy for generations to come. And in the quiet moments, when the moon shone bright and the world was still, she would sit by the window, gazing into the night, her heart forever open to the magic that lay just beyond the horizon. In the end, Anwen's journey was not just a tale of adventure, but a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of kindness, and the transformative magic of the world. It was a story that lived on in the hearts of those who heard it, a gentle reminder that the greatest treasures are often found within. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the village of Willowbrook slept peacefully, the story of Anwen and her journey continued to echo through the ages, a timeless whisper of magic and wonder that would never fade. Story 8. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Anwen. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the sunlit dew on the morning grass. Anwen lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage that seemed to hum with the warmth of a life well lived. The walls were adorned with stories, each mark and painting a memory, a history shared between generations. Every evening, Anwen's grandmother would sit by the hearth, her delicate hands weaving tales that danced in the flickering firelight. These stories were more than mere words. They were lessons wrapped in the soft embrace of magic and mystery. Anwen's favorite tales were those of the hidden world within the forest, a world that thrived beneath the roots and among the shadows, a world only the wise and the kind-hearted could find. One crisp autumn morning, as the wind carried the scent of pine and earth, Anwen's grandmother handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves, "is a gift that was given to me by my mother and her mother before her. It holds something very special. It is time for you to discover its secret." Anwen's fingers traced the delicate patterns etched into the box, feeling the grooves and ridges like the lines of a forgotten map. She opened it to reveal a small, shimmering stone that seemed to pulse with a light of its own. "This stone," her grandmother continued, "is said to guide the bearer to the hidden world if their heart is open and their spirit true." With a heart full of wonder and a mind buzzing with curiosity, Anwen decided to set out on a journey into the forest. The stone nestled safely in her pocket. The forest was a place of deep mystery, where the trees whispered secrets to those who would listen, and the streams sang songs of old. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her. The leaves rustled gently, and the sunlight danced through the branches, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. Anwen felt a sense of peace wash over her, a feeling that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The path led her to a clearing, where a great oak tree stood, its branches stretching high into the sky like a wise old guardian. Anwen paused, feeling the stone in her pocket grow warm. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, letting the sounds and scents of the forest fill her senses. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a place unlike any she had ever seen. The air was alive with a soft, golden glow, and tiny creatures flitted about, their wings glistening like shards of sunlight. Flowers of every color imaginable bloomed in abundance, and a gentle melody filled the air, as if the forest itself was singing a song of welcome. A small creature approached her, its eyes bright with curiosity and kindness. It looked like a squirrel, but its fur shimmered with colors that changed with every movement. "Welcome, traveler," it said in a voice that was both musical and warm. "I am Fionn, and you have found the hidden world." Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the joy of discovery. "I am Anwen," she replied. "I have come to learn and to see the wonders of this place." Fionn nodded, his eyes twinkling with mischief and wisdom. "There is much to learn here, and many friends to meet. But first, you must understand the magic within you, for it is the key to this world." As the days passed, Anwen explored the hidden world, guided by Fionn and other creatures of the forest. She learned to listen with her heart, to see with her spirit, and to understand the language of the trees and the songs of the streams. Each lesson was a step on her journey, a path of growth and transformation. One day, as Anwen sat by a bubbling brook, she noticed a shadow pass over the water. Looking up, she saw a great bird with feathers like midnight, its eyes like polished obsidian. It landed gracefully beside her, its presence both majestic and gentle. "I am Aran," the bird said, its voice deep and resonant. "I have watched you, Anwen, and I see the light within you. There is a task that only you can accomplish, a mystery that needs unraveling. Anwen listened intently, her heart steady and her spirit calm. What is this mystery? She asked, eager to help and to learn. In the heart of this world lies an ancient tree, the source of all magic here, Aran explained. But its roots have been bound by a creeping darkness, a shadow that threatens to wither its branches and silence its song. You must find the way to free it, for only then can the balance be restored. Anwen felt a surge of determination, a fire kindled by the knowledge that she could make a difference. I will do whatever it takes, she promised, her voice firm and her resolve unshakable. Guided by Aran and the wisdom of the forest, Anwen set off toward the ancient tree. The journey was not easy. The path was fraught with challenges that tested her heart and her spirit. She had to navigate through tangled thickets and cross streams that ran swift and deep. Each step taught her something new, each challenge a lesson in patience and courage. As she neared the center of the hidden world, the light grew dim and the air felt heavy with the weight of the lurking shadow. Anwen felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, a comforting reminder of the magic and hope she carried within her. Finally, she reached the ancient tree, its mighty trunk twisted with the burden of the encroaching darkness. Anwen could feel the tree's pain, a silent cry that echoed in her heart. She knew that to free the tree she must find a way to banish the shadow that bound its roots. Closing her eyes, Anwen reached deep within herself, drawing on the lessons she had learned, the friendships she had forged, and the magic of the hidden world. She felt the warmth of the stone spread through her, a light that shone from within. With a heart full of love and a spirit aflame with purpose, Anwen sang a song of healing, a melody of hope and renewal. Her voice was soft and clear, a soothing balm that wrapped around the tree, seeping into its roots and branches. As she sang, the darkness began to recede, its grip loosening, its shadow fading into the ether. The ancient tree shuddered, its branches reaching skyward, its leaves unfurling in a cascade of vibrant greens. A song of joy filled the air, a symphony of gratitude and life that echoed throughout the hidden world. Anwen opened her eyes to find the forest aglow with a light that was both new and ancient, a light that resonated with the magic of the hidden world. Aran stood beside her, his eyes reflecting the warmth and gratitude of the forest. "You have done well, Anwen," he said, his voice filled with pride and affection. "The balance is restored, and the magic of this world will thrive once more." Anwen smiled, her heart full to bursting with the joy of her accomplishment. She had not only saved the hidden world, but had also discovered the strength and magic within herself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the forest, Anwen returned to her village, her spirit forever changed by her journey. She carried with her the lessons of the hidden world, the friendships she had forged, and the knowledge that the greatest magic of all lay within the heart. Her grandmother welcomed her with open arms, her eyes shining with pride and love. "You have grown, my dear," she said, her voice a gentle caress. "You have become a part of the stories we weave, a keeper of the magic and wisdom of the world." Anwen knew that her journey was only the beginning, that there were many more stories to live and to tell. As she lay in her bed that night, the warmth of the hearth enveloping her like a tender embrace, she closed her eyes, her heart at peace, knowing that the magic of the hidden world would always be a part of her. And as sleep claimed her, the forest sang a lullaby of dreams, a melody of hope and love that would carry her through all the journeys yet to come. Story 9. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled beside a vast whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. The village, embraced by the gentle arms of rolling hills, was a place where the air carried the sweet scent of wildflowers and the songs of cheerful sparrows. The villagers went about their days with a serene rhythm, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the flickering glow of candlelight. Lila was a curious and kind-hearted soul, with eyes that sparkled like the brook that wound its way through the village. Her home, a charming cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest beckoned with its secrets and mysteries. Every morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Lila would wander into the forest, her heart brimming with wonder. She loved the forest, with its towering oaks and whispering pines, where sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of life, and Lila felt a deep connection with the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of gold and crimson, Lila set off for her usual walk. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the scent of pine and earth. As she walked, the leaves crunched softly beneath her feet, and the forest seemed to hum with anticipation. Her path led her to a small clearing she had discovered weeks ago, a place where the sunlight poured down like liquid gold. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its bark rugged and its branches spreading like welcoming arms. Beneath the oak, the ground was carpeted with soft moss and vibrant wildflowers. As Lila approached the tree, she noticed something she hadn't seen before. Nestled among the roots was a peculiar object, glinting softly in the morning light. It was a small, ornate box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of swirling vines and tiny blossoms. Intrigued, Lila knelt down and carefully lifted the box from its resting place. The box felt warm in her hands, and as she opened it, a soft golden glow emanated from within. Inside lay a delicate crystal, its surface shimmering with colors that seemed to shift and dance like a living rainbow. Lila was entranced, her heart fluttering with a mixture of awe and curiosity. As she held the crystal, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her, a sensation of comfort and peace. The forest around her seemed to grow quieter, as if holding its breath in anticipation. Lila knew, in that moment, that the crystal was something extraordinary, something magical. With the crystal in hand, Lila felt a newfound sense of purpose. She decided to learn more about the mysterious object and its origins. She returned to the village, her mind alight with questions, and sought the wisdom of the village elders. In the heart of the village, nestled between the bakery with its delicious aroma of freshly baked bread and the lively marketplace, stood the home of Elder Rowan. The elder was a gentle, wise man with a long, silver beard and eyes that twinkled with the secrets of the world. He welcomed Lila with a warm smile, inviting her to sit by the hearth where a cozy fire crackled merrily. Lila recounted her discovery, showing Elder Rowan the crystal. He examined it closely, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. After a moment, he spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "This crystal, dear Lila, is a rare and precious thing," he began, his voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. "It is known as the Heartstone, a remnant of a time long past when magic flowed freely through the land. It is said to hold the power to reveal hidden truths and to guide its bearer to places unseen." Lila listened intently, her heart racing with excitement. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice tinged with wonder. Elder Rowan smiled kindly. "The Heartstone chooses its bearer, and it seems it has chosen you. Trust in its guidance, and it will lead you on a journey of discovery. But remember, my child, true magic lies not in power, but in kindness and wisdom." With Elder Rowan's words echoing in her mind, Lila thanked him and returned home, the Heartstone safely tucked away in her pocket. She spent the evening by the fire, her thoughts swirling like the flames, contemplating the path that lay before her. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn deeper into the forest, guided by the gentle pull of the Heartstone. She followed the hidden paths and winding trails, each step filling her with a sense of purpose. The forest, once familiar, now seemed to hold 1,000 secrets, each waiting to be discovered. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of orange and pink, Lila stumbled upon a sight that took her breath away. Before her lay a hidden glen, a place untouched by time. The air was filled with the heady scent of blooming jasmine, and fireflies danced like tiny stars in the gathering dusk. In the center of the glen stood a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the colors of the sunset. The water was crystal clear, and at its edge, a gentle stream babbled softly. Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her, the Heartstone glowing warmly in her hand. As she sat by the pool, dipping her fingers into the cool water, she noticed something remarkable. Beneath the surface, a hidden world unfolded, vibrant and alive. Tiny fish darted among the reeds, their scales glinting like precious jewels. Water lilies floated serenely, their petals brushing against the water's edge. In that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone. It had led her to a place of beauty and tranquility, a reminder of the wonders that lay hidden in the world. She realized that the journey was not just about discovering the unknown, but about finding harmony and joy in the simple moments of life. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila rose to her feet, the heartstone glowing softly in her hand. She knew that her journey was far from over, and that the world held many more secrets to uncover. But she also knew that she was not alone, for the forest, with its ancient trees and gentle whispers, would always be her guide. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lila made her way back to the village, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She understood now that the true magic of the Heartstone lay not in its power, but in the journey it inspired, and the wisdom and kindness it nurtured within her. And so, Lila continued her adventures, exploring the hidden wonders of the forest and sharing her discoveries with the villagers. She became a beacon of hope and inspiration, her heart aglow with the magic of the Heartstone and the love of the world around her. In the years that followed, Lila's story became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a reminder of the beauty and magic that lay within every heart. And in the quiet corners of the forest, the ancient oak stood watch, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, a silent guardian of the secrets it held. And thus, in a village where dreams and reality entwined like the vines on a cottage wall, the story of Lila and the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of kindness, wisdom, and the magic of the journey. The end. Story 10. In a tranquil village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering sapphire lake, there existed a peculiar little shop known as Whispering Wonders. This shop was unlike any other, for it housed an assortment of enchanted trinkets and charms, each possessing its own unique magic. The shop was owned by a kindly old woman named Matilda, whose gentle smile and twinkling eyes made visitors feel instantly at ease. Matilda's shop was a favorite among the villagers, especially children who loved to marvel at the tiny dancing lights that leapt from the shelves and twirled through the air. However, one crisp autumn morning, something strange happened. As the sun cast its golden rays over the dewy village, Matilda found that several enchanted items had disappeared from her shop. Concerned but not alarmed, Matilda decided to seek the help of her young friend, Oliver, a bright and curious boy with a knack for solving puzzles. Oliver was well known in the village for his keen observation skills and his gentle heart. When he arrived at the shop, Matilda explained the situation as they sipped warm chamomile tea, the fragrant steam curling lazily in the cozy air. "I have a feeling," said Matilda softly, "that these items didn't simply disappear. There is a mystery here that needs unraveling." Oliver nodded thoughtfully, his eyes scanning the shelves lined with shimmering curiosities. He knew that in a place like Whispering Wonders, anything was possible. "Let's start by looking for clues," he suggested, setting down his teacup and beginning to explore the shop. The two friends moved quietly through the shop, their footsteps muffled by the thick, woven rugs underfoot. The air was filled with the soft chime of tiny bells that hung from the ceiling, their gentle music mingling with the faint rustle of the wind outside. As Oliver examined a shelf filled with glowing orbs, he noticed a small feather wedged between two of them. It was not an ordinary feather. It shimmered with an iridescent sheen, changing colors as it caught the light. Oliver carefully picked it up and showed it to Matilda. "This doesn't belong here," he said, his voice tinged with curiosity. Matilda took the feather, turning it over in her hands. "Ah!" she murmured with a knowing smile. "This is a feather from the Silverwing Fae, a magical creature that lives in the enchanted glade." Oliver's eyes widened with excitement. "Do you think the Fae could be responsible for the missing items?" "It's possible," Matilda replied, "but the Silverwing Fae are known to be mischievous, not malicious. We should pay them a visit and see what they have to say." And so, with Matilda's blessing, Oliver set off towards the enchanted glade, a hidden grove at the edge of the village where magic thrummed through the air like the heartbeat of the earth. The path to the glade was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves rustled in harmony with the gentle breeze. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. As Oliver entered the glade, he was greeted by a sight that never failed to fill him with wonder. The silver-winged fae, tiny creatures with gossamer wings and mischievous grins, flitted about like living jewels, their laughter echoing like chimes in the wind. One of the fae, a sprightly creature named Lila, fluttered over to Oliver. "Hello, young friend," Lila chimed, her voice as light as a whisper. "What brings you to our glade today?" Oliver held up the iridescent feather. "I found this in Matilda's shop, and some magical items have gone missing. We were hoping you could help us solve the mystery." Lyra's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Ah, yes, that would be the work of young Zephyr. He's quite fond of collecting shiny things, you see." With a nod, Lyra summoned Zephyr, a small fae with bright, curious eyes and wings that shimmered like a rainbow. Zephyr appeared, holding a tiny satchel filled with the missing items, his expression sheepish. "I'm sorry," Zephyr said, his voice barely audible. "I didn't mean any harm. I just thought they were so beautiful." Oliver smiled kindly at the little fae. "It's okay, Zephyr. Matilda isn't upset, but we do need to return the items to her shop." Zephyr nodded eagerly, handing the satchel to Oliver. "Thank you for understanding," he said, relief flooding his features. With the mystery solved and the enchanted items safely in hand, Oliver made his way back to Whispering Wonders. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, and the village was bathed in a warm, comforting glow. When Oliver returned to the shop, Matilda greeted him with a grateful smile. "Thank you, Oliver," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "You have a gift for understanding others and bringing peace." As they placed the enchanted items back on the shelves, Oliver felt a sense of accomplishment and joy. He had not only solved the mystery, but had also made a new friend in the process. That night, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Oliver lay in his bed, the moonlight casting gentle patterns on his walls. He thought about the day's adventures and the lessons he had learned about kindness and understanding. And with those comforting thoughts cradling him like a soft blanket, Oliver drifted into a deep and restful sleep, knowing that the world was a little bit brighter because of the friendship and magic that existed all around him. Story 11. Once upon a time, in the gentle folds of a lush emerald valley nestled between soft rolling hills, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. This village was as picturesque as a painter's dream, with its cobblestone paths winding through cottages adorned with blooming window boxes, and the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle and lavender perfuming the air. At the heart of Willowbrook stood the grand old willow tree, its branches sweeping the ground like a majestic sage cloaked in nature's robes, whispering secrets to those who sought its shade. In this serene village lived a young woman named Calla. Calla was known for her kindness and her gentle spirit. She was a friend to everyone and a helper to those in need. Yet, despite the warmth she spread to others, Calla carried a quiet storm within her heart. She feared change, clinging tightly to the familiar comforts of her village life, and resisted the unknown paths that lay beyond the borders of what she knew. Calla's closest friend was an elderly woman named Sylvie, who lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden that seemed to bloom perpetually, regardless of season. Sylvie was wise and nurturing, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on spring leaves. She had a way of seeing into the heart of things, understanding what was needed, even before the need was spoken. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze and the air was filled with the earthy scent of wood smoke, Calla found herself wandering aimlessly near Sylvie's garden. She felt a longing she could not name, a restlessness that stirred like the swirling leaves around her feet. Sylvie, who had been tending to her roses, noticed Calla's troubled expression and invited her to sit on the garden bench. The bench was well-worn and comfortable, creaking gently as they settled into the cushions that Sylvie had sewn herself, their patterns as colorful as the wildflowers that grew nearby. "What troubles you, dear Calla?" Sylvie asked, her voice as soothing as the lull of a babbling brook. Calla sighed, her breath a wisp of cloud in the cool air. "I feel as though I am standing on the edge of something vast and unknown, but I am too afraid to step forward. I fear leaving behind what I know, yet I cannot seem to still the yearning in my heart." Sylvie smiled softly, her gaze drifting to the grand old willow tree that stood sentinel in the distance. "Change, my dear, is much like the turning of the seasons. It is inevitable, but it brings with it new growth and beauty. Sometimes we must trust the path that is laid before us, even if we cannot see where it leads. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Sylvie reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box. She handed it to Calla with a gentle nod. "This is for you, my dear. It is a gift from the willow tree, a token of its ancient wisdom. Open it when you feel ready to embrace the change you fear." Calla cradled the box in her hands, feeling the smooth wood warmed by years of sunlight and rain. She thanked Sylvie, though she did not fully understand the gift, and walked home with the box tucked safely under her arm. That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Calla sat by the window of her cozy room, the soft glow of the moon casting silver light across the floor. She held the box in her lap, tracing its patterns with her fingertips. With a deep breath, she opened it, revealing a single, delicate seed nestled inside. The moment she touched the seed, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, like the first rays of dawn breaking over the hills. She felt a subtle shift within her, as if the seed was planting itself in her heart, urging her to grow, to change, to bloom. Over the following days, Calla carried the seed with her wherever she went. She began to notice the beauty in the changing world around her, the way the leaves transformed from green to gold, the way the air turned crisp and invigorating. She watched as the village prepared for the harvest festival, the colors and sounds a celebration of life's cycles. It was during this time that Calla met Finn, a gentle soul who had recently arrived in Willowbrook. Finn had come from a distant land, drawn to the village by tales of its beauty and warmth. He was a traveler, a seeker of new experiences, and his eyes held the depth of someone who had wandered far and wide. Finn and Calla quickly became friends, sharing stories and laughter as they strolled through the village. Finn spoke of his travels, of the wonders he had seen, and the lessons he had learned along the way. His tales sparked a curiosity in Calla, a desire to see beyond the familiar borders of her world. As their friendship blossomed, so too did Calla's courage. She began to realize that change was not something to be feared, but embraced. With each new day, she felt the seed within her grow stronger, whispering of possibilities and new horizons. One evening, as the harvest festival drew near, Calla and Finn sat beneath the grand old willow tree, its branches swaying gently in the autumn breeze. The air was filled with the sweet scent of apple cider and cinnamon, and the distant sound of laughter and music drifted through the village. Calla turned to Finn, her eyes reflecting the starlit sky. "I think I'm ready to see what lies beyond," she said, her voice filled with a newfound determination. Finn smiled, his gaze warm and encouraging. "The world is vast and full of wonders, Calla, but remember, no matter where your journey takes you, you'll always carry the heart of Willowbrook with you." And so, with the support of her friends and the wisdom of the willow tree, Calla set forth on her journey. She ventured into the unknown with a spirit eager for discovery, her heart open to the changes that awaited her. As she walked away from the village, the seed within her blossomed into a radiant flower, its petals shimmering with the colors of 1,000 sunsets. It was a symbol of her growth, of the transformation she had embraced, and it filled her with a peace that resonated deep within her soul. In the years that followed, Calla traveled far and wide, her life a tapestry of experiences and friendships woven with the threads of wisdom and kindness. She learned that change was not an end, but a beginning, a doorway to new adventures and deeper understanding. And whenever she returned to Willowbrook, she would sit beneath the grand old willow tree, sharing stories of her journeys with Sylvie and Finn, her heart full of gratitude for the path she had once feared but now cherished. For Calla had discovered that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in embracing it with open arms and an open heart. And in doing so, she had found herself, transformed and renewed, like a flower blooming in the gentle, nurturing light of the dawn. Story 12. In a cozy woodland grove, where sunbeams danced through the swaying branches, there lived a community of forest friends. Amongst them was Willow, a curious young rabbit with fur as soft as dandelion seeds. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to a strange sight. Her vegetable patch was in disarray, with carrots and lettuce strewn about. Perplexed, Willow set out to investigate, her nose twitching with intrigue. As she hopped along the winding trail, she encountered her wise friend Oakley the owl, perched on a gnarled branch. "Good morning, Willow," Oakley hooted. "You seem troubled. What ails you?" Willow explained the mystery of her disheveled garden, and Oakley's great eyes twinkled with wisdom. "Ah, I believe I may know the culprit," he said. "Follow me, and we shall solve this riddle together." They ventured deeper into the forest, where Oakley led Willow to a hollow log. Peering inside, they spied a family of mischievous but well-meaning pixies, fast asleep amidst the scattered vegetables. "Pixies!" Willow exclaimed. "But why would they disrupt my garden?" Oakley chuckled softly. "You see, pixies have a fondness for creating harmless chaos, but their intentions are pure. They likely sought a cozy spot to play and lost track of their mischief." Willow's heart filled with understanding. She gently roused the pixies, who blinked their sleepy eyes and giggled merrily upon seeing the disarray they had caused. With Oakley's guidance, Willow explained the importance of respecting others' spaces, and the pixies eagerly promised to tidy up and find a new playground. As the pixies worked to restore Willow's garden, she thanked Oakley for his wisdom. The owl smiled and said, "Remember, young Willow, not all mysteries require harsh judgments. Sometimes, a little patience and kindness can unravel the most perplexing riddles." From that day on, Willow approached each new puzzle with an open heart, knowing that even the strangest occurrences could be solved through understanding and friendship. And in that cozy woodland grove, where the trees whispered ancient tales, the forest friends lived in harmony, embracing the wonder of their magical world and the lessons it held. Story 13. Once upon a time, in the gentle embrace of a valley, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lay a quaint village known as Glen. This village was known far and wide for its lush meadows, dotted with flowers that seemed to glow under the moonlight, and the soft, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the heart of the land. Glen was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing its inhabitants to savor the simple pleasures of life. In this serene setting lived a young girl named Livia. With her soft chestnut hair and curious green eyes, Livia was known for her boundless imagination and insatiable curiosity. She spent her days exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a gentle tabby cat named Whiskers. Together they roamed the cobblestone paths and hidden trails, discovering the stories that lay beneath each stone and leaf. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze and the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples, Livia set out on a new adventure. Armed with nothing but her trusty satchel and a heart full of wonder, she wandered into the forest that bordered Glen. The forest was a mysterious place, where sunlight trickled through the canopy in dappling streams, and the rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old. As Livia ventured deeper, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. At the center stood a magnificent tree, far grander than any she had encountered in her explorations. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, covered with a tapestry of mosses and lichens, and its branches soared into the sky, adorned with leaves that shimmered like emeralds. Curious, Livia approached the tree, her footsteps silent on the soft carpet of fallen leaves. As she reached out to touch the bark, she felt a strange, tingling sensation in her fingertips. It was as if the tree was alive with a gentle, pulsing energy. Intrigued, she circled the tree and discovered a small, hidden door nestled among the roots, barely visible under the thick moss. Unable to resist the call of adventure, Livia gently pushed the door open. It swung inward with a soft creak, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the earth. With Whiskers trotting faithfully at her heels, Livia began her descent, the light from above growing dimmer with each step. The air grew cooler as she descended, and the earthy scent of the forest floor was replaced by a faint, sweet fragrance, like the petals of 1,000 unseen flowers. At the bottom of the staircase, Livia found herself in a vast underground chamber, illuminated by a soft, ethereal glow emanating from the walls. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a delicate glass orb. The orb was mesmerizing, swirling with colors that danced and shimmered like the northern lights. As Livia approached, she felt a warmth spreading through her, as if the orb was whispering secrets of the universe. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she reached out and gently cradled the orb in her hands. The moment her fingers touched its surface, a wave of warmth and light enveloped her, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging she had never known. Suddenly, the chamber around her transformed. The walls seemed to dissolve into a panoramic view of a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Lush landscapes stretched out before her, filled with creatures of all shapes and sizes, each more fantastical than the last. This was a hidden world, nestled within the heart of the forest, untouched by time or human hand. Livia realized that she held a magical object in her hands, an orb that revealed the hidden wonders of the world. It was a gift, a bridge to a realm of infinite possibilities and endless adventures. As she gazed into the depths of the orb, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her to explore this new world. Guided by the light of the orb, Livia and Whiskers embarked on a journey through the hidden world. They traversed fields of luminescent flowers that sang in the breeze, crossed bridges woven from the silken threads of giant spiders, and marveled at waterfalls that cascaded upward into the sky. Along the way, they encountered creatures both strange and wonderful. There were gentle giants with eyes like pools of starlight, who spoke in voices that rumbled like distant thunder. There were tiny, winged beings that danced on the breeze, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Each encounter was a new story, a new lesson in the tapestry of life. As days turned into weeks, Livia learned much from her travels in this hidden world. She discovered the importance of balance in nature, how every creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in the harmony of the land. She learned the power of kindness, as even the fiercest creatures softened in the face of compassion and understanding. But most importantly, Livia learned about herself. She discovered a courage she never knew she possessed, a strength that lay not in her muscles, but in her heart and mind. She realized that true adventure was not about conquering new lands, but about embracing new experiences and growing from them. One day, as Livia and Whiskers lay under the shade of a great willow tree, they were approached by a wise old owl. His feathers were as soft as clouds, and his eyes sparkled with ancient wisdom. Bowing his head in greeting, the owl spoke in a voice that was both gentle and commanding. "You have journeyed far, young one," he said, "and learned much from this hidden world, but now it is time to return to your own." Livia felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving behind this magical realm, but she knew in her heart that the owl was right. Her time in the hidden world had come to an end, but the lessons she had learned and the friendships she had forged would stay with her forever. With a grateful heart, Livia thanked the owl and all the creatures she had met. She held the orb close, its light guiding her back to the staircase that would lead her home. As she ascended, the chamber faded away, replaced by the familiar sights and sounds of the forest above. Emerging into the sunlight, Livia felt a renewed sense of wonder for the world around her. The forest was the same as it had always been, yet everything felt different. Colors were more vibrant, the air more fragrant, and the gentle rustle of the leaves seemed to sing a song of welcome. Carrying the orb with her, Livia returned to Elderglen, her heart full of stories and wisdom to share with her friends and family. She realized that the hidden world had always been there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to look. From that day forward, Livia became the keeper of the orb, using its magic to teach others about the beauty and wonder of the world. She shared tales of her adventures, inspiring her fellow villagers to see the extraordinary in the ordinary, to find joy in the simple things, and to cherish the bonds of friendship and love. And so the village of Elderglen thrived, its people united by the stories and wisdom of a young girl who had dared to dream and explore. Livia's journey had changed her, and in turn, she changed the world around her, one story at a time. As the years passed, Livia grew older, but the light of the orb never dimmed. It remained a beacon of hope and wonder, a reminder of the magic that lay hidden in the world and in the hearts of those who dared to believe. And on quiet nights, when the moon shone bright and the stars danced in the sky, Livia would sit by the crackling fire, Whiskers curled up beside her, and weave tales of the hidden world. Her voice was soft and soothing, carrying the warmth of 1,000 adventures and the wisdom of countless friendships. In her stories, the magic lived on, enchanting generations and lighting the way for those who would follow in her footsteps, ever curious, ever kind, ever courageous. For in the end, the greatest magic of all was the power of a story well told, a tale that could transform hearts and open minds, whispering secrets of a world both hidden and wondrous. Story 14 title, The Whispering Forest. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and the vast expanse of the azure sky, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the gentle hum of nature's symphony played day and night. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, tending to fields that stretched like golden quilts beneath the sun, and sharing tales around the hearths that dotted the landscape. In this village, the evenings were filled with the warmth of family gatherings, the crackling of fires, and the sweet scent of lavender that drifted from the fields. It was during one such evening that a story began to unfold, a tale as old as the whispering winds that caressed the leaves of the ancient forest that bordered the village. The forest, known as the Whispering Wood, was a place of wonder and mystery. Its towering trees, with trunks as wide as 4 men standing shoulder to shoulder, were said to be as old as the world itself. Their leaves, a tapestry of greens and golds, shimmered in the dappled sunlight, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. It was within this enchanted realm that a young boy named Finn discovered his destiny. Finn was a child of gentle disposition, with eyes the color of the summer sky and a heart as open as the meadows in spring. He lived with his grandmother, the village healer, in a small cottage at the edge of the forest. His days were spent tending to the garden, gathering herbs, and listening to the stories his grandmother told of the forest's many secrets. His favorite tale was that of the Whispering Stone, a magical relic hidden deep within the forest. It was said that the stone could grant the heart's true desire, but only to those who could decipher its whispers. Many had ventured into the forest in search of it, but none had returned with its secret. Finn's grandmother often cautioned him, "The forest holds many wonders, but it also holds trials. Listen well to its whispers, for they hold both wisdom and challenge." One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Finn set out on a journey that would change his life forever. Clad in his woolen cloak and with a satchel filled with provisions, he stepped into the forest, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, the world around him transformed. The air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant melody of a babbling brook. Shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy, illuminating the path with a golden glow. Finn felt a sense of wonder and anticipation, as if the forest itself was welcoming him into its embrace. Hours passed, and the forest seemed to stretch endlessly before him. Just as fatigue began to weigh heavily upon his steps, he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center lay a circle of stones, each etched with intricate runes that glimmered with a faint, ethereal light. It was here that Finn first heard the whispers. The voices were soft, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, and they spoke in a language he could not understand. Yet there was a warmth to them, a kindness that drew him closer. As he sat among the stones, closing his eyes to listen more intently, he felt a presence beside him. Opening his eyes, he was startled to find a small creature gazing up at him. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that seemed to glow in the dappled sunlight. Its eyes, a deep, knowing amber, met Finn's with a look of curiosity and friendship. "Greetings, young traveler," the fox spoke, its voice as soft as the whispers that surrounded them. "I am Leora, guardian of this forest and keeper of the Whispering Stone. It is rare for a human to come this far, and even rarer to hear the stone's call." Finn, though surprised, felt an inexplicable trust in the creature. "I seek the stone," he admitted, "to learn its secrets, and to find my heart's true desire." Leora nodded, her eyes twinkling with a gentle wisdom. "The stone does not reveal its secrets easily, for it is not the desire that matters, but the journey to find it. You must prove yourself worthy by listening not just to the whispers, but to your own heart." With Leora as his guide, Finn embarked on a journey through the forest unlike any he had imagined. They traveled through groves where the trees sang with voices of their own, across streams where fish leaped like silver darts, and into caves where the air shimmered with ancient magic. At each step, Finn faced challenges that tested his courage and kindness. He helped a family of sparrows trapped by a fallen branch, mended a broken bridge for a lost deer, and shared his provisions with a weary traveler who turned out to be a spirit of the forest in disguise. With each act of kindness, the whispers grew clearer, guiding him ever closer to the stone. All the while, Leora remained by his side, offering guidance and companionship. Their bond grew deeper, rooted in mutual respect and understanding. Finn learned that the forest was not just a place of secrets, but a living, breathing entity that thrived on harmony and balance. Finally, after many days, they arrived at the heart of the forest. It was a place of serene beauty, where the trees stood like sentinels around a glistening pool. At its center lay the Whispering Stone, a smooth, luminescent orb that pulsed with a gentle light. As Finn approached, the whispers rose to a crescendo, enveloping him in a cocoon of sound and warmth. He closed his eyes, letting the whispers wash over him, and in that moment, he understood. The stone's true power was not in granting desires, but in revealing the truth within one's own heart. With newfound clarity, Finn realized that his heart's true desire was not a tangible treasure, but the wisdom and compassion he had discovered within himself. He had learned to listen, to care, and to see the world through the eyes of those around him. With a heart full of gratitude, Finn thanked the stone and turned to Leora. "I understand now," he said softly. "The journey was the true gift, and the friends I made along the way." Leora nodded, her eyes shining with pride. "You have learned well, young one. The forest has chosen you, and you will always have a place here." With a final farewell, Finn made his way back to the village, his heart light and his spirit renewed. He returned not as a seeker of the stone, but as a guardian of the forest's secrets, ready to share the wisdom he had gained with his fellow villagers. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, the tales of the Whispering Forest lived on, woven into the fabric of everyday life. Finn, now a storyteller in his own right, shared his adventures by the fireside, his words a balm to those who listened. The forest remained a place of wonder and magic, its whispers a gentle reminder of the beauty and wisdom that lay within each of us. And as the seasons turned, the village thrived in harmony with the forest, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring bonds of friendship. And so, the story of Finn and the Whispering Forest became a cherished memory, passed down through generations, a beacon of hope and wonder for all who heard it. In the end, the forest continued to whisper, its secrets ever present, waiting for the next traveler with a heart open to its call. For in the heart of every whisper lies a story, and in every story, a journey worth taking. Story 15. In a land where time seemed to dance in a gentle waltz with nature, there thrived an ancient forest known to the few who discovered it as the Whispering Wood. The forest lay nestled within rolling hills, its canopy so thick and verdant that it appeared to hold the sky at bay. Sunlight, when it did filter through, painted the forest floor in dapples of gold, and the air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of pine and earth, a fragrance so calming it felt as if the trees themselves sighed in contentment. Here, amidst the towering trunks of age-old oaks and the delicate lacework of ferns, lived a community of creatures whose lives were intertwined with the natural magic of the forest. There was Luna, the silver-furred fox whose eyes gleamed like twin moons, Bramble, the wise old tortoise whose shell bore the patterns of countless stories, and Sable, the lively squirrel with fur as dark as midnight, known for her acrobatic leaps among the branches. Each season brought its own wonders to the Whispering Wood, and with them a symphony of natural phenomena that enchanted the lives of its denizens. As spring unfurled, the forest awoke from its slumber with a gentle rustling. Buds blossomed into a kaleidoscope of colors, and the air buzzed with the hum of bees and the songs of birds returning from their winter sojourn. In the heart of this magical realm was the Crystal Glade, where a small pond shimmered like a liquid mirror. It was said that this glade was the soul of the forest, for its waters were imbued with the essence of every season. On a still day, the surface reflected the world above and below, a meeting place for the sky's endless blue and the lush tapestry of the earth. One soft spring morning, As the mist began to lift from the forest floor, Luna and Bramble found themselves at the edge of the crystal glade. They watched the water ripple gently, stirred by a playful breeze that carried the scent of blooming lavender and the distant call of a cuckoo. "Luna," Bramble began, his voice a slow, comforting rumble, "do you see how the water dances with the wind? It reminds me of the tales my ancestors have passed down, the stories of how we creatures have always lived in harmony with the seasons." Luna nodded, her ears twitching as she listened. "Yes, Bramble, the stories of the Whispering Wood are woven into the very fabric of our lives, but I feel that something is amiss this season." Bramble turned his wise eyes towards Luna, a gentle curiosity in their depths. "What do you sense, my dear friend?" "The winds," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "They carry a message. A change is coming, and it may disrupt the balance we hold so dear." Bramble considered her words, the lines on his shell catching the morning light. "Then we must seek the counsel of the elders and the guidance of the forest itself," he said, "for it is through understanding and unity that we shall find a way to restore harmony." And so the two friends set off on a journey through the Whispering Wood, their path winding beneath arches of moss-laden branches and alongside streams that murmured secrets to those who cared to listen. Their first stop was the Great Hollow, a venerable tree whose trunk was wide enough to house a family of owls. Here lived Elder Willow, an ancient owl whose feathers were as white as the winter snow and whose wisdom was revered by all. As Luna and Bramble approached, Elder Willow opened her eyes, which sparkled like stars in the twilight. "Welcome, Luna and Bramble," she hooted softly. "I felt the stirring of the winds and knew you would come." "Elder Willow," said Luna, bowing her head respectfully, "we seek your guidance. The forest whispers of a change, and we fear for the balance of our home." The owl regarded them with a thoughtful gaze. "Indeed, the winds speak truths that are often hidden. This change you sense is the cycle of the seasons becoming unsettled. It is said that when the crystal glade loses its reflection, the balance shall falter." Bramble nodded solemnly. "And how might we prevent such a calamity?" Elder Willow ruffled her feathers, the faint rustle echoing through the hollow. "To restore what is lost, you must find the heart of the seasons, a hidden grove where the essence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter converge. It is there that the balance can be renewed." Thanking the wise owl, Luna and Bramble continued their quest, joined now by Sable, whose nimbleness and keen senses would prove invaluable. Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, through meadows bathed in sunlight, and across rivulets that sang with the joy of new beginnings. Their journey led them to the edge of the Whispering Wood, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels guarding the secrets within. The air was different here, charged with an energy that was both invigorating and serene. Sable scampered ahead, her sharp eyes scanning the landscape. "Look," she chirped excitedly. "There, between the twin cedars, I see a path we've never traveled." Indeed, nestled between two towering cedars was a narrow trail, overgrown with wildflowers and shaded by a canopy so dense it seemed to hold the world in a perpetual twilight. The friends followed the path, guided by the soft luminescence of the flora around them, until they reached a hidden grove unlike any they had seen. In its center stood a towering oak, its branches heavy with leaves of every shade and hue, emerald and ruby, amber and sapphire, as if the seasons themselves had gathered in celebration. This was the heart of the seasons. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and cedar, mixing with the crispness of fallen snow and the warmth of sun-baked earth. It was a place where time stood still, where the whispers of the forest were at their loudest. Luna, Bramble, and Sable stood in awe, their hearts beating in unison with the pulse of the grove. It was here that they understood the delicate dance of the seasons, the intricate balance that sustained their world. Bramble spoke first, his voice a gentle murmur. "We must give thanks and ask for the guidance of the seasons to restore harmony." As they joined hands, paw, claw, and hoof, a gentle breeze swirled around them, carrying the soft cadence of a lullaby. The leaves of the oak rustled, and a light, as pure and radiant as the morning sun, enveloped the grove. In that moment, the friends felt the presence of every creature that had ever walked the Whispering Wood. Their ancestors, the spirits of the forest, and the very essence of nature itself, joined them in a symphony of unity. The light faded, and the grove seemed to sigh, content in its timeless existence. Luna, Bramble, and Sable knew that the balance had been restored, that the seasons would continue their eternal dance. As they made their way back to the crystal glade, they carried with them the wisdom and serenity of the heart of the seasons. The glade welcomed them with open arms, its waters now a perfect reflection of the sky and the forest, a mirror of harmony and peace. Elder Willow awaited their return, her eyes filled with pride and gratitude. "You have done well, dear friends," she said. "The forest will sing of your courage and unity for generations to come." And so, in the heart of the Whispering Wood, the creatures of the forest continued their lives, ever mindful of the balance that held their world together. Through wisdom, friendship, and the magic of the seasons, they flourished in harmony, their story a testament to the enduring bond between nature and those who cherish it. As night fell, the forest was bathed in the soft glow of the moon, and the creatures of the Whispering Wood lay down to dream beneath the vast tapestry of stars. Their hearts were light, their spirits at peace, knowing that they were part of a world where magic and reality danced together in perfect harmony. Story 16. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where ancient trees whispered secrets through rustling leaves, there lay a hidden realm known only to a few. This secret world, the enchanted glade, was veiled in mist and magic, a place where the ordinary laws of nature bent and allowed the extraordinary to flourish. It was said that those pure of heart could find their way there, guided by the gentle glow of the moon and the soft hum of the forest's lullaby. One such soul, a gentle-hearted young girl named Lila, often wandered the edges of the woods. Her dark curls bounced with every step as she explored, her eyes wide with wonder and curiosity. Lila had a knack for noticing the little things, how the dew collected like diamonds on the grass at dawn, or how the sunlight wove golden patterns through the branches. She found solace in nature, where every rustle, chirp, and whisper seemed to speak directly to her. It was on one particularly crisp autumn evening, when the world was awash with hues of amber and gold, that Lila discovered the glade. She had ventured deeper into the woods than ever before, the air cool against her cheeks, her breath visible in soft puffs. As she walked, she felt a gentle tug, as if the forest itself invited her forward. She followed the sensation, her heart thrumming with excitement and a touch of trepidation. Through a veil of trailing vines, she emerged into the enchanted glade. The sight took her breath away. Bathed in the silver light of a full moon, the glade shimmered with an ethereal beauty. Flowers of every imaginable color carpeted the ground, their petals glowing softly in the night. A gentle brook babbled nearby, its waters a kaleidoscope of colors as they caught the moonlight. Lila could feel the magic in the air, a warm, gentle presence that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling wide and strong. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Lila approached it with a mixture of awe and caution. As she knelt down to inspect it, the box seemed to hum softly, a melody that resonated with her very being. She reached out, her fingers trembling slightly, and lifted the lid. Inside, she found a delicate silver locket, its surface engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the moonlight. As her fingers brushed against it, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a connection, as if the locket had been waiting for her all along. She placed it around her neck, the chain cool against her skin, and immediately a cascade of images filled her mind. Visions of the glade in different seasons, of creatures she had never seen, and of a world beyond her wildest dreams. The locket, she realized, was no ordinary piece of jewelry. It was a key, a magical object that connected her to the glade and its mysteries. With it, she could sense the pulse of the forest, the life that thrummed beneath the surface, and the hidden world within the natural environment. The locket granted her the ability to understand the whispers of the trees and the songs of the brook. It was a gift of insight and connection. As days turned into weeks, Lila found herself returning to the glade whenever she could, each visit revealing new wonders and deepening her bond with the world around her. She met creatures of legend, tiny fairies with wings like stained glass, a wise old owl who spoke in riddles, and a family of foxes whose fur gleamed like copper in the sunlight. Each encounter left her with a sense of fulfillment and joy. But as the first snows began to dust the forest, a shadow fell over the glade. The magic that once hummed with vitality now felt strained, as if a veil of unease had settled over it. Lila noticed the change, her heart heavy with concern. The flowers drooped, their glow dimmed, and the brook's song had lost its usual cheer. Determined to uncover the source of the glade's distress, Lila sought the counsel of the wise owl. His eyes, deep and penetrating, seemed to see straight into her soul. "The glade is ill at ease," the owl rumbled, his voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "A darkness seeks to unbalance the harmony here. It is drawn to the locket you wear, for it holds the essence of the glade's magic." Lila's fingers instinctively curled around the locket, its warmth a reassuring presence. "What can I do to help?" she asked, her voice steady despite the flutter of fear in her chest. "You must journey to the heart of the forest, beyond the glade," the owl instructed. "There lies the source, the wellspring of the magic that protects this place. You must renew its strength with the light of your locket." With the owl's guidance, Lila prepared for her journey. She gathered provisions and donned her warmest cloak, her heart a mix of determination and apprehension. The path ahead was unknown, yet she felt a pull, a sense of duty and purpose, that drove her forward. The journey began at dawn, the forest shrouded in a soft morning mist. Lila moved with quiet grace, her footsteps barely disturbing the fallen leaves. The forest, once so familiar, now felt vast and mysterious, the trees towering above her like ancient sentinels. As she walked, she could feel the locket's gentle pulse, guiding her deeper into the woods. With each step, the world around her seemed to shift, the air shimmering with unseen energy. She passed through groves where the trees whispered secrets older than time, and fields where the grass danced to a melody only they could hear. The forest was alive, its magic palpable and vibrant. On the second day of her journey, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lila came upon a clearing unlike any she had seen before. At its center stood a magnificent crystal, its facets catching the dying light and scattering it in 1,000 hues. This, she realized, was the source, the heart of the enchanted glade's magic. But the crystal was dim, its light flickering weakly like a candle struggling against the wind. A shadow hovered nearby, a dark, amorphous presence that seemed to drink in the light, growing stronger as the crystal's glow waned. Lila felt a chill run down her spine, but she stood firm, her resolve unwavering. She understood now. This shadow was the darkness that threatened the glade, drawn to the magic of her locket. It sought to claim the glade's power for itself, to twist the harmony into chaos. Taking a deep breath, Lila stepped forward, her heart beating like a drum in her ears. She unlatched the locket and held it high, its silver surface catching the moonlight and throwing it back in a brilliant beam. The light struck the crystal, and for a moment the world seemed to hold its breath. The crystal responded with a radiant glow, its light growing stronger and more vibrant. It pulsed in harmony with the locket, the two energies merging and expanding, pushing back the shadow that loomed before them. The darkness writhed, its form dissipating like smoke in the wind, until it was no more. As the light filled the clearing, Lila felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. The glade's magic was restored, its harmony renewed, and with it a new understanding blossomed within her. She realized that the strength to overcome darkness lay not in the locket's magic alone, but in the courage and compassion she carried within her heart. Her journey had changed her, opened her eyes to the interconnectedness of all things. She had learned that true magic was not just in the extraordinary, but in the simple, everyday acts of kindness and love that bound the world together. With this newfound wisdom, she returned to the glade, her heart light and her spirit free. The enchanted glade welcomed her back, its beauty more vibrant than ever. The flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, the brook sang a joyful melody, and the creatures greeted her with warmth and gratitude. The glade was whole once more, its magic a gentle hum that resonated through every leaf and petal. Lila continued to visit the glade, her presence a cherished part of its harmony. She shared its wonders with those she trusted, teaching them to see the magic in the world around them. Together, they nurtured the enchanted glade, ensuring its beauty and magic would endure for generations to come. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the whispers of ancient trees told tales of wonder and courage, the enchanted glade thrived, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring light of a kind heart. Story 17. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest where the leaves whispered secrets and the air shimmered with enchantment, there lay a realm known to only the most perceptive of eyes. This was a place where the natural and magical danced together in an eternal waltz, where the rustling of leaves was a melody and the babbling brooks sang lullabies. Here the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the earth and sky. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant greens and earthy browns, splashed with the delicate hues of wildflowers that painted the ground in a myriad of colors. Towering trees, their trunks thick and gnarled with age, reached skyward, their branches forming a verdant canopy that filtered the sunlight into soft, golden beams. Beneath this leafy ceiling, the air was cool and sweet, perfumed with the scent of pine and damp earth. Within this enchanted world, there lived a wise old owl named Bramble. Bramble, with his eyes that glowed like amber lanterns in the dark, was the guardian of the forest's wisdom. His feathers were a patchwork quilt of browns and grays, soft as the moss that carpeted the forest floor. Bramble had seen many seasons come and go, and with each passing year he gathered the stories and lessons of the forest, tucking them away in the nooks and crannies of his mind. One crisp autumn evening, when the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves, and the sky was awash of dusky purples and oranges, Bramble called a gathering of the forest creatures. They assembled in a clearing, bathed in the gentle glow of twilight, the air alive with the soft rustle of wings and the quiet padding of paws. Bramble perched on a low branch, his eyes surveying the gathering with a gentle, paternal gaze. "My dear friends," he began, his voice a soft, rolling cadence, "it is time we speak of the balance that binds us all together." Around him, the creatures listened intently. There was Willow, the shy deer with eyes like polished onyx, whose steps were as silent as the falling snow. Beside her sat Birch, the clever squirrel, whose bushy tail twitched with excitement, and who could solve the trickiest of puzzles with his nimble paws. And there was also Rowan, the fox with a coat of fiery red, whose heart was as warm as her fur. "The forest is our home," Bramble continued, "and it is a living tapestry of which we are all a part. Each of us plays a role, from the tiniest ant to the mightiest oak." His words were punctuated by the gentle sigh of the wind through the branches, as if the forest itself were nodding in agreement. Bramble spoke of the seasons, those wondrous cycles that painted the forest in ever-changing hues. "Spring brings renewal," he said, "a time of birth and hope, when the earth awakens from its slumber and life bursts forth in a symphony of colors and sounds." The creatures nodded, recalling the tender buds that unfurled with the promise of new beginnings. "In summer," Bramble continued, "the forest is a vibrant sea of green, where the sun's warmth encourages growth and the days stretch long and languid." He spoke of the joy of summer rains that pattered on leaves, leaving behind diamonds of water that glistened in the sunlight. "Autumn," he said, "is the season of wisdom, when the trees shed their leaves in a blaze of glory, reminding us of the beauty in letting go." The creatures felt the truth in his words, for they too had seen the splendor of the forest cloaked in its autumn finery. "And winter," Bramble concluded, "is a time of rest and reflection, when the world is wrapped in a blanket of snow and the forest sleeps, gathering strength for the rebirth to come." As Bramble spoke, the creatures understood the balance and harmony that governed their lives. They realized that each season, each change was a thread in the vast tapestry of life, and that they were all connected through these cycles. But the forest, with all its beauty and magic, was not without its challenges. Bramble reminded them of the importance of nurturing their home, of respecting the delicate balance that sustained them. "We must care for the trees that shelter us," he said, "and protect the streams that quench our thirst. We must tread lightly upon the earth, for it is our mother and our sanctuary." The creatures pledged to uphold these truths, their hearts warmed by the wisdom that Bramble had shared. They knew that by working together, they could ensure the forest remained a place of wonder and magic for generations to come. As the night deepened, a soft, silvery mist began to rise, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. The creatures took their leave, each returning to their cozy nests and burrows, their hearts full of gratitude and understanding. Bramble watched them go, his heart swelling with pride and love for his forest family. And so, in that ancient forest where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the ages. They knew that as long as they honored the balance of the earth, the forest would continue to thrive, a sanctuary of peace and enchantment beneath the eternal sky. The gentle breeze carried Bramble's words far and wide, whispering them through the trees, so that even the youngest of saplings would know the stories of their ancestors. And as the stars twinkled softly overhead, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the timeless magic that flowed through its veins. Story 18. In the far reaches of a gentle valley, nestled between the rolling hills and the whispering forests, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook, a place where time seemed to waltz to the rhythm of the seasons, and the air was forever tinged with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. It was here that the tale of a young boy named Finn began, a tale woven with threads of magic, discovery, and an unbreakable bond of friendship. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes the color of storm-tossed seas, and a head full of dreams as boundless as the sky. His days were spent exploring the hidden nooks of the forest, his heart ever yearning for adventure beyond the horizon. Yet despite his wanderlust, Finn was known for his kindness, a gentle spirit who never hesitated to share a smile or lend a hand. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves fell like golden confetti, Finn ventured deeper into the woods than he had ever dared before. The trees stood tall and ancient, their boughs whispering secrets in the language of rustling leaves. The forest seemed to beckon him forth, each step leading him into a world untouched by time. As he walked, Finn's foot caught on something unexpected. Stumbling forward, he glanced back to find a peculiar object jutting out from beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. It was a small, intricately carved box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that glimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn knelt to examine it, his fingers tracing the delicate lines. The moment his hand touched the box, a warm sensation spread through him, like the embrace of a long-lost friend. He opened it cautiously, revealing its contents, a shimmering stone nestled within a bed of fine silk. The stone pulsed with a gentle, iridescent glow, casting a soft light that danced across Finn's face. As Finn held the stone, a voice, as soft as a breeze, whispered in his mind. "Guardian of the Heartstone," it said, "your journey begins." Startled, Finn looked around, but there was no one in sight. Only the trees stood sentinel, their silent presence offering no answers. Yet deep within, Finn felt a stirring, a sense of purpose awakening. The days that followed were a whirlwind of discovery. With the Heartstone as his guide, Finn found that he could perceive things beyond the ordinary. He could hear the songs of the forest, understand the language of the birds, and sense the hidden passages that wove through the natural world like veins of magic. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Finn's journey led him to the base of an ancient oak, its trunk as wide as a house. Nestled among its roots was an entrance, a doorway to a world unseen by human eyes. With a heart full of courage and curiosity, Finn stepped through the threshold. The air shimmered around him, and he found himself in a realm of wonder. It was a hidden world, vibrant and alive, where the trees sang with luminous leaves and streams flowed with liquid starlight. Creatures of all shapes and sizes, both familiar and fantastical, roamed freely, their eyes alight with the same magic that coursed through the Heartstone. In this enchanted realm, Finn met a small, furry creature named Whisk, who stood barely knee-high and had eyes like polished amber. Whisk had an infectious laugh and a mischievous grin, and the two quickly became fast friends. Together, Finn and Whisk explored the wonders of this hidden world. They danced with the fireflies in moonlit clearings, listened to the tales of the wise old owl who perched on the highest branch, and shared stories by the banks of the shimmering stream. But all was not well in this magical realm. A shadow lurked at its edges, threatening to unravel the delicate balance that sustained it. The Heartstone, the very essence of this world, was losing its light, and with it, the magic that held everything together. Guided by the whispers of the Heartstone, Finn and Whisk embarked on a journey to restore its fading glow. They traveled through enchanted forests, over mist-laden hills, and across valleys where the flowers sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny bells. Their journey was not without challenges. They faced storms that roared with the fury of the skies, crossed rivers that churned with hidden currents, and navigated mazes of thorny brambles. But through it all, their friendship was their compass, and their shared laughter the beacon that kept them on course. In the depths of a forgotten grove, where the sun's rays rarely reached, they discovered the source of the darkness, a twisted vine, black as midnight, coiled around the Heartstone's roots. It pulsed with malice, draining the light and life from everything it touched. Finn and Whisk knew what they had to do. With determination burning in their hearts, they worked together to unravel the vine's grip. Finn called upon the wisdom of the forest, while Whisk used his nimble paws to weave around the thorns, coaxing them into retreat. As they worked, the Heartstone's light began to return, each pulse growing stronger, filling the grove with warmth and hope. The shadows receded, and the vine writhed one last time before dissolving into nothingness. With the Heartstone restored, the hidden world bloomed anew, its magic flowing freely once more. The creatures rejoiced, their songs echoing through the trees, a symphony of gratitude and celebration. Finn and Whisk returned to Willowbrook, their hearts full of the magic they had witnessed and the bond they had forged. Finn knew that the Heartstone's whisper would always guide him, a reminder that even in the smallest acts of kindness, there was magic to be found. As the seasons turned and time wove its tapestry, Finn grew older, but the light of the Heartstone never dimmed. He became a guardian, not just of the enchanted realm, but of the ties that bound his world to the wonders beyond. And so in the gentle embrace of Willowbrook, beneath the starlit sky and the watchful gaze of the ancient oaks, Finn's story became a part of the land's very soul. A tale of friendship, courage, and the magic that lies within every heart, waiting to be discovered. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced on the wind, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though she appeared ordinary, Willow possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees that surrounded her village. From the towering oaks to the whispering willows, every tree was a friend to her, sharing secrets of the forest and whispering tales from long ago. It was a bond as ancient as the woods themselves, a connection that few could understand. One crisp autumn day, as Willow wandered through the golden-leafed paths, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled among the twisted roots of an ancient oak lay a small, glowing acorn. Its radiance pulsed like a heartbeat, beckoning her closer. As Willow's fingers brushed against its smooth surface, a warmth spread through her body, and a voice as gentle as the rustling leaves filled her mind. "Dear child, you have been chosen," the voice whispered. "Within this acorn lies the key to a hidden world, a realm where nature's magic flows freely. If you have the courage to embark on this journey, wonders beyond your wildest dreams await." Willow's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. She had always longed for adventure, but the prospect of venturing into an unknown realm filled her with equal parts wonder and apprehension. Clutching the acorn tightly, she closed her eyes and whispered, "I accept." In an instant, the world around her shifted. The familiar forest melted away, replaced by a vibrant tapestry of colors and sounds unlike anything she had ever experienced. Willow found herself standing in a meadow where every blade of grass seemed to shimmer with life, and the air was thick with the sweet scent of wildflowers. As she gazed in awe at her surroundings, a gentle breeze rustled the nearby trees, and a melodic voice greeted her. "Welcome, Willow, to the heart of the forests." Emerging from the shadows was a majestic creature, half deer, half human, with eyes that shone like stars. Willow recognized her instantly as a guardian, the protectors of this magical realm. "I am Fauna, and it is my honor to guide you on your journey," the guardian said, her voice rich and warm. And so, Willow's adventure began, a quest that would test her courage, her wisdom, and her unwavering bond with nature. Their path led them through wondrous landscapes, misty glades where fairies danced among the glowing mushrooms, ancient groves where trees whispered ancient lore, and crystal-clear streams that sang with the voices of 1,000 woodland creatures. Along the way, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fairy tales, mischievous sprites, wise old oak trees with faces carved into their bark, and majestic unicorns whose horns shone like moonbeams. With each new encounter, Willow's understanding of the natural world deepened. She learned of the delicate balance that sustained all life, the intricate web of connections that bound every living thing together. But not all was serene in the heart of the forests. A dark force had taken root, a malevolent presence that sought to disrupt the harmony of this enchanted realm. Willow soon found herself embroiled in a mystery that threatened the very essence of nature itself. At the heart of the crisis was a twisted, ancient tree, its bark as black as midnight and its branches gnarled and lifeless. Fauna explained that this was the Blightwood, a manifestation of the hatred and greed that had crept into the hearts of mortals over the centuries. If the Blightwood is not stopped, it will spread its corruption throughout the land, poisoning every living thing in its path, Fauna warned, her voice heavy with sorrow. Willow's quest took on a new urgency as she and her newfound friends, a brave young unicorn named Starshine and a wise old oak tree called Elderbark, set out to unravel the mystery of the Blightwood. Their journey led them through treacherous paths, where they faced cunning riddles and formidable foes. Willow's bond with nature proved invaluable, allowing her to decipher hidden messages woven into the very fabric of the forest itself. As they delved deeper into the heart of the mystery, they discovered a tragic tale, a story of greed and jealousy that had fractured the once unbreakable bond between humans and nature. It was this rift that had given rise to the Blightwood, a manifestation of the darkness that had taken root in the hearts of mortals. With newfound determination, Willow and her companions forged ahead, confronting the Blightwood in a climactic battle that tested the limits of their courage and their friendship. In the end, it was not brute force that triumphed, but the power of love, compassion, and the unbreakable bond that connected all living things. Willow's unwavering belief in the beauty and magic of nature proved to be the key, unlocking a long-forgotten ritual that banished the Blightwood's darkness forever. As the last tendrils of corruption faded away, the heart of the forests was reborn, its vibrant colors and life-affirming energy restored to their former glory. Willow emerged from her quest forever changed, her eyes shining with a newfound wisdom and her heart overflowing with gratitude for the wonders of the natural world. As she bid farewell to her friends and stepped back into her own realm, she carried with her a precious gift, the knowledge that magic still lived on, not only in the whispering trees and the dancing streams, but within the depths of her own soul. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the forests, sharing her experiences and her profound connection with nature. She taught others to open their hearts and minds to the beauty that surrounded them, reminding them that even in the darkest of times, the magic of the natural world would never fade. And whenever she felt the wind caress her cheek or heard the rustle of leaves overhead, she would smile, knowing that she was never truly alone. For the heart of the forests lived within her, a constant reminder of the wonders that await those with the courage to seek them out. Story 20. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled in a valley where the mist clung softly to the morning air and the scent of blooming honeysuckle wafted through the cobblestone streets, there lived a young girl named Clara. She had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Clara was known for her curious nature and kind heart, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of her beloved village. One breezy afternoon, as the sun painted the sky with hues of amber and gold, Clara wandered into the heart of Willowbrook's bustling market square. Her eyes danced over stalls laden with ripe fruit, handmade trinkets, and colorful fabrics swaying gently in the breeze. But it was an old, unassuming shop, tucked away in a corner, that caught her attention. Its wooden sign read, "Whispering Wonders." Inside the shop, the air was filled with the comforting scent of old books and polished wood. Shelves lined with peculiar objects stretched up to the ceiling. Clara's fingers grazed over an assortment of peculiar items until they settled on a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was unremarkable at first glance, but as she held it, a warmth spread from her fingertips to her heart. The shopkeeper, a kind-eyed man with a gentle smile, approached her. "Ah, you've found the whispering box," he said softly. "It holds a secret, but only those pure of heart can hear its whispers." Clara, intrigued and enchanted, decided to take the box home. That night, under the soft glow of a crescent moon peeking through her window, she sat on her bed and opened the box. At first there was silence, but gradually she heard a faint whisper, a melody, as if the box were singing to her heart. With it came an overwhelming feeling of peace and the softest of voices, urging her to follow where the melody led. The next morning, Clara set out on a journey beyond the familiar paths of Willowbrook. The box, cradled in her hands, seemed to guide her steps. She walked through meadows filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and past streams that sang their own gentle lullabies. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Clara found herself at the edge of an ancient forest. The trees stood tall and wise, their leaves whispering secrets of old. She hesitated for a moment, but the box in her hands thrummed with a gentle encouragement. Clara took a deep breath and stepped into the embrace of the forest. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the daylight dimmed, and the air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she walked, Clara met a family of rabbits who bounded alongside her, their eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. They guided her feet around tangled roots and hidden dips in the path, their soft fur brushing against her ankles as they went. "Thank you," Clara whispered, her voice a gentle thread in the tapestry of the forest sounds. The rabbits twitched their noses in response, their tiny feet pattering off into the underbrush as she continued onward. The forest opened into a clearing, where a serene pond lay like a mirror under the sky. Here, Clara met Oliver, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and creams, and his eyes shone with the light of 1,000 stars. "You seek the heart of the forest," Oliver hooted, tilting his head in a knowing manner. "But to find it, you must first look within your own heart." Clara sat by the pond, the box resting in her lap. She closed her eyes and listened deeply to the gentle ripples of water, the distant call of a nightingale, and the quiet stirrings of her own thoughts. In the stillness, she realized the journey was not just through the forest, but also through her own heart, where courage and kindness lay in wait. With newfound clarity, Clara opened the whispering box once more. This time, the melody was stronger, resonating with the rhythm of her heartbeat. It was a song of hope, of dreams yet to be discovered, and of the quiet strength that resided within her. As the melody filled the clearing, the forest began to shimmer with a gentle light. The leaves glowed with an ethereal luminescence, and the air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine. The heart of the forest had awakened, responding to the purity of Clara's spirit. Oliver the owl nodded approvingly. "You have done well, young one. Remember, the true magic lies in understanding the whispers of your own heart." With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara bid farewell to Oliver and the forest. The path home seemed shorter, as if the forest itself was guiding her steps with gentle hands. As she emerged from the woods, the evening stars twinkled above, welcoming her back to Willowbrook. Returning to her village, Clara felt a comforting sense of connection to the world around her. She placed the whispering box on her windowsill, where the moonlight cast a soft glow upon it. Each night, she would listen to its gentle whispers, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the friends she had found along the way. And so, in the quiet corners of Willowbrook, Clara's story was whispered among the villagers, a tale of discovery and wonder, of a young girl who listened not only to the magic of a box, but also to the whispers of her own heart. And as she drifted into sleep each night, the forest's melody sang softly in her dreams, a lullaby of wisdom and peace. Story 21. Once in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling meadows and a dense whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as open as the sky at dawn, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 fireflies. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage, where the scent of lavender and honey hung in the air like a gentle promise of comfort. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in shades of amber and rose, Lyra would sit by the hearth, listening to her grandmother's tales of wonder and mystery. And it was on one such evening that her grandmother handed her a simple, unassuming mirror. "This," her grandmother said with a twinkle in her eye, "is no ordinary mirror." The mirror was framed in wood that seemed to glow with an internal light, and its surface was so clear it felt like looking into a pool of liquid silver. As Lyra peered into the mirror, she noticed something peculiar. Reflected in the glass was not just her face, but a faint, shimmering landscape that seemed to pulse with life. "Where does it lead?" she asked, her voice a blend of awe and curiosity. "To places where dreams are woven," her grandmother replied, "and sometimes where they come true." That night, as the village lay wrapped in the gentle embrace of midnight, Lyra found herself drawn to the mirror. She touched its surface, and to her surprise, her fingers slipped through as if the glass were made of soft morning mist. Suddenly, she was enveloped in a swirl of colors, and when the world settled again, she found herself in a land of breathtaking beauty. The sky above was a deep indigo, dotted with stars that seemed to sing. Around her, fields of flowers glowed softly in hues of violet and azure, their petals whispering secrets only the wind could understand. In the distance, a gentle river flowed, its waters murmuring a lullaby as ancient as time itself. As she wandered through this enchanting realm, Lyra encountered a wise old owl perched on a low branch of an ancient oak tree. Its feathers were a patchwork of grays and whites, and its eyes held the depth of 1,000 stories. "Greetings, young traveler," hooted the owl in a voice as smooth as velvet. "I am Orin, the guardian of this realm." Lyra introduced herself, and Orin nodded sagely. "You seek the heart of this land, do you not? It lies where the river meets the sun, a place where wisdom flows as freely as the water." With Orin's guidance, Lyra set off on her journey. Along the way, she met an array of charming creatures, a family of rabbits who shared tales of the forest, a pair of foxes who danced through the meadows, and a gentle, shimmering deer who offered her guidance with a nod of its graceful head. But the path was not without its challenges. At one point, Lyra came upon a bridge guarded by a riddle-spouting frog. "To cross, you must answer," croaked the frog, its skin glistening like emeralds in the moonlight. The riddle it posed was not one of strength or might, but of wisdom and insight. With a calm heart and a clear mind, Lyra pondered the frog's words, seeking the answer within herself rather than in the world around her. When she spoke the answer, the frog nodded approvingly, allowing her passage. "Remember," it said as she crossed, "true wisdom lies not in knowing all the answers, but in the courage to ask the right questions." Finally, as dawn brushed the sky with strokes of gold and pink, Lyra reached the place where the river met the sun. There she found a radiant, swirling pool of light and water. As she gazed into its depths, she felt a profound sense of peace and understanding wash over her. She realized that the journey itself had transformed her, teaching her the value of kindness, curiosity, and the gentle strength of friendship. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra returned to the mirror, stepping through its liquid surface back into her grandmother's cottage. The morning sun streamed through the windows, filling the room with warmth and light. Her grandmother was there, smiling knowingly, as if she had witnessed Lyra's journey in her own way. Lyra hugged her grandmother tightly, feeling a newfound connection to the world around her. She knew that while the mirror was indeed magical, it was her own heart and mind that held the true magic, the ability to see wonder in the ordinary, to find beauty in the simplest of things, and to cherish the friendships that made her journey so unforgettable. And so, each night as she drifted to sleep, Lyra would dream of the enchanting land beyond the mirror, her soul forever touched by its gentle wisdom. And in her dreams, the stars would sing her to rest as the world turned softly beneath their watchful gaze. Story 22. In the heart of the whimsical woods, where the trees giggled with the wind and the flowers hummed gentle melodies, there lived a curious creature named Pipkin the Pondering Pixie. Pipkin was known far and wide for his sparkling eyes, which seemed to hold 1,000 questions and even more answers. His wings shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, reflecting the light of the sun in a dance of blues, pinks, and greens. He was a tiny being with an enormous heart, always eager to help his friends with a sprinkle of magic and a dash of cleverness. Pipkin's best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, whose feathers were as soft as the pages of an ancient book. Oliver was renowned for his profound wisdom and penchant for riddles. Together they made an unlikely but inseparable pair, exploring the woods and sharing tales with the creatures who called the forest home. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the leaves like tiny jewels, Pipkin fluttered over to Oliver's cozy nook in the hollow of an ancient oak tree. "Oliver," Pipkin chimed, landing gracefully on a branch, "have you heard about the peculiar predicament at the Enchanted Creek?" Oliver ruffled his feathers and blinked his large golden eyes. "Ah, yes, Pipkin. The Enchanted Creek has run dry, and without its magical waters, the flowers won't sing their morning tunes." The Enchanted Creek was vital to the whimsical woods, for its waters were imbued with magic that nourished the land, allowing the plants to bloom with vibrant colors and delightful scents. Without it, the woods would lose their magical charm. Determined to solve this mystery, Pipkin and Oliver decided to visit the creek. As they approached, they noticed the usually babbling brook was eerily silent. The stones that lined its bed lay exposed, glistening under the sun like forgotten treasures. Pipkin fluttered closer, his wings casting a gentle breeze over the stones. "It's as if the water has vanished into thin air," he exclaimed. Oliver hooted in agreement, adjusting his spectacles. "We must find out where the water has gone, Pipkin. Let us follow the creek bed upstream and see if we can find the source of this enchantment." The duo set off, winding their way through the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose leaves whispered secrets of old, and bushes that rustled with playful woodland creatures. As they traveled, they met a quirky squirrel named Nutters, who had a penchant for collecting the most peculiar nuts and seeds. "Hello, Pipkin. Hello, Oliver." Nutters greeted them, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "What brings you to this part of the woods today?" "We're on a quest, dear Nutters," Pipkin replied, his eyes twinkling. "The Enchanted Creek has run dry, and we're trying to find out why." Nutters scratched his chin thoughtfully. I did hear some unusual giggling coming from upstream last night. Perhaps that's a clue?" "Giggling, you say?" Oliver mused, his curiosity piqued. "Thank you, Nutters. We shall investigate further." With a wave of thanks, Pipkin and Oliver continued their journey, the path leading them deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew thick and the air was filled with the scent of fresh pine and earth. As they neared the source of the creek, they stumbled upon a delightful clearing filled with mushrooms that glowed with an ethereal light, casting a gentle luminescence over the area. In the center of the clearing stood a tiny, ornate well, its stones covered in moss and lichen. And there, perched atop the well, was a mischievous water sprite named Bubbles, her laughter as light as the tinkling of glass bells. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, shimmering with the colors of the ocean. "Hello, Pipkin! Hello, Oliver!" Bubbles chirped, waving her delicate, translucent hand. "I've been waiting for someone to find me." Pipkin fluttered closer, his curiosity bubbling over like a pot on a stove. "Bubbles, is it you who has taken the water from the creek?" Bubbles giggled, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Oh, it was just a little game. I wanted to see how long it would take for someone to notice." Oliver chuckled, a deep, resonant sound. "Well, my dear, you've certainly caught our attention, but the flowers are quite sad without their morning melodies." "Oh, I never meant to cause any trouble," Bubbles exclaimed, her face falling. "I just wanted to play a little trick." Pipkin, ever the peacekeeper, smiled kindly. "Perhaps we can turn this trick into a treat. What if we create a new melody that combines the bubbling of the creek with the songs of the flowers?" Bubbles clapped her hands, delighted by the idea. "Oh, I love it! Let's do it right away." With a flick of her wrist, Bubbles released the enchanted waters back into the creek. The water tumbled joyfully over the stones, filling the air with a merry gurgling sound. As it flowed downstream, the flowers began to hum their sweet tunes, blending harmoniously with the babbling of the creek. Pipkin, Oliver, and Bubbles listened, their hearts swelling with the beauty of the new melody. It was a song of laughter and friendship, a testament to the magic of the whimsical woods. And so the enchanted water flowed once more, and the woods were filled with vibrant colors and delightful scents. The creatures of the forest danced with joy, celebrating the return of the creek's magic. From that day on, Bubbles became a cherished friend of Pipkin and Oliver, her playful spirit adding a touch of whimsy to their adventures. And whenever the flowers sang their morning tunes, the woods would echo with the laughter of the water sprite, a reminder of the day when a little trick turned into a beautiful new harmony. As the sun set over the whimsical woods, casting a warm golden glow over the land, Pipkin, Oliver, and Bubbles gathered by the creek, their hearts filled with contentment. The world was at peace, and so were they, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. Story 23. Once upon a time, in the sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young dreamer named Finn. With sparkling eyes and a heart eager for adventure, Finn often found solace in the tales woven by the villagers around the crackling fires. Stories of faraway lands and mysterious creatures filled his nights with wonder. Yet deep inside, he longed to experience a tale of his own. One gentle spring morning, as the sun began to sprinkle the world with its golden light, Finn set out on a path less traveled. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the melody of birdsong danced around him like an invisible orchestra. He had heard whispers of a hidden glade, somewhere beyond the ancient forest, where magic lingered in the air and dreams seemed to come alive. With each step, the forest grew denser, the trees standing tall like guardians of secrets untold. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the soft forest floor. Finn's heart thumped with anticipation, an adventurous symphony echoing in his chest. As he ventured deeper, a peculiar sight met his eyes. The path before him shimmered, a thread of light weaving through the emerald tapestry of the woods. Curiosity piqued. Finn followed the glowing trail, which seemed to beckon him onward with a gentle, otherworldly pull. Soon, he found himself in a clearing that seemed plucked from the pages of a storybook. The glade was a wondrous sight. Wildflowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their fragrance mingling with the crisp forest air. Above, the sky was a canvas of azure blue, dotted with fluffy clouds that drifted lazily as if they too were savoring the serene beauty below. In the center of the glade stood a peculiar tree, unlike any Finn had ever seen. Its bark was a tapestry of swirling colors, shifting and shimmering in the sunlight, while its branches spread wide, adorned with leaves that glistened like spun gold. Nestled among its roots was a small, sparkling pond, its surface as smooth as glass. As Finn approached, he noticed a gathering of whimsical creatures surrounding the pond. There were tiny, luminescent beings with wings like gossamer, flitting about like living stars. A family of gentle deer with coats that glimmered like silver frolicked nearby, their eyes reflecting the kindness of the forest itself. Finn watched in awe as a wise old turtle, its shell adorned with intricate patterns, slowly made its way toward him. The turtle's voice was soft and melodic, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome, young traveler," it greeted, its eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "You have found the Glade of Whispers, a place where the heart's desires are unveiled and courage is gently tested." Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging in this magical place. "I've always dreamed of adventures," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper, "but I've never quite known where to begin." The turtle nodded sagely. "Every journey starts with a single step, dear Finn. Here your courage will light the way, and your kindness will guide you." Encouraged, Finn spent the day exploring the glade, learning from the creatures who called it home. He listened to the tales of the luminescent fairies, whose laughter sounded like tinkling bells, and marveled at the wisdom of the deer, who shared stories of the stars and the wisdom they held. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn realized it was time to return to Willowbrook. But the glade had gifted him more than just stories. It had shown him that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to embrace the unknown with an open heart. With a grateful heart, Finn bid farewell to his new friends, promising to return with tales of his own. As he retraced his steps through the forest, the path seemed brighter, the woods more welcoming than before. When he emerged from the trees, the village lay bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Finn's steps were lighter, his heart full of the magic he had discovered. And as he settled by the fireplace that evening, sharing his adventure with the villagers, he realized that the true magic of the Glade of Whispers was not in its enchantments, but in the courage it had awakened within him. From that day on, Finn's stories became a beloved part of Willowbrook, inspiring others to find their own paths of wonder and discovery. And though the glade remained a secret known only to him, its lessons lingered in every tale he told, reminding all who listened that the world is full of enchantment, waiting for those brave enough to seek it. And so, with the gentle crackle of the fire and the soft murmur of the village outside, Finn closed another chapter of his life, content in the knowledge that his heart was forever entwined with the magic of the unknown. And on a night like this, as stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Finn knew that his journey was only just beginning. Story 24. Once upon a time, in a forest where the whispers of old trees mingled with the murmur of secret streams, there existed a world hidden from the hurried gaze of mankind. This forest, known as Evergreen Glade, was cradled in the arms of rolling hills and blanketed by a canopy so thick that sunlight filtered through in delicate, dancing patterns. It was here that the natural creatures lived their hidden lives, guided by the rhythms of the earth and sky. As dawn stretched her rosy fingers across the horizon, the forest awoke to a symphony of sounds. Birds, with feathers as vibrant as a rainbow after storm, greeted the morning with melodious trills. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, their petals still kissed by the dew of night. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the earthy aroma of the forest floor, a tapestry woven with moss, fallen leaves, and the occasional twinkle of a dew-laden spider's web. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted place was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius. His shell was etched with the patterns of countless seasons, and his eyes held the wisdom of the ages. Tiberius had lived in Evergreen Glade for more years than any creature could remember, and he had seen the forest through its cycles of birth, growth, decay, and renewal. His slow, deliberate movements mirrored the measured pace of the forest itself. One serene afternoon, as the sun cast long, golden shadows across the glade, Tiberius decided to visit his friend, Zephyr the rabbit. Zephyr was a sprightly creature with fur as soft as down and ears that twitched at even the whisper of a breeze. He lived in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of a grand oak tree, whose branches stretched wide and welcoming. "Good day, Tiberius," Zephyr greeted, his nose twitching with excitement. "What brings you to my humble abode?" "I have come," Tiberius replied, his voice as smooth and deep as the river stones, "to share a story of the forest's past, a tale of balance and harmony that might guide us in times of change." Zephyr's ears perked with interest, and he settled into his nest of dried leaves, ready to listen. "Many moons ago," Tiberius began, "there was a time when the forest fell out of balance. The seasons, which once flowed seamlessly into one another, became erratic. Winter lingered longer than it should, its icy grasp refusing to yield to spring's gentle warmth. The creatures of the forest grew worried, for without the cycle of seasons, the harmony they depended upon was threatened." "What caused the imbalance?" Zephyr asked, eyes wide with curiosity. "It was the work of a mischievous spirit," Tiberius explained, "a sprite named Bramble who, in his youthful folly, meddled with the threads of time. Desiring to see the beauty of winter's snow for just a little longer, he unwittingly disrupted the dance of the seasons." Zephyr shivered at the thought of endless winter, and Tiberius continued, "The creatures of the forest gathered beneath the ancient oak, their voices united in concern. Among them were the wise owl, the industrious beaver, and the gentle deer. They knew that only by working together could they restore balance to their beloved home." The owl, with feathers as mottled as the bark of the trees, spoke first. "We must seek Bramble and convince him to mend what he has broken," she hooted, her voice echoing through the glade. The beaver, ever practical, suggested building a bridge of understanding rather than one of blame. "Let us show Bramble the wonders of each season, so he may understand why they must change," he proposed, and so it was decided. Guided by the wisdom of the owl, the courage of the deer, and the ingenuity of the beaver, the creatures set out on their journey to find Bramble. They traveled through the forest that was both familiar and strange, where frost clung stubbornly to the budding leaves, and the streams sang a song of longing for spring's embrace. After many days, they found Bramble in a secluded glen, where the snow lay thick and undisturbed. His eyes widened with surprise and a tinge of remorse as he saw the delegation approach. "We come in peace, dear Bramble," the deer spoke gently, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We wish to show you why the seasons must change, each bringing its own gifts and beauty." Bramble listened as the creatures recounted tales of summer's warmth, autumn's bounty, and spring's renewal. He saw through their eyes the vibrant tapestry of life that thrived under the sun, the harvests that fed them, and the rebirth that followed winter's rest. Touched by their stories and the patience shown to him, Bramble agreed to set things right. With a wave of his hand, he released the snow's hold on the forest, allowing the first breath of spring to melt away the frost. As the ice retreated, flowers unfurled in joyous celebration, and the forest awoke from its prolonged slumber. The creatures of Evergreen Glade returned to their homes, their hearts light with relief and gratitude. Bramble, now a guardian of the seasons, learned to cherish each in its time, guiding the dance of nature with newfound respect. And so, Tiberius concluded, balance was restored and the forest thrived. It is a reminder that we must care for our world and each other, for we are all threads in the tapestry of life. Zephyr nodded, understanding the deeper lesson woven into the tale. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft golden glow over the glade, he felt a sense of peace and connection to the world around him. With the story shared and the lesson learned, Tiberius and Zephyr sat together in companionable silence, watching as the first stars twinkled in the evening sky. The forest, once again in harmony, sang its gentle lullaby to the night. And so in the heart of Evergreen Glade, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the creatures of the forest continued their hidden lives, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of each new dawn. Story 25. Once upon a time in the whimsical village of Tiddlywink, nestled at the edge of the whimsy woods where the trees had trunks like cinnamon sticks and leaves like peppermint, lived a peculiar group of friends who were known for their unique talents and kind hearts. The village was a merry place where the air was always filled with the sweet scent of sugar plum blossoms and the gentle hum of bees that wore tiny hats. Our tale begins with a sprightly young girl named Lila, who had a gift for talking to animals. Her hair was the color of sunshine, and her laughter was as contagious as a hiccup spell. Lila's best friend was a talking squirrel named Nutmeg, who wore a vest made from acorn caps and had a penchant for riddles. The two were inseparable, always exploring the nooks and crannies of the enchanted forest where they lived. One bright morning, as the sun filtered through the candy-colored leaves, painting the ground in shades of sherbet and gold, Lila and Nutmeg were playing a game of hide-and-seek. As Lila counted to 10, Nutmeg scampered up the tallest tree, chattering with excitement. But just as Nutmeg found the perfect hiding spot, he stumbled upon something quite unusual. A shimmering, translucent bubble the size of a pumpkin floating gently in the air. Nutmeg's curiosity got the better of him, and he poked the bubble with his tiny paw. With a soft pop, the bubble burst, releasing a flurry of twinkling sparkles and a peculiar melodious giggle that echoed through the forest. Lila, having heard the giggle, looked up in surprise, her eyes wide with wonder. "What was that?" she asked, joining Nutmeg up the tree. Nutmeg, with his tail twitching, replied, "I think we've found a magical bubble, but it's gone now." Just then, a gentle breeze rustled the peppermint leaves, and a small, glowing creature appeared before them. She was no bigger than a hummingbird, with wings like gossamer and a dress spun from moonlight. Her name was Fizzle, and she was a bubble sprite, known for creating magical bubbles that could carry wishes to the stars. "Thank you for freeing me," Fizzle chimed, her voice as sweet as honey. "I've been trapped in that bubble for ages, but now I need your help." Lila and Nutmeg exchanged curious glances, their adventure-loving hearts leaping with excitement. "What can we do?" Lila asked eagerly. Fizzle fluttered around their heads, leaving trails of sparkling stardust in her wake. "My bubble wand has gone missing, and without it, I can't create new bubbles to send wishes to the stars. If wishes aren't sent, they can't come true, and the world will lose its sparkle." Determined to help, Lila and Nutmeg promised to find the wand. They set off on their quest, guided by Fizzle's twinkling light. Their first stop was the Tiddlywink Meadow, where the flowers sang lullabies and the grass was as soft as marshmallow fluff. In the meadow, they met Bombo, a plump and jovial bumblebee who wore glasses perched on his nose. Bombo was known for his love of nectar and his impeccable sense of direction. "Have you seen a bubble wand, Bombo?" asked Nutmeg, twitching his whiskers with hope. Bombo buzzed thoughtfully, adjusting his glasses. "Ah, yes! I believe I saw something sparkling near the Jolly Jelly River. But be careful, for the river is bustling with playful water nymphs who love to hide shiny things." With a buzz of gratitude, Lila, Nutmeg, and Fizzle headed toward the Jolly Jelly River, where the water flowed like liquid rainbows. As they arrived, they saw the nymphs frolicking in the water, their laughter like tinkling bells. Lila approached them with a gentle smile. "Hello, friends. We're looking for a bubble wand. Have you seen it?" One of the nymphs, with hair like flowing sapphire, giggled and pointed to a nearby willow tree. "We found it, but we hid it in a game of hide-and-seek." Nutmeg, who loved games almost as much as riddles, grinned. "Let's play!" The nymphs clapped their hands in delight and began the search. They looked high and low, behind rocks and under lily pads. Finally, Nutmeg's sharp eyes spotted a glint of gold under a cluster of sweet-scented violets at the base of the willow. "Found it!" he squeaked, holding up the wand triumphantly. Fizzle beamed, her glow brighter than ever. "Oh, thank you. Now I can get back to work." But as Lila, Nutmeg, and Fizzle prepared to leave, the nymphs surrounded them, their eyes twinkling with mischief and gratitude. "Before you go, we'd like to give you a gift," said the sapphire-haired nymph. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a small, sparkling bottle filled with shimmering liquid. "This is a bottle of giggle water. Whenever you feel sad, just take a sip and it will fill your heart with laughter." Lila and Nutmeg accepted the gift with joyful hearts, thanking the nymphs for their kindness. With Fizzle leading the way, they returned to the meadow, where they bid farewell to Bombo, who buzzed with pride at having helped. As they made their way back to the heart of the Whimsy Woods, Fizzle used her newly found wand to create a magnificent bubble that enveloped Lila and Nutmeg. It lifted them gently into the sky, giving them a breathtaking view of their beloved village, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. "Thank you, dear friends," Fizzle sang as she flew beside them. "Now the wishes of Tiddlywink can reach the stars once more." As the bubble descended back to the ground, Lila and Nutmeg felt a warm sense of accomplishment and joy. They had helped a friend in need and discovered the magic of kindness and friendship. Back in their cozy homes, with the giggle water safely tucked under Lila's pillow, they drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams filled with bubbles that shimmered like starlight and laughter that echoed through the night. And so, the village of Tiddlywink continued to sparkle, its wishes carried to the stars by a tiny bubble sprite and her newfound friends, forever reminding the villagers that even the smallest acts of kindness can make the world a brighter place. The end. Story 26, The Whispering Lantern. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, where the rooftops were crowned with moss and the cobblestone streets murmured tales of old, a gentle breeze carried the scent of lavender and freshly baked bread. This village, nestled at the edge of a sprawling, ancient forest, was a place where time seemed to amble lazily, much like the people who lived there. They were known for their kindness and their stories, both of which were generously shared with any traveler who happened upon their path. At the heart of this sleepy hamlet stood a peculiar shop, its windows brimming with trinkets and baubles that glimmered in the soft, golden light of the setting sun. The shop was owned by a wise old woman named Marigold, whose eyes twinkled with secrets she had kept safe for many a year. Her shop was a place of wonder, where every object had a tale to tell, and none more intriguing than the Whispering Lantern. The Whispering Lantern was no ordinary lantern. It stood tall and proud at the center of the shop, its glass panels etched with delicate swirling patterns that seemed to dance when touched by the light. It was said that those who listened closely could hear it murmur ancient wisdom, though few had the patience to sit with it long enough to learn its secrets. One chilly evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, a young boy named Finn wandered into the shop. Finn was a curious soul, his pockets always filled with oddities he collected on his adventures. His eyes, bright as the summer sky, scanned the shelves with wonder. He had heard tales of the Whispering Lantern from the village elders, and his heart yearned to uncover its mysteries. Marigold, with her warm smile and gentle presence, welcomed Finn as he approached the lantern. "Ah, young Finn," she said, her voice as soothing as the crackle of a hearth. "I see you found our most enigmatic treasure." Finn nodded, his fingers tracing the intricate designs on the lantern's surface. "Does it really whisper, Miss Marigold?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper itself, as if afraid to disturb the lantern's secrets. Marigold chuckled softly, the sound like a melody. "It does, my dear, but only to those who listen with their hearts, and not just their ears." Intrigued, Finn decided to spend the evening in the shop, hoping to hear the lantern's whispers. As Marigold busied herself with tidying the shelves, Finn settled onto a plush, old armchair, drawing a knitted blanket around his shoulders. He watched the lantern, its light flickering gently, casting playful shadows on the walls. As the night deepened and the world outside the shop grew silent, Finn began to hear a soft murmur, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. He leaned closer, his heart beating in quiet anticipation. The whispers were faint at first, but slowly they grew clearer, weaving a tale of a hidden world within the forest, a world of magic and wonder, unseen by those who rush through life without pausing to truly see. The lantern spoke of a place where the trees were guardians of ancient secrets, their roots entwined with the fabric of time itself. It told of shimmering streams that sang as they danced over stones, and of creatures who dwelled in harmony, their lives a testament to the beauty of balance and friendship. Captivated by the story, Finn felt a stirring in his heart, a call to venture beyond the familiar paths of Willowbrook and into the heart of the forest. He knew that this journey would be unlike any other, a chance to witness the hidden wonders the lantern spoke of, and perhaps uncover a part of himself that had long been dormant. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn set out on his adventure. He carried with him a small satchel filled with provisions and the Whispering Lantern, its light guiding his steps as he entered the forest. The air was crisp and sweet, alive with the scents of pine and earth. Birds sang their morning songs, their melodies weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around Finn like a comforting embrace. As he walked deeper into the forest, the familiar paths of his childhood gave way to trails less traveled, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches whispering secrets to one another. It wasn't long before Finn came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze. In the center of this meadow stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with patterns similar to those on the lantern. This was the heartwood tree, the guardian of the hidden world the lantern had spoken of. Finn approached the tree with reverence, feeling the hum of its ancient life thrumming beneath his fingertips. As he sat beneath its sprawling branches, the Whispering Lantern began to glow with a warm, golden light, casting a circle of warmth around him. It was then that he noticed a small door carved into the tree's trunk, intricately designed and nearly invisible to the untrained eye. With a gentle push, the door swung open, revealing a passage bathed in soft, luminescent light. Finn hesitated only a moment before stepping inside, his heart filled with a sense of wonder and anticipation. The passage spiraled downwards, the air cool and filled with the scent of moss and earth. As he descended, he felt a sense of peace envelop him, as if the forest itself was welcoming him into its embrace. At the end of the passage, Finn emerged into a world unlike any he had ever imagined. The hidden realm was a tapestry of vibrant colors and harmonious sounds, where the air shimmered with magic. Graceful creatures flitted about, their wings glistening like jewels in the soft light. They greeted him with curious eyes and gentle smiles, their presence a testament to the harmony of this hidden world. As Finn explored this enchanting place, he discovered that the creatures of the hidden realm were not only wise, but also kind-hearted. They taught him the language of the forest, a symphony of whispers and rustling leaves, and shared stories of their lives, woven with lessons of friendship and balance. In their company, Finn learned to see the world with new eyes, appreciating the intricate beauty of nature, and the delicate balance that sustained it. He realized that the hidden world was not separate from his own, but was instead a part of it, intertwined in ways he had never imagined. As the days turned into weeks, Finn found himself transformed by his journey. He had grown in wisdom and understanding, his heart attuned to the rhythms of the forest and the whispers of the lantern. He knew that it was time to return to Willowbrook, to share the stories he had gathered and the lessons he had learned. With a grateful heart, Finn bid farewell to the creatures of the hidden realm, promising to return one day. As he made his way back through the spiraling passage, he carried with him the light of the Whispering Lantern, a beacon of hope and wisdom to guide him on his path. When Finn emerged from the heartwood tree, the sun was setting once more, painting the sky in hues of twilight. He felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that the hidden world was always with him, a part of his heart and his story. As he walked back to Willowbrook, the villagers greeted him with warmth and curiosity, eager to hear of his adventures. Finn shared his tales by the fireside, his words weaving a tapestry of wonder and wisdom, inspiring those who listened to look beyond the ordinary and seek the magic hidden in the world around them. And so, the Whispering Lantern found its place once more in Marigold's shop, its light glowing softly, a reminder of the journey that had changed a young boy forever. It continued to whisper its secrets to those who cared to listen, a gentle guide to the hidden wonders waiting to be discovered. In the quiet of the evening, as the village settled into peaceful slumber, the lantern's light flickered softly, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone streets. Its whispers carried on the breeze, a lullaby of ancient wisdom and endless possibilities, inviting all who heard it to dream and to wonder. And in the heart of Willowbrook, where stories were cherished and friendships thrived, Finn knew that his journey had only just begun. For in the whispers of the lantern, he had found not only a hidden world, but a part of himself that would continue to grow and evolve, a testament to the magic of life and the beauty of the unknown. As the stars twinkled overhead, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the warmth of the Whispering Lantern's light and the promise of new adventures waiting just beyond the horizon. And in his dreams, the hidden world danced with the rhythm of the forest, a symphony of wonder and magic that sang him gently into the night. Story 27. In the gentle heart of a quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills, there lived a young woman named Lila. Her days were spent in peaceful routine, tending to the family garden, weaving tapestries of vibrant hues, and listening to the soft whispers of the wind as it brushed through the fields. Lyra had always felt a deep connection to her home, yet she sensed a mystery hidden in the roots of her ancestry, a story waiting to be uncovered. One crisp autumn morning, as russet leaves danced in the breeze and the air was laced with the scent of ripe apples, Lyra's grandmother called her to the attic. The attic was a place of shadows and sunlight, where dust motes twirled lazily in the beams that slanted through the small window. Here, among the forgotten relics of the past, lay a chest bound in weathered leather and adorned with intricate carvings. "This, my dear," her grandmother began, her voice like the rustling of old parchment, "is the legacy of our family. It holds the key to understanding who we are and where we come from." Intrigued, Lyra knelt before the chest, her fingers tracing the patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. As she opened the chest, a soft glow emanated, revealing a collection of artifacts that shimmered with age and mystery. There was a beautifully crafted pendant, its surface etched with symbols that spoke of ancient wisdom. Beside it lay a scroll, its parchment yellowed and delicate, inscribed with tales of courage and unity. Lyra's grandmother explained that their ancestors were keepers of peace, guardians who used their knowledge and kindness to bridge differences and nurture harmony. The pendant, she said, was a symbol of their enduring legacy, a reminder that the power to heal and unite lay within their lineage. With each passing day, Lyra immersed herself in the stories of her ancestors, learning of their journeys and the lessons they left behind. She discovered tales of enchanted forests where trees whispered secrets, of rivers that sang with the voices of the past, and of stars that guided lost souls home. These stories filled her heart with a sense of belonging, a connection to a world larger than herself. As winter approached, blanketing the village in a soft, white hush, Lyra began to understand the true significance of her heritage. The pendant, with its gentle warmth, became a source of inner strength, a beacon of her roots. She realized that the lessons of her ancestors were not just tales of old, but messages woven into the fabric of her being. They spoke of empathy, resilience, and the power of gentle words. One evening, as snowflakes danced like tiny ballet dancers in the glow of the hearth, Lyra decided to share her newfound wisdom with the village. She gathered the children by the fire, their eyes wide with wonder, and began to tell the stories of their shared past. Her voice was a soothing melody, weaving tales of friendship and bravery, of laughter that echoed through time. As she spoke, Lyra felt the warmth of the pendant against her heart, its glow reflecting in the eyes of those who listened. Through her words, she saw the village draw closer, their bonds strengthened by the understanding of their collective heritage. The village, once a quiet haven, now thrummed with the vibrant heartbeat of unity and purpose. With each story, Lyra realized the profound truth that while they were all part of the same tapestry, each thread was unique, valuable, and essential. It was through their differences that they found strength, and through their unity that they found peace. As the fire crackled softly and the night enveloped the world in a gentle embrace, Lyra gazed at the faces around her, filled with warmth and contentment. She knew that her journey had led her not just to discover her heritage, but to cherish it, to live it. She had uncovered an ancient legacy, one that was not just a relic of the past, but a living tradition of the present, a tradition of love, peace, and belonging. And so, with the stars singing their lullabies and the village resting in the cradle of the hills, Lyra drifted into a gentle slumber, her heart light and her spirit at peace, knowing she was part of something everlasting and beautiful. Story 28. In the heart of a quaint, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a little cottage with ivy-covered walls and a garden that seemed always in bloom. Here lived a gentle, curious girl named Clara, whose days were filled with the joy of exploring the natural world around her. Clara had a special affinity for finding the extraordinary in the seemingly mundane. Her favorite pastime was wandering through the forest that bordered her home, collecting smooth stones, peculiar leaves, and the occasional feather that glimmered with iridescent hues. It was during one of these explorations, as the sun dappled the forest floor with golden light, that Clara discovered something truly remarkable. Hidden beneath a canopy of ferns, she found a teacup, delicate, porcelain, and painted with intricate vines that seemed to pulsate with an inner glow. As Clara lifted the teacup, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a soft hum resonated in the air around her, almost as if the very earth was whispering secrets. Intrigued and a bit awestruck, Clara took the teacup home, where she placed it carefully on the kitchen table. That evening, as she sipped chamomile tea from the enchanted cup, she noticed the most peculiar thing. The aroma of the tea seemed to bring forth vivid memories of her happiest days, and with each sip, she felt a sense of peaceful clarity wash over her. As the days passed, Clara discovered that the teacup held a subtle magic. It had the ability to reveal the hidden strengths and desires within one's heart. Each time she drank from it, she felt more attuned to the world and discovered new depths within herself. She realized that the teacup could help others too, and she resolved to share this gift with those who needed it most. Clara's first thought was of her friend, Oliver, a kind-hearted boy who lived down the lane. Oliver had always been a bit shy, his voice often drowned out by the more boisterous children. One afternoon, Clara invited him over for tea, curious to see how the teacup might help him. As Oliver held the teacup, his eyes widened with surprise and a gentle smile spread across his face. "It's like I can hear the music of my own thoughts," he said softly, as a newfound confidence began to shine in his eyes. Inspired by this change, Oliver began to share his ideas more freely, and his quiet wisdom soon became a guiding light in their small community. Word of the magical teacup spread, and soon Clara found herself visited by townsfolk seeking its gentle guidance. There was old Mrs. Maple, who had lost her zest for life after her husband passed. After tea with Clara, she rediscovered joy in her painting, filling her home with vibrant canvases that spoke of hope and renewal. Another visitor was young Amelia, who had always struggled to find her place among her peers. The teacup helped her realize her passion for storytelling, and she soon enchanted the village with tales spun from her vivid imagination. One day, a new challenge arose when a traveling merchant named Jasper arrived in the village. Jasper was charming but carried a heavy heart, burdened by the regrets of his past. Hearing of the teacup's wonders, he approached Clara, hoping to find a balm for his weary soul. As Jasper sipped from the teacup, a profound silence enveloped the room. His eyes closed, and when they opened again, they were filled with unshed tears. He spoke of dreams left unfulfilled and the fear that had kept him from pursuing them. Clara listened with compassion, offering her friendship and the simple wisdom that it was never too late to chase one's dreams. Encouraged by the teacup's gentle revelation and Clara's friendship, Jasper found the courage to change his path. He decided to stay in the village for a while, sharing stories of his travels and learning the craft of pottery, a long-forgotten passion. His laughter soon mingled with the village's daily sounds, and his creations became cherished keepsakes among the villagers. As the seasons turned, the teacup's magic continued to weave its quiet wonders, strengthening bonds and revealing the beauty within each heart. Clara learned that the true magic lay not just in the teacup itself, but in the connections and kindness it fostered. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves swirled in russet and gold, Clara sat by the fireplace, the teacup cradled in her hands. She reflected on how much she had grown, her heart full of gratitude for the journey the teacup had taken her on. It had taught her the power of listening, the strength in vulnerability, and the beauty of a shared journey. With a contented sigh, Clara placed the teacup back on the mantel, knowing that its magic was always there, waiting to be shared with those who needed its gentle touch. And as she drifted off to sleep, the crackling fire whispered a lullaby of warmth and peace, enveloping her in dreams filled with the quiet wonders of the world. Story 29. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there lay a quaint little village named Lumina Hollow. Nestled under the soft glow of twinkling stardust and surrounded by ancient trees whose branches danced in the gentle breeze, Lumina Hollow was a place of wonder and tranquility. Every night, the village was illuminated by the glow of luminous flowers that grew in abundance, casting a warm, comforting light over cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages. In this enchanted village lived a young and curious girl named Mirabelle. With her chestnut curls and eyes like pools of honey, Mirabelle was known for her inquisitive nature and boundless kindness. She adored exploring the woods, where she often befriended the magical creatures who dwelled there, like Thistle, the gentle, emerald-eyed fox, and Luna, the wise, silver-feathered owl. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a deep indigo, Mirabelle noticed something peculiar. The luminous flowers that usually cast their soothing glow over the village had begun to flicker and dim. This was an unusual occurrence, for the flowers had always shone brightly, even on the cloudiest of nights. The villagers, though puzzled, trusted that the magic of the forest would eventually restore the flowers' light. However, Mirabelle's curiosity was piqued. She decided to investigate, feeling a gentle nudge from the whispering winds that seemed to guide her steps. With a lantern in hand, she set off towards the heart of the forest, where the oldest and wisest of the trees stood, a towering oak named Elderwood. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As Mirabelle walked, the soft rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl accompanied her, creating a symphony of nature's lullaby. She felt a comforting presence around her, as if the forest itself was keeping her company on her journey. Upon reaching Elderwood, Mirabelle placed a hand on the tree's rough bark and whispered her concerns. "Elderwood, wise guardian of the forest, the luminous flowers are losing their light. Can you help me understand why?" The ancient oak groaned gently, its branches swaying in a thoughtful manner. "Dear child," Elderwood rumbled in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves, "the light of the flowers is tied to the harmony of the forest. Something has disturbed this balance." Just then, a soft fluttering sound approached, and Luna, the silver-feathered owl, alighted beside Mirabelle. "I have seen shadows moving where they should not," Luna hooted, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. Perhaps we should visit the glimmering grotto where the light of the flowers is born. Encouraged by Luna's insight, Mirabelle thanked Elderwood and set off with her feathered friend towards the glimmering grotto. The path was lined with soft moss, cool and inviting beneath her feet, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. When they arrived at the grotto, Mirabelle was greeted by a sight of ethereal beauty. Crystals of all shapes and sizes adorned the walls, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the water of a serene pool at the grotto's center. However, the light was dimmer than usual, and small ripples disturbed the pool's surface. As Mirabelle and Luna observed, Thistle, the emerald-eyed fox, trotted up, his fur glimmering faintly in the grotto's light. "I have found something unusual," he said, his voice soft and melodic. "A trail of silvery dust leads from the grotto deeper into the forest, as if something or someone has been tampering with the magic." Intrigued, Mirabelle followed the trail with her companions. The silvery dust sparkled under the moonlight, leading them to a quiet glade where the air seemed to hum with a gentle energy. In the center of the glade stood a small, peculiar creature, a wisp, glowing softly with a light of its own. It appeared troubled, its normally radiant glow flickering erratically. Mirabelle approached the wisp with a kind smile. "Hello, little one. Are you the source of the silvery dust?" The wisp nodded, its form shimmering in response. "I am sorry," it whispered, its voice a soft chime. "I wandered too far from my home in the glimmering grotto, drawn by the beauty of the forest, but without my presence there, the balance was disrupted." Understanding dawned on Mirabelle, and she knelt beside the wisp. "Let's return you to the grotto where you belong. Your light is needed to restore the harmony of the flowers." With gentle hands and the guidance of Luna and Thistle, Mirabelle led the wisp back to the glimmering grotto. As they entered, the wisp floated towards the center of the pool, its light growing stronger and more stable. The crystals responded, refracting the light until it filled every corner of the grotto, and the pool's surface became calm and still. The village of Lumina Hollow soon basked in the glow of the luminous flowers, their light restored to its full, radiant glory. The villagers, unaware of the adventure that had taken place, marveled at the beauty of their magical home. Mirabelle, Luna, and Thistle watched from the edge of the forest, their hearts filled with joy and contentment. As they turned to leave, Elderwood's voice drifted on the breeze. "You have done well, dear ones. The forest thrives on the kindness and wisdom of those who cherish its secrets." With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with adventure, Mirabelle returned to her cozy cottage where candlelight flickered warmly against the walls. As she settled into her bed, she felt the gentle embrace of the forest around her, like a soft lullaby that promised sweet dreams and new wonders come morning. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle glow of the flowers, Lumina Hollow slept peacefully, knowing that its magic was safe and sound, thanks to the courage and kindness of a little girl named Mirabelle and her friends. The end. Story 30. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies as they danced over smooth stones, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This village was known for its cobblestone paths, lined with lanterns that glowed like gentle fireflies, and for the aroma of fresh bread that wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of pine and moss. The villagers lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods, from the tiny, twinkling lumilights that flitted about like living stars, to the wise old owls who dispensed wisdom with every hoot. In this magical world, enchantment was as common as daisies in a meadow. Yet, despite the everyday magic, a peculiar mystery had begun to unfold, casting a shadow of curiosity over Willowbrook. It all began one misty morning when the village baker, a kind and jovial fellow named Rufus, discovered something amiss. As he opened his shop, he found his prized honey-glazed pastries missing from the cooling rack. What struck him as odd was the absence of any footprints in the flour-dusted floor, leaving him scratching his head in bewilderment. News of the vanishing pastries spread quickly, reaching the ears of young Lila, a curious and clever girl with a knack for solving puzzles. Her bright eyes sparkled with determination as she decided to investigate this sweet mystery. Lila had always been fascinated by the world around her, often spending her days exploring the woods and learning from its inhabitants. Her first stop was the garden of Flora, the gentle herbalist who lived at the edge of the village. Flora's garden was a tapestry of colors and scents, where herbs and flowers grew in harmonious abundance. As Lila approached, she noticed Flora tending to her plants, her hands moving gracefully like a conductor directing an orchestra of blooms. "Good morning, Flora," Lila greeted with a smile. "Have you heard about the missing pastries?" Flora chuckled softly, her eyes crinkling with warmth. "Ah, the sweet mystery of the vanishing treats. I have indeed. I suspect there's more to this than meets the eye." Lila nodded, intrigued. "Do you think it could be the work of magical creatures?" Flora paused, considering the possibility. "Perhaps. The woods are home to many beings, some mischievous, others wise. But remember, dear Lila, not all mysteries are solved with sight. Sometimes it's the unseen that holds the answer." With Flora's words echoing in her mind, Lila decided to seek counsel from Eldrin, the ancient owl who resided in the towering oak at the forest's heart. Eldrin was known for his vast knowledge and thoughtful advice, his feathers bearing the silver of countless moons. As Lila made her way through the dappled sunlight of the forest, she felt the gentle rustle of leaves underfoot and listened to the symphony of birdsong that accompanied her journey. Upon reaching the grand old oak, she called out softly, "Eldrin, wise one, may I seek your counsel?" The branches above shifted, and Eldrin's golden eyes blinked down at her, his voice deep and soothing. "Ah, young Lila, what brings you to my abode?" Lila explained the mystery of the missing pastries, her voice a blend of curiosity and concern. Eldrin listened intently, then ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "The answer you seek may lie in observing the world with more than just your eyes. Listen, feel, and let the whispers of the woods guide you." With gratitude in her heart, Lila thanked Eldrin and set off deeper into the forest, pondering his cryptic advice. As she walked, she began to notice the subtle signs around her. The pattern of the wind as it danced through the leaves, the rhythm of the stream as it babbled over stones, and the faint, sweet scent that lingered in the air. It was then she heard a soft giggle, like the tinkling of tiny bells. Following the sound, Lila stumbled upon a hidden glade, where the grass was as soft as a cloud and the air shimmered with magic. There she found a gathering of lumalites, their tiny forms glowing with a gentle luminescence, and among them a small furry creature with a mischievous grin. The creature, resembling a fluffy cloud with paws, was nibbling on one of Rufus's pastries, crumbs adorning its fur like sparkling jewels. Lila's eyes widened in surprise, but she couldn't help but smile at the sight. "Hello there," she greeted kindly, crouching down to the creature's level. "You must be the one who's been borrowing the pastries." The creature blinked up at her, its eyes twinkling with mischief. "Borrowing, yes," it squeaked in a voice like a gentle breeze. "Not stealing, just borrowing for our feast." Lila laughed softly, understanding now. "I see. You must be celebrating something special." The lumalites gathered around, their light pulsing with joy as they explained how the pastries were part of a festival to honor the changing of the seasons, a time when magic was strongest and the woods were alive with celebration. Realizing the importance of the festival, Lila promised to speak to Rufus and find a way to share the pastries with the woodland creatures. With a heart full of warmth and understanding, she returned to the village, the path lit by the glow of the lumalites who accompanied her with their twinkling light. When she explained the situation to Rufus, his laughter filled the bakery, rich and hearty. "Well, why didn't they say so sooner?" he chuckled. "I'd be more than happy to bake extra for such a wondrous celebration." And so, with Lila's cleverness and the villagers' goodwill, a new tradition was born. Each season, Rufus would bake his finest pastries, and the villagers would join the woodland creatures in a joyous festival beneath the stars. The mystery of the missing pastries became a cherished story, reminding all of the magic that thrived in understanding and friendship. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, Lila sat by her window, watching the lumalites dance in the twilight. With a heart full of contentment and the gentle hum of the forest as her lullaby, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the wonders that awaited her in the magical world of the Whispering Woods. Story 31. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet of eternity. There existed a small, unassuming space station known as the Haven. It was nestled quietly between two distant planets, Luminara and Terralon, and served as a common ground for travelers from all corners of the galaxy. Here, beings of all shapes, sizes, and colors mingled, sharing stories and trading goods amidst the soft hum of the station's engines. Among these travelers was a young luminarian named Thalia, whose skin glowed with a gentle iridescence, casting a warm light around her like a living lantern. Her eyes, large and curious, were the color of twilight, and her heart brimmed with an eager thirst for adventure. She had ventured from Luminara to learn more about the universe, her planet renowned for its peaceful, nature-bound society that thrived in harmony with the bioluminescent flora and fauna. On the opposite side of the Haven, a Terralonian named Kale was busy inspecting a complex array of gadgets at a bustling merchant's stall. Kale was stocky and robust, his skin a textured shade of terracotta, reminiscent of the rugged mountains of Terralon. His people were known for their technological prowess and practical wisdom, often seen as reserved and methodical. Their paths crossed one quiet evening in the station's communal garden, an oasis of green amidst the metallic confines of the Haven. Thalia was tending to a cluster of silken moonflowers, their petals shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. She hummed a gentle luminarian lullaby, her voice weaving through the air like a soothing breeze. Kale, curious and slightly bemused by the sight of someone singing to plants, approached with a cautious step. "Why do you sing to them?" he asked, his voice a deep rumble that matched his sturdy form. Thalia looked up, her luminous eyes meeting his with a friendly sparkle. "They listen, you know," she replied with a serene smile. "The moonflowers open wider when they hear kind words." Kale chuckled, a sound like distant thunder. "I doubt plants understand music, but it's a pleasant thought," he said, though his curiosity was piqued by her gentle sincerity. Though their initial conversation was tinged with skepticism, it marked the beginning of an unusual friendship. Kale, with his logical mind, found himself intrigued by Thalia's intuitive approach to life, while Thalia, drawn to Kale's grounded nature, appreciated his practical insights. Their differences, however, led to misunderstandings. Thalia would often act on instinct, trusting her heart to guide her, while Kale preferred plans and calculations. One day, as they embarked on a simple mission to retrieve a rare mineral from a nearby asteroid field, their contrasting methods clashed. In the shuttle, as they approached the shimmering belt of asteroids, Thalia suggested a path that would take them through a dazzling cluster of space rocks, trusting her intuition to lead the way. Kale, relying on his instruments, argued for a safer, albeit longer route. Frustration simmered between them until Thalia, with a sigh, agreed to follow Kale's plan. As they navigated the asteroids, a sudden flare from a nearby star disrupted their instruments, and they found themselves in a precarious situation. It was then Thalia's intuition, her ability to feel the subtle shifts in the celestial dance around them, that guided them safely through. The experience left them shaken but unharmed, and it was in the quiet aftermath that they truly began to understand one another. "Your instincts saved us," Kale admitted, his voice filled with newfound respect. "And your calculations kept us steady," Thalia replied, her eyes glowing with warmth. From that day on, they worked in harmony, blending Thalia's intuition with Kale's analytical skills. Together, they faced numerous challenges on their travels, from navigating cosmic storms to deciphering ancient star maps. With each trial, their bond deepened, woven together with threads of trust and mutual respect. One evening, as they sat beneath the artificial sky of the Haven's garden, Kale marveled at the stars above, his heart lighter than it had ever been. Who would have thought a Terralonian and a Luminarian could become such close friends? He mused aloud. Thalia laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Friendship isn't about where you come from, Kale. It's about understanding, about being there for each other when it matters most," she said softly, her glow casting a gentle halo around them. As the artificial night enveloped the Haven, the unlikely companions realized they had discovered a truth far greater than any they had sought. The universe was vast and filled with wonders, but the greatest treasure of all was the friendship they had forged. a beacon of warmth and light in the infinite cosmos. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Thalia and Kale settled into a comfortable silence, knowing that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, side by side. Story 32, The Enchanted Evening of Whispering Woods. In the heart of the tranquil Whispering Woods, where the trees swayed gently under the moonlit sky, nestled a quaint little village named Eldergrove. This village, with its cobblestone paths that meandered like a lazy stream, was home to a small community that lived in harmony with the nature surrounding them. The homes, built from the smoothest stones and timbers, were adorned with ivy and wildflowers, giving them a seamless blend into the verdant landscape. On the edge of this village, there stood a modest, round cottage with a thatched roof that seemed to dance with the wind. This was the home of a young girl named Leora. Leora, with her golden curls that shimmered like sun rays and eyes as blue as a midsummer sky, was known for her gentle heart and curious spirit. She was beloved by all for her kindness and her ability to see beauty where others might overlook it. One crisp autumn evening, as the stars began to twinkle like scattered gems across a velvet sky, Leora sat by her small fireplace, the flames casting a warm glow that flickered across the room. She was lost in the pages of an old book when a peculiar object caught her eye. It was a simple, unassuming stone, smooth and oval, resting on the mantelpiece. Her grandmother had given it to her long ago, saying it was a special stone, but never elaborating why. Intrigued, Leora reached for the stone, feeling its cool surface against her palm. As she held it, she noticed something unusual. A gentle warmth began to emanate from it, spreading through her fingers and up her arm. It was as if the stone had awakened from a long slumber. A soft, melodious hum filled the air, harmonizing with the crackling fire, creating a symphony of warmth and comfort. With a sense of wonder, Leora closed her eyes, and in that instant, she was transported. The world around her shifted, the walls of her cottage dissolving into a mist that parted to reveal an enchanting forest, unlike any she had seen before. This was not the familiar woods of Eldergrove. This was a hidden world, vibrant with colors that seemed to have been painted by the dawn itself. Trees with luminescent leaves towered above her, their branches swaying in a gentle breeze that carried the scent of sweet blossoms and rich earth. As she wandered through this magical realm, Leora felt a sense of peace enveloping her, the worries of the world fading like distant echoes. She marveled at the sight of glowing creatures flitting between trees, fairies with delicate wings that shimmered in the night, casting tiny rainbows in their wake. They giggled and danced in the air, their laughter a soothing melody that blended with the rustling leaves. Guided by an invisible pull, Leora followed a narrow, winding path that led deeper into the heart of the forest. Along the way, she encountered gentle creatures, each more wondrous than the last. There were deer with antlers made of crystal, their eyes wise and knowing, and rabbits whose fur was like spun silver, their movements quick and graceful. Finally, she reached a serene clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Nestled at the base of the tree was a small pool, its surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the starry sky above. As Leora approached, she noticed a figure seated by the pool, a small, wise-looking creature with eyes as deep and endless as the universe. It was a fox, its fur a brilliant red tipped with white, and its tail curled elegantly around its paws. The fox regarded her with a gentle smile, its eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "Welcome, Leora," the fox said, its voice soft and musical, like the whisper of the wind through the leaves. "I have been waiting for you." Leora, though surprised, felt no fear. There was an innate trust in the creature's presence, as if they were old friends reunited after a long journey. "Who are you?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "I am known as Phelan," the fox replied, "the guardian of this hidden realm. You have been chosen to visit our world, for you possess a heart that sees beyond the ordinary." Leora felt a warm blush rise to her cheeks at the fox's words. "But why me?" she asked. "What makes me so special?" Phelan chuckled softly, a sound like the tinkling of distant bells. "It is not about being special, dear child. It is about having the courage to see the magic in the everyday, to believe in the unseen. That is a rare gift." As they spoke, the pool beside them rippled gently, and from its depths emerged a soft glow. Leora leaned closer, captivated by the light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. She realized it was a reflection of the stone she had held, its power now revealed in this enchanted land. "The stone you carry is a key," Phelan explained. "It bridges our worlds, allowing you to see what lies beyond the veil of the ordinary. But it is also a source of wisdom, helping those who seek its guidance to find their true path." Leora gazed at the stone in her hand, its warmth now a comforting presence. She felt a sense of belonging, as if this journey had been destined for her all along. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice filled with purpose. "The path is yours to forge," Phelan replied. "But remember, Leora, the greatest magic lies not in the stone, but within you. Trust in yourself, and you shall find your way." With these words, Phelan rose gracefully, his form shimmering in the moonlight. "It is time for you to return, but know that you are always welcome here. The forest shall remember you, and so shall I." As the fox faded into the shadows, Leora felt the world around her shift once more. The forest dissolved into a swirl of colors, and she found herself back in her cottage, the stone still warm in her hand. The fire crackled softly, its glow now a gentle reminder of her journey. Leora sighed contentedly, a newfound sense of peace settling over her. She understood now that her adventure was just beginning, and with the stone as her guide, she would walk her path with courage and wonder. And so, as the night deepened and the stars watched over the sleeping village of Eldergrove, Leora drifted into a tranquil slumber. Her dreams filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods and the promise of all the adventures yet to come. Story 33. In the soft, muted glow of the evening, when the sky was painted in the deep hues of twilight, there existed a small, unassuming village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest. This village was known as Eldergrove, and it was a place where time seemed to flow as gently as the brook that meandered through its heart. The inhabitants of Eldergrove were kind and simple folk, leading lives that were deeply intertwined with the rhythms of nature. At the edge of the village, where the forest's embrace was thickest, stood a quaint little cottage. It was covered in creeping ivy and surrounded by a garden that bloomed with wildflowers in a riot of colors, creating a sanctuary for butterflies and bees. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Maribel, whose wisdom was whispered about in hushed tones throughout Eldergrove. Maribel was known for her gentle heart and her uncanny ability to listen to the whispers of the forest. Maribel lived with her granddaughter, a curious and spirited girl named Lila. Lila had eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions and an imagination as boundless as the sky. Together they shared a life of quiet joy, tending to their garden and weaving tales by the fireplace during the crisp, cool evenings. One such evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle, Maribel and Lila sat together in the cozy warmth of their living room. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the walls, and the air was filled with the comforting aroma of chamomile tea. "Grandmother," Lila began, her voice tinged with wonder, "do you think the forest has secrets it wishes to share?" Maribel chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of her years. "Oh, my dear Lila, the forest is a keeper of many secrets. It's a world within our world, filled with wonders and mysteries waiting to be discovered by those who listen with their hearts." Lila leaned closer, entranced by her grandmother's words. "Have you ever discovered any of these secrets?" Maribel nodded, a wistful smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, I have. But the forest reveals its secrets only to those who approach it with kindness and respect. It is a place of magic, where the trees whisper their ancient stories, and the wind carries the laughter of unseen friends." As the fire crackled and the night deepened, Lila's mind wandered to the possibilities that lay within the forest. She imagined hidden paths and secret realms, places where the ordinary laws of the world were bent by the invisible hand of magic. And as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams were filled with visions of adventure and discovery. The following morning dawned bright and clear, with the gentle warmth of the sun coaxing the village awake. Lila, filled with the excitement of her dreams, decided to explore the forest. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and her grandmother's old compass, a token of countless adventures past. Be mindful of the forest, dear one, Maribel advised as Lila set out. It is a friend, but it is also wild and mysterious. Trust your heart and let it guide you. With her grandmother's words echoing in her mind, Lila made her way down the winding path that led into the forest. The air was alive with the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts. As Lila ventured deeper, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks gnarled and ancient. The forest floor was a tapestry of ferns and moss, soft underfoot and inviting. She followed a narrow path that wound its way through the undergrowth, each step taking her further from the familiar and into the heart of the unknown. After some time, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood a great oak tree, its branches stretching high into the sky. At its base was a small, sparkling pool, its waters as clear as glass. Drawn to the pool, Lila knelt beside it and gazed into its depths. To her astonishment, she saw not her reflection, but a vision of a hidden world, an enchanting realm where creatures of legend roamed freely. As she watched, a figure emerged from the vision, a small, shimmering creature with wings like gossamer. It hovered above the pool, its eyes meeting Lila's with a knowing gaze. "Welcome, seeker of the forest's secrets," the creature spoke in a voice that was both musical and soothing. "I am RL, a guardian of this hidden realm." Lila's heart leapt with excitement and wonder. "RL, I've never seen anything like this before. Is this the forest's secret?" RL fluttered closer, a gentle smile playing on its lips. "This is but one of the forest's many secrets, dear child. Here, time flows differently, and the magic of the world is as tangible as the earth beneath your feet." Lila's mind raced with questions, but she knew not where to begin. "What brings you to me, RL, and how can I be a part of this magic?" "You already are, Lila," RL replied. "The magic of the forest is woven into the very fabric of your being. But there is a challenge that you must face, a journey that will change you and reveal your true self." Intrigued and eager, Lila nodded. "I am ready to face this journey, RL. What must I do?" RL's wings shimmered with 1,000 colors as it spoke. "Beyond this clearing lies a path that leads to the heart of the hidden realm. Along this path you will encounter trials that test your courage, wisdom, and kindness. Trust in yourself and in the friends you will meet along the way." With these words, RL vanished, leaving behind a lingering sense of wonder and a faint trail of light that led into the forest. Lila felt a surge of determination and set off along the path, her heart filled with the promise of discovery. The path wound through the forest, taking Lila ever deeper into its embrace. As she walked, she encountered the first of her challenges, a bridge suspended over a chasm, its rope and wood weathered by time. Fear gripped her for a moment, but she remembered RL's words and took a deep breath. Stepping onto the bridge, Lila felt it sway beneath her, but she pressed on, her heart steady and her mind focused. With each step, she grew more confident, until she reached the other side, her spirit buoyed by the realization that fear could be overcome with courage and faith. Continuing her journey, Lila came upon a grove where the trees were entwined with vines of brilliant blue flowers. In the center of the grove stood a figure, a young boy with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a smile that warmed the air around him. "Hello," the boy greeted with a wave. "I am Finn, a traveler like you. What brings you to this enchanted place?" Lila introduced herself and shared her encounter with RL. "I'm on a journey to discover the secrets of the forest," she explained, "and to find my true self." Finn's eyes sparkled with understanding. "I've been on a similar journey. Perhaps we can travel together, for the path is always brighter when shared with a friend." Grateful for the companionship, Lila agreed, and together they continued along the path. As they walked, they shared stories of their lives, their hopes, and their dreams. In Finn, Lila found a kindred spirit, and their friendship blossomed like the wildflowers that lined their way. Their next challenge came in the form of a riddle, posed by a wise old owl perched upon a twisted branch. "Answer my question," the owl intoned, "and the path shall reveal itself to you. What is it that binds us all, yet cannot be seen?" Lila and Finn pondered the riddle, their minds working in harmony. After a moment, Lila spoke with quiet certainty. "It is love, for it connects us in ways unseen and unspoken." The owl nodded, pleased with their answer, and the path before them opened once more, leading them deeper into the heart of the hidden realm. As they journeyed onward, Lila's understanding of the forest and herself deepened. She learned that true strength came from within, that wisdom was born of experience, and that kindness was a gift that could change the world. Finally, the path led them to a vast meadow where the air shimmered with the magic of the hidden realm. Here, Aurel awaited them, its wings glistening in the golden light. "You have completed your journey, Lila," Aurel said, its voice filled with warmth. "You have faced your challenges with courage, wisdom, and kindness, and you have discovered the greatest secret of all, that the magic of the forest and of life itself is found within your heart." Lila felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that she had grown and changed in ways she never imagined. She had forged a bond of friendship with Finn, and had discovered the magic that resided within her. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the meadow, Aurel spoke once more. "Your journey here is at an end, but remember, the magic of the forest is always with you, wherever you may go." With these words, Aurel vanished, leaving Lila and Finn to bask in the beauty of the hidden realm one last time. Together, they made their way back to the village, their hearts full of the experiences and lessons they had gained. As they emerged from the forest, the village of Elder Grove greeted them with open arms, the familiar sights and sounds a comforting embrace. Maribel stood at the edge of the village, her eyes filled with pride and love as she welcomed Lila home. "Did you find what you were seeking, my dear?" Maribel asked, embracing her granddaughter. Lila nodded, her heart overflowing with gratitude. "I did, grandmother. I found the magic within myself, and I found a true friend." Finn smiled, standing beside Lila, his presence a testament to the bonds they had forged. That night, as they sat by the crackling fireplace, Lila and Finn shared the tales of their adventure with Maribel, who listened with rapt attention. The night grew long, and the stars shone brightly in the sky, casting their gentle light over the village. As sleep began to claim them, Maribel's voice filled the room, a gentle lullaby woven with the wisdom of generations. "Remember, my dear ones, that life is a journey filled with wonder and magic. Trust in your hearts, and let kindness and friendship be your guiding stars." And so Lila and Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams a tapestry of the hidden realm's enchantment and the magic that dwelled within them. The forest stood watch over them, its secrets safe and its heart full of the promise of new beginnings. In Elder Grove, the days flowed gently, like the brook that whispered its way through the village. Lila and Finn's adventure became a cherished tale, shared and retold by the villagers, who found inspiration in the story of discovery and friendship. Lila, with her newfound understanding, continued to explore the world around her, her heart open to the possibilities that lay beyond the horizon. She nurtured the garden with Maribel, each plant a reminder of the magic that resided in the simplest of things. The wildflowers bloomed more vibrant than ever, a symbol of the beauty that could be found in embracing life's mysteries. Finn became a beloved figure in the village, his presence a testament to the power of unexpected friendship. He and Lila often wandered the forest together, their bond a living testament to the lessons they had learned. In the quiet moments, they would sit by the pool where they first encountered Aurel, reflecting on their journey and the magic that had brought them together. As the seasons changed and the forest donned its myriad hues, Elder Grove thrived. The villagers, inspired by Lila and Finn's tale, approached the forest with newfound reverence, listening to its whispers and embracing the lessons it offered. One evening, as the village gathered for a festival beneath the starlit sky, Lila and Finn stood together, watching the flickering lanterns dance in the breeze. The air was filled with laughter and music, and the warmth of community enveloped them like a comforting embrace. Maribel, her eyes twinkling with wisdom, approached them, her heart full of pride. "You have both grown so much," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Remember, the journey does not end here. Life is a series of adventures, each one an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to share the magic within you." Lila and Finn exchanged a knowing glance, their hearts united in the understanding that their adventure had only just begun. The hidden realm had shown them the way, but the true journey lay in the paths they would forge together. guided by the light of friendship and the magic within their souls. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the village celebrated the beauty of life, Lila and Finn embraced the promise of tomorrow. The forest, with all its secrets and wonders, watched over them, a silent guardian of their dreams and the adventures yet to come. In the quiet moments before sleep, when the world was hushed and the air was filled with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, Lila would often find herself gazing out her window, her thoughts drifting back to the hidden realm and the lessons it had imparted. The forest, with its timeless wisdom, had become a part of her, a constant reminder of the magic that lay not only in the world around her, but also within her heart. Finn, too, found solace in the memories of their journey. He often ventured into the forest, seeking its tranquility and the whispers of its ancient trees. The bond he shared with Lila had become a cornerstone of his life, a friendship that transcended the ordinary and celebrated the extraordinary. As the years passed, Lila and Finn's adventures continued, each one a testament to their courage, wisdom, and kindness. They explored distant lands and delved into the mysteries of the world, always returning to Eldergrove, where the warmth of home and the love of family awaited them. Their story, woven into the fabric of the village, became a beloved legend passed down through generations. The tale of their journey and the hidden realm inspired countless others to seek the magic within themselves and to cherish the bonds of friendship. In time, Lila and Finn became wise and revered figures in Eldergrove, guiding the village with compassion and understanding. They nurtured the land and tended to the needs of their community, embodying the lessons they had learned in the hidden realm. And so, in the gentle embrace of Eldergrove, beneath the watchful eyes of the ancient forest, Lila and Finn's legacy endured, a legacy of love, friendship, and the enduring magic of the human spirit. The village thrived, its heart forever touched by the story of two young adventurers who discovered the greatest secret of all, that the true magic of life lay in the journey itself and the connections forged along the way. As the sun set over the village, casting its golden light over the fields and forests, the world seemed to pause, holding its breath in a moment of perfect peace. The stars began to appear, one by one, like tiny beacons of hope and wonder, guiding all who gazed upon them. And in that moment, as the village settled into the quiet of night, the whisper of the forest could be heard, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within and around us all, a magic that was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and a spirit of adventure. And so, the story of Lila, Finn, and the hidden realm lived on, an eternal tale of discovery, friendship, and the boundless possibilities that awaited those who dared to dream. It was a story that would be told for generations to come, a beacon of light and love in a world filled with wonder. Story 34. In the serene village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a place where magic was as much a part of life as the gentle breeze that rustled through the leaves. The cottages were quaint, built from smooth stones and adorned with ivy that clung like nature's lace. Each morning, the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the soft, melodic chirping of the sparrows that made their homes in the eaves. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to linger a little longer, and where enchantment was woven into the fabric of daily life. Yet, even in this idyllic setting, a gentle mystery had begun to unfold, one that whispered through the village like a curious wind. It began on a morning much like any other. The sun had just begun to spread its golden light across the fields, and the villagers were going about their morning routines. However, as they went to fetch water from the village well, they noticed something peculiar. The clear, sparkling water, usually so sweet and refreshing, had taken on a faint, shimmering glow. It was not unpleasant. Rather, it cast a soft, ethereal light that danced upon the surface like moonbeams on a midsummer's night. Intrigued but not alarmed, the villagers gathered around the well, their faces lit with both wonder and curiosity. Among them was young Marin, a thoughtful soul with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Marin was known for his keen observations and gentle heart, and it was not long before he decided to delve into the mystery of the glowing water. As Marin stood by the well, he noticed the faint scent of lavender and a hint of something else, something elusive and sweet. He dipped a hand into the glowing water, feeling its coolness slip through his fingers. It was then that Marin remembered the stories told by the elders about the ancient forest that lay beyond the village, a place where magic thrived and where mysteries often had their beginnings. Determined to uncover the truth, Marin decided to visit the forest and seek counsel from the wise creatures who dwelled there. Accompanied by his loyal companion, a small, mischievous squirrel named Pippin, Marin set off along the winding path that led to the heart of the forest. The forest was a wonderland of towering trees and dappled sunlight. As Marin walked, he could hear the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook that wound its way through the trees like a silver ribbon. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Deep within the forest, Marin and Pippin came upon an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Beneath its shade sat an owl, wise and serene, with eyes that shone like polished amber. This was old Cedric, the wisest creature in the forest, known for his knowledge of all things magical. "Greetings, young Marin," hooted Cedric softly, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my corner of the forest?" Marin bowed respectfully. "Good day, old Cedric. Strange things are happening in Willowbrook. The water in the village well has begun to glow, and I seek your wisdom to understand why." Cedric blinked slowly, contemplating the question. "Ah, the glow of the water, you say? There is a tale old as the trees themselves about the heartstone of the forest." Pippin, ever curious, chattered excitedly. "The heartstone? What's that?" Cedric chuckled softly, his feathers ruffling with amusement. "The heartstone is a gem of great beauty and power, hidden deep within the forest. It is said to be the source of the forest's magic, and its glow is a rare sign, one that heralds a change or a need." Marin listened intently, understanding that the glowing water was a message, a gentle nudge from the forest itself. "How can we help, old Cedric?" he asked, eager to assist. The wise owl spread his wings, gesturing to the path that led deeper into the woods. "Follow the light of the heartstone, young Marin. It will guide you to where you are needed." With a grateful heart, Marin and Pippin continued their journey, following the soft glow that seemed to call to them through the trees. The path led them to a small hidden glade, where they found a tiny, shimmering pond. At its center lay the heartstone, its glow casting a gentle light that reflected off the water's surface like stars in a midnight sky. As Marin approached the pond, he saw a small, distressed dragonfly flitting near the heartstone. Its wings were caught in a delicate web, glistening with dew. The dragonfly's plight was clear, and Marin's heart swelled with compassion. Gently he reached out, carefully freeing the dragonfly from its entanglement. The creature hovered for a moment, its wings a blur of iridescent color, before darting away with a grateful buzz. In that moment, the heartstone's glow intensified, filling the glade with a warm, golden light. Marin and Pippin watched in awe as the light seemed to seep into the ground, spreading through the roots and soil like a gentle wave of magic. The glow of the water in the village well was explained, a bond between the forest and the village renewed through a simple act of kindness. Marin understood that the heartstone's light was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, and how even the smallest creatures played a part in the balance of nature. With their hearts full, Marin and Pippin made their way back to Willowbrook, eager to share the tale of their adventure and the lesson they had learned. As they returned to the village, they found the villagers gathered once more around the well, their faces lit with the soft glow of the water. "The forest shared its magic with us," Marin announced, his voice gentle yet filled with wonder. "And in return, we must care for it, just as it cares for us." The villagers nodded, understanding the wisdom in Marin's words. They pledged to cherish the forest, to protect its beauty and nurture the bond that had been rekindled. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in a soft twilight, Marin and Pippin settled down by the glow of the fireplace, their hearts at peace. The mystery had been solved, not through great deeds or grand gestures, but through the quiet power of kindness and the gentle wisdom of the forest. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, life continued. The glow of the water a lasting reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of the world, waiting to be discovered by those with hearts open to wonder. As the night wrapped the village in its velvety embrace, Marin drifted into a restful sleep, a smile on his lips and the promise of new adventures whispering through his dreams. Story 35, The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, verdant forest where sunlight filtered through leaves with a golden glow, there existed a village called Meadow's End. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, tending to their fields and orchards and sharing tales of old around their hearths. The village was embraced by a mysterious grove that the elders spoke of in hushed tones, a place where the trees were said to whisper secrets to those who truly listened. In this village lived a young boy named Finn. With hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with curiosity, Finn was known for his adventurous spirit. He often wandered to the edge of the Whispering Grove, enticed by its secrets and the promise of adventure. Yet, the villagers warned him of the enchantments that lay within, advising him to listen only with a gentle heart. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and distant chimneys, Finn decided to venture into the grove. Clad in his warmest cloak, he followed the winding path that twisted like a ribbon through the forest. The trees towered above him, their branches forming a cathedral of nature, while the forest floor was soft with moss and scattered with acorns. As Finn walked deeper into the grove, the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. The air was cool, carrying with it the earthy aroma of damp wood and fresh foliage. He paused by a babbling brook, the water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, and took a deep breath, savoring the tranquility. It wasn't long before Finn stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching high into the sky. It was here that the whispers were strongest, a soft murmur that seemed to beckon him closer. Finn approached the oak, feeling a mix of excitement and reverence. As he laid his hand upon its bark, he heard the whispers more clearly, like a gentle hum that resonated within him. The whispers spoke of a hidden world, a place beneath the roots where magic thrived and mysteries awaited those who dared to seek them. With his heart racing, Finn knelt beside the oak and noticed a small hollow at its base. Inside, he found an object wrapped in leaves, a delicate silver key that glinted in the dappled light. The key was cool to the touch, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance as he turned it in his hand. A sense of wonder filled Finn as he realized the key was meant for him. The whispers guided him to a nearby thicket, where a stone door lay hidden beneath a carpet of moss and ivy. It was a door unlike any other, carved with symbols that pulsed with an ancient magic. With a deep breath, Finn inserted the key into the lock. The door creaked open, revealing a passage that led downward, into the earth. A warm glow emanated from within, inviting him to step inside. As Finn descended, the air around him changed, becoming warmer and filled with a soft, golden light. The passage opened into a vast underground chamber, where crystals lined the walls and cast shimmering reflections that danced like fireflies. In the center of the chamber lay a small pool, its waters still and mirror-like. Approaching the pool, Finn gazed into its depths and saw not his own reflection, but a vision of a world vibrant with life. He saw creatures of all shapes and sizes, some familiar and others wondrously strange, frolicking in a landscape of lush greens and brilliant hues. It was a hidden world, alive with magic and mystery. As he watched, Finn felt a presence beside him. Turning, he saw a figure emerging from the shadows, a young girl, her hair a cascade of golden curls and her eyes as bright as the stars. She smiled warmly, her presence both comforting and enigmatic. "Welcome, Finn," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze through the trees. "I am Esla, the guardian of this realm. You have been chosen to see what lies beyond and to understand the secrets of the grove." Finn felt a sense of awe as he realized he was in the presence of someone extraordinary. "Why me?" he asked, curiosity and wonder mingling in his voice. "Because your heart is open and your spirit is kind," Isla replied. "This world is connected to your own, and the key you found is a bridge between them. It is a gift, but also a responsibility." Finn nodded, understanding the weight of her words. "What must I do?" he asked, eager to learn more. You must learn to listen, Lila said, to the whispers of the grove, to the voices of nature, and to the wisdom within yourself. In doing so, you will help maintain the balance between our worlds and ensure that both continue to thrive. With Isla by his side, Finn embarked on a journey through the hidden world. They traveled through forests where trees sang with the wind, across fields that shimmered with the glow of fireflies, and over streams that bubbled with laughter. Everywhere they went, Finn listened and learned, his heart growing ever more attuned to the magic around him. He discovered creatures that spoke in riddles, flowers that bloomed with the touch of a song, and stones that told stories of the earth's ancient past. Through it all, Ela guided him, her friendship a beacon of light in this wondrous world. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself changed. He grew wiser, more attuned to the rhythms of nature, and more aware of the bonds that connected all living things. He learned that friendship could bridge worlds, that kindness could heal, and that the greatest magic lay not in spells or enchantments, but in the simple act of listening and understanding. One day, as Finn and Isla sat by a tranquil lake, its surface reflecting the sky like a perfect mirror, Isla turned to him with a serene smile. "The time has come for you to return to your world," she said, her voice tinged with both joy and sadness. "But remember, the grove will always be with you, as will the lessons you've learned here." Finn nodded, feeling a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving. Yet he knew his journey was far from over. He had seen and learned so much, and there was still so much more to discover. As he stepped back through the stone door, the whispers of the grove embraced him once more, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within the world and within himself. The door closed softly behind him, leaving him in the familiar embrace of the forest. Finn returned to Meadow's End, his heart full of stories and his spirit alight with newfound wisdom. He shared his tales with the villagers, weaving the magic of the grove into the fabric of their lives. He taught them to listen to the whispers, to cherish the bonds between each other and the world around them, and to seek the magic in every moment. And so the village of Meadow's End thrived, a place where the wonders of the hidden world echoed in the laughter of children and the songs of the forest. Finn grew into a wise and gentle leader, his life a testament to the power of friendship, understanding, and the enduring magic of the Whispering Grove. And every now and then, when the wind rustled through the trees or the brook babbled softly under the moonlight, Finn would pause, close his eyes, and listen, as if hearing the gentle voice of Isla once more, reminding him that the greatest adventures are found not in distant lands, but in the simple, profound act of listening to the world and to the heart. Story 36. In a cozy glen where towering trees danced with the breeze, there stood a whimsical village filled with thatched cottages and winding cobblestone paths. Here, the residents lived in harmony with the magical creatures that called the forest home. Young Willow was an inquisitive girl with hair that shimmered like autumn leaves. She adored exploring the sun-dappled glades and listening to the whispers of the ancient oaks. But lately, strange things had been happening in the village that left even the wisest elders perplexed. It began with the sudden disappearance of Mrs. Maple's prize-winning pumpkins, plump and ripe one evening, only to vanish into thin air by morning. Then Old Hickory's woodpile went mysteriously askew, the carefully stacked logs scattered haphazardly across his yard. Willow's eyes grew wide as the curious cases piled up. The village well ran dry without explanation, and Farmer Barley's scarecrow had been found frolicking merrily through his wheat fields, straw legs kicking up heels of their own accord. With each new incident, the townsfolk grew more baffled and concerned. Was it the work of mischievous sprites, or perhaps a stray wizard's errant spell? Desperate for answers, they turned to their trusted friend, the ancient oak tree known as the Keeper of the Woods. Willow eagerly joined the elders in the tree's hollow sanctuary, where the keeper's wise, weathered face seemed etched with secrets of the forest. As they shared the strange tales, the tree remained silent, its gnarled branches slowly creaking. At last the keeper spoke in a rustle of leaves. "Dear friends, fear not, for these happenings are not the work of ill intents, but rather the whimsical weavings of the dream spinner." Willow listened raptly, as the keeper explained that deep within the forest dwelled the dream spinner, a ethereal creature who could breathe life into the imaginations of the young at heart. On nights when the moon is full and dreams take flight, the dream spinner roams, imbuing our world with the fanciful visions of children's slumbering minds, the ancient oak continued. It seems your little ones have been dreaming up quite the adventures. A collective "ah" rippled through the villagers as understanding dawned. The pieces fell into place. The prancing scarecrow, the vanishing pumpkins, each strange happening a creation of an uninhibited young mind. As if on cue, a tiny glimmering light flitted between the trees, a delicate figure taking shape before them. The dream spinner, a wispy being with gossamer wings, hovered with a sheepish smile. "Please forgive me," it whispered in a voice like tinkling bells. "I meant no harm. I simply could not resist bringing such wonderful dreams to life." Relieved laughter echoed through the hollow as the villagers realized there was no danger, only the boundless imagination of their children made manifest by the dream spinner's magic. From that day on, the strange occurrences continued, much to the delight of the townsfolk. A rain of colorful bubbles might drift through the market square, or a parade of frolicsome knitted creatures could be spotted scampering along the lanes. Willow and her friends eagerly awaited each new enchantment, for they knew that every morning the dream spinner's whimsical gifts would grace their cozy village, keeping their hearts forever young and full of wonder. Story 37. In the heart of a small, mist-shrouded village nestled between rolling green hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Amara. Her days were spent tending to her grandmother's garden, where the air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and thyme. The garden, with its winding paths and hidden nooks, felt like a world of its own, a place where time seemed to slow, and the whispers of the past mingled with the rustle of leaves. Amara had always felt a gentle tug at her spirit, a longing to understand the stories her grandmother would weave by the warm hearth each evening. These tales spoke of their ancestors, wanderers from a distant land who carried with them the seeds of magic and mystery, passed down through generations. As the firelight danced across the walls, Amara's grandmother revealed that their family had once been the guardians of a powerful relic, a golden amulet etched with symbols that glowed softly when touched by moonlight. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and violet, Amara's grandmother beckoned her closer. "It is time, my dear," she said softly, her voice as soothing as the gentle hum of the crickets outside. "Time for you to discover the legacy that has been waiting for you." With her heart fluttering like the wings of a moth drawn to a flame, Amara followed her grandmother to the attic. It was a place she had rarely ventured, filled with the scent of cedar and old books, where sunlight streamed through a small window, casting golden patterns on the floor. There, among dusty trunks and faded tapestries, lay a wooden chest adorned with carvings of vines and stars. Her grandmother's hands trembled slightly as she lifted the lid, revealing the amulet nestled within. It shimmered like a pool of liquid gold, its intricate designs telling stories only the heart could understand. "This," her grandmother explained, "is the amulet of whispers. It holds the voice of our ancestors, a guide for those who seek to understand their path." That night, as the village lay quiet under a canopy of twinkling stars, Amara sat with the amulet cradled in her hands. The metal felt warm against her skin, and as she traced the patterns, she felt a gentle pulse, as if the amulet were alive, breathing with the wisdom of those who had come before. Guided by an inner light, Amara set out to explore the forest that bordered their village. The path, overgrown with wildflowers and soft moss, led her to a clearing where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Here, the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches whispering secrets in a language only the heart could hear. As she walked, the amulet began to glow, casting a soft golden light that danced among the shadows. Amara felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if the forest itself were embracing her, welcoming her home. She found a small stone circle at the heart of the clearing, each rock etched with symbols similar to those on the amulet. Sitting cross-legged within the circle, Amara closed her eyes and listened. The forest hummed with life, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the gentle babble of a nearby stream. And then, mingling with these sounds, she heard a voice, soft and melodic, as if carried on the breeze. "Remember who you are," the voice whispered, "and know that you are never alone. The strength of your ancestors flows through you, guiding you, loving you." With each word, Amara felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging that filled the spaces within her that had always felt hollow. She understood now that the amulet was more than just a relic. It was a link to her heritage, a reminder that she was part of something much greater than herself. As dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Amara returned to the village. She carried with her not just the amulet, but a newfound sense of purpose and connection. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, the lines of her face softened by the morning light. In the days that followed, Amara shared the stories of her journey with the villagers, weaving the lessons of the past with the hopes of the future. Together, they celebrated their shared heritage, planting seeds of understanding and friendship that would bloom for generations to come. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the village thrived, a tapestry of lives intertwined by the magic of their ancestors. Amara found her place within this tapestry, embraced by the warmth of her family and the whispering woods, forever connected to the legacy that had shaped her. In this way, she discovered that true belonging came not just from knowing where you had come from, but from understanding that you were always meant to be exactly where you are. And as she lay down each night, lulled to sleep by the gentle song of the forest, Amara knew that she was home. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest, there lived a young dreamer named Finn. Finn had always been enchanted by the stories of the forest's heart, a place whispered about in soft tones by the elders, where the trees sang and the rivers flowed with laughter. The forest was a tapestry of emerald and gold, its canopy a gentle quilt of leaves that rustled like whispers in the wind. It was said that only those with the purest curiosity could find the path to the forest's heart, and Finn's heart brimmed with such curiosity. One misty morning, as the sun began to paint the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Finn set off on his adventure. The path began as a gentle trail, winding through tall grasses that swayed like dancers in the breeze. Finn could hear the symphony of the forest, the chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves, and somewhere in the distance, the sound of a babbling brook. As Finn ventured deeper, the forest began to transform. The air grew cooler, tinged with the sweet scent of pine and the earthy aroma of moss. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating dapples of light that danced on the forest floor. It was here, amidst this enchanting glow, that Finn encountered his first whimsical creature, a curious little fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief. The fox, named Larkspur, pranced up to Finn and tilted its head as if to say, "Hello, traveler. What brings you to these woods?" Finn, delighted by the unexpected company, shared his quest to find the forest's heart. Larkspur, with a flick of its bushy tail, offered to guide Finn, for the fox knew the woods like the back of its paw. Together, they journeyed deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was filled with the gentle hum of nature's melody. Along the way, they stumbled upon a glistening stream, its waters so clear that Finn could see the colorful pebbles that lined its bed. As they crossed the stream, Larkspur paused to sip from the water, inviting Finn to do the same. The water was cool and refreshing, invigorating Finn with a newfound sense of courage. As they traveled, Finn and Larkspur encountered other whimsical beings, a family of rabbits with fur as white as snow, a wise old owl who hooted softly from a branch, and a shimmering dragonfly that danced in the air like a jewel in flight. Each creature shared a piece of advice or a snippet of wisdom, guiding Finn gently on his journey. Finn faced gentle challenges along the way. At one point, they reached a fallen tree blocking their path. With Larkspur's encouragement, Finn discovered his own strength and agility, clambering over the obstacle with ease. Another time, they found themselves at a crossroads, unsure which path to take. Remembering the owl's advice to follow the light, Finn noticed how the sun's rays pointed towards a hidden trail, leading them forward. Finally, after a day filled with wonder and discovery, Finn and Larkspur arrived at the forest's heart. It was a clearing bathed in golden light, where the trees formed a natural circle around a small, tranquil pond. The water shimmered like a mirror, reflecting the sky and the vibrant colors of the surrounding forest. In the center of the pond floated a single water lily, its petals as white as the moon. Finn sat by the pond, feeling a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The journey had not only led him to this magical place, but also to a deeper understanding of his own heart. He realized that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown, guided by curiosity and friendship. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Finn knew it was time to return home. Larkspur, ever the faithful companion, led him back through the forest, retracing their steps under the gentle glow of the evening stars. When Finn returned to his village, he carried with him the warmth of the forest's heart and the lessons learned along the way. His adventure had filled him with a quiet strength and a sense of wonder that would stay with him forever. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with the soft glow of lanterns flickering in the windows, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the enchanting forest and the friends he had made. The forest's heart had touched his own, whispering a timeless tale of courage and exploration to be cherished always. And that's how Finn's heart found its home, in the gentle embrace of discovery, courage, and the magical world that lay just beyond the edge of the familiar. Story 39. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the air was always scented, with the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle and the soft rustle of leaves played a gentle symphony, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was cradled by a winding river whose waters shimmered like liquid silver under the moonlight. Here the sun rose each morning to sprinkle the rooftops with golden light, and the evenings were always serenaded by the soothing chirps of crickets. The villagers of Willowbrook were a cheerful folk, living in harmony with the magical creatures that called the woods their home. Among them was a young girl named Lila, known for her curiosity and kindness. Lila had chestnut hair that danced in the breeze and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. She lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest with her grandmother, an old woman with stories woven into the wrinkles of her face. One bright morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village square, usually bustling with laughter and chatter, was unusually quiet. As she wandered through, she found her friends, the woodland fairies, fluttering about in distress. Their wings, usually vibrant and glimmering, seemed dim and weary. "What's happened?" Lila asked, her voice filled with concern. A tiny fairy named Thistle, with wings like delicate petals, flitted to Lyra's shoulder. "Oh, Lila," she sighed, "something strange is happening. Our magic is fading, and we don't know why." Lyra's heart sank at the sight of her dear friends in trouble. Determined to help, she decided to visit Olin, the wise old owl who lived in the ancient oak at the heart of the forest. Olin was known for his vast knowledge and gentle wisdom, often guiding the villagers and creatures alike. As Lila walked through the forest, the path was dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy above, casting playful shadows on the ground. She could hear the soft murmurs of the trees, whispering secrets to the wind. When she arrived at the great oak, she found Olin perched on a branch, his feathers as soft as the finest velvet. "Greetings, young Lila," Olin hooted warmly. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Lila explained the fairy's plight, her voice earnest and filled with hope. Olin listened intently, his eyes, wise and knowing, glinting in the dappled light. "I see," Olin mused, ruffling his feathers thoughtfully. "There is indeed a mystery afoot. We must uncover the cause of this magical imbalance." With Olin's guidance, Lila set out to observe the forest more closely. They decided to start at the riverbank, where the water spirits often gathered. As they approached, Lila noticed the usually lively spirits were lethargic, their translucent forms barely visible. "Something is amiss," one spirit whispered, its voice a gentle ripple. "The water's song is silent." Lila knelt by the river, dipping her fingers into the cool, clear water. She felt a peculiar chill, as if the warmth had been drawn away. With Olin perched nearby, they pondered this strange occurrence. "The water spirits are connected to the heart of the forest," Olin explained. "If their song is silent, we must look deeper within." Lila nodded, her resolve strengthened by Olin's wisdom. She retraced her steps through the forest, listening carefully to the whispers of the leaves and the rustle of the underbrush. She noticed something curious as she walked, a series of small, silvery footprints leading deeper into the woods. Following the footprints, Lyra found herself in a part of the forest she had never seen before. The air here was tinged with a soft luminescence, as if the very mist was infused with moonlight. At the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and reaching for the sky. From one of the branches, a gentle, melodious hum resonated. Lyra and Alan exchanged a knowing glance. This, they realized, was the source of the strange occurrences. It was the ancient Tree of Whispers, known in legend to hold the forest's deepest secrets. As they approached, a soft voice called out, "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" Startled but undeterred, Lyra replied, "We mean no harm. We seek to restore the magic of the forest." The tree's voice was like a gentle breeze, caressing the soul. "Ah, the young seeker of truth, the balance has been disrupted by a forgotten promise." Lyra listened intently as the tree recounted an old tale of a bond between the forest and the villagers, a pact to care for one another. Over time, the villagers had unknowingly neglected their part, and the magic had begun to fade as a gentle reminder. Understanding now, Lyra knew what must be done. She thanked the Tree of Whispers and returned to the village, where she gathered everyone in the square. With Alan by her side, she shared the tale and the importance of rekindling their bond with the forest. The villagers, moved by Lyra's words, agreed to honor their forgotten promise. They spent the days that followed tending to the forest, planting new seeds, and singing songs of gratitude to the ancient trees. The fairies danced through the air, their wings once again vibrant and full of life, as the water spirit's song returned to the river. With the balance restored, the magical creatures rejoiced, their laughter echoing through the woods. Lyra felt a warmth fill her heart, knowing she had helped bring harmony back to her beloved home. As the sun set over Willowbrook, painting the sky with hues of soft pink and gold, Lyra sat by the riverbank, watching the stars begin to twinkle above. Alan perched beside her, his presence a comforting weight. "You did well, young Lyra," Alan said, his voice a gentle rumble. Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the serenity of the night. "I couldn't have done it without you, Alan." And so, with the village's bond with the forest renewed, and the magic once again flourishing, Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber. The Whispering Woods sang their ancient lullaby, cradling the village in a blanket of dreams, ensuring that come morning, the sun would rise to greet a world filled with wonder and enchantment once more. Story 40. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, a world unseen by human eyes thrived in perfect harmony. This realm, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, was home to a vibrant tapestry of creatures, great and small, each playing their part in the delicate dance of nature. As the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy, a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of wildflowers, stirring the dew-kissed leaves. Squirrels scampered along the twisted branches, their bushy tails swishing in excitement, gathering the season's bounty of acorns and nuts. Beneath the towering oaks and majestic pines, a family of rabbits emerged from their warren, their velvety ears twitching, ever alert to the sounds of the forest. In a sun-dappled clearing, a majestic stag stood tall, his antlers reaching towards the sky like ancient crowns of the woodland realm. His deep, soulful eyes held the wisdom of generations past, a testament to the cycles of life that ebbed and flowed through these hallowed glades. As the day wore on, the forest hummed with activity. Busy bees danced from blossom to blossom, collecting the sweet nectar that would sustain their hive through the changing seasons. Dragonflies darted across the mirror-like surface of a nearby stream, their iridescent wings catching the light like tiny rainbows. In the heart of an ancient willow tree, a family of owls kept a watchful vigil over the forest. Their haunting hoots echoed through the twilight hours, a reminder of the magic that dwelled within these ancient woods. As night fell, the forest took on a different hue, bathed in the silvery glow of the full moon. It was during these enchanted hours that the true magic of the forest revealed itself. Glowing sprites, born from the very essence of nature, emerged from their hiding places, dancing among the ferns and mushrooms. Their gossamer wings trailed stardust in their wake, casting an ethereal glow over the forest floor. As the seasons changed, the forest underwent a magnificent transformation. In the vibrant greens of spring, new life burst forth, carpeting the ground with delicate wildflowers and filling the air with the sweet melodies of songbirds. Summer brought a verdant abundance, the trees heavy with fruit, and the air alive with the buzz of insects. Autumn painted the forest in a kaleidoscope of reds, oranges, and golds, as the leaves bid farewell to their branches and drifted gently to the earth below. It was during this time that the squirrels worked tirelessly, gathering their winter stores and preparing for the long, slumbering months ahead. When winter's icy grip took hold, the forest transformed once more. A blanket of pristine snow draped over the slumbering landscape, muffling all sound save for the occasional crunch of a creature's footsteps. Yet even in this seeming stillness, life persisted, hidden beneath the frozen earth, awaiting the return of spring's warmth. Through it all, the ancient creatures of the forest maintained a sacred bond with the land, a connection that had been passed down through countless generations. They understood the delicate balance that sustained their world, and they revered the natural cycles that governed their existence. For in this enchanted realm, the very essence of life was woven into the fabric of the forest itself, a tapestry of magic and wonder that would endure long after the footsteps of humankind had faded from memory. Story 41. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a whispering forest, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. This village was cradled by towering trees whose leaves danced with the gentle caress of the breeze, and where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of wildflowers. The villagers lived harmoniously, tending to their gardens and trading stories by the fireside as the sun dipped below the horizon. In this village, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin was known for her kind heart and the soft tunes she hummed as she worked. Her days were spent weaving baskets from willow branches, her fingers deftly crafting each one with care and precision. Yet, despite the beauty she created, Marin felt a restlessness stirring within her, a yearning for something more that she could not quite grasp. Marin's heart was heavy with the weight of change that seemed to loom like a cloud, and she often found herself wandering into the forest, seeking solace among the ancient trees. It was during one of these wanderings that she stumbled upon a curious sight, a shimmering pond hidden beneath a canopy of weeping willows. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the world above with a magical glimmer. As Marin gazed into the pond, she noticed something extraordinary. The water seemed to ripple with a life of its own, forming shapes and patterns that mirrored her innermost thoughts. Curious and captivated, she returned to the pond day after day, finding comfort in its otherworldly presence. One evening, as the sun painted the sky with hues of pink and orange, Marin sat by the pond, her reflection gazing back at her with quiet understanding. As she watched, the water began to swirl, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature. It was a sprite, its wings like gossamer, and its eyes twinkling with an ancient wisdom. "Fear not, dear Marin," the sprite spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Change is but a journey, and on this path you shall find your true self." Marin listened intently, her heart opening to the sprite's words. "But how will I know which path to take?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The answers lie within you," the sprite replied, floating closer to Marin. "Trust in your heart, and let the magic of the forest guide you." With those words, the sprite vanished into the pond, leaving Marin with a newfound sense of hope. She returned to the village, her steps lightened by the promise of discovery. In the days that followed, Marin found herself seeking the guidance of her friends, those who had watched her grow and knew her heart well. There was Olin, the wise old storyteller, whose tales of adventure and courage inspired her to embrace the unknown. And there was Leora, the gentle herbalist, who taught Marin the art of listening to the whispers of the earth and finding strength in its gifts. With their support, Marin began to embrace the changes she once feared. She explored new paths in the forest, gathering herbs and learning their secrets. She wove baskets not just from willow, but from the vibrant reeds and flowers she discovered on her journeys. Each creation was a reflection of her evolving spirit, a tapestry of colors and textures that spoke of growth and transformation. As Marin walked this new path, the forest itself seemed to awaken around her. The trees whispered encouragement, their leaves rustling in applause. The animals watched her with curious eyes, sensing the magic that blossomed within her. One day, as Marin sat by the pond, she noticed a transformation in her own reflection. It was still her, yet there was a radiance that she had not seen before, a glow that spoke of newfound confidence and inner peace. The sprite appeared once more, its presence a gentle reminder of the journey Marin had undertaken. "You have embraced the magic within you," it said, its voice filled with warmth. "And in doing so, you have transformed not only yourself but the world around you." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a dance of life that brought beauty and growth. She had learned to trust in the journey, to embrace the unknown with open arms and an open heart. And so it was that Marin, with the support of her friends and the magic of the forest, found her true self. She returned to the village, her spirit as vibrant as the baskets she wove, ready to share the lessons of her journey with those around her. In Willowbrook, the tale of Marin and the magical pond became a cherished story told by the fireside, a reminder that within each of us lies the power to transform, to grow, and to shine brightly in the tapestry of life. As the villagers settled into their beds each night, they felt the gentle embrace of the forest, the rustling leaves singing them to sleep with a lullaby of hope and wonder. And Marin, content and at peace, drifted into dreams of endless possibility, knowing that the magic of the forest would always be with her, guiding her on her journey. Story 42. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, where the trees murmured secrets to one another and the moonlight painted silver patterns on the forest floor, there lay a small, quaint village called Luminara. The villagers of Luminara were known for their warmth, their hospitality, and their curious way of finding joy in the simplest of things. The village was surrounded by an aura of magic, not the grand, explosive kind, but a gentle, subtle magic that wove its way through everyday life. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to flame and gold, a peculiar occurrence began to stir the village. It started with the chiming of the town clock, a clock that had stood in the center of Luminara for as long as anyone could remember. The clock, usually a dependable marker of time, began to chime at odd hours, each chime echoing through the village like a question waiting to be answered. The villagers gathered in the cobblestone square, their breath visible in the cool air, as they listened to the clock's unpredictable song. Among them was a gentle soul named Finn, a young lad with a heart as open as the sky. Finn had a knack for noticing the little things that others might overlook, and his curiosity was piqued by the clock's strange behavior. "Perhaps the clock is trying to tell us something," Finn mused aloud, his voice thoughtful and calm. The villagers nodded, their eyes reflecting the flickering lanterns that lined the square. In the days that followed, Finn set out to solve the mystery of the chiming clock. He began by observing the clock closely, noting the times it chose to chime. As he sat beneath its towering presence, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his coat. Looking down, he saw a small, shimmering creature with eyes like stars and wings that glistened like dew-kissed petals. "Hello, Finn," the creature said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Leora, a spirit of the Whispering Wood. I believe you seek answers about the clock." Finn, though surprised, smiled warmly at Leora. "Yes, I do. The clock's chiming seems to have a mind of its own." Leora nodded, her wings fluttering gracefully. "The clock is enchanted, a guardian of time in this village. It chimes not in error, but in response to the magic of the forest. Something has shifted, and the clock senses it." Intrigued, Finn decided to venture deeper into the forest, guided by Leora and the subtle hints of magic that whispered through the trees. The path was soft underfoot, blanketed in fallen leaves that crackled like old parchment. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the faint sweetness of distant blooms. As they journeyed, Finn noticed small signs of disturbance, a fallen branch here, a cluster of mushrooms wilting there. Each sign was a clue, and together they painted a picture of a forest slightly out of balance. Leora explained that the balance of the forest's magic was delicate, a tapestry woven with care and harmony. Their path led them to a glade bathed in moonlight, where they found an ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, Perched in its branches was a wise old owl named Eldrin, whose feathers shimmered with the wisdom of countless seasons. Eldrin, Leora called gently, we seek your guidance. The clock in Luminara has been chiming strangely, and we believe it is linked to the forest. Eldrin blinked slowly, his eyes like amber lanterns in the night. Ah, the clock, the keeper of time, he hooted in a deep, resonant voice. The forest has indeed been restless. A young sprite, curious and eager, has been playing with the threads of magic, not knowing the ripples such play can cause. Finn listened intently, his heart filled with understanding rather than frustration. How can we help restore the balance, Eldrin? The wise owl tilted his head thoughtfully. The sprite must learn of the balance in our world, of how each action can echo through the forest. Speak to the sprite with kindness and show them the way. With Eldrin's guidance, Finn and Leora continued their journey, following the trail of gentle mischief left by the sprite. They soon came upon a clearing where the sprite danced among the wildflowers, her laughter like the tinkling of bells. Hello, little sprite, Finn greeted with a smile, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. We've come to talk about the magic of the forest and the clock in our village. The sprite paused in her dance, her eyes wide with curiosity and innocence. I only wanted to see what would happen, she said, her voice a soft whisper. Finn knelt down, meeting the sprite's gaze with kindness. Magic is a wondrous thing, but it needs care and understanding. When you play with it, it can change things in ways we don't expect. The sprite nodded slowly, her wings drooping slightly. I didn't mean to cause trouble. We know, Leora assured gently, and now you can help us put things right. Together, Finn, Leora, and the sprite returned to the village. Under the moon's gentle glow, they worked to weave the threads of magic back into balance, guided by Eldrin's wise words and the sprite's newfound understanding. The moment the last thread was set, the clock in Luminara chimed once more, a single, melodious note that resonated through the village with peace and reassurance. The villagers who had waited patiently felt a calm settle over them, as if the forest itself sighed in contentment. Finn stood with Leora and the sprite at the foot of the clock, the moon casting a gentle light upon them. Thank you, Finn said softly, his heart full of gratitude for his new friends and the lessons they had shared. The sprite smiled shyly, her wings now glowing with the soft light of understanding. And thank you for teaching me. As the village of Luminara settled into the embrace of night, the clock resumed its steady rhythm, each tick a promise of the harmony restored. And so, the villagers slept soundly, cradled by the gentle magic of the Whispering Wood, knowing that their world was once again in balance. The story of the chiming clock became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a reminder of the wisdom found in kindness and the strength of friendship. And Finn, who had listened to the whispers of the forest and followed the path of gentle magic, knew that the true enchantment lay not in the mystery itself, but in the journey of discovery and the bonds forged along the way. Story 43. In the heart of a quiet little village, nestled between gentle hills and shaded by the whispering woods, there lay a peculiar secret. This village, known to its few inhabitants as Willowbrook, was not remarkable in its appearance. It had the usual cobblestone paths, quaint thatched cottages with tendrils of ivy climbing their walls, and a market square where townsfolk gathered to exchange goods and tales. Yet, if one were to wander beyond the village's borders, past the meadows where wildflowers danced in the breeze, they might stumble upon an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a wise old guardian. Beneath this tree, in the dappled light filtering through its leaves, was a hollow large enough for a child to crawl into. And within this hollow there existed a world unseen by most, a hidden realm of enchantment and wonder, known only to those who believed in the whispers of the wind. Liam was a boy of 10, with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart full of curiosity. He lived in Willowbrook with his grandmother, who often spoke of the old oak and its secrets. She told him stories of how, long ago, the tree had been a meeting place for creatures of magic, sprites, fairies, and other beings who danced in the moonlight and sang songs that could make the stars weep with joy. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves drifted down like confetti, Liam found himself drawn to the old oak. The air was filled with the scent of earth and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. He approached the tree, feeling a strange pull, as if some unseen force was guiding him. "Come closer." The wind seemed to sigh through the branches. "Discover what lies within." Liam, with a heart pounding in excitement and a mind alive with possibility, crouched down and peered into the hollow. It was dark, and for a moment he hesitated. But then, a flicker of light, a tiny shimmering glow, beckoned him forward. He crawled inside, the world around him dissolving into a tapestry of colors and sounds that he had never imagined. Inside, the hollow expanded into a vast sunlit glade. The air sparkled as if dusted with magic. The grass beneath his feet was soft, almost like walking on a cloud. All around him, vibrant flowers bloomed, their petals whispering secrets in the language of nature. Birds with feathers like jeweled rainbows flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving into the fabric of the air. And there in the center of it all stood a figure, a girl with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as deep as the forest itself. She wore a dress spun from morning mist, and her presence felt like the gentle embrace of a summer breeze. "Welcome," she said, her voice a melody that seemed to rise from the very earth. "I am Lyra, guardian of the hidden glade." Liam was mesmerized. "Is this real?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Lyra nodded, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "As real as the dreams you hold dear. This is a place where magic breathes, where the world reveals its hidden heart." He felt a warmth spread through him, as if he had found a part of himself he never knew was missing. "Why have you brought me here?" he asked, curiosity dancing in his gaze. Lyra motioned to the glade around them. "The world beyond has forgotten much," she said, her tone tinged with a gentle sadness. "But here, the essence of magic still thrives. I bring you here to remind you, and through you your world, of the wonder that lies in the unseen." Together they wandered through the glade, Lyra pointing out the subtle enchantments woven into the landscape. She showed him a brook where the water sang as it flowed, each note a drop of liquid silver. They watched as a family of rabbits, their fur glistening with an ethereal glow, played among the roots of ancient trees. As they walked, Lyra spoke of the balance between the seen and the unseen, of the harmony that once existed between humans and the magical realm. "There was a time," she said, "when your world listened to the whispers of ours, when every breeze carried a story, and every shadow held a secret." Liam listened, his heart swelling with a longing he couldn't quite name. "Can it be that way again?" he asked, hope threading through his words. Lyra paused, considering him with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. "It can," she replied softly, "but it requires belief, a willingness to see with the heart, not just the eyes." As twilight began to cast its gentle cloak over the glade, Lyra led Liam back to the hollow of the oak. "You must return now," she said, her voice a tender caress. "But remember what you have seen, and hold it close. Share it with those who are willing to listen, those who still carry the spark of wonder." Liam nodded, feeling a kinship with this magical place and its guardian. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I won't forget." With a final, lingering glance at the glade, he crawled back through the hollow. The world outside was just as he had left it, the village cloaked in the gentle hush of evening. Yet, something within him had changed, a quiet, enduring belief in the magic that lay just beyond the edge of perception. Over the days and weeks that followed, Liam shared his experience with his grandmother and the villagers. At first, they listened with indulgent smiles, thinking his tales the fanciful imaginings of a young boy. But Liam spoke with such conviction, such earnest wonder, that slowly a change swept through Willowbrook. People began to notice the subtle magic in their own lives, the way the morning sun painted the sky in hues of fire and gold, the laughter of children echoing like music through the streets, the gentle rhythm of nature that seemed to pulse beneath the surface of everyday moments. They started to see the world with new eyes, feeling a connection to the hidden realm that Liam had discovered. The old oak became a symbol of this newfound wonder, a place where villagers would gather to share stories and dreams. And though the glade within remained unseen by most, its magic seeped into the hearts of those who believed, weaving a tapestry of enchantment that bound the village in a shared quiet joy. As for Liam, he grew older, his life enriched by the lessons he had learned in the hidden glade. He carried its magic with him, a beacon of light and hope, and continued to share its wonders with all who would listen. And in doing so, he helped to rekindle a forgotten connection, reminding the world that magic was not just a thing of fairy tales, but a living, breathing presence in the heart of life itself. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people living with a sense of wonder and harmony, grateful for the boy who had shown them the way back to the magic that had always been there, waiting to be discovered. Story 44. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled within a valley where the morning mist lingered lazily over dew-kissed meadows, something peculiar began to unfold. Willowbrook was a place where cobblestone paths wound through lush gardens, and each cottage seemed to hum with warmth and contentment. It was a world where sunbeams danced upon the windowsills, and the scent of fresh bread from the local bakery mingled with the fragrance of blooming lilacs. At the heart of this gentle village stood the ancient Oakwood Library, a towering structure of stone and ivy, said to be as old as the valley itself. Its wooden doors creaked with the wisdom of centuries, and inside, rows of well-loved books whispered stories of magic and mystery to those who cared to listen. On one particular misty morning, the townsfolk awoke to find that the library's beloved bell, which marked the passage of each hour with a melodious chime, had fallen silent. The absence of its comforting sound left the village feeling oddly incomplete, like a song missing its final note. Concerned, the villagers gathered in the library's courtyard, their murmurs filling the air like the rustling of leaves. Among them was young Finn, a bright-eyed child with an insatiable curiosity and a knack for noticing things others might overlook. Finn had always been enchanted by the library, spending countless hours nestled in its cozy corners, lost in tales of far-off lands and daring adventures. As the villagers puzzled over the silent bell, Finn couldn't help but feel that there was more to the mystery than met the eye. He gazed up at the library's tower where the bell hung, its brass surface glinting faintly in the soft morning light. Determined to solve the mystery, Finn decided to seek the wisdom of the village's most esteemed resident, old sage Alden. Alden was a gentle soul with a twinkle in his eye and a long, flowing beard that seemed to shimmer with silver threads. He was known for his vast knowledge of both the mundane and the magical, and his advice was often sought in times of uncertainty. Finn found Alden in his quaint cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The air was rich with the scent of lavender and rosemary, and a small fire crackled cheerfully in the hearth. "Ah, young Finn," Alden greeted with a warm smile as he opened the door. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine morning?" Finn explained the mystery of the silent bell, his voice tinged with both excitement and concern. Alden listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as he stroked his beard. "It seems, dear Finn, that the bell has chosen to keep its secret for now," Alden mused. "But fear not, for the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Perhaps it is time to seek the counsel of those who dwell beyond the veil of the ordinary." Finn's eyes widened with intrigue as Alden reached for a small, intricately carved box. Opening it carefully, he revealed a shimmering stone that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. "This is a moonstone," Alden explained. "It holds the power to reveal truths hidden from the eyes of the ordinary. Take it with you on your journey, and it shall guide you to those who may provide the answers you seek." With the moonstone tucked safely in his pocket, Finn set out on his adventure, his heart filled with a sense of purpose. He wandered through the village, following the gentle tug of the stone's magic as it led him towards the edge of the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods were aptly named, for the trees seemed to converse in hushed tones as the wind rustled through their branches. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As Finn ventured deeper into the woods, he came across a curious creature perched upon a moss-covered log. It was a small, plump hedgehog with quills that shimmered like tiny rainbows in the light. The hedgehog blinked up at Finn with bright, inquisitive eyes. "Greetings, young traveler," the hedgehog spoke in a voice that was both gentle and wise. I am Quibble, keeper of the forest's secrets. What brings you to this enchanted grove? Finn shared the tale of the silent bell, and Quibble listened with a thoughtful nod. Ah, the bell, Quibble mused. It is said that its chime resonates with the harmony of the village itself. If it has fallen silent, perhaps something has disturbed the balance. Quibble hopped down from the log and began to lead Finn through the forest, their path winding beneath towering oaks and alongside babbling brooks. The forest seemed to hum with life, and Finn felt a deep sense of wonder as he followed his newfound companion. Eventually, they arrived at a small clearing bathed in the soft glow of the afternoon sun. At its center stood a majestic tree with bark as smooth as silk and leaves that shimmered with a silvery sheen. Finn felt an inexplicable sense of peace wash over him as he gazed upon the tree. This is the Tree of Echoes, Quibble explained, a guardian of harmony and balance. It holds the memory of all that transpires in the village and the forest. Perhaps it can shed some light on the mystery of the bell. Finn approached the tree and placed his hand upon its trunk. A gentle warmth spread through his fingers, and he closed his eyes, allowing the tree's ancient wisdom to flow into his mind. Images began to flicker behind his closed eyelids, like scenes from a long-forgotten dream. He saw the bell in its tower, its chime resonating through the village, each note a thread in the tapestry of life. Then he saw a shadow creeping silently through the night, a mischievous wind spirit that had playfully untied the bell's clapper, rendering it mute. With a start, Finn opened his eyes, feeling a newfound understanding blossom within him. "It's the wind spirit," he murmured, "playing a trick on the village." Quibble nodded, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Indeed, the wind spirits are known for their playful nature. But fear not, for they mean no harm. We simply need to remind them of the importance of the bell's chime. Together, Finn and Quibble returned to the village, where the townsfolk awaited with hopeful anticipation. Finn shared what he had learned, and the villagers listened with wonder and relief. With the help of Quibble and Old Sage Alden, Finn devised a plan to coax the wind spirit into returning the clapper. They gathered in the library courtyard, their voices rising in a gentle song that spoke of friendship, harmony, and the joy of shared laughter. As their melody filled the air, the wind began to dance through the village, weaving through the trees and chimneys, carrying with it the villagers' heartfelt message. Slowly, the bell's clapper reappeared, as if by magic, and soon the familiar chime rang out once more, restoring the village's sense of peace and unity. The mystery resolved. The villagers celebrated with a feast of warm bread, sweet honey, and fresh berries, their laughter mingling with the sound of the bell. Finn sat between Alden and Quibble, his heart full of gratitude for the adventure and the friends he had made along the way. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in a golden glow, Finn knew that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered. And as he drifted off to sleep that night, he dreamed of the gentle mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting to be uncovered by those with hearts brave enough to seek them. Story 45. In the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and a babbling brook, there existed a legend as old as the land itself. It spoke of the Whispering Woods, a mysterious forest cloaked in perpetual twilight, where the trees sang secrets with the wind and shadows danced upon the forest floor like whispers of forgotten tales. Yet none dared to venture deep within, for it was said that the woods held a magical ability, a power to reveal the truth within one's heart. It was on the cusp of spring when the story of young Thalia began. She was a gentle soul, with eyes like the morning sky and hair the color of chestnut bark warmed by the sun. Thalia lived with her grandmother Etta in a cozy cottage at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Their home was a tapestry of warmth, where the scent of baked bread mingled with the fragrance of wildflowers that Etta would gather each morning. One evening, as a soft rain tapped a gentle rhythm on their thatched roof, Thalia sat by the hearth, entranced by the flames that licked the logs with a gentle crackle. Etta, with her silver hair tied back into a loose braid, settled beside her, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of many seasons. "Grandmother," Thalia asked, her voice a soft murmur, "have you ever been inside the Whispering Woods?" Etta chuckled, her laughter like the chime of distant bells. Ah, my dear, the woods are not to be feared, but understood. They hold many wonders and truths, but only those who seek with a pure heart may find what they truly desire. Thalia pondered her grandmother's words, a seed of curiosity planted deep within her. The next morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, Thalia set out towards the woods, a woven basket in hand. The forest entrance was a grand archway of intertwined branches, adorned with delicate morning dew that glimmered like tiny stars. As Thalia stepped beneath the arch, a gentle breeze greeted her, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. The forest seemed to pulse with life. The rustle of leaves whispered secrets, and the distant call of a nightingale echoed softly through the trees. She wandered deeper, her footsteps light upon the mossy ground, until she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. In a small clearing, bathed in dappled sunlight, there stood a tree unlike any she had seen before. Its bark shimmered silver, and its leaves were a vibrant green, each one etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the light. At its roots lay an object, a small, ornate mirror, encased in a frame of twisted vines and tiny, luminescent flowers. Drawn to its beauty, Thalia picked up the mirror, feeling a gentle warmth radiate from its surface. As she gazed into it, the reflection began to change, revealing not her own face, but a scene of the village she knew so well. Yet something was different. The villagers were smiling, their eyes bright with joy and kindness, and the air was filled with laughter and song. Startled, Thalia blinked, and the image faded back to her own reflection. She tucked the mirror into her basket, a sense of wonder and uncertainty stirring within her. As she continued her journey through the woods, she pondered the vision she had seen. What did it mean? Was it a glimpse of what could be, or merely a trick of the light? Days turned into weeks, and Thalia found herself returning to the Whispering Woods, seeking answers and solace. Each time she looked into the mirror, she saw new visions, of friendships mended, of kindness shared, and of a village bound by unity and understanding. One cool evening, beneath a sky awash with stars, Thalia confided in her grandmother about the mirror and the visions it revealed. Etta listened intently, her wise eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. "The mirror shows the truth within your heart, Thalia," Etta explained softly. "It reveals the potential for goodness and the change that can be sparked by even the smallest of acts. But remember, true magic lies not in what the mirror shows, but in the actions you choose to take." Inspired by her grandmother's words, Thalia resolved to bring the visions to life. She began small, offering a kind word to a weary traveler, sharing her family's baked bread with a hungry child, and listening with patience to those who felt unheard. Slowly, the village began to change, mirroring the harmony and joy that Thalia had glimpsed within the enchanted mirror. The Whispering Woods, once shrouded in mystery and fear, became a place of gathering and celebration, where villagers would come together to share stories and laughter beneath the watchful gaze of the silver tree. Thalia's journey had changed not only her own heart, but the hearts of those around her, illuminating the path to a brighter tomorrow. As the years passed, the legend of the Whispering Woods grew, and Thalia, with her gentle spirit and unwavering kindness, became a beloved figure in Larkspur Hollow. Her story was told by the fireside on chilly nights, a tale of friendship, unity, and the transformative power of love and understanding. And so the village thrived, nestled between the emerald hills and the babbling brook, a testament to the magic that lay not in the enchanted mirror, but in the hearts of those who dared to believe in the beauty of a shared world. And each time the wind whispered through the trees, it carried with it the promise of hope and the gentle reminder that even the smallest act of kindness could change the world. With the forest ever watchful, the silver tree stood as a guardian of secrets and dreams, its leaves singing softly in the breeze, a melody of timeless wisdom and enduring friendship. And in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where shadows danced and the air was thick with enchantment, the true magic of the world was etched into the very fabric of the land, a magic that would endure as long as there were hearts willing to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Thalia sat beside her grandmother, their fingers interlaced, watching as fireflies began to dot the evening air with their gentle luminescence. The world, though vast and sometimes daunting, felt just a bit smaller, a bit more connected, through the lens of shared stories and unyielding hope. Thus, the tale of Thalia and the Whispering Woods became a beacon of light in Larkspur Hollow, a reminder that within each heart lies the power to see the world not as it is, but as it could be, a world woven with threads of compassion, unity, and love. And so the legend lived on, carried by the winds and whispered among the leaves, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who dared to dream. Story 46. Once upon a time, nestled between the gentle hills of a verdant valley, there lay a quaint little village named Willow Grove. This village was known far and wide for its lush, whispering willows and the serene river that meandered through, shimmering under the golden sunlight. The villagers led simple lives, tending to their gardens and livestock, and gathering at the town square every evening to share stories and laughter. In the heart of Willow Grove, there lived a young boy named Finn. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Finn was a spirited soul, often found exploring the mysterious nooks of the village. His dearest companion was a gentle fox named Bramble, whose fur was a rich tawny hue, and whose eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom. Bramble and Finn were inseparable, roaming the fields and forests, always on the lookout for new adventures. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves danced in the breeze and the air was filled with the scent of wood smoke and ripening apples, Finn and Bramble set out on an adventure beyond the familiar boundaries of Willow Grove. Finn had heard whispers of a hidden world, a realm of magic, tucked away within the deepest parts of the Whispering Woods. The tales told of an ancient grove where time stood still, guarded by a mystical artifact known as the Heartstone. It was said that this stone held the power to unlock one's true potential and reveal the innermost desires of the heart. With a map sketched on a piece of parchment by the elder of the village, Finn and Bramble began their journey. The map was old and faded, the lines and symbols almost forgotten by time, but Finn's heart was full of excitement and curiosity. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the world around them grew quieter, the air thick with the scent of moss and pine, and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced along their path. Finn's senses were alive with the sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the gentle croon of a distant brook, and the occasional call of a lone bird. Bramble trotted beside him, ears perked, occasionally sniffing the air, as if sensing something unseen. As they journeyed on, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks thicker and gnarled, and the underbrush became a tapestry of vibrant greens and earthy browns. They came upon a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in lichen and ivy. In the center of the circle, a shimmering light flickered, drawing them closer. With a sense of reverence, Finn approached the light. There, nestled among the stones, lay the Heartstone. It was a smooth, oval-shaped gem, pulsating with a gentle, warm glow. Finn reached out, his fingers brushing against its surface. As he did, a soft, melodic hum filled the air, and a sense of peace and clarity washed over him. Bramble watched with wise eyes, her tail swishing gently. Finn felt a connection to the stone, as if it recognized his spirit and intentions. He closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to drift, and in that moment he saw a vision of himself, strong, confident, and filled with purpose. It was as if the Heartstone was showing him the person he could become. But as quickly as the vision appeared, it faded, leaving behind a deep sense of yearning and a flicker of determination. Finn knew that the journey was only beginning, and that the Heartstone had shown him a glimpse of his potential, a potential that could be realized through courage and friendship. With renewed resolve, Finn tucked the Heartstone into his satchel, feeling its gentle warmth against his side. Together with Bramble, he set off once more, eager to uncover the mysteries of the hidden world and the truth that lay beyond. As they continued, the forest seemed to guide them, the path unfolding with a sense of purpose. They encountered creatures of all kinds, some familiar, like the squirrels that chattered overhead, and some wondrously new, like the luminescent butterflies that danced in the twilight. Each creature they met greeted them with kindness and curiosity, as if recognizing the Heartstone's magic. Days turned into nights, and the forest changed with them. The air grew cooler, the stars brighter, and the moon cast a silvery glow on the world below. Finn and Bramble found shelter under the boughs of a great oak, where they shared stories and dreams, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, they stumbled upon a hidden glen. The glen was a sanctuary of beauty, with a crystal-clear pond at its center, surrounded by wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was filled with the sweet melody of a nightingale, whose song echoed through the trees. In the center of the pond, an ethereal figure emerged. She was a willowy sprite, her form shimmering with the hues of the setting sun. Her eyes were like pools of liquid gold, and her voice was a soothing whisper. "Welcome, travelers," she said, her words a soft caress. "I am Lila, guardian of this realm. You have journeyed far and proven your worthiness to meet me." Finn and Bramble approached cautiously, their hearts filled with awe and wonder. "We seek the truth of the Heartstone," Finn said, his voice steady and earnest. "We wish to understand its magic and the path it has set before us." Lila nodded, her expression gentle. "The Heartstone is a vessel of ancient magic, a gift from the spirits of the forest. It reflects the true essence of those who possess it, revealing their deepest desires and guiding them toward their destiny. But remember, young one, true power lies not in the stone itself, but in the choices you make and the bonds you forge." Finn listened intently, his mind racing with possibilities. He thought of the vision the Heartstone had shown him, of the person he longed to become. "How do I fulfill my potential?" he asked, his voice filled with determination. Lila smiled, her gaze warm and knowing. "The journey is as important as the destination, dear Finn. Trust in yourself and in your companions. Listen to the wisdom of the forest and the whispers of your heart. In time, you will find your path." With her words echoing in his mind, Finn felt a sense of clarity and purpose. He knew that the journey ahead would be filled with challenges and discoveries, but he was ready to embrace them all. As they bid farewell to Lila and the glen, Finn and Bramble set off once more, their hearts light and their spirits high. The forest unfolded before them, a tapestry of wonder and magic, each step a dance of discovery. Their journey took them to places they had never imagined, a meadow where the flowers sang in harmony, a river that flowed with liquid light, and a mountain whose peak touched the sky. With each new discovery, Finn felt his spirit grow and his understanding deepen. Along the way, they encountered new friends, a wise old owl named Sage, who shared stories of the forest's history, a playful rabbit named Thistle, whose laughter was infectious, and a gentle deer named Willow, who guided them through the forest's hidden paths. Together, they faced trials and challenges, relying on each other's strengths and wisdom. When the path grew treacherous or the night darkened with storm, they found comfort in their camaraderie and the warmth of their shared purpose. As time passed, Finn felt himself changing. He grew more confident, more attuned to the rhythms of the world around him. The Heartstone's warmth was a constant reminder of his potential, a beacon guiding him forward. But the greatest change, he realized, was the bond he shared with his friends. They had become a family, each one teaching him something new about courage, compassion, and the beauty of the world. One day, as they reached the edge of the forest, they found themselves gazing upon a vast, open landscape. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the rolling hills and the distant mountains. Finn stood with Bramble by his side, the Heartstone warm against his chest. He felt a sense of fulfillment and peace, knowing that the journey had brought him closer to understanding himself and the world. With a deep breath, he turned to his friends, his heart full of gratitude and love. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with emotion, "for everything. You've shown me the true magic of friendship and the strength that lies within." Sage nodded, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "You have learned well, young one. The Heartstone has revealed your potential, but it is your choices that have shaped your path." Thistle bounced with excitement, her laughter a melody of joy. "And remember, the journey is never truly over. There are always new adventures waiting." Willow nuzzled Finn gently, her eyes filled with warmth. "You have a good heart, Finn. Trust in it, and it will guide you wherever you go." With their words echoing in his heart, Finn felt a sense of readiness for whatever lay ahead. He knew that the journey had changed him, made him stronger and more aware of the beauty and magic in the world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of pink and orange, Finn and his friends began their journey home. The path was familiar now, each step a reminder of the adventures they had shared and the lessons they had learned. When they finally reached Willow Grove, the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The villagers greeted them with warmth and joy, eager to hear the tales of their journey and the wonders of the hidden world. As Finn recounted their adventures by the flickering light of the village hearth, he felt a deep sense of belonging and fulfillment. He realized that the Heartstone had not only revealed his potential, but had also shown him the true magic of friendship and the strength that lay within. In the days that followed, Finn continued to explore the wonders of the world with Bramble by his side, his heart open to new adventures and possibilities. He knew that the journey was never truly over, and that each day was an opportunity to learn, grow, and discover the magic that lay within and around him. And so, beneath the whispering willows and the starlit sky, Finn and his friends lived happily, their hearts forever touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the journey that had brought them together. They knew that the world was a tapestry of wonder, woven with the threads of friendship, courage, and the endless possibilities of the heart. And in this knowledge, they found peace, joy, and the promise of adventures yet to come. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Finn became a storyteller of his own, sharing the tales of his journey with the next generation of dreamers and adventurers. His stories were filled with the magic of the forest, the wisdom of the Heartstone, and the enduring power of friendship. And so the legacy of the Heartstone lived on, passed from heart to heart, an eternal reminder of the magic that lies within us all, and the beauty of a life filled with love, adventure, and endless possibilities. And in the heart of Willow Grove, beneath the shade of the ancient willows, the story of Finn and the Heartstone became a cherished memory, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who dared to dream and embark on their own magical journeys. As the stars twinkled overhead and the gentle night breeze whispered through the village, the spirit of adventure and the promise of the unknown lingered in the air, a reminder that the world was full of magic, waiting to be discovered by those who believed. And so the tale of Finn and the Heartstone came to rest, like a gentle lullaby, a story to be cherished and passed on, a reminder that the journey is as important as the destination, and that true magic lies in the bonds of friendship and the courage to follow one's heart. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into slumber, may you dream of your own adventures, guided by the stars and the magic that lies within your heart. For in the world of dreams, anything is possible, and the journey never truly ends. Story 47. Once, in a small village nestled between the whispering woods and the rolling hills, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was known for her love of the tall wildflowers that swayed like dancers in the fields. However, there was one thing Leora feared more than anything else: change. She found comfort in the predictability of her days, where the sun rose and set at the same time, and the village clock chimed with a familiar melody. As autumn painted the world in hues of amber and gold, a ripple of change swept through the village. A traveling sorceress known simply as Seraphina arrived, bringing with her tales of distant lands and a trunk brimming with enchanted trinkets. The villagers gathered eagerly to witness her wonders, but Leora watched from the edge of the crowd, hesitant to step closer. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the village, Leora wandered to the edge of the woods. She was drawn by a peculiar sight, a tree unlike any she had seen before. Its bark shimmered with a soft, iridescent light, and its leaves whispered secrets in a language unknown. Intrigued and feeling a rare pull of curiosity, Leora reached out to touch its trunk. As her fingers brushed the bark, a gentle tremor ran through her, and she felt a strange yet comforting warmth spread through her being. That night, Leora dreamt vividly. She was in a forest much like her own, but everything was alive with magic. The trees sang, and the flowers danced in a symphony of colors. In the dream, she met a small glowing creature, a spirit of the woods. "Fear not the change, dear one," it spoke in a voice like the rustle of leaves, "for within it lies the magic of growth." Leora awoke the next morning with a newfound sense of wonder. The dream lingered in her mind, a gentle reminder of the magic she had touched. Yet, she still felt the grip of her old fears. She decided to seek counsel, and so she approached the wise elder of the village, a kind woman named Malus. Malus listened as Leora shared her dream and her fears. With a warm smile, the elder told her, "The seasons change, child, as do we. Embrace what comes, for in doing so you will find your true self." Encouraged by Malus's words and the memory of the dream, Leora began to venture beyond her routine. She visited Seraphina, who, upon hearing Leora's tale, offered her a small vial of shimmering dust. "This," said the sorceress, "is the dust of reflection. Sprinkle it when you feel lost, and it will reveal the path within." With the dust in hand and courage in her heart, Leora returned to the magical tree. She sprinkled the dust at its roots and watched as the air around her shimmered and danced. Suddenly, the spirit from her dream appeared once more, its glow gentle and reassuring. "Change is a journey, not a destination," it reminded her. "With each step, you learn, you grow, and you become." The spirit guided her to see visions of her future, where she embraced new experiences and friendships. As the visions unfolded, Leora saw herself weaving wondrous tapestries of wildflowers and sharing them with her village, bringing joy and beauty to all. She saw herself learning from Seraphina, discovering the magic in everyday life. Her heart swelled with a newfound understanding that change, while daunting, was a path to endless possibilities and joy. When the vision faded, Leora felt lighter, as if a heavy cloak had been lifted from her shoulders. She returned to the village, her eyes now seeing the world with fresh wonder. She embraced the changes around her, finding delight in the unexpected and new. Her days were filled with vibrant colors, laughter, and the gentle whispers of magic she now recognized all around. In time, Leora became a beacon of warmth and wisdom in the village, encouraging others to embrace change and see the beauty in transformation. Her journey had taught her that while the path of change might be unknown, it was illuminated by the light of personal growth and the magic of discovery. And so, in the cozy village by the Whispering Woods, Leora found her place in the ever-turning wheel of life, where change was not to be feared, but welcomed with open arms and an open heart. As the seasons passed, she continued to grow, guided by the gentle spirit of the woods and the love of her friends. The village thrived under the gentle touch of Leora's newfound wisdom, each person carrying a piece of her story within their hearts. And though the world around them continued to change, the warmth of their community and the bonds of friendship remained steadfast, like the enduring glow of a hearth fire on a chilly winter's night. Story 48. In the heart of the ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the wind and the sunlight wove golden patterns upon the forest floor, there existed a realm unseen by human eyes. This enchanted woodland was home to a myriad of creatures, each one playing its part in the delicate dance of life that maintained the forest's harmony. In a cozy burrow beneath the roots of an ancient oak, nestled deep in the rich, earthy loam, lived a family of wise old hedgehogs. The leader of this family was Grindel, a venerable hedgehog with quills tinged silver from age and wisdom. Grindel was known throughout the forest for his deep understanding of the natural world, a wisdom inherited from generations of hedgehogs before him. The forest was alive with the vibrant colors of early spring. Tender shoots pushed through the soil, and blossoms unfurled their petals to greet the sun. The air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees echoed softly through the glades. It was a season of renewal, and the creatures of the forest felt the pulse of life quickening within them. One day, as the morning mist curled lazily around the trees and the first light of dawn kissed the forest awake, Grindel gathered the younger hedgehogs around him. His eyes, wise and gentle, twinkled with the stories of ages past. "Today," he began, his voice a soft murmur like the rustling leaves, "we shall learn about the balance of our home, the forest." As they ventured forth, the forest revealed its wonders. Dewdrops clung to the delicate spiderwebs like tiny jewels, and the songs of birds drifted down from the canopy above. Grindel led them to a sun-dappled clearing where a brook babbled merrily over smooth stones, its clear waters reflecting the blue sky above. "Here," Grindel said, gesturing with a paw, "is where life comes together, each element in harmony with the others. He pointed to the vibrant moss carpeting the rocks, the small fish darting beneath the water's surface, and the dragonflies that skimmed the brook's surface. We are all connected, each of us playing a role in the great circle of life. The younger hedgehogs listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder. Grindel's lessons were more than just words. They were a reminder of the unity that bound them to every living creature in the forest. As the seasons changed, the forest transformed with them. In summer, the canopy thickened, providing a cool refuge from the heat. The air buzzed with the sound of cicadas, and the scent of pine needles mingled with the warm earth. The hedgehogs would retreat to the shade of their burrow during the day, venturing out at dusk when the air was filled with the soothing song of crickets. With autumn came a riot of color. Leaves turned to shades of amber, gold, and scarlet, carpeting the forest floor in a mosaic of hues. The crisp air carried the scent of ripening berries and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. Grindel led the young ones through the forest, teaching them to forage and prepare for the coming winter. Nature provides for us, and in return we must care for it, Grindel told them, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The balance of life depends on each of us doing our part. Winter descended with a quiet grace, the forest blanketed in a soft layer of snow. The world was hushed and still, the air sharp and clean. In their snug burrow, the hedgehogs huddled together, warm and safe. Grindel's stories and lessons lingered in their minds, a gentle reminder of the harmony that sustained them. As the snow melted and the first signs of spring appeared once more, the forest awoke from its slumber, vibrant and alive. The cycle began anew, each season a testament to the enduring balance that Grindel had taught. In the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, Grindel's wisdom thrived. Under his gentle guidance, the younger generation learned to cherish the world around them, to see the beauty in every creature and plant, and to understand that true strength lay in the bonds they shared with each other and with the earth. And so, the hidden lives of the natural creatures continued, each one a thread in the intricate tapestry of life that was the forest. The lessons of harmony and balance were passed down through the ages, ensuring that the wisdom of the forest would endure for generations to come. The ancient forest, with its towering trees and whispering winds, remained a sanctuary of peace and tranquility, a place where magic lingered in the air and the gentle harmony of nature reigned supreme. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a golden glow over the land, the forest sighed contentedly, secure in the knowledge that its secrets and wisdom would never be forgotten. Story 49. In the heart of the ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through the emerald canopy and danced across the forest floor, there lay a secret world woven from the threads of nature and magic. Here, amidst the rustling leaves and whispering winds, lived creatures not often seen by human eyes, creatures whose lives were as intertwined with the forest as the roots of the towering oaks and the gentle streams that meandered through the underbrush. The forest was a place of timeless beauty, where each season transformed the landscape into a tapestry of colors and sensations. In spring, the air was sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the soft hum of bees filled the glades. Summer brought a lush, green abundance, with cool shade beneath the trees and the gentle murmur of streams swollen with melted mountain snow. Autumn painted the forest in hues of amber and crimson, leaves crunching underfoot as they fell to the earth. Winter wrapped the forest in a quiet, crystalline stillness, with snowflakes drifting silently to blanket the ground. In this enchanted realm, there lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the marks of countless seasons. Thistle was known as the guardian of the forest, a title bestowed upon him not by decree, but through his gentle wisdom and kindness. His days were spent wandering the forest trails, listening to the stories of the trees and the songs of the birds, ensuring that harmony prevailed among all who called the forest home. Thistle's closest friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pippin, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves and whose eyes sparkled with curiosity. Pippin was known for his boundless energy and his love for collecting stories as much as he did acorns. Together, Thistle and Pippin formed an unlikely pair, but their friendship was a testament to the balance and unity that the forest itself embodied. One crisp morning in early autumn, as the first hint of frost touched the air, Thistle and Pippin embarked on a journey to visit their friend, Luna, the wise owl who roosted in a grand oak at the forest's edge. Luna was the keeper of the forest's lore, her memory a repository of wisdom passed down through generations. As they wound their way through the forest, the sound of a gentle breeze rustling the leaves accompanied them, and the earthy scent of fallen foliage filled the air. Pippin scampered ahead, occasionally darting back to ensure Thistle was not far behind, while Thistle moved with slow, deliberate steps, savoring each sight and sound. Upon reaching Luna's oak, they found her perched gracefully on a low branch, her feathers fluffed against the chill. Her large, amber eyes blinked warmly at her friends as they approached. "Good morning, Luna," Thistle greeted in his deep, soothing voice, nodding his head in respect. "Good morning, dear Thistle and Pippin," Luna replied, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "What brings you to my tree on this fine autumn day?" "We came to hear the old stories," Pippin chirped excitedly, his tail twitching with anticipation, "and to ask about the coming winter." Luna hooted softly, a gentle echo in the stillness. "Ah, the stories of the forest. They are as ancient as the trees themselves. And as for winter, it brings its own magic, its own balance, just as each season does." With a rustle of feathers, Luna began to share the tale of the first snowfall, a story passed down from owl to owl and now to her friends. She spoke of a time long ago when the forest was young and the seasons were learning their rhythms. The first snowfall was a gift from the stars, a shimmering blanket of peace that taught the forest creatures the value of rest and reflection. As Luna spoke, the forest seemed to listen, the gentle susurration of leaves echoing her words. Thistle and Pippin listened with rapt attention, imagining the forest blanketed in pristine white, where even the smallest sound was amplified in the quiet. "The seasons," Luna continued, "teach us that there is a time for everything, a time to grow, a time to harvest, a time to rest, and a time to awaken. Each has its own beauty and purpose, just as each creature in the forest does." Thistle nodded, his heart warmed by the wisdom of Luna's words. "It is why we must care for the forest," he said, his voice imbued with gentle conviction. "For in caring for it, we care for ourselves and for all who call it home." Pippin, his heart full of the magic of the story, scampered up to Luna's branch and nestled beside her, his small body warm against her feathers. "I love the stories, Luna. They make me feel like I'm part of something much bigger." "And you are, little one," Luna replied, nuzzling him with her beak. "We all are, each in our own way." As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Thistle and Pippin bid farewell to Luna and began their journey back through the forest. The air was cool and crisp, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke softly to Pippin. "Remember, my friend, the forest is a living tapestry, and every creature, every tree, every stream is a thread. We must cherish each one, for together they create the harmony we hold dear." Pippin nodded, his eyes reflecting the twilight. "I will remember, Thistle, and I'll tell the stories to the others, so they remember too." With hearts full of warmth and the wisdom of their friend Luna, Thistle and Pippin made their way back to their favorite clearing, where the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. The forest hummed with the gentle lullaby of nightfall, a melody of peace and unity that cradled them to sleep. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance, a haven of balance and beauty, where magic and reality intertwined, and where every creature knew they were part of something wondrous and everlasting. Story 50. Once, in a quaint little village nestled between the whispering woods and the murmuring brook, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curious mind and a heart as warm as cinnamon tea. Her days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, her laughter a melody that danced through the cobblestone streets. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves of amber and gold painted the landscape, Lila ventured into the attic of her grandmother's cottage. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten memories, its air tinged with the scent of cedar and old books. Dust motes floated dreamily in the shafts of sunlight that pierced the room. As Lila rummaged through a chest filled with faded quilts and sepia-toned photographs, her fingers brushed against something peculiar. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface smooth from years of handling. Curious, Lila lifted the lid, revealing an object that shimmered with a gentle, otherworldly glow, a simple, yet beautifully crafted compass. Unlike any compass she had seen before, this one had a needle that spun lazily before settling, pointing not to the north, but towards the heart of the forest. With a flutter of excitement in her chest, Lila decided to follow where the compass led, sensing that it was no ordinary object, but rather a bearer of secrets and stories untold. The forest welcomed her with open arms, its canopy a tapestry of emerald and sunlight. The air was infused with the scent of pine and earth, and the symphony of birdsong accompanied her every step. As Lila journeyed deeper, she was joined by a pair of companions, Nibbles the squirrel, with eyes like twinkling stars, and Whiskers the cat, whose purrs were as soothing as the hum of a distant lullaby. Nibbles was a sprightly creature, his constant chatter like the gentle rustling of leaves. He had a knack for finding hidden paths and secret nooks, his knowledge of the forest both vast and intricate. Whiskers, on the other hand, moved with a grace that seemed to glide through the air, her presence a serene comfort. Together they wandered through the forest, the compass guiding them towards a place of mystery and wonder. Their journey was peppered with moments of awe, a clearing where sunlight danced on a carpet of wildflowers, a brook that sang a melody only the forest knew, and trees that whispered secrets in a language as old as time itself. As dusk began to weave its twilight cloak over the forest, the compass led them to a clearing bathed in the glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens. Beneath its roots lay a hidden door, its surface etched with runes that shimmered like stars. With a soft nudge, Whiskers urged Lila towards the door, her eyes filled with a wisdom beyond words. Lila knelt before the door, tracing the runes with her fingers. She realized that the symbols formed a puzzle, a challenge that required thought and understanding. Nibbles, ever eager, scampered up the tree, his eyes scanning the branches for clues. Lila, drawing on the lessons her grandmother had taught her, focused on the runes, piecing together their meaning. She remembered stories of the forest's heart, where the past and future intertwined, guarded by the wisdom of the ancients. As the last light of day faded, Lila had a revelation. The runes were not just a puzzle, but a story of harmony and balance, of listening and understanding. With gentle hands, she rearranged the symbols, each movement guided by intuition and the quiet strength within her. The door creaked open with a sigh, revealing a chamber filled with a warm, golden light. Inside, the air was rich with the fragrance of jasmine and honey, and the walls glimmered with the reflections of 1,000 memories. In the center of the chamber lay a pool of crystal-clear water, its surface as smooth as glass. Lila, Nibbles, and Whiskers gathered around the pool, their reflections mingling with the stars that began to twinkle in the night sky. As Lila gazed into the water, she saw visions of the past, moments of joy and sorrow, laughter and tears. The pool held the heart of the forest, a tapestry of life woven with the threads of time. In that moment, Lila understood the true gift of the compass. It was not just a guide through the forest, but a reminder that the journey was as precious as the destination. It taught her to cherish the bonds of friendship, the wisdom of the past, and the beauty of the present. As the moon rose high, casting its silver light over the forest, Lila felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that she would carry the lessons of the forest with her, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in the everyday and the extraordinary secrets held by ordinary objects. With hearts light as feathers, Lila, Nibbles, and Whiskers made their way back to the village, their path illuminated by the moonlight that danced through the trees. As they reached the edge of the forest, Lila turned back, whispering a silent thank you to the ancient oak and the mysteries it kept. In the quiet of the night, as the wind sang its lullaby through the leaves, Lila returned to her grandmother's cottage. The compass lay snugly in her pocket, its journey complete, its secrets shared. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Lila slipped into bed, the warmth of her blankets a cocoon of comfort. And as she drifted into slumber, She dreamed of the forest, of friendships forged in laughter and light, of challenges met with wisdom and courage. She dreamed of a world where every step was an adventure, and every day a new story waiting to be told. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves as the night breeze whispered through the trees, the village slept, cradled in the embrace of the forest's magic and the promise of a new dawn. Story 51. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a wondrous community of creatures who had learned to live in perfect harmony with the rhythms of nature. This verdant realm was a tapestry woven from evergreen pines, babbling brooks, and moss-covered stones, where the very air seemed to whisper secrets of ages past. In the hushed twilight hours, the forest came alive with the soft patter of tiny feet and the gentle rustling of leaves. Families of rabbits, adorned in fur coats of rich russet and cream, ventured forth from their warren homes, nibbling on tender shoots and wildflowers. Watchful owls, their wise eyes gleaming like amber gems, kept a silent vigil from the gnarled branches above, ever vigilant for any sign of danger. As the first rays of dawn pierced the canopy, the melodic trills of songbirds heralded the start of a new day. Squirrels scampered along the boughs, their bushy tails trailing behind like banners in the breeze, while industrious beavers tended to their meticulously constructed dams, ensuring the flow of the crystal-clear streams remained unimpeded. In this realm, every creature played its part in maintaining the delicate balance that sustained their woodland home. The towering oaks and mighty pines provided shelter and sustenance, their roots intertwining beneath the soil like the intricate threads of an ancient tapestry. The deer, with their elegant antlers and gentle eyes, grazed on the lush undergrowth, pruning and shaping the forest floor with each careful step. Yet this was no ordinary forest, for it was imbued with an ethereal magic that ebbed and flowed with the changing seasons. In the depths of winter, when the world lay blanketed in pristine snow, the air shimmered with the faint glow of will-o'-the-wisps, guiding weary travelers to the safety of hollowed trees and cozy dens. As spring awakened the land, a riot of vibrant wildflowers carpeted the forest floor, their soft petals unfurling in a kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled the eye. It was during the summer solstice that the forest truly came alive with magic. Ancient oak trees, their branches heavy with leaves, seemed to sway in time to an unheard melody, while luminous fireflies danced among the ferns, weaving intricate patterns of light. On these enchanted nights, the wise elders of the forest would gather beneath the silvery moonlight, sharing tales and wisdom that had been passed down through countless generations. One such elder was a majestic stag, his antlers a regal crown of twisting ivory. His deep, rumbling voice commanded respect, for he was the keeper of the forest's most sacred stories. As the young ones huddled close, their eyes wide with wonder, the stag would spin tales of the Great Spirit, a benevolent force that breathed life into every living thing, from the mightiest oak to the smallest mushroom. He spoke of the importance of respecting the delicate balance of nature, for every creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in sustaining the forest's vibrant ecosystem. The squirrels and birds, he explained, were the forest's gardeners, planting seeds and dispersing them far and wide, ensuring the continued growth and renewal of the woodlands. The stag's tales also carried warnings of the dangers that lurked beyond the forest's boundaries, where the world of humans encroached ever closer. He cautioned of the perils of greed and disrespect for the natural world, weaving cautionary tales of once verdant glades laid bare by the insatiable hunger of humankind. As the moon climbed higher in the velvety night sky, the stag's voice would grow softer, lulling the young ones into a contented slumber, with promises of dreams filled with endless summers and the gentle patter of rain on leaf-strewn paths. In their dreams, they would wander through sun-dappled glades, chasing the ethereal willow-oak, the wisps and frolicking among the wildflowers, their innocent laughter mingling with the melodic songs of the forest. And so, generation after generation, the creatures of the ancient forest lived in harmonious communion with the ebb and flow of nature's rhythms. They were guided by the wisdom of their elders, who taught them to revere the sacred balance that sustained their verdant home. Though the world beyond the forest's boundaries may have changed, within these ancient bounds, the magic endured, a timeless dance of life, death, and rebirth that would continue long after the last whispered story had faded into the night. Story 52. In a quaint village, nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there was a girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled like the night sky, and her heart was as warm as the gentle summer breeze that often rippled through the fields. Lila lived in a cottage with her grandmother, a wise old woman known for her stories about the world beyond their village. Every evening, after the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle, Lila's grandmother would sit by the fireplace, its flames crackling softly like a whispering friend. The room would fill with the comforting scent of pinewood smoke and the soft glow of candlelight. It was during these times that Lila would curl up beside her grandmother, listening intently as tales of distant lands and magical creatures unfolded. One particularly chilly night, as the first snowflakes danced like ethereal fairies outside their window, Lila's grandmother shared a story about a mystical object known as the Heartstone. This Heartstone, she explained, was said to possess the power to reveal hidden truths and unlock the door to a secret world, a world that lay beneath the roots of the ancient trees in the Whispering Woods. Curiosity piqued, Lila asked, "Have you ever seen this Heartstone, Grandma?" Her grandmother chuckled softly, the lines of her face crinkling like pages of a beloved book. "Ah, child, it's but a legend, though some say it's more than just a story." Lila's imagination danced with possibilities, and as she drifted to sleep that night, the Heartstone occupied her dreams, shimmering and elusive. The following morning, the village awoke under a blanket of fresh snow, the world transformed into a glistening wonderland. Lila, bundled in her warmest clothes, set out on an adventure, her heart filled with a sense of purpose. The Whispering Woods, with its towering trees and the promise of secrets hidden within, called to her. As she trudged through the snow, the air crisp and invigorating, Lila's breath puffed out in little clouds. The trees loomed ahead, their branches laden with snow, creating a canopy of white that seemed to silence the world. Entering the woods, a hush fell over her, the only sound the soft crunching of snow beneath her boots. The heart of the Whispering Woods was a place of magic, where the air felt charged with possibilities. Lila wandered deeper, her eyes scanning the ground for any sign of the Heartstone. She was just beginning to doubt her quest when she noticed something unusual, a faint glow emanating from the base of an ancient oak. With bated breath, she approached, kneeling in the snow to brush away the icy crystals. There, nestled among the roots, lay a stone unlike any she had ever seen. It pulsed with a soft inner light, warm to the touch despite the cold. Lila's heart skipped a beat. Could this truly be the Heartstone? As she cradled the stone in her hands, a gentle voice, like the murmur of a brook, filled her mind. "Seek the truth within, and the path will be revealed." Startled yet intrigued, Lila closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth of the stone. Images began to flicker in her mind's eye, scenes of a hidden world beneath the roots, a realm of light and shadow, where creatures of myth and legend roamed. The vision faded, but the sense of wonder lingered. Lila knew she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Clutching the Heartstone, she made her way back to the village, her heart alight with discovery. Over the coming days, Lila shared her secret with her closest friend, a boy named Finn. He was a kind soul with a quick smile and eyes that gleamed with curiosity. Together, they vowed to uncover the mysteries of the Heartstone. Their journey began in earnest, with Lila and Finn visiting the Whispering Woods at every opportunity. With each visit, the Heartstone guided them, revealing more of the hidden world, glimpses of shimmering waterfalls, fields of flowers that glowed in the moonlight, and creatures of wonder that watched them with knowing eyes. As they delved deeper into this realm, Lila and Finn's bond grew stronger, their friendship a beacon of light in the enchanted shadows. They learned to listen to the trees' whispers, to interpret the songs of the wind, and to trust in the magic that surrounded them. One day, as they explored a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, they encountered a creature unlike any they had seen before. It was a fox, its fur a brilliant shade of silver, eyes like pools of midnight. The fox approached with a grace that spoke of ancient wisdom, and Lila felt a connection, as if they were kindred spirits. To their amazement, the fox spoke, its voice a melody of rustling leaves and distant thunder. Guardians of the Heartstone, you have been chosen to bridge the worlds. The balance is delicate, the threads of magic fragile. Will you accept this responsibility? Lyra and Finn exchanged a glance, their hearts swelling with purpose. They nodded, their voices steady and sure. We will. With a nod of approval, the fox led them deeper into the hidden world, where they learned of the delicate balance that sustained the magic of the land. It was a balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its power. Through trials and challenges, Lyra and Finn grew wiser, their hearts attuned to the rhythm of the natural world. They discovered that true strength lay not in force, but in understanding and compassion. Their journey was one of growth and transformation, as they learned to see beyond the surface, to cherish the connections that bound all living things. As the seasons turned and the snow melted away, the village began to feel the subtle changes brought about by Lyra and Finn's efforts. The fields bloomed with vibrant colors, the air hummed with life, and the hearts of the villagers seemed lighter, as if touched by an unseen hand. On a warm spring evening, Lyra and Finn returned to the clearing where they had first met the silver fox. The Heartstone glowed with a gentle radiance, a testament to their journey and the bonds they had forged. The fox appeared once more, its eyes filled with gratitude and pride. You have fulfilled your promise, guardians. The balance is restored, and the magic endures. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Lyra and Finn stood together, their hearts entwined with the land and its mysteries. They had embarked on a journey of discovery and transformation, one that would echo through the ages, a testament to the power of friendship and the magic of the natural world. With the Heartstone nestled safely in their hands, they returned to the village, their spirits forever touched by the wonders they had witnessed. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the soothing voice of Lyra's grandmother filled the air once more, weaving tales of magic and friendship by the crackling fireplace, a beacon of warmth and comfort in a world of endless possibilities. Story 53. In a quaint village nestled among gentle rolling hills and lush green meadows, there stood a small cottage with walls of sun-warmed stone and a roof perpetually dusted with the golden hues of moss. This cottage belonged to a kind-hearted young girl named Leora, whose days were spent tending to her grandmother's immaculate garden or assisting the villagers with her gentle, willing hands. Leora brimmed with a quiet curiosity about the world beyond her village, a curiosity that often set her eyes wandering toward the distant mountains shrouded in mist. One particularly crisp autumn morning, when the leaves danced in the wind like fiery embers, Leora discovered something unusual in the garden. Among the roses and marigolds, a peculiar plant had sprouted overnight, its leaves shimmering with an iridescent glow. At its center sat a single, translucent orb, pulsing with a soft inner light as if it held captive the very essence of moonbeams. Intrigued, Leora reached out and touched the orb. Instantly, warmth spread through her fingertips, and she felt a rush of understanding, a connection not only to the plant but to the earth itself, as though she could hear the whispers of the wind and the gentle hum of the soil beneath her feet. This magical object, she realized, must be a gift, though from whom or what she could not yet say. As days turned into weeks, Leora found herself drawn to the orb, spending hours in the garden, nurturing the plant and listening to its silent stories. The villagers noticed the change in her demeanor. She seemed more serene, with a glow about her that matched the orb's gentle light. Yet she kept the orb secret, pondering its purpose and meaning. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a mysterious figure appeared at the edge of the garden. Cloaked in shadows, the figure watched Leora tenderly tending her magical plant. Sensing she was not alone, Leora looked up to find a stranger with eyes like pools of starlight and a presence as comforting as a summer breeze. The stranger introduced himself as Aiden, a guardian of the hidden realms woven through the fabric of nature. He had been drawn to the village by the orb's awakening magic, a magic he explained was a beacon for those who could see beyond the veil of the ordinary world. The orb you tend, Aiden told her, is a seed of potential, a key to the hidden world within our own. It chooses its caretaker by heart, and you, Leora, have been chosen. Leora listened, her heart fluttering with a mix of wonder and trepidation. "But why me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because," Eden replied, his voice like the gentle rustle of leaves, "you possess the rare gift of seeing with your heart. It is through you that the orb's magic will flourish and reveal the mysteries it holds." Under Aiden's guidance, Leora learned to harness the orb's magic. She discovered that by focusing her thoughts and intentions, she could step into a hidden world, a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal creatures that existed just beyond the perception of ordinary eyes. In this world, the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, and the sky was a cascade of shimmering hues, ever-changing and alive. Leora's journey into this hidden realm was not without its challenges. She encountered creatures both wondrous and elusive, each with its own story and wisdom to share. She learned of the delicate balance that sustained this magical world and the threats it faced from elements of discord and neglect. Through her adventures, Leora befriended a wise old tortoise named Tullius, whose shell was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell tales of time itself. Tullius became her steadfast companion, guiding her with wit and patience as they traversed the hidden paths and whispered secrets of the realm. One day, while exploring a grove of ancient trees whose branches wove a tapestry of light and shadow, Leora discovered a shimmering pool at the grove's heart. It reflected the world above, but with a clarity that seemed to lay bare the truth beneath the surface. As she gazed into the water, she saw visions of her village, her family, and the people she loved. In the water's depths, she also glimpsed the village's future, a future at risk from a coming storm that threatened to unravel the bonds of nature and community. The orb's magic had shown her this vision, and with it came the understanding that her journey was not just for her own growth, but for the benefit of all she held dear. Determined to protect her village, Leora sought the counsel of the realm's eldest sage, a venerable owl named Seraphine, whose eyes held the wisdom of countless generations. Seraphine spoke of an ancient ritual that could safeguard the village, a ritual that required the harmony of all elements, the earth, water, air, and fire. To complete the ritual, Leora needed to gather the essence of each element, a task that would test her courage and resolve. With Tullius by her side, she set out on a quest that took them to the realm's farthest reaches, encountering trials that challenged their spirits and deepened their friendship. In the heart of a thunderous storm, Leora captured the essence of air, learning to dance with the winds rather than resist them. In the depths of a crystal-clear lake, she gathered the essence of water, understanding the power of adaptability and flow. From the molten core of a dormant volcano, she harnessed the essence of fire, embracing the transformative energy of passion and change. And from the rich soil of an ancient forest, she drew the essence of earth, recognizing the strength found in roots and connection. Each step of the journey brought Leora closer to understanding the harmony that bound the hidden realm to her own world. With the four essences in hand, she returned to the grove where the shimmering pool awaited, ready to perform the ritual that would weave a protective shield over her village. As she stood at the pool's edge, the orb pulsing with a radiant light, Leora felt the presence of her friends and allies, their spirits intertwining with hers. Together, they channeled the essences of the elements, their combined energies flowing into the water and rippling outward in waves of shimmering light. The ritual complete, Leora watched as the light spread across the village, a gentle wave of protection and peace. The storm that had loomed on the horizon dissipated, its threat vanquished by the unity and love that bound her community. Her task accomplished, Leora returned to her village, her heart swelling with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the friends she had made. She understood now that the orb's magic was not just about revealing hidden worlds, but about nurturing the connections that united all beings, seen and unseen. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Leora continued to care for her village and its people, her spirit ever attuned to the whispers of the wind and the hum of the earth. The orb remained in her garden, a beacon of light and hope, its magic a reminder of the hidden wonders that lay just beyond the ordinary, waiting for those with hearts open to see. And so, in the village nestled among the gentle hills, Life flourished under the watchful gaze of a young girl who had discovered the magic of friendship, the strength of unity, and the power of seeing with the heart. In the warmth of her presence, the village thrived, a testament to the enduring bonds of love and the enchantment found in the simplest of things. Story 54. In the heart of a verdant valley, nestled between the gentle folds of two slumbering hills, lay the village of Mistwood. The village was aptly named, for each morning it awoke swathed in a soft, silvery mist that lingered like a delicate veil until the sun's warm fingers beckoned it away. Mistwood was a place where the world felt smaller, where time seemed to slow, and where magic lingered just beyond the edges of sight. In this peaceful hamlet, there lived a boy named Finn. He was a gentle soul with eyes the color of rain-soaked moss and hair that tumbled like autumn leaves. Finn was known throughout the village for his kindness and curiosity, and he had a heart that seemed as boundless as the sky. He spent his days exploring the wooded glens and babbling brooks that crisscrossed the landscape, always in search of new wonders and hidden secrets. One crisp morning, as the sun began to stretch its golden rays across the valley, Finn set out on one of his many adventures. He wandered down a path that twisted like a ribbon through the forest, its way lined with whispering trees and soft, springy moss. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the only sounds were the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a wood thrush. As Finn walked, he noticed something peculiar. A faint, shimmering light flickered between the trees, as if the forest itself harbored a secret it wished to share. Drawn by the mystery, Finn followed the glow deeper into the woods. The light seemed to dance, leading him through a maze of towering trunks and tangled undergrowth, until at last he emerged into a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a tree unlike any Finn had ever seen. Its bark was smooth and silver, and its branches stretched upward like the arms of a dancer. Nestled among its leaves was the source of the light, a small radiant orb that pulsed gently, like the heartbeat of the forest. Finn approached the tree with a mixture of awe and reverence. As he reached out to touch the orb, a voice as soft as the breeze and as ancient as the earth itself spoke from the depths of the tree. "Welcome, young Finn," the voice murmured. "You have found the heart of the forest." Finn's heart skipped a beat. He had heard tales of the heart, an ancient and powerful artifact said to hold the very essence of the forest's magic. It was a gift to those who respected the land and understood the balance of nature. "What do you wish of me?" Finn asked, his voice a whisper in the stillness of the clearing. "The heart grants a single gift to those pure of heart," the voice replied. "It can bestow upon you a magical ability, one that will aid you on your journey through life. But choose wisely, for the gift you receive will shape the path you walk." Finn considered the offer carefully. He thought of the many stories he had heard of people who wished for wealth or power, only to find themselves ensnared by their own desires. He knew he must choose something that would not only benefit himself, but also those around him. "Please," Finn said at last, "grant me the ability to understand the language of all living things." The tree seemed to sigh with contentment, and the orb shone brighter for a moment before dimming to a gentle glow. "Your wish is granted," the voice said. "May you use this gift wisely to bring harmony and understanding to the world." With a final wave of light, the orb vanished, and the tree returned to its silent vigil. Finn felt a warm sensation spread through his body, as if the forest itself had embraced him. He knew that his life had changed in ways he could not yet imagine. As Finn made his way back to the village, he marveled at the sounds that now filled his ears. The rustling leaves spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories of the seasons and the creatures that called the forest home. The birds sang not just melodies, but words of joy and sorrow, their songs woven with the threads of their lives. When Finn reached Mistwood, he found himself surrounded by a symphony of voices. The village cats spoke of their nocturnal adventures, while the dogs boasted of their loyalty and courage. Even the insects buzzed with tales of their tiny worlds, each one as intricate and vital as the larger landscape. At first, the cacophony was overwhelming, but as Finn listened more closely, he began to discern the harmony within the chaos. He found that by understanding the language of all living things, he could help bridge the gaps between them, fostering a sense of unity and peace. One day, as Finn sat by the edge of the village pond, listening to the frogs recount their dreams of distant lands, he noticed a young girl sitting nearby. Her name was Lila, and she was known throughout the village for her quiet demeanor and her love of books. She had hair as dark as midnight and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Lila was watching a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, its iridescent wings catching the light in a dazzling display. Finn, eager to share his newfound gift, approached her with a smile. "Do you know what the dragonfly is saying?" he asked softly. Lila looked at him with curiosity. "What do you mean? Can you understand it?" "Yes," Finn replied, his voice filled with wonder. "The dragonfly speaks of the joy of flight and the beauty of the world seen from above." Lila's eyes widened with amazement. "That's incredible," she said. "I wish I could understand them too." Finn realized in that moment that his gift was not just for his own benefit. It was a gift to be shared, a way to connect with others and deepen their appreciation for the world around them. He began to teach Lila the language of the creatures, showing her how to listen with her heart as well as her ears. Together, they spent countless afternoons exploring the woods and meadows, conversing with the animals, and learning the secrets of the natural world. They discovered that each creature had its own unique perspective, its own story to tell, and they delighted in the richness and diversity of life. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Finn and Lila grew closer, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and empathy. They became known throughout Mistwood as the keepers of the forest's wisdom, and their bond inspired others to seek harmony with the world around them. One autumn evening, as the leaves painted the landscape in hues of gold and crimson, Finn and Lila sat beneath the silver tree in the clearing where it had all begun. The heart of the forest glowed softly above them, a reminder of the magic that had brought them together. "Do you ever wonder what life would have been like if you had chosen a different gift?" Lila asked, her voice thoughtful and serene. Finn shook his head, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "No," he said. "I believe I chose the right path. This gift has brought so much joy and understanding into my life, and it has allowed me to connect with you and the world in ways I never imagined." Lila nodded, her eyes shining with warmth. "I'm grateful for your choice, Finn. You've opened my eyes to a world I never knew existed, and I'll always cherish the adventures we've shared." As the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Finn and Lila sat in companionable silence, their hearts full of gratitude and love. They knew that their journey was far from over, that there were still countless wonders to discover and stories to hear. But for now, they were content to simply be, wrapped in the magic of the forest and the comfort of each other's presence. And so, in the village of Mistwood, where the morning mist still danced through the trees, and the air was always sweet with the scent of nature's bounty, Finn and Lila continued to walk their shared path, their lives woven together by the threads of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of understanding. Story 55. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering streams, there was a little girl named Clara. She had freckles sprinkled across her nose like stardust and eyes the color of the deepest forest. Clara was known in the village for her inquisitive mind and her penchant for wandering off into the woods that bordered the town. The woods were a place of wonder and mystery, full of towering trees that seemed to touch the sky and a carpet of ferns that tickled the feet of those who ventured into its depths. The villagers often warned Clara about the dangers lurking within, tales of mischievous sprites and hidden creatures. But Clara was undeterred, for she believed in the goodness of the woods, and in her heart she felt a calling, a pull towards something unknown but undeniably magical. One autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Clara set off on another of her adventures. She wore her favorite woolen cloak, deep green like the mossy stones, and carried a small satchel filled with bread and cheese, should her explorations extend past supper time. The crisp air was alive with the scent of fallen leaves and the soft murmur of the stream that wound its way through the forest. As Clara meandered deeper into the woods, she began to notice something peculiar. The air felt different, charged with an unfamiliar energy. It was as if the very trees were whispering secrets, their leaves rustling in a language only the heart could understand. She followed the path of the stream, its water glistening in the fading light like a ribbon of liquid silver. It was then that she stumbled upon a clearing, a place she had never seen before. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches sprawling like the arms of a wise old friend. The tree's roots twisted and turned, forming a natural throne at its base. But it was what lay nestled among these roots that caught Clara's attention, a small, shimmering stone, pulsating with a gentle glow like a captured star. Clara approached cautiously, her heart beating with a mix of trepidation and excitement. The stone was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was smooth and warm to the touch, and as she held it, she felt a strange sensation, as if the stone was alive, humming with a quiet, melodic energy. Little did she know, this was the Heartstone, a magical object of great power, said to grant the holder the ability to see into the hidden realms of the world. Curiosity piqued, Clara decided to take the Heartstone with her, tucking it safely into her satchel. As she turned to leave the clearing, she heard a soft rustle behind her. Out from the shadows emerged a creature, unlike any she had encountered, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that glimmered like moonlight on water. The fox regarded her with an intelligent gaze, then nodded, as if acknowledging her stewardship of the stone. "Who are you?" Clara asked softly, her voice barely louder than a whisper. The fox, with a grace befitting its ethereal appearance, stepped closer. "I am Lirel," it spoke, a voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Guardian of the Heartstone and guide to those worthy of its light." Clara, though startled by the fox's words, felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging in this moment. "What does the Heartstone do?" she inquired, her curiosity unfurling like a newly opened flower. "The Heartstone reveals the unseen," Lirel replied. "It shows the threads that bind the worlds, the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknown. It is a beacon for those seeking truth beyond the veil of the ordinary." Clara nodded, her mind brimming with possibilities. She realized this journey was not just a venture into the physical woods, but an exploration into the realms of imagination and understanding. Together with Lirel, she would uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the surface of her world. Days turned into weeks as Clara and Lirel ventured through the forest. The Heartstone revealed wonders beyond Clara's wildest dreams, a hidden grove where flowers sang in harmony with the wind, a waterfall that flowed upwards into a sky of swirling colors, and a meadow where time seemed to stand still, the sun forever casting its golden light. As Clara journeyed deeper into these magical realms, she discovered something profound. Each encounter, each vision granted by the Heartstone, reflected a truth about herself and the world around her. She learned to see the beauty in the smallest details, the way sunlight danced through leaves, the pattern of raindrops on her skin, and in doing so, she discovered a strength within herself she never knew she possessed. One day, as they rested beneath the shade of a willow tree, Lirel spoke of a challenge that lay ahead. "The Heartstone has shown you wonders, but its true power lies in facing the shadows," the fox explained. "There is a place, deep within the forest, where the light does not reach, a place where fear and doubt reside. You must journey there, for to understand the light, one must also understand the dark." Clara felt a shiver run through her, but she nodded resolutely. She knew that the journey was not just about discovering the world, but about discovering herself. With Lirel by her side, she set off towards the heart of the forest, where shadows danced and whispered tales of forgotten fears. The path was treacherous, twisted and tangled with vines that seemed to writhe with a life of their own. The air grew heavy, suffused with a chill that penetrated even the warmest cloak. Yet Clara pressed on, guided by the gentle glow of the Heartstone in her hand. It pulsed with a steady rhythm, like a heartbeat, a reminder of the courage that resided within her own chest. Finally, they arrived at a clearing, darker than any Clara had yet seen. The trees here were gnarled and ancient, their branches clawing towards an unseen sky. In the center of this clearing stood a mirror, tall and wide, its surface smooth as glass but reflecting nothing of the world around it. "This is the Mirror of Shadows," Lirel said, his voice a soft murmur. It shows not what is, but what lies beneath. Clara approached the mirror with cautious steps. As she stood before it, the heartstone glowing warmly in her hand, the surface began to ripple like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. Slowly, an image formed, a reflection of herself, but different. This Clara looked weary, her eyes shadowed with doubt and fear. "Do you see?" Lirel asked, standing beside her. "The mirror shows the parts of ourselves we hide away. To truly grow, you must acknowledge these shadows and embrace them." Clara stared at her reflection, at the fear and uncertainty that stared back. She thought of all the moments of doubt, the times she had questioned her place in the world. But she also thought of the wonders she had seen, the strength she had found in herself. With a deep breath, she reached out and touched the mirror's surface. As her fingers brushed the cool glass, the image shimmered and dissolved, replaced by a vision of light, a reflection of herself bathed in the glow of the heartstone, her eyes bright with hope and determination. Clara realized that the shadows were not something to fear, but a part of the tapestry that made her whole. With newfound understanding, Clara turned to Lirel, a smile playing on her lips. "Thank you," she whispered, her heart full of gratitude. Lirel nodded, his eyes twinkling with pride. "The journey is never truly over, but you have taken a great step. Remember, the Heartstone's light is within you, always." Together, they made their way back through the forest, the path now illuminated by the soft glow of the Heartstone. As they emerged from the woods, Clara felt a sense of peace and belonging, a connection to the world and to herself that she had never known before. The village of Willowbrook welcomed her back with open arms, the villagers eager to hear of her adventures. Clara shared her tales, but kept the Heartstone close, a secret treasure that had taught her the most valuable lesson of all, that the magic of the world was not just in the hidden realms of the forest, but in the hearts of those who dared to see beyond the ordinary. And so, under the starlit sky, as the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Clara lay in her bed, the Heartstone resting on her bedside table. Its glow was a comforting reminder of the journey she had taken, the wisdom she had gained, and the friendships she had forged. It was a light that would guide her through all the days of her life, a beacon of hope and courage in a world full of wonder. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep, Clara knew that she was not alone. Lirel watched over her, a silent guardian, his eyes reflecting the moonlight, his presence a comforting shadow in the night. For in the end, it was not just the journey that had changed her, but the discovery of the light within, the magic of friendship, and the power of believing in oneself. And in that small village of Willowbrook, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering streams, the story of Clara and the Heartstone became a cherished legend, a tale of light and shadow, of courage and love, passed down through generations, a gentle reminder that the greatest adventures are often those that lead us back to ourselves. Story 56. In the vast, twinkling expanse of the universe, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across an endless fabric of darkness, two worlds orbited a radiant sun. On one of these worlds, the lush, emerald-hued planet of Viora, lived a species known as the Lyrans. The Lyrans, with their velvety, leaf-like skin and eyes that shifted colors with their emotions, were gentle beings deeply attuned to nature. They spoke in soft, melodious tones that echoed the soothing rhythm of rustling leaves. On the other planet, the rocky, sun-baked terrain of Kragor, resided the Kragites. These were rugged, stone-skinned creatures, with eyes like polished obsidian and a language that sounded like the resonant chime of pebbles clinking together. They valued strength and resilience, thriving in their harsh environment where survival often depended on sheer grit and determination. The story begins on a day when the two planets aligned so closely in their orbit that a rare cosmic event occurred, the passage of lights. It was a time when both the Lyrans and the Kragites exchanged ambassadors to learn about each other's worlds. This year, the Lyrans sent a young emissary named Leora, whose heart was as open and curious as the vast forests of her homeland. The Kragites chose a representative named Torok, a stalwart figure with a quiet strength and a deep respect for his people's traditions. Their meeting took place aboard the Celestial Harmony, a spacecraft designed for such interplanetary exchanges. The interior of the ship was a marvel. Its walls shimmered like the night sky, and the air was filled with the faint scent of lavender and mint, creating a calming ambiance. As Leora and Torok stood facing each other for the first time, there was a moment of hesitation. Leora, with her shimmering eyes, extended a hand, a gesture of greeting among her people. Torok, unfamiliar with this custom, instinctively recoiled, his stone-like skin hardening defensively. Leora's eyes dimmed to a soft blue, a sign of her sadness. Seeing this, Torok felt a pang of regret, his own eyes softening to a muted gray. "I'm sorry," Torok rumbled, his voice deep and sincere. "I did not mean to offend. In my world, we greet by placing a hand over our chest." Leora's eyes brightened to a warm green as she nodded understandingly. "And I did not mean to startle you. Let us learn together." This small misunderstanding marked the beginning of their journey, a journey that would take them through the wonders of each other's worlds. First, they traveled to Viora, where the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming flowers, and the ground was soft beneath their feet. Leora guided Torok through her homeland, showing him the vibrant flora and fauna, each creature and plant singing a unique note in the symphony of life. Torok marveled at the beauty, but struggled with the softness of the environment. On one occasion, as they crossed a delicate bridge woven from vines, it began to sway under Torok's weight. Leora, sensing his unease, placed a reassuring hand on his arm. "Trust the strength of the vines," she whispered. "They may seem fragile, but they are woven tightly, supporting each other." With Leora's guidance, Torok found his balance, his appreciation for the Liran way of life deepening. He realized that strength could be found in unity and flexibility, not just in brute force. Their next journey took them to Kragor, a land of rugged beauty where the winds howled like ancient spirits, and the ground was a patchwork of reds and browns. Leora was in awe of the landscape, yet found the harshness challenging. The sun was fierce, and the barren expanses seemed endless. One day, as they climbed a steep, rocky path, Leora slipped, her foot catching on a jagged edge. Before she could fall, Torok was there, his strong hand gripping her, steadying her. "Lean into the stone," he advised gently. "It will hold you." Leora did as he suggested, feeling the cool solidity of the rock beneath her. In that moment, she understood the Kragites' connection to their land, their reliance on its steadfastness amidst the harsh elements. As the days turned into weeks, Leora and Torok faced more challenges together. They encountered a fierce sandstorm on Kragor and a torrential rainstorm on Viora. Each time, they supported one another, drawing on their growing friendship and understanding. During a quiet evening beneath a sky spangled with stars, they sat together, sharing stories of their worlds. Leora spoke of the Liran belief in nurturing all life, while Torok shared the Kragite reverence for endurance and perseverance. "Perhaps," Leora mused, her eyes reflecting the starlight, "our worlds are not so different after all. We both cherish what sustains us." Torok nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "And we both have much to learn from each other. Your world teaches me gentleness as mine teaches you strength." Their bond deepened with each shared experience, and as the passage of lights drew to a close, both knew they were changed by their journey. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended differences, rooted in mutual respect and understanding. When the time came for Leora and Torok to return to their respective planets, they did so with hearts full of warmth and gratitude. They promised to continue their exchanges, to keep learning from each other. As the celestial harmony carried them back to their worlds, a sense of peace enveloped them, like a soft blanket on a cool night. They had found not only friendship, but a new perspective, one that embraced diversity and celebrated the strength found in unity. And so, beneath the glittering stars and the gentle glow of their twin planets, Leora and Torok's story became a beacon, a reminder that even the most unlikely companions could find common ground and forge bonds that illuminated the universe with light and love. Story 57. In the heart of an ancient forest where towering trees whispered secrets to the moon, and the ground was carpeted in a lush tapestry of moss and fern, there lay a hidden world known only to those who dared to listen to the gentle hum of nature. This world was alive with creatures that moved with grace and purpose, each playing their part in maintaining the delicate balance of their enchanted home. As dawn painted the sky with strokes of amber and rose, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp soil. In a sun-dappled clearing, an old tortoise named Thistle slowly emerged from her burrow, her shell adorned with patterns reminiscent of ancient runes. Thistle was the elder of the forest, a creature of wisdom and patience who had seen many seasons come and go. Nearby, a pair of young rabbits named Willow and Birch bounded through the dew-kissed grass, their soft fur glistening in the morning light. The two were inseparable, their friendship as strong as the roots of the mighty oak that sheltered their burrow. As they played, a chorus of birds began their morning song, filling the air with melodies that harmonized with the gentle rustling of leaves. The forest was a place of magic, where the changing seasons brought about wondrous phenomena. Each spring, the river that wound its way through the trees would sparkle with the light of 1,000 tiny fireflies, a spectacle that spoke of renewal and hope. In the summer, the sun would weave golden threads through the canopy, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues, and winter wrapped the world in a blanket of snow, silencing all but the soft crunch of footsteps. But the forest was not without its challenges. The balance that sustained its inhabitants was delicate, and the creatures understood that harmony must be preserved. Thistle, with her deep-set eyes and slow, deliberate movements, often shared stories of times past, imparting lessons of wisdom and caution. One such story told of a great storm that once threatened the forest, a tempest that swept through with winds that howled like a pack of wolves. The creatures had been caught unawares, and many had sought refuge in the ancient caves at the forest's edge. It was in those dark days that the creatures learned the importance of working together, of relying on one another to weather the storm. The storm passed as all things do, leaving behind a forest that was stronger for its trials. The creatures had learned to read the signs of the approaching weather, to heed the warnings whispered by the wind and the clouds. It was a lesson passed down through generations, a reminder that nature's power was both a gift and a responsibility. As Thistle recounted this tale to Willow and Birch, her voice soft and steady, the young rabbits listened with wide eyes, their hearts full of gratitude for the wisdom of their elder. They understood that their actions, no matter how small, could tip the scales of balance, and that it was their duty to protect the harmony of their home. The day unfolded in a peaceful rhythm, the sun tracing its arc across the sky. As evening approached, the forest was bathed in the gentle glow of twilight, the air cool and fragrant with the scent of pine. The creatures began to gather in the clearing, drawn by the promise of Thistle's evening story. Tonight, Thistle spoke of the magical phenomena that graced their forest with each season. She told of the spring rains that brought life to the river and the summer storms that filled the air with the scent of ozone and earth. She spoke of the autumn winds that danced through the trees and the winter snows that blanketed the world in quietude. With each story, Thistle wove a tapestry of understanding, a reminder that the natural world was a symphony of interconnected parts. The creatures listened, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a living, breathing forest that pulsed with life. As the last rays of sunlight faded and stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the creatures settled down for the night, their spirits calmed by the gentle cadence of Thistle's words. The forest was hushed, save for the soft murmur of the river and the distant call of an owl. In their burrow beneath the oak, Willow and Birch snuggled close, their dreams filled with visions of fireflies and golden sunlight. They understood now that the magic of their forest was not in the grand displays of nature's power, but in the quiet moments of connection and the shared wisdom of those who had come before. And so the ancient forest continued to flourish, its hidden lives intertwined in a dance of harmony and balance. The seasons turned, each bringing its own magic, and the creatures, guided by the wisdom of Thistle and the stories of their ancestors, lived in peace and unity. In this enchanted world where reality and magic blurred, the lessons of the past ensured a future where the forest and its inhabitants thrived together, as they had always done and as they always would. Story 58. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a tapestry of leaves, there existed a hidden world bustling with life. The forest was a vast cathedral of towering trees, their branches woven together like the fingers of old friends, whispering secrets carried by the wind. This was a realm where magic and reality danced intimately, known only to those who listened closely to the rustle of leaves and the babbling of brooks. Among the dense foliage and fragrant wildflowers, a gentle deer named Bramble moved with the grace of a dappled shadow. Her coat was a rich tapestry of browns and whites, blending seamlessly with the forest floor as she meandered through the underbrush. Bramble was known throughout the forest for her wisdom and kindness, traits that endeared her to all creatures, great and small. One crisp morning, as the first blush of dawn painted the sky in pastel hues, Bramble gathered with her friends near the banks of a crystal-clear stream. Here the water sang as it danced over smooth stones, creating a melody that had lulled many a creature to sleep. This was a special day, for the forest was preparing to celebrate the turning of the seasons, a time when the magic of the woods was at its most potent. Bramble's closest companions, a wise old owl named Sage and a mischievous squirrel known as Flick, joined her in these preparations. Sage, with his feathers the color of moonlight, perched on a low branch, his eyes gleaming with the knowledge of many years spent observing the cycles of nature. Flick, with his bushy tail flicking excitedly, darted to and fro, collecting acorns and other treasures for the evening's festivities. "Have you heard?" Flick chattered, his eyes wide with excitement. "The elders say that tonight, when the moon is high, the aurora bough will bloom." The aurora bough was a mythical tree, said to blossom only once in a generation, its petals glowing with all the colors of the northern lights. It was a rare and wondrous event, a symbol of the forest's harmony and balance, and a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. Sage nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed on some distant memory. "Indeed, it is a sign of great fortune, but we must ensure the forest is ready to receive such a blessing. Balance must be maintained." Bramble listened intently, her heart filled with a sense of responsibility. The forest thrived on harmony, each creature, each plant playing a part in a symphony that had lasted for centuries. And yet there were whispers of imbalance, of a creeping shadow that threatened to disrupt the peace. As the sun climbed higher, bathing the forest in golden light, Bramble and her friends set about their tasks. They visited the mighty oak known as the heart of the forest, where the elders gathered to deliberate. The elders, a council of wise and ancient creatures, included a venerable tortoise named Moss, whose shell bore the marks of countless years, and a dignified fox with eyes like embers. "We must ensure that the balance is restored before nightfall," Moss intoned in a voice as slow and steady as the tide. "Only then can the aurora bough bloom without fear." Bramble's heart swelled with determination. "What must we do?" she asked, her voice soft yet resolute. The fox, whose name was Ember, stepped forward, her gaze piercing yet warm. "There is a disturbance in the western glade. The stream there has become blocked, and the land grows thirsty. We must clear the way for the waters to flow once more." Without hesitation, Bramble, Sage, and Flick set off toward the western glade, their path winding through sun-dappled groves and past babbling brooks. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sounds of the forest, a chorus of birdsong and the whispering of leaves, serenaded their journey. As they approached the glade, they saw the problem. A great pile of fallen branches and debris had dammed the stream, causing the water to pool and stagnate. The grass was wilting, the flowers drooping, their vibrant colors dulled by thirst. "We must act swiftly," Sage advised, spreading his wings as if to encompass the task at hand. "The balance must be restored before the sun sets." With a nod of agreement, Bramble used her strong but gentle hooves to push aside the branches, while Flick darted about, his nimble paws clearing away smaller twigs and leaves. Sage offered guidance from above, his keen eyes spotting hidden obstacles. As they worked, the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The air cooled, and the first stars peeked out from the twilight sky. Finally, with one last heave, the blockage gave way, and the stream surged forward with a joyful gurgle, its waters sparkling under the emerging starlight. The glade seemed to sigh with relief, the grass perking up and the flowers unfurling their petals in gratitude. With the water flowing freely once more, Bramble felt a sense of peace settling over the land. As dusk deepened into night, the forest gathered beneath the canopy of ancient trees, their leaves rustling in anticipation. The moon climbed higher, casting a silver glow that bathed the forest in ethereal light. Then, as if by magic, the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. The aurora bough, in all its glory, began to bloom, its petals unfurling in a dazzling array of colors: emerald greens, sapphire blues, and fiery reds, woven together like the threads of a celestial tapestry. The creatures of the forest gazed in awe at this rare spectacle, their hearts filled with wonder and gratitude. It was a reminder of the beauty that lay in balance, in the delicate dance of nature and magic. Bramble stood with her friends, a serene smile gracing her features. The forest was at peace once more, its harmony restored by the efforts of those who called it home. As the night wore on, the creatures of the forest settled into a gentle slumber, lulled by the comforting glow of the aurora bough and the soothing sounds of the forest, a lullaby of rustling leaves and murmuring streams. And so, beneath the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the forest dreamed, a dream of unity, of friendship, and of the timeless wisdom that whispered through the ancient trees. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. With her bright eyes and an even brighter imagination, she saw the world in a way that most couldn't. For Lily believed that every ordinary object held an extraordinary secret waiting to be unlocked. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lily found herself drawn to an old wooden chest gathering dust in the attic. It was a simple thing, worn and weathered by time, but something about it called to her curious spirit. As she ran her fingers along the intricate carvings adorning the lid, a warm tingle spread through her fingertips, and the chest began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Lily's heart raced with excitement as the lid creaked open, revealing not dusty treasures but a swirling portal of shimmering colors. Without a moment's hesitation, Lily stepped through the portal and found herself in a wondrous realm unlike anything she had ever seen. Towering trees with branches that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky surrounded her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only they understood. As she wandered through this enchanted forest, Lily encountered a peculiar creature, a wise old owl perched on a gnarled branch. "Welcome, dear child," the owl hooted, its eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "You have stumbled upon the realm of Arborea, where every tree holds the knowledge of ages past." Lily listened, entranced, as the owl introduced her to the inhabitants of Arborea, the gentle dryads who tended to the trees, the mischievous sprites who danced among the wildflowers, and the steadfast trance, guardians of the forest's deepest mysteries. But all was not well in this magical realm. A dark force had taken root, slowly draining the life from the trees and casting a shadow over Arborea. The owl tasked Lily with a quest, to journey deep into the heart of the forest and uncover the source of this blight before it was too late. Guided by the owl's wisdom and aided by her newfound friends, Lily set forth on an adventure that would test her courage and her compassion. Along the way, she learned the importance of listening to the whispers of nature, of respecting the delicate balance that sustained all life. Through treacherous swamps and winding trails, Lily persevered, her determination fueled by the knowledge that she was the only one who could save Arborea. And when she finally stood before the ancient, twisted tree that harbored the dark force, she did not raise a weapon or resort to violence. Instead, Lily called upon the lessons she had learned from the owl and the other inhabitants of the forest. With a gentle touch and a heart filled with empathy, she soothed the anguished spirit trapped within the tree, releasing it from its torment and restoring the natural harmony of Arborea. As the last shadows dissipated, the trees burst forth with vibrant colors, their leaves singing with renewed life. The dryads, sprites, and trents celebrated Lily's triumph, and the wise old owl looked upon her with pride. But Lily's greatest reward was not the adoration of the forest dwellers. It was the knowledge that she had unlocked the extraordinary secret within herself. She had learned that true wisdom comes not from force, but from understanding, and that the greatest magic of all is the power of compassion. With a final farewell to her newfound friends, Lily stepped back through the portal, returning to the familiar attic and the dusty old chest that had started her journey. But she carried with her the memories and lessons of Arborea, a treasure more precious than any material possession. From that day on, Lily walked through the world with a deeper appreciation for the wonders that surrounded her, recognizing the extraordinary in the seemingly ordinary. And whenever she felt lost or discouraged, she would remember the wise old owl's words, reminding her that the greatest secrets are often found in the most unexpected places, if only one has the courage to seek them out. Story 60. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of a vast and ancient forest, there lived a gentle soul named Amara. The village was known for its serene beauty, with cobblestone paths lined by wildflowers and cozy cottages with chimneys that puffed gentle wisps of smoke into the crisp, clear air. Amara, with her soft brown hair and eyes the color of autumn leaves, had always been fond of her quiet life. She worked in the village's little bookshop, a haven of dusty tomes and whispered stories, where she would spend her days surrounded by the scent of aged paper and ink. She loved the rhythm of her routine, the predictable ebb and flow of village life. But deep within her heart, she felt a flutter of something she couldn't quite name, a yearning for change that both intrigued and frightened her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Amara took a walk along the forest's edge. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a symphony of whispers. As she walked, she noticed a peculiar light flickering deeper within the woods, a soft, inviting glow that seemed to call to her. With a mix of curiosity and apprehension, Amara stepped into the forest, her feet guided by instinct more than sight. The further she ventured, the more the light seemed to surround her, wrapping her in warmth and comfort. It led her to a clearing where a great oak tree stood, ancient and wise, its branches reaching out as if to embrace the sky. Beneath the tree, in a pool of silvery moonlight, sat an old man with a long snow-white beard and eyes that twinkled like stars. His presence radiated a calm wisdom, and Amara felt her fears melt away as she approached him. "Welcome, child," the old man said, his voice as gentle as a lullaby. "I am Elandor, the guardian of these woods. I have been expecting you." Amara's eyes widened in surprise. "Expecting me? But how could that be?" Elandor chuckled softly. "The forest knows the hearts of those who wander near. It sensed your longing for change, and so it guided you here." Amara sat beside him, the cool grass tickling her fingers. "I do feel a pull for something more, yet the idea of change is daunting." Elandor nodded, understanding reflected in his gaze. "Change is a part of life's tapestry, woven into each of us. But it is not something to fear, for with change comes growth." As he spoke, the light around them began to shimmer and dance, casting playful shadows that seemed to come alive. Amara watched in awe as tiny, glowing creatures emerged from the shadows, gentle sprites with wings like gossamer, who flitted about with laughter that tinkled like chimes. "They are the spirits of transformation," Elandor explained. "They mirror the change within us, reminding us that growth is as natural as breathing." Amara reached out, and one of the sprites alighted on her palm, its touch sending a warm thrill through her. "How do I begin to change?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Elandor smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "By embracing the unknown with an open heart and trusting that you possess the strength to navigate whatever comes. Change does not happen all at once, but with each small step you take." As the night deepened, Amara and Elandor spoke of many things, of courage and friendship, of dreams and the beauty of the unknown. The sprites danced around them, casting a gentle glow that seemed to seep into Amara's very being, filling her with a newfound sense of peace and purpose. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke through the trees, Amara returned to her village with a heart full of hope. She began to infuse her days with small changes, like taking different routes through the village or trying her hand at painting the landscapes she so loved. With each new experience, she discovered more about herself, strengths she hadn't recognized, passions she hadn't explored. Her friends and neighbors noticed the change in her, and they supported her journey with kindness and encouragement. The village became a tapestry of shared stories and experiences, each person contributing their own thread to the rich fabric of community. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient forest and its guardian, Amara blossomed. She learned that change, while daunting, held the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. The forest remained a sanctuary for her, a place where she could always return to reflect and renew her spirit. In time, Amara's story became a gentle reminder to all who heard it, that within each of us lies the power to embrace change, to transform and grow, and to find the magic in life's ever-unfolding journey. And as the village continued to thrive, so too did the connection between its people and the enchanting forest that had guided one of their own to discover the beauty of personal transformation. And so, under the starlit sky and the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Amara's heart found peace, and the forest's magic lived on, a timeless legacy of wisdom and wonder. Story 61. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies and the moonlight danced upon the leaves, there lay a quaint little village known as Twinkleton. This was no ordinary village, for it was a place where magic bubbled like laughter and whimsy was as common as a breeze. The cobblestone paths were lined with houses that twinkled like starlight, each with a little garden bursting with peculiar plants that glowed in a myriad of colors. Amidst this enchanting village lived a group of quirky and endearing friends. There was Pipkin, a cheerful squirrel who wore a tiny top hat and was always seen with a pocket watch that never told the right time. He had a knack for finding things that others had lost, from mismatched socks to forgotten dreams. Then there was Lottie, a gentle hedgehog with a love for painting. Her spines were often speckled with vibrant hues, as she used them to create beautiful art that seemed to come alive with stories of its own. Their third companion was a rabbit named Whimsy, who was known for her boundless energy and her peculiar ability to hop in midair as if she were bouncing on invisible clouds. Lastly, there was Barnaby, a kind-hearted bear who loved to bake. His pies were famous throughout Twinkleton, not just for their delicious taste, but also because they sometimes hovered a few inches off the table, buoyed by the warmth and joy infused into them. One sun-dappled morning, as dawn's golden glow kissed the village awake, the friends gathered under the great wishing oak, a grand old tree whose branches reached up to tickle the sky. The air was filled with the scent of lilacs and the cheerful chirping of birds sharing their morning gossip. "Have you heard?" Pipkin chirped, adjusting his hat with a twinkle in his eye. "The Rainbow River has stopped flowing." At this, Lottie put down her paintbrushes, her eyes widening in surprise. "But without the Rainbow River, the flowers won't sing." "Exactly," Whimsy added, bouncing up and down with concern. "And the singing flowers are what make Twinkleton so unique." Barnaby nodded, his paws dusted with flour from his morning baking. "We must do something. Twinkleton without the singing flowers would be like a pie without filling." With determination and a dash of excitement, the friends set off towards the Rainbow River. Along the way, they passed under arches of blooming honeysuckle and skipped across stones that giggled beneath their feet. When they arrived, they found the riverbed dry, its usual cascade of shimmering colors replaced by silence. The friends looked around, puzzled and concerned, until they spotted a curious sight. At the river's source, a large, friendly-looking tortoise was taking a nap, right in the middle of the flow. His shell was adorned with intricate patterns that glimmered like stardust, and with each gentle snore, the ground beneath him seemed to vibrate with a soft, magical hum. Lottie giggled softly, her spines tingling with amusement. "Oh, he's blocking the water without even realizing it." Pipkin pulled out his pocket watch, which for once seemed to tick in rhythm with the tortoise's snores. "We must wake him gently," he suggested. "But how?" Barnaby thought for a moment, then broke into a warm smile. "I have just the idea. What if we bake him a pie so fragrant that it tickles him awake?" The friends all agreed, and they set to work gathering ingredients from the forest. They picked sun-kissed berries, plump and juicy, and found wild honey that sparkled like liquid gold. Barnaby mixed and kneaded, humming a tune that lifted their spirits like a gentle breeze. As the pie baked, its aroma filled the air, a delightful blend of sweetness and sunshine. The tortoise's nose twitched, and slowly his eyes fluttered open. With a yawn that echoed like a gentle rumble, he looked around, blinking sleepily. "Ah, what a marvelous scent," he said with a deep, soothing voice. "I must have dozed off. My apologies, dear friends." The friends laughed, their hearts light with relief. As the tortoise shifted, the Rainbow River began to flow once more, its colors dancing in the sunlight. The water sang as it rushed over the stones, and soon the flowers along its banks joined in with their harmonious melodies. The tortoise, whose name was Galileo, was so delighted by the pie that he promised to keep an eye on the river whenever he felt the urge to nap. In gratitude, he shared stories of the stars etched upon his shell, tales that twinkled in the minds of the friends long after he had moved on. With the river restored and the flowers singing joyously, Twinkleton felt more magical than ever. The friends returned to their village, their hearts warmed by the adventure and the kindness they had shared. As the sun set, casting a tapestry of colors across the sky, Pipkin, Lottie, Whimsy, and Barnaby gathered once more under the great wishing oak. They spoke of their day and the laughter they had found amidst the challenge. "Sometimes," Barnaby mused, offering each of them a slice of pie, "the answers to our problems are as simple as sharing a little kindness and a good pie." And so in Twinkleton, where the night sky shimmered like a blanket of dreams, the friends settled down beneath the stars, their hearts as light and joyful as the songs of the flowers. And as the village drifted into slumber, the gentle sound of the Rainbow River's song echoed softly through the whispering woods, a lullaby of magic, friendship, and the simple joys of life. Story 62. In the quaint little village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone streets wound like stories yet to be told, there stood a small, unassuming bookshop, nestled between a bakery that always smelled of fresh-baked bread and a tiny apothecary with shelves full of aromatic herbs. The bookshop's name was Tales and Treasures, and it was run by a kind-hearted elder named Mr. Whittle, whose spectacles always seemed to perch precariously on the tip of his nose. One drizzly afternoon, as the raindrops tapped a gentle rhythm against the window panes, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara, with her curious eyes and an unquenchable thirst for stories, was a frequent visitor. She loved the way the shop felt. It was like stepping into a warm embrace, where the scent of old pages and the soft rustle of turning leaves filled the air. On this particular day, as Clara perused the shelves, she noticed a peculiar book she had never seen before. Its cover was a deep, shimmering green, like the canopy of a forest at dusk, and it seemed to glow softly, inviting her to take a closer look. The title was embossed in gold, The Whispering Woods. Intrigued, Clara carefully lifted the book from its place and carried it to the reading nook by the window, where a plump armchair awaited like an old friend. As she opened the book, something truly wondrous happened. A delicate, ethereal glow emanated from the pages, and the words began to dance and swirl like fireflies in the twilight. Clara gasped in awe, her heart fluttering with excitement and a touch of fear. The words wove a tale of a magical forest, hidden just beyond the village's edge, where the trees could talk and the streams sang songs of ancient times. The book also revealed a secret. Those who read it could enter the forest and discover its wonders. But there was a caveat. One must be pure of heart and seek the forest for wisdom, not for personal gain. With her heart set on adventure, Clara approached Mr. Whittle to ask if he knew anything about the book. The old man smiled knowingly, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, the Whispering Woods," he said softly. "Many have tried to find it, but it reveals itself only to those who truly listen with their hearts." Encouraged by his words, Clara decided to set out on a journey to find the forest. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a notebook, a pencil, a sandwich, and a bottle of water, and set off as the sun peeked through the rain clouds, casting a gentle, golden light over Willowbrook. As she ventured beyond the village, the path became less distinct, and soon she found herself amidst towering trees, whose leaves whispered secrets in the breeze. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. Clara felt a deep sense of peace, as if the forest itself was welcoming her. As she wandered deeper, she met a gentle creature, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes as bright as amber. The fox, whose name was Finn, spoke in a voice like the rustle of leaves. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," he said. I am here to guide you." Clara was astonished but delighted to have such a charming companion. Together, they traversed the forest, encountering many wonders: a grove of trees that sang with the wind, a meadow where flowers changed colors with the sun's rays, and a stream that bubbled with laughter. Along their journey, they met other inhabitants of the forest: a wise old owl named Oliver, who had a penchant for riddles, and a rabbit named Bella, whose kindness was as boundless as the sky. Each offered guidance and friendship, reminding Clara of the importance of listening carefully and acting with kindness. As dusk began to settle, casting a silvery glow over the forest, Clara and her companions arrived at an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. Here, Clara faced her challenge, a riddle spoken by the forest itself. "What is it that the wise seek, the humble cherish, and the foolish disregard?" the forest asked, its voice a gentle echo among the leaves. Clara pondered the question, her mind turning over the lessons she had learned along her journey. She thought of the moments of quiet reflection, the joy of friendship, and the beauty of the world around her. Then, with a smile, she spoke her answer softly but confidently. "Truth," she whispered. "The truth that lies in our hearts, in nature, and in the bonds we share with others." The forest sighed a gentle breeze, its approval evident in the way the leaves danced with joy. Clara had passed the test, not through force or cunning, but through understanding and wisdom. With the challenge met, the forest revealed its final secret: a hidden grove where a magnificent tree stood, its branches adorned with shimmering silver leaves. In its presence, Clara felt a sense of profound peace and understanding, as if all the mysteries of the world were laid bare before her. As night fell, the stars began to twinkle above, and Clara knew it was time to return home. With a grateful heart, she bid farewell to her new friends, promising to visit again and share what she had learned. When Clara returned to Willowbrook, she found Mr. Whittle waiting at the bookshop, his eyes warm with understanding. She told him of her journey and the wonders she had seen, and he listened with a smile, knowing that Clara had discovered something truly special. From that day on, Clara carried the wisdom of the Whispering Woods within her, sharing its lessons of kindness and truth with the villagers. And though the forest remained a secret to many, its magic lingered in the hearts of those who believed. And so, as the gentle night embraced Willowbrook, Clara drifted to sleep with a heart full of peace, knowing that the world was a little brighter, a little kinder, because of the journey she had taken. Story 63. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees seemed to lean towards one another as if exchanging secrets, there lay a small village known as Bramble Hollow. This village, nestled under a sky often painted with pastel hues of dawn and dusk, was home to kind-hearted folk who lived in harmony with the magical creatures of the woods. In Bramble Hollow, the houses were woven with vines and adorned with colorful flowers that bloomed even in winter. The air was always filled with the scent of honey and lavender, and the soft murmur of the nearby brook played a perpetual lullaby that lulled the village to rest each night. Amidst the villagers was a young girl named Leora, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. Leora had a curious mind and an unyielding spirit of adventure. She was often seen wandering the woods, her notebook in hand, jotting down sketches and notes of the wondrous sights she encountered. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the skies with strokes of amber and lilac, a strange occurrence began to unfold in Bramble Hollow. It started with the candles. Normally at dusk, the candles in every home would light themselves, casting a warm golden glow that chased away the shadows of night. But on this particular evening, the candles flickered and then extinguished themselves, leaving the village in an unusual darkness. Leora, puzzled by the sudden dimness, peered out her window. The familiar chorus of crickets and frogs seemed hushed, as if the forest held its breath. The only light came from the silver glow of the moon, casting long, gentle shadows that danced along the cobblestone paths. The villagers gathered in the square, whispering among themselves, their faces illuminated by soft moonlight. What could it be? They wondered aloud. Perhaps the forest spirits are playing tricks, suggested Old Tom, the village elder, whose beard was as white as the snow-capped mountains in the distance. But Leora felt there was more to the mystery than mere mischief. She remembered the stories her grandmother had told her about the candle-bearer, a spirit said to watch over the lights of Bramble Hollow, ensuring they shone brightly through the darkest nights. Determined to solve the mystery, Leora set out into the woods, her heart a steady beat in the quiet night. She followed the path that wound through the forest, her footsteps soft against the mossy earth. The trees, tall and majestic, whispered secrets above her, their leaves rustling like the pages of an ancient book. As she walked, she noticed something peculiar. The fireflies, usually abundant and twinkling like stars, were absent from their usual haunts. It was as if they, too, had been snuffed out with the candles. This deepened Leora's resolve, and she pressed on, her senses alert for any sign of the candle-bearer. The path led her to a clearing where the moonlight pooled like silver water. In the center stood an ancient oak, its bark gnarled and wise with age. Beneath its boughs, a soft glow emanated, drawing Leora closer. As she approached, she saw a small, luminescent figure perched on one of the lower branches, a tiny creature with wings that shimmered like opal. "Greetings, young Leora," the creature said, its voice gentle and melodic. "I am Lumina, guardian of the lights." Leora's heart leaped with recognition, for she knew she had found the candle-bearer. "Why have the candles gone dark, Lumina?" Leora asked, her voice a mix of awe and concern. Lumina sighed, her wings drooping slightly. "A shadow has passed through the woods, dimming the light of all it touches. It seeks to steal the glow for its own, leaving the forest and village in darkness." "But why would it do such a thing?" Leora wondered aloud. "The shadow is lost," Lumina explained softly, seeking a light to guide it back to its own path. "It does not mean harm, but its presence disrupts the balance." Understanding dawned on Leora, and her heart ached for the lonely shadow. "Can we help it find its way?" she asked, her eyes shining with determination. Lumina nodded, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "With kindness and light, we can guide it back." Together, Leora and Lumina gathered the fireflies, coaxing them gently from their hiding places. They whispered words of encouragement, and soon the clearing was ablaze with their soft golden light. The fireflies danced, forming a radiant path that wound through the forest, leading towards the shadow. As the path brightened, a figure emerged from the darkness, a shadowy form that flickered uncertainly at the edge of the light. It paused, hesitating as if unsure of its welcome. "Do not fear," Leora called softly, stepping forward with a lantern in hand, its flame steady and warm. "We can help you find your way." The shadow seemed to tremble, then slowly moved forward, drawn by the gentle glow. It followed the path of fireflies, each step bringing it closer to the light, until finally it stood within the circle of their glow. In that moment, the shadow shimmered, its dark edges softening, and within it, a gentle light began to pulse. Leora watched, breath held, as the shadow transformed, its darkness giving way to a soft, warm glow like that of a distant star. "Thank you," the shadow, now a creature of light, whispered, its voice like the soft rustle of leaves. "I had forgotten my own light." With a nod of understanding, Lumina guided the creature back into the depths of the forest, where it could once again find its place among the stars and moonlight. As Leora watched them go, she felt a deep, comforting warmth spread through her chest. She knew that the balance had been restored, and that Bramble Hollow would once again shine with its familiar glow. Returning to the village, Leora found the candles had relit themselves, casting their gentle light through the windows and into the night. The villagers, seeing her safe return, welcomed her with smiles and relieved embraces. That night, as Leora lay in her bed, listening to the lullaby of the brook and the whisper of the trees, she felt a sense of peace settle over her. She knew that sometimes, even the darkest shadows could be turned into light with a little kindness and understanding. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the village of Bramble Hollow continued to shine brightly, its lights a beacon of warmth and friendship against the darkness. And Leora, with her curious mind and gentle heart, knew that she would always be ready to help guide the lost back into the light. Story 64. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops on a summer morning. Although her village lay nestled at the edge of the woods, Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the towering trees and their rustling canopies. One crisp autumn day, as Willow wandered among the fallen leaves, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Tucked beneath a gnarled oak root lay a tarnished metal box, its surface etched with intricate symbols. Despite her parents' warnings about the forest's mysteries, Willow's curiosity won over, and she pried open the lid. Inside, nestled amidst a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. Yet this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly radiance, as if imbued with the magic of the forest itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Willow slipped the acorn into the pocket of her cloak, and a new chapter in her life began. That night, as Willow drifted off to sleep, she found herself transported to a realm unlike any she had known. The acorn had unlocked a hidden world within the forest, a place where the trees danced and whispered ancient secrets. Here, every leaf and twig thrummed with life, and the very air seemed to sparkle with enchantment. In this wondrous realm, Willow met a trio of extraordinary beings: Oakley, the wise old oak, Bramble, the playful bramble bush, and Moss, the gentle mossy stone. They welcomed her with open arms, for her pure heart and love for nature had granted her entry into their sacred domain. Over the following moons, Willow's newfound friends taught her the ways of the forest, revealing its secrets and the magic that flowed through every vein. She learned to communicate with the trees, to harness the power of the elements, and to walk the paths of the woodland realm with reverence and respect. Yet, even as Willow's understanding grew, a dark cloud loomed over the enchanted forest. A greedy logger, blinded by the prospect of wealth, had set his sights on the ancient trees. With every swing of his axe, the magic of the forest waned, and its inhabitants grew weaker. Distraught, Willow sought counsel from her friends, and they devised a plan. Oakley revealed that the acorn she had found was no ordinary seed, but a vessel of the forest's essence. If planted with care and nurtured by the collective power of the woodland beings, it would grow into a mighty tree capable of restoring the balance. Thus began a perilous journey that tested Willow's courage and resolve. She trekked through tangled thickets, navigated treacherous ravines, and braved the fury of wild storms, all the while clutching the precious acorn close to her heart. Along the way, she encountered unlikely allies: a mischievous fox who guided her through hidden trails, a wise old owl who shared ancient lore, and a playful stream that carried her over rapids. Each encounter taught Willow valuable lessons about friendship, perseverance, and the interconnectedness of all living things. At last, after overcoming countless obstacles, Willow reached the heart of the forest, a sacred glade where the ancient trees converged. With reverence, she planted the acorn and joined her friends in a powerful ritual, calling upon the very essence of nature itself. As they chanted and danced, the ground trembled, and the air crackled with energy. Slowly, the acorn took root, its tender shoots breaking through the soil. With each passing day, the sapling grew taller and stronger, drawing upon the combined strength of the woodland realm. Finally, when the logger's axe threatened to fell the last of the ancient trees, a mighty oak burst forth from the earth, its branches reaching toward the heavens. The logger stood in awe, his greed melting away as he witnessed the forest's resurgence. From that day forward, the enchanted forest thrived once more. Its magic renewed, and its inhabitants restored to their former glory. Willow remained a guardian of the woodland realm, her bond with nature deeper than ever before. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise woman, her eyes still sparkling with the wonder of the hidden world she had discovered. She shared her knowledge with others, teaching them to respect and cherish the natural world around them. And whenever a child gazed into the depths of the forest, they could glimpse the ethereal glow of the enchanted realm, a reminder that magic still lingered in the most unexpected places, if only one had the courage to seek it out. For Willow, the journey had been one of transformation, a path that had led her from a curious child to a custodian of the forest's secrets. Her friendship with the woodland beings had defied all expectations, transcending the boundaries between the seen and the unseen. And though the mystery of the acorn had been unraveled, Willow knew that the true magic lay not in any single object, but in the wonder and reverence with which one approached the natural world. As long as that respect endured, the enchanted forest would continue to thrive, its hidden realms waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek them out. Story 65. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between towering green hills and a shimmering blue lake, there existed a wondrous secret that lay hidden beneath the surface of everyday life. The village was called Eldergrove, a name that whispered of ancient trees and deep-rooted mysteries. It was the kind of place where time seemed to meander like the gentle streams that wound through the forests, and where the air was always fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers. In this village lived a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky overhead. Finn was known for his bright, inquisitive eyes that seemed to hold the very essence of the stars. His days were spent exploring the woods, his feet padded softly on the mossy ground, and his mind wandering to places only he could envision. Despite the occasional scolding from his mother for returning home with muddy clothes and twigs in his hair, Finn's heart was always light with the joy of discovery. One cool autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and cast long, golden shadows across the village, Finn set out on one of his adventures. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of winter. Finn's path led him deeper into the forest than ever before, guided by the soft symphony of rustling leaves and the distant call of a lone owl. As Finn wandered, he stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gnarled old oak tree that seemed to hum with a life of its own. Its bark was knotted and twisted, and its leaves shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, feeling a gentle pull towards its ancient trunk. As he reached out and touched the bark, a sudden warmth spread through his fingertips, and he felt a strange, comforting presence, as though the tree was speaking to him without words. Just then, something caught his eye. Nestled among the roots was a small wooden box, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement as he carefully lifted the box, feeling its surprising weight. With a mix of wonder and trepidation, he opened it to find a delicate, shimmering orb nestled within. It glowed with a soft, ethereal light, pulsating gently as if alive. Finn could hardly believe his eyes. He had heard stories of magical objects hidden in the depths of the forest, tales spun by the village elders around flickering fires, but he never imagined he would find one himself. Holding the orb in his hands, he felt a sense of connection, a whisper of ancient wisdom that seemed to resonate with his very soul. As Finn stood there, absorbed in the orb's glow, he noticed something extraordinary. The forest around him began to change. Colors grew more vibrant, and the air shimmered with a faint, golden haze. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a hidden world that had been there all along, just out of sight. Before Finn's astonished eyes, tiny creatures emerged from the underbrush, sprites with gossamer wings and eyes that sparkled like dewdrops. They fluttered around him, giggling with delight and leaving trails of shimmering dust in their wake. Finn watched in awe, feeling as though he had stepped into a dream. One of the sprites, a particularly bold one with wings the color of sunrise, hovered close to Finn's face and spoke in a voice as light as the breeze. "Thank you for finding the heart of the grove," it said, nodding towards the orb in Finn's hands. "It is a gift, a key to our world." Finn marveled at the sprite, his mind spinning with questions. "What is this place?" he asked, his voice filled with wonder. "This is the realm of the forest kin," the sprite replied, twirling in the air. "We are the guardians of this land, and the orb you hold is our heart, our connection to the world above. It was lost long ago, and with it our ability to visit your world. You have returned it to us, and for that we are forever grateful." Finn felt a warmth blossom in his chest, a sense of belonging that he had never experienced before. He looked around at the vibrant world, the colors more vivid than he had ever imagined, and realized that he had stumbled upon something truly magical. The sprite continued, its voice softening. "But there is more to the heart than you know. It holds the power to mend what is broken, to bring light to the shadows. It can guide you, should you choose to accept its gift." Finn nodded, his heart filled with a sense of purpose. He felt the weight of responsibility, but also the thrill of adventure. He knew that he had been given a rare opportunity to learn, to grow, and to help the forest kin in their time of need. And so, with the shimmering orb cradled carefully in his hands, Finn embarked on a journey that would change him forever. He ventured deeper into the hidden world, guided by the sprites and their celestial songs, and discovered wonders beyond his wildest dreams. As the days turned into weeks, Finn learned the secrets of the forest, the ancient stories that the trees whispered in the wind, and the delicate balance that kept the hidden world thriving. He met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with their own tales and wisdom to share. Through it all, Finn's heart grew, his mind expanded, and he found a sense of peace and belonging that he had never known before. But the journey was not without challenges. The hidden world was under threat from a shadow that crept slowly from the edges, a darkness that sought to consume the light. It was a force driven by despair and neglect, a reflection of the growing disconnect between the world of the forest kin and the human world above. Finn knew that he could not stand by and watch this beautiful realm fade into nothingness. With the guidance of the heart, he devised a plan to restore balance, to bridge the gap between worlds and bring harmony once more. One quiet evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of pink and gold, Finn stood at the edge of the hidden world, the heart of the grove glowing softly in his hands. The sprites gathered around him, their wings shimmering in the fading light, their eyes filled with hope. With a steady breath, Finn reached deep within himself, drawing upon the strength and wisdom he had gained on his journey. He held the orb high, feeling its warmth spread through him, and spoke words of peace and renewal, his voice carrying on the evening breeze. As he spoke, the heart of the grove began to glow brighter, its light spilling out and enveloping the forest in a gentle embrace. The shadows retreated, banished by the brilliant light, and the hidden world seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The trees stood taller, their leaves shimmering with vibrant life, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of flowers in bloom. Finn felt a sense of calm settle over him, a deep assurance that he had done what was needed, that he had played his part in preserving the beauty of the hidden world. The sprites danced around him, their laughter like the tinkling of bells, and Finn knew that he had found a place where he truly belonged. He had learned the value of friendship, the power of kindness, and the importance of maintaining the delicate balance between worlds. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Finn sat beneath the ancient oak, the heart of the grove resting gently in his lap. He closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the earth beneath him, and listened to the gentle whispers of the forest, knowing that he was exactly where he was meant to be. And in the village of Eldergrove, nestled between the hills and the lake, the people often spoke of a young boy who had ventured into the depths of the forest and returned with stories of wonder and magic. They spoke of a hidden world, a realm of light and life, and the boy who had helped to preserve its beauty for generations to come. And so the story of Finn in the heart of the grove became a cherished tale, a reminder of the power of curiosity, friendship, and the enduring magic that resides in the world around us. And as the villagers gathered around their fires, sharing stories beneath the starlit sky, they felt a warmth in their hearts, knowing that just beyond the veil of the ordinary, a world of wonder awaited those brave enough to seek it. Story 66. Once upon a time, in the gentle embrace of an ancient forest where the whispering winds knew the secrets of the trees and the stars sprinkled their light like soft diamonds upon the earth, there lay a village nestled in the fold of rolling hills and time-worn stone paths. This village was not like any other, for it was said to be guarded by the spirits of the forest, who were known to reveal themselves only to those with the purest of hearts. On the edge of this village, where the moss grew thick and the air carried the sweet scent of pine and dew, lived a young girl named Leora. Leora was not your ordinary girl. She possessed a curiosity as deep as the ocean and a heart as bright as the sun. Her hair was like spun gold, cascading down her shoulders in waves that danced with the breeze, and her eyes were the color of the sky just before dusk, a deep, mysterious blue. Leora spent her days exploring the forest, her footsteps as light as a deer's, and her laughter mingling with the songs of the birds. She loved the forest dearly, for it was her sanctuary, a place where the troubles of the world seemed to melt away into the rustle of leaves and the gentle babbling of the brook. One serene morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Leora set out on a new adventure. The villagers had spoken of a hidden glade deep within the forest, a place said to be touched by magic, where time stood still and dreams whispered among the shadows. Leora's heart danced at the thought, and her feet carried her eagerly along the winding trails. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the light filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns that swayed with the wind. She could hear the gentle gurgle of a stream nearby, its melody luring her further into the heart of the forest. The path became narrow, lined with ferns that brushed against her legs, and wildflowers that stood like sentinels of color among the greens. It was then that Leora stumbled upon something peculiar, a stone, unlike any she had seen before. It was smooth and round, nestled in a bed of moss, and it glimmered with a soft, ethereal light, as if the moon had left a piece of itself behind. Entranced, Leora knelt beside it, her fingers tracing its cool surface. As she touched it, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and a gentle hum that resonated in her chest. Unbeknownst to Leora, this was no ordinary stone. It was the Heartstone, a magical object that had been hidden away by the forest spirits, waiting for the one with a heart pure enough to wield its power. The Heartstone held the ability to reveal the hidden world within the forest, a world that thrived in the spaces unseen by ordinary eyes. With the Heartstone in her possession, the forest began to transform around Leora. The trees seemed to sway with a newfound life, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand. The brook shimmered with the light of 1,000 stars, and the flowers bloomed in colors she had only ever dreamed of. It was as if the forest itself had awakened, revealing its true beauty to her. As Leora wandered through this enchanted world, she felt a tug at her heart, a gentle pull that guided her deeper into the mystery. She came upon a clearing where the sunlight danced upon a carpet of soft grass, and there in the center stood a grand, ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its branches stretching high into the sky, and it exuded a wisdom that spoke of ages past. Beneath the tree sat a creature unlike any Leora had seen. It was a small, fox-like being with fur, the color of twilight, and eyes that glowed with the light of the Heartstone. It watched her with a gentle curiosity, its tail flicking playfully as if inviting her to join it. "Hello," Leora greeted softly, her voice barely a whisper in the tranquil air. The creature tilted its head, a soft chittering sound escaping its lips that seemed to resonate with the forest around them. To Leora's amazement, she understood its meaning, as if the Heartstone had unlocked a language long hidden within her. "I am Fen," the creature introduced, its voice a melody that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. "Guardian of the hidden glade, you hold the Heartstone, the key to our world." Leora felt a surge of excitement mixed with a tinge of responsibility. "I found it by chance," she explained, "but it feels as though it was meant for me." Fen nodded, its eyes twinkling with understanding. The Heartstone chooses its bearer. It seeks one whose soul is in tune with the forest's magic. As they talked, the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the glade. Leora learned that the hidden glade was a sanctuary for the creatures of the forest, a place where they could live in harmony, away from the eyes of those who might not understand their magic. Fen spoke of a time when the balance of the forest was threatened by those who sought to exploit its secrets, and how the Heartstone was hidden to protect their world. "But now," Fen continued, "we sense a change. The forest is awakening, and with it, the call for harmony grows stronger." Leora listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. She understood that her journey was just beginning, that the Heartstone had chosen her not just to see the beauty of the forest, but to help protect it. As the stars began to twinkle in the dusky sky, Leora promised Fen she would return, her mind swirling with thoughts of the magical world she had discovered. She made her way back through the forest, the Heartstone tucked safely in her pocket, its warmth a steady presence against her skin. The days turned to weeks, and Leora's visits to the hidden glade became a cherished ritual. She learned the ways of the forest, befriending its inhabitants and discovering the magic that lay within the simplest of things. She watched as the seasons changed, the leaves turning fiery red and golden yellow before falling to carpet the forest floor. She marveled at the first snowflakes that drifted lazily from the sky, covering the world in a blanket of pristine white. Through it all, Fen was her constant companion, guiding her with patience and wisdom. They explored hidden nooks and crannies, shared stories of the past, and reveled in the beauty of the present. Leora's heart grew with each passing day, filled with a love for the forest and its secrets. But as with all stories, shadows must sometimes fall. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and purple, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora noticed an unfamiliar tension in the air. The birds were silent, and the usual chatter of the woodland creatures had stilled, replaced by a quiet that was almost oppressive. Fen appeared at her side, eyes scanning the forest with a wary gaze. "Something is amiss," it murmured, its fur bristling slightly. Leora felt it too, a subtle wrongness that seemed to pulse through the earth beneath her feet. "What could it be?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. "I fear a disturbance in the balance," Fen replied, its voice heavy with worry. "We must find its source before it spreads." Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, guided by the faintest of whispers carried on the breeze. They followed the trail to a part of the forest Leora had never seen before, where the trees grew tall and close, their branches intertwining to create a canopy so thick that only slivers of moonlight pierced through. It was here, in the heart of this ancient grove, that they found the source of the distress, a dark figure, cloaked in shadows, standing before an old, twisted tree. The figure seemed to draw the light from the air, casting an eerie darkness that swirled around it like smoke. Leora's heart pounded in her chest as she and Fen approached cautiously. The figure turned, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light, and Leora felt a chill run down her spine. "Who are you?" she called, her voice steady despite the fear that coiled within her. The figure chuckled, a sound that echoed through the grove like the crackling of dry leaves. "I am the keeper of the shadows," it intoned, its voice smooth and deep, "and I have come to claim what is mine." Leora glanced at Fen, who stood firm beside her, its eyes blazing with determination. "The Heartstone," Fen whispered, its voice barely audible. "It seeks to corrupt the Heartstone." The keeper of the shadows took a step forward, its movements fluid and graceful. "The Heartstone's power is wasted on the likes of you," it sneered, its gaze fixed on Leora. "Give it to me, and I shall spare this forest my wrath." Leora's hand instinctively went to the Heartstone, feeling its warmth seep into her skin, a reminder of the beauty and life it represented. She shook her head, her resolve strengthening. "I will not give it to you," she declared, her voice ringing through the grove. "The Heartstone belongs to the forest, and I will protect it." The keeper of the shadows laughed, a low, menacing sound. "Very well," it said, its voice dripping with malice. "Then you shall face the consequences." With a wave of its hand, shadows erupted from the ground, twisting and writhing like serpents as they lunged toward Leora and Fen. Leora's heart raced, but she held her ground, the Heartstone pulsing in her hand like a living thing. Fen leaped forward, its form glowing with an inner light as it faced the shadows head-on. "Use the Heartstone," it urged, its voice firm and unwavering. "Let its magic flow through you." Taking a deep breath, Leora closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth of the Heartstone. She felt its power surge through her, a gentle yet unwavering force that seemed to resonate with every fiber of her being. The air around her shimmered, the shadows faltering under the Heartstone's light. With a cry of determination, Leora raised the Heartstone high, its glow intensifying as it pushed back the darkness. The shadows recoiled, hissing and writhing as they were banished by the Heartstone's brilliance. The keeper of the shadows snarled, its form flickering like a dying flame. "You cannot defeat me," it spat, its voice a whisper on the wind. Leora's eyes blazed with the light of the Heartstone, her spirit unyielding. "I do not fight alone," she declared, her voice strong and clear. "The forest stands with me, and we will not be overcome." With a final surge of light, the Heartstone released its magic, enveloping the grove in a radiant glow that banished the shadows and sent the keeper of the shadows fleeing into the night. The darkness dissipated, leaving the grove bathed in the soft light of the moon. Leora lowered the Heartstone, her body tingling with the afterglow of its power. Fen stood beside her, its eyes filled with pride and gratitude. "You have done well, Leora," it said, its voice warm and gentle. "The forest is safe, thanks to you." Leora smiled, feeling the weight of the heartstone in her hand, no longer just a magical object, but a symbol of her bond with the forest and its creatures. "I could not have done it without you, Fen," she replied, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. The night deepened, the stars twinkling like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the sky. As Leora and Fen made their way back to the hidden glade, the forest seemed to hum with life and joy, a testament to the harmony they had fought to protect. In the days that followed, Leora continued her visits to the forest, her bond with its magic growing ever stronger. She learned from Fen and the other creatures, gaining wisdom and insight that enriched her life in ways she had never imagined. The Heartstone remained with her, its light a guiding presence as she navigated the challenges and joys of her world. It was a reminder of her journey, of the courage and friendship that had seen her through, and of the hidden wonders that lay just beyond the sight of those who dared to look. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, Leora became a guardian in her own right, a keeper of the forest's secrets, and a protector of its magic. She lived a life of adventure and discovery, her heart ever open to the beauty and mystery of the world around her. In the end, it was not just the Heartstone that had chosen her, but the forest itself, recognizing in her a spirit of kindness and courage that would ensure the balance of its magic for generations to come. And as the sun set each evening, casting its warm glow over the village and the forest beyond, Leora would stand at the edge of the hidden glade, feeling the soft breeze on her face and the gentle hum of the Heartstone in her hand, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be, in the heart of the enchanted forest, where dreams and reality danced together in perfect harmony. Leora found her place, her purpose, and her home. And the forest, in turn, found its champion in her, a guardian who would cherish and protect its magic for all time. And so, the story of Leora and the Heartstone became a legend, whispered among the trees and sung by the winds, a tale of bravery, friendship, and the enduring power of a pure heart. It served as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, light could be found if one only believed in the magic of the world and the strength of their own spirit. And as the stars twinkled overhead, casting their gentle light upon the world, the forest and its secrets remained safe, cradled in the embrace of those who truly understood its magic. For in the end, it was not just the Heartstone that had chosen Leora, but the forest itself, recognizing in her a spirit of kindness and courage that would ensure the balance of its magic for generations to come. And so the forest and its secrets remained safe, cradled in the embrace of those who truly understood its magic, a magic that lived in the heart of a girl named Leora, and in the spirit of the forest she called home. Story 67. In a forest where time seemed to slow, where whispers of the wind carried secrets from centuries past, and where the very air shimmered with a quiet magic, there existed a world hidden from the hurried eyes of the unobservant. This was a place where leaves danced to an ancient melody, their rustling a gentle chorus in the symphony of life. The forest was a tapestry of greens and browns, threaded with light and shadow, and it held within its embrace the stories of countless seasons. Beneath the vast canopy, under the watchful gaze of venerable oaks and spruces, lived a community of creatures whose lives were intertwined with the rhythms of the earth. Among these dwellers was a small, wise tortoise named Thistle, who moved with deliberate grace along the forest floor. Her shell was a mosaic of earthy browns and deep greens, a testament to the many years she had spent under the sun and rain. Thistle was known for her gentle spirit and her vast knowledge of the forest's lore, passed down to her through the whispers of her ancestors. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist clung to the ground and the world was softened in shades of amber and gold, Thistle set off on her daily journey. She was heading to the heart of the forest, a sacred glen where the old oak, grandfather tree, stood as a sentinel over the land. His branches reached high into the sky, as if trying to touch the heavens, and his roots delved deep into the earth, anchoring him firmly in the past and present. As Thistle made her way along the winding path, she was joined by her dear friend, Willow the rabbit. Willow was a sprightly creature, his fur the color of newly fallen snow, and his eyes as bright as the morning sun. He bounded alongside Thistle, his ears twitching with excitement. "Good morning, Thistle!" Willow chirped, his voice as light as the breeze that rustled through the leaves. "The forest feels different today, doesn't it? As if it's holding its breath." Thistle nodded, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "Indeed, Willow. The forest is preparing for something special. Can you sense the magic in the air?" Willow paused, his nose quivering as he sniffed the crisp air. "I can. It's like the smell of rain just before a storm, but warmer and more comforting." As they continued their journey, the forest revealed its secrets to them. They passed by a family of squirrels, busy gathering acorns and chattering animatedly about the coming change. The birds above sang a melody of anticipation, their songs weaving through the branches like ribbons in the wind. When they arrived at the glen, they found it bathed in a soft, dappled light. Grandfather Tree stood in the center, his bark rough and reassuring to the touch. Around him, a circle of stones marked the spot where generations of forest dwellers had gathered to celebrate the turning of the seasons. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a vibration that seemed to resonate from the earth itself. Thistle and Willow settled beside the stones, feeling the warmth of the sun on their backs, and listened as Grandfather Tree began to speak in a voice as deep and resonant as the earth. "Welcome, dear friends," he rumbled, his leaves rustling like pages of an old book. "The time has come for the autumnal gathering, a celebration of balance and harmony in our forest. As the leaves change their colors and prepare to fall, so too must we prepare for the changes in our lives." Thistle nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude for the wisdom of Grandfather Tree. She knew that the forest, with its ever-changing seasons, was a reflection of the cycles of life itself. "Balance is the key," Grandfather Tree continued. "Just as the leaves must fall to nourish the earth, so too must we let go of what no longer serves us. It is through letting go that we make space for new growth." Willow listened intently, his ears perked forward. "And how do we find this balance, Grandfather Tree?" he asked, his voice filled with earnest curiosity. "By embracing change and supporting one another," Grandfather Tree replied gently. "Each one of us plays a part in the harmony of the forest. The trees, the animals, the very soil beneath our feet, all are connected. When we work together, we create a world where all can thrive." As the gathering continued, creatures from all corners of the forest came to join them. The foxes with their russet coats, the deer with their graceful strides, and even the songbirds who perched on the branches of Grandfather Tree. Together they shared stories of the past, dreams for the future, and the lessons they had learned along the way. Thistle shared her tale of resilience, of how she had once faced a harsh winter, with only her wisdom and patience to guide her. Willow spoke of his journey of curiosity, how his boundless energy had led him to discoveries that enriched the lives of those around him. Each story was a thread, weaving a tapestry of shared history and hope. As the sun began to set, casting a warm, golden light over the glen, Grandfather Tree spoke once more. "This gathering is a reminder of the beauty and strength of our community. As we move through the seasons, let us carry this spirit of harmony with us, for it is in our unity that we find our greatest power." With these words, the creatures of the forest felt a deep sense of peace settle over them. They knew that no matter the challenges they faced, they would always have one another to lean on. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Thistle and Willow made their way back through the forest, feeling the gentle pull of the earth beneath their feet. The air was cool and filled with the scent of pine and earth, a reminder of the cycles that bound them all. "Thank you for your wisdom, Thistle," Willow said softly, his voice carrying the weight of sincerity. "Today has been a beautiful reminder of what's truly important." Thistle smiled, her heart full. "And thank you for your friendship, Willow. Together, we have the power to make our world a better place." With these final words, the companions continued their journey under the watchful eye of the moon, knowing that the magic of the forest would always be with them, guiding them through the ever-turning seasons of life. Story 68. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering pines swayed in rhythm with the gentle caress of the wind, there lay a village named Willowbrook. This village was cradled by the emerald embrace of nature, where the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming jasmine and the soft murmur of a crystal-clear stream wove a soothing lullaby. It was in this quaint village, amidst the rustling leaves and twittering birds, that a young girl named Lila lived with her grandmother. Lila was a curious soul, with eyes like pools of melted chocolate that danced with the light of 1,000 untold stories. Her hair, a cascade of auburn, shimmered with the hues of autumn leaves, and her laughter was a delightful melody that filled the air with warmth. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, was the keeper of stories, weaving tales of wonder and magic that lulled Lila to sleep each night beside the crackling fire. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of pink and gold, Lila's grandmother beckoned her close. Her voice, a soft murmur like the cooing of doves, spoke of a hidden world within the forest, a world unseen by most, where the trees whispered secrets and the flowers danced in moonlit glades. It was said that a magical object, an amulet of purest silver, lay hidden within this world, imbued with the power to reveal one's true self. Intrigued by the tale, Lila felt a stirring within her heart, a yearning to uncover the mysteries of this hidden realm. As the last embers of the fire glowed softly, Lila resolved to embark on a journey at the break of dawn, to seek the amulet that promised transformation and enlightenment. The morning arrived, wrapped in a cloak of mist that kissed the village with dewdrops like tiny diamonds. Lila bid her grandmother farewell, promising to return with stories of her own. With a satchel slung over her shoulder, carrying a loaf of bread, a flask of honeyed water, and a map hand-drawn by her grandmother, she set off into the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight, filtering through the canopy above, casting playful shadows that danced at her feet. Birds flitted from branch to branch, singing songs of encouragement as Lila ventured deeper into the woods. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, grounding her with every breath. As she walked, Lila's thoughts wandered to the amulet. What secrets did it hold? How would it change her? She pondered these questions, her heart a tapestry of anticipation and wonder. The forest was a living entity, its heart beating in time with the rustling leaves and babbling brooks. Lila followed the map, her fingers tracing the delicate lines that guided her through the labyrinth of trees, until she reached a clearing bathed in sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that seemed to cradle the very earth. As Lila approached, she noticed something shimmering amidst the roots, a tiny, iridescent creature with wings like stained glass. It was a forest sprite, delicate and ethereal, its presence a testament to the magic that lingered in this place. The sprite regarded Lila with eyes that sparkled like dew in the morning light. "Greetings, child of the forest," the sprite chimed, its voice a tinkling bell. "What brings you to this ancient heart?" Lila, captivated by the sprite's beauty, replied with a smile, "I seek the amulet of silver, the one that reveals one's true self. My grandmother spoke of it in tales, and my heart yearns to find it." The sprite nodded, its wings fluttering gently. "The amulet you seek lies within the hidden world, beyond the veil of the seen. To find it, you must look not with your eyes, but with your heart." With a wave of its tiny hand, the sprite beckoned Lila to follow. Together they ventured beyond the clearing, into a part of the forest where the air shimmered with possibilities. The trees stood taller here, their leaves whispering ancient songs, and the ground beneath was soft with moss. As they walked, the sprite explained, "The hidden world is not a place you can simply find. It reveals itself to those who are open to its wonders, those who seek not just with the eyes, but with the spirit. You must listen to the forest, for it will guide you." Lila nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. With each step she felt the forest embracing her, its energy flowing through her veins like a gentle river. She listened intently, allowing the sounds of nature to wash over her, guiding her deeper into the heart of the hidden world. Time seemed to lose its meaning as they walked, the day shifting from morning to afternoon without notice. The forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part, creating a harmony that resonated within Lila's soul. Eventually, they arrived at a meadow, a place untouched by the world beyond. Wildflowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals dancing in the breeze, and the air was thick with the scent of lavender and mint. In the center of the meadow stood a circle of stones, ancient and weathered, their surfaces etched with runes that glowed softly in the fading light. The sprite gestured towards the stones, its voice a gentle whisper. "This is the threshold between worlds. To cross it, you must leave behind all doubts and fears and embrace the truth within your heart." Lila took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her journey settle upon her shoulders. With newfound resolve, she stepped into the circle, her heart open and ready to embrace whatever lay beyond. The air shimmered like a mirage, and the world around her shifted. The meadow faded away, replaced by a landscape that defied description, a realm where colors danced and blended in ways that defied the eye, where the very fabric of reality seemed woven from dreams. In this place, Lila felt a deep connection to everything around her, as if the boundaries between her and the world had dissolved. She was both herself and a part of something greater, a thread in the tapestry of existence. It was then that she saw it, the amulet, suspended in the air like a star plucked from the night sky. It was a thing of beauty, a silver crescent that glimmered with an inner light, its surface inscribed with symbols that seemed to pulse with life. As Lila reached out to touch it, she felt a warmth spreading through her, a gentle glow that wrapped around her heart. The amulet spoke to her, not with words but with feelings, a deep sense of understanding, of knowing her place in the world, of embracing her true self. In that moment, she saw herself as she truly was, not just a girl seeking adventure, but a soul woven from the same fabric as the stars, connected to all that was and ever would be. It was a revelation that filled her with peace, a quiet joy that resonated within her very being. The journey back to Willowbrook was a blur, the hidden world fading into the background as Lila made her way home. The forest welcomed her with open arms, its trees whispering songs of homecoming as she walked the familiar paths. When she finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the golden light of evening, the air filled with the scent of hearth fires and the sound of laughter. Her grandmother awaited her at the threshold, her eyes warm and knowing. Lila embraced her grandmother, the warmth of home wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. As they settled by the fire, Lila shared her tale, the words flowing like a river from her heart. The night deepened, and as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Lila found herself at peace. The amulet lay upon her chest, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken, of the truths she had uncovered. And as she drifted into sleep, the forest sang a lullaby, a gentle promise that she was never alone, that she was cherished and loved, a part of the great tapestry that wove the world together. In the heart of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the flowers danced in moonlit glades, Lila had found not just an amulet, but a deeper understanding of herself and the world, a journey that had changed her in ways she would carry with her always. And so, in the cozy embrace of Willowbrook, with the crackling fire beside her and her grandmother's love surrounding her, Lila slept peacefully, her dreams filled with the magic of the hidden world, and her heart aglow with the light of 1,000 stars. Story 69. Here is a gentle, engaging bedtime story featuring a magical item, a journey of discovery, unique helper characters, and a challenge requiring wisdom, the enchanted thimble. In a cozy cottage nestled among rolling green hills, there lived a young seamstress named Greta. Her days were filled with the gentle hum of her sewing machine as she carefully stitched dresses, cloaks, and suits for the villagers. Though her life was simple, Greta found joy in the smallest of things: a bluebird's song, the scent of wildflowers dancing on the breeze, and the warm smiles of grateful customers. One crisp autumn morning, as Greta gathered her sewing supplies, she noticed an old thimble she didn't recognize lying in her basket of threads. It was tarnished and dull, cast aside as if by accident. Greta had always been taught that every object, no matter how humble, deserved to be treated with care. So she slipped the thimble over her finger and got to work. No sooner had the thimble touched her skin than the room began to spin. Greta blinked in surprise as her cozy cottage faded away, replaced by a wondrous realm where shimmering trees stretched towards violet skies. A playful breeze carried the scent of cinnamon and explorer's spice. "Welcome to Wishwild, dear Greta," chirped a tiny voice. A diminutive woman with dragonfly wings fluttered in front of her face. "I am Xena, one of the guardians of this magical place." Greta gazed around in awe. "How is this possible?" Xena alighted on a toadstool with a twinkle in her eye. "That old thimble is an ember heart, a treasure from the great weavers who spin the threads of all existence. When a pure soul like yourself dons it in a spirit of compassion, it opens a gateway to our realm." "I had no idea," Greta whispered, wonderstruck. She longed to explore more of this enchanting new world. As if sensing her unspoken wish, Xena said, "Only one adept in the ancient craft of sea mastery can restore the ember heart to its full glory. If you take on this quest, it shall become bound to you forevermore, opening hidden pathways throughout the kingdoms of wonder." The prospect filled Greta with both delight and trepidation, but her courageous heart pushed her onward. "I'll do it." With an approving nod, Xena called over two more winged guardians, a slender, serious-eyed fellow named Lesto, and a round, jovial chap named Pubble. These trusted companions will guide you on your journey to find the 3 skeins of visionary thread woven by the great weavers in ages past. Lesto cleared his throat. "The first skein lies in the Tanglewood, a maze of towering brambles tended by a wise but easily flustered groundskeeper named Warbler Threshley. You'll need to soothe his nerves to receive safe passage." Pubble chuckled. "Then it's off to the misty shores of the glittering sea to seek out the mystical bowerbird Serenia, keeper of the second skein. Mind you, don't get too distracted admiring her dazzling collection of treasures." Greta tried to keep the details straight. "And the third skein?" "Ah," Lesto nodded solemnly. "That one rests far above in the clouds of Stratasea, among the cliff-top retreats of the reclusive sages. Only with a subtle touch and open mind can you gain their trust and earn the honor of beholding such a sacred wonder." The path ahead seemed arduous yet magical, but Greta felt a quiet courage kindle inside her, the same resilient flame that had helped her put food on the table through so many lean winters back home. She would embrace this journey with open-hearted determination, and so it began. In the Tanglewood's intricate labyrinth of brambles, Greta called upon endless reserves of patience to soothe Warbler's flustered spirit. As the groundskeeper anxiously flitted about pruning wayward shoots, she spoke to him in a soothing alto and helped tend to his meticulous pathways. Gradually, Warbler's bushy mustache stopped twitching, and he bequeathed to her the shimmering first skein before shooing them onward. At the glittering sea, Greta and her winged companions enlisted help from a raft of friendly turtles to approach Serenia's cove of glistening treasures. The bowerbird's prized collection nearly blinded them with its brilliance: polished moonstones, seashells that shone like pearls, and delicate coral sculptures. But Greta was not distracted. She admired the beauty of Serenia's artistry with sincerity, and in return the mystical bird bestowed the second ethereal skein. The journey to Stratasea tried Greta's resolve. The path wound dizzyingly upward through cloud banks that shifted like banks of heavy cream. Lesto and Pibble flanked her faithfully. When Greta grew weary, they took turns carrying her, until at last they reached the sage's sanctuary at the apex, where the air thrilled with rarefied stillness. There Greta encountered robed mystics who initially met her overtures with stony silence. But she did not grow discouraged. Instead, she sat patiently, observing the rhythms of their simple routines with a seamstress's appreciation for the intricate rituals of tea brewing and meditation. Gradually, the sages warmed to her, seeing the depth of her gentle spirit. One by one, they presented her with the final transcendent skein of visionary thread. Clutching the 3 skeins in humble wonder, Greta's mind was flooded with visions of celestial vistas and the intricate patterns that underlie all creation. She knew she could never take such wonders for granted again. When she finally returned to the forest glade, face flushed with awe, Xena and the others greeted her with joyous celebrations. The ancient guardian took the skeins and worked them into the ember heart in an elaborate ceremony, remaking the thimble into an iridescent shard that shimmered like a captured flame. "Well done, seamstress Greta. The ember heart is now bonded to your noble spirit, granting you passage to these wondrous lands any time your heart desires it," Xena proclaimed, slipping the talisman over her finger. Greta gazed at the mystic realm shimmering around her with new eyes. I feel like I've been gifted with the ability to truly see, not just these magical places, but the profound beauty that surrounds me in my everyday life back home. With those words, the violet skies, shimmering trees, and wondrous vistas faded from view. But as Greta opened her eyes, she beheld her humble cottage bathed in fresh radiance, every lovingly stitched garment and simple object imbued with a glow of intricate craftsmanship and sacred significance. From that day on, whether sewing a finely embroidered gown or darning a well-worn sock, Greta saw the act of creation as a joyous meditation. Every stitch was an expression of the eternal ebb and flow that bound all life together. She welcomed each customer who entered her shop as an ambassador of grace from the infinite expanse of Wishwild, reaching outward to bless them both. And on nights when the full moon cast its gentle glow across her sewing basket, Greta would glimpse the iridescent sparkle of the ember heart lying among her threads, and smile at all the wondrous pathways that humble Thimble had opened for her grateful, awakened heart. Story 70, The Whispering Grove. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and fields of golden wheat, there lived a young girl named Lila. She had the kind of spirit that danced with the wind, and eyes like the clear blue sky after a storm. Lila lived in a cozy cottage on the edge of the village, where the forest began to weave its mysterious tapestry of shadow and light. Her days were spent exploring this lush, verdant world, with its towering oaks and whispering pines. One quiet afternoon, as the sun lounged lazily on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lila discovered something unusual. She had wandered further than usual, her feet guided by the soft murmurs of the forest. A peculiar glimmer caught her eye, an alluring sparkle in the thick underbrush. Curious and unafraid, she pushed aside the leaves to reveal a small, ornate hand mirror. Its frame was gold, intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the fading light. As she picked up the mirror, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, like the comforting embrace of a sunbeam. Lila marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship, tracing her fingers over the delicate engravings. When she looked into the mirror, however, she saw not just her reflection, but the faint outline of a hidden world, a world vibrant and alive, echoing with the soft songs of unseen creatures. Intrigued, Lila tucked the mirror safely into her satchel and hurried back to her cottage, eager to unravel the mystery it held. That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Lila sat by her window with the mirror in hand. As moonlight pooled around her, she gazed into its depths, willing the secrets of the forest to reveal themselves. To her astonishment, the mirror began to glow softly, and the room filled with a gentle, melodic hum. The glass shimmered as if turned to liquid silver, and from within emerged the soft, ethereal figure of a young woman, her hair flowing like water, her eyes twinkling with the light of distant stars. "Fear not, dear child," the figure spoke with a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Celine, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have found the Mirror of Echoes, a portal to our hidden realm." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and wonder. "A hidden realm?" she echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," Celine replied, her form flickering gently in the moonlight. "The Whispering Grove is a sanctuary of harmony and wisdom, shielded from the world of men. But it is in peril, and we need your help, Lila." Lila listened intently, her curiosity piqued. "What must I do?" Celine's expression softened with gratitude. "You must journey into the Whispering Grove and restore the balance that has been disrupted. The creatures of the forest are losing their voices, their songs drowned by an ancient silence that threatens our existence." Determined to help, Lila agreed without hesitation. As she nodded, the mirror's glow intensified, enveloping her in a cocoon of shimmering light. She felt herself being gently lifted, weightless and free, as the world around her dissolved into a cascade of colors and sounds. When Lila opened her eyes, she found herself standing at the edge of a breathtaking forest, unlike any she had ever seen. The air was alive with the scent of jasmine and pine, and the ground beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with moss and wildflowers. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting playful shadows that danced along the forest floor. Before her stood Celine, now fully corporeal, her presence radiating warmth and kindness. "Welcome to the Whispering Grove," she said, gesturing to the vibrant world around them. As Lila took in the beauty of this enchanted place, she noticed the silence Celine had spoken of. It was an absence of sound so profound it felt heavy, pressing against her ears. The usual symphony of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the chatter of birds, was eerily absent. Resolute in her mission, Lila turned to Celine. "How can I help restore the balance?" Celine led her deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air shimmered with a faint, magical glow. To mend the silence, you must seek the Heartstone, a crystal of pure light and sound. It lies hidden in the heart of the grove, but its path is guarded by challenges that test the spirit. Lila nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "I am ready." Their journey took them through meandering paths lined with luminescent flowers that pulsed gently with every step, as if breathing in unison with the forest. They crossed streams that sang with the voices of forgotten dreams and climbed hills that offered glimpses of a world untouched by time. At last, they reached a clearing where the trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches arching high overhead. In the center stood an ancient stone altar, upon which lay the Heartstone. It glowed softly, its light pulsating like a heartbeat. But as Lila approached, the ground trembled, and from the shadows emerged 3 ethereal guardians, their forms shifting and fluid like mist. Each guardian represented a different aspect of the forest's wisdom: courage, compassion, and clarity. The first guardian, who embodied courage, stepped forward. Its presence was strong and reassuring, like the sturdy trunk of an old oak. "To claim the Heartstone, you must face your fears," the guardian intoned, its voice resonant with the power of the earth. Lila closed her eyes, recalling the moments in her life where fear had gripped her heart. She remembered the nights she had lain awake, worried about the future, about things she could not control. But she also remembered the strength she found in those moments, the courage to face each new day with hope and determination. When she opened her eyes, the guardian nodded, its form shimmering with approval. "You have proven your courage." The second guardian, representing compassion, glided forward. Its presence was gentle, like a warm breeze on a summer's day. "To claim the Heartstone, you must show kindness," it whispered, its voice a soft caress. Lila thought of the times she had helped others, the joy she felt in bringing a smile to someone's face. She remembered the small acts of kindness that had touched her heart, like the time an old man in the village had given her a flower, simply because he thought it would brighten her day. With a heart full of empathy, she stepped forward, and the guardian's form brightened with approval. "You have shown compassion." The third guardian, embodying clarity, approached with a serene grace. Its presence was calm and clear, like a still pond reflecting the sky. "To claim the Heartstone, you must see the truth," it spoke, its voice as clear as a bell. Lila took a deep breath, allowing her mind to settle, clearing away the clutter of worry and doubt. She focused on the present moment, on the truth that lay within her heart, the love she had for the world, the desire to make it a better place. With clarity of purpose, she stepped forward, and the guardian's form glowed with approval. "You have found clarity." With all 3 trials completed, the guardians bowed in unison, their forms dissolving into a gentle mist that enveloped the clearing. The Heartstone pulsed with a brilliant light, and as Lila reached out to touch it, a wave of warmth and sound washed over her, filling the air with the harmonious song of the forest. The silence was broken, replaced by the vibrant symphony of life. Birds began to sing, leaves rustled in the breeze, and the whispering of the grove returned, a melody of unity and peace. Celine approached, her eyes shining with gratitude. "You have restored the balance, Lila. The Whispering Grove owes you a debt of thanks." Lila smiled, her heart full of joy and contentment. "I am glad I could help." As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest, Celine took Lila's hand. "It is time for you to return home, dear child, but know that the Whispering Grove will always be with you, in your heart and in your dreams." With those words, the mirror's glow enveloped Lila once more, and she felt herself being gently lifted, carried on a current of light and sound. When she opened her eyes, she was back in her room, the mirror resting softly in her lap. The village outside was quiet, the stars twinkling gently in the night sky. Lila placed the mirror of echoes on her bedside table, knowing that it held a connection to a world she would never forget. As she lay in bed, the soothing symphony of the forest played softly in her mind, lulling her into a peaceful sleep. She knew that, whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with courage, compassion, and clarity. And so, in the quiet of the night, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Lila dreamt of the Whispering Grove, its beauty and wisdom forever etched in her heart. The world was full of mysteries and wonders, and she was ready to embrace them all. The end. Story 71. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees reached so high they seemed to brush the sky, a gentle symphony of life played continually. This forest was known far and wide as the Whispering Woods, for it was said that the very trees could speak, their leaves murmuring secrets to those who listened closely. Beneath their towering canopies, the forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and delicate ferns, the air rich with the scent of pine and the sweet earthiness of damp soil. In this serene haven lived a community of creatures, each with a role in maintaining the delicate balance of their shared world. Among them was a wise and gentle fox named Fionn, whose copper fur gleamed like autumn leaves in the dappled sunlight. Fionn was known for his astute observations and gentle nature, traits that had earned him the respect of all who called the Whispering Woods home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, Fionn gathered his friends for a meeting. The forest was alive with the gentle hum of cicadas, and the cool evening breeze carried the faint fragrance of blooming night flowers. Fionn's companions included a clever squirrel named Sylvan, whose bushy tail was perpetually dusted with pollen, and a wise old owl named Orla, whose eyes glimmered with the light of countless moonlit nights. "Friends," Fionn began, his voice calm and steady like a flowing stream, "I have sensed a change in the forest, as if something is amiss. The balance we cherish feels unsettled. Have any of you noticed this as well?" Sylvan twitched his nose thoughtfully. "I've seen fewer acorns than usual, and the trees whisper of dry roots," he replied, his voice light yet concerned, the whisper of his tail echoing his words. Orla, perched on a low branch, hooted softly. "The winds have carried strange tidings, and the stars seem to twinkle with a different rhythm. Perhaps the forest is calling for our attention, as it has in generations past." The forest had always been an intricate web of life, where every creature and every plant played a vital role. But now Fionn realized the balance was teetering. The seasons were changing more abruptly, and the gentle rains that nourished the land had become unpredictable. Fionn nodded, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "We must seek the wisdom of the elder tree," he said, referring to the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. It was said to be as old as the forest itself, its roots deep and its branches stretching wide, a keeper of the forest's history and secrets. Together, Fionn, Sylvan, and Orla made their way to the elder tree. The path was soft underfoot, carpeted with leaves, and as they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Fireflies danced in the growing dusk, casting a gentle glow. When they reached the elder tree, they paused, taking a moment to admire its majesty. Its bark was thick and gnarled, covered in patches of moss and lichen, each twist and turn telling a story of centuries past. Fionn stepped forward, brushing his fur against the tree's rugged surface in a gesture of reverence. A gentle rustle swept through the leaves, and a whisper, soft as a breath, filled the air. "Fionn, Sylvan, Orla," the elder tree spoke, its voice a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the forest. "You seek wisdom, and wisdom you shall find. But remember, balance is not just maintained, but nurtured through understanding and care." "The forest is changing," Fionn said, his voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "The rains have shifted, the acorns are scarce. How can we help restore the balance?" The elder tree's leaves shimmered in the moonlight, and the creatures listened intently as it shared stories of the past. In times long forgotten, the seasons danced in harmony, guided by the spirit of the forest itself. But just as the world changes, so must the dance. You must remind the forest of its rhythm, rekindle the bond that weaves us all together. Orla tilted her head, her eyes reflecting the starlit skies. "But how can we do this, Ancient One?" "Listen to the wind, watch the dance of the clouds, and feel the pulse of the earth," the elder tree replied. "There you will find the answers you seek." With gratitude, the three friends thanked the elder tree and began to ponder its words. They agreed to spend the following days attuning themselves to the forest, hoping to understand the deeper rhythms that held everything in balance. As the days passed, Fionn noticed how the sun's light played across the forest floor, how shadows lengthened and contracted with the passing hours. Sylvan, agile and quick, observed the patterns of the trees, the way their leaves reached skyward, yearning for the nourishing rains. Orla took to the skies, her keen eyes watching the ever-shifting dance of clouds, each formation a story told in whispers. One morning, as mist curled around the roots of ancient trees, the three gathered by a crystalline stream that wound its way through the forest. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of new beginnings, and the gentle babble of the stream harmonized with the morning birdsong. "I believe I understand," Fionn said softly, his eyes reflecting the gentleness of the stream. "The forest is reminding us that change is natural, but adaptation is key. We must embrace the new patterns and help guide them into harmony." Sylvan nodded, his tail flicking with excitement. "We can plant new seeds, encourage growth where it's needed, and ensure that each part of the forest receives the care it requires." "And I," added Orla, "will ensure that the skies remain clear, to guide the rains to where they are needed most, like shepherding the stars across the night." Together they set about their tasks, each contributing their unique skills to the forest's well-being. Fionn, with his deep understanding of the land, guided the planting of seeds in fertile soil. Sylvan scurried through the branches, spreading pollen and nurturing young saplings. Orla soared above, her wings a steady presence as she called to the winds, guiding gentle rains to thirsty roots. As the days turned to weeks, a transformation began to take shape. The forest responded to their care, new life springing forth from the earth, the once scarce acorns now plentiful. The trees swayed with renewed vigor, their leaves whispering a song of gratitude. One evening, under a sky ablaze with the colors of twilight, the forest gathered to celebrate. The air was alive with the scents of blooming flowers, and a gentle breeze carried the laughter of creatures rejoicing in harmony restored. Fionn, Sylvan, and Orla sat together, their hearts full with the satisfaction of a job well done. "The forest has taught us well," Fionn mused, his voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of nature's lullaby. "We are all part of this great dance, each step important, each movement in concert with the next." Orla nodded, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "The balance of the forest is a reflection of our own balance. The harmony we create within ourselves, echoed in the world around us." "And as long as we listen," added Sylvan, "we will always find our way." As the stars began to twinkle, casting their gentle light over the whispering woods, the creatures of the forest settled into a peaceful rest, their hearts filled with the serene assurance that harmony had been restored. The lesson of the elder tree echoed softly in their dreams, a gentle reminder that wisdom and friendship could guide them through any challenge. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, the forest thrived, its hidden life a testament to the enduring power of unity and the gentle magic of nature. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, balance was not just a memory, but a living, breathing reality, nurtured by the wisdom of the ages and the kindness of friends. Story 72, title, The Hidden Valley of Luminara. Once upon a time, nestled within the gentle folds of the Whispering Woods, there lay a hidden valley called Luminara. The valley was a secret known only to the creatures and spirits who dwelled within its verdant embrace. Its magic whispered through the leaves, danced upon the streams, and shimmered in the moonlit skies. Few humans had ever stumbled upon Luminara, for the path to its heart was concealed by the forest's deep embrace, protected by ancient enchantments and watched over by the guardian of the woods, a wise old owl named Fionn. Fionn had lived for centuries, his feathers a patchwork of silvery gray and deep chestnut, eyes like amber moons. He roosted high in the canopies, watching over the valley with a gaze that saw both the visible and the hidden. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Fionn observed a curious sight. A young girl, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes like the summer sky, wandered into the edges of the Whispering Woods. Her name was Annabelle, and she was not like other children. Annabelle possessed a heart as open as the wide blue sky and an insatiable curiosity about the world around her. Annabelle had heard tales of a hidden world within the woods, a place where the ordinary laws of nature bent and twisted into the extraordinary. Her grandmother, a woman with a voice like the rustle of autumn leaves, had often spoken of Luminara in her bedtime stories. The valley is a place of dreams, she would say, where the impossible becomes possible, and where every stone and stream has a story to tell. Guided by these tales, Annabelle set out to discover the secrets of Luminara. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a notebook for her thoughts, a sturdy pen, a loaf of bread wrapped in a checkered cloth, and a small flask of water. With each step, the world around her seemed to shimmer with anticipation, as if the woods themselves were eager to share their secrets. As Annabelle ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the sounds of the outside world faded into a soft, melodic hum. Birds sang sweet lullabies from high branches, and the wind whispered gentle secrets through the leaves. Every now and then, Annabelle thought she saw glimpses of tiny, glowing creatures flitting through the underbrush, their wings leaving trails of luminescent light in the gathering dusk. The path twisted and turned, leading her through groves of ancient oaks and across babbling brooks. As twilight descended, the forest began to glow with an ethereal light, as if the very air were infused with magic. It was then that Annabelle stumbled upon the entrance to the valley, marked by a grand arch of intertwined branches and vines, at the center of which hung a luminous crystal, casting a soft, welcoming glow. Taking a deep breath, Annabelle stepped across the threshold and into Luminara. The valley was a wonderland, more beautiful than she had ever imagined. Fields of wildflowers stretched out like a vibrant quilt, their colors vivid under the moon's gentle light. A cascade of waterfalls tumbled down a nearby cliffside, their waters shimmering like liquid silver. Above, the sky was a tapestry of stars, each one twinkling with stories untold. Annabelle wandered through this enchanted landscape, her heart swelling with wonder and joy. It wasn't long before she came across the valley's inhabitants, a community of woodland creatures and gentle spirits. There were foxes with fur like embers, rabbits with eyes as bright as stars, and deer whose antlers glowed softly in the moonlight. Among them were the Luminara sprites, tiny beings of light who danced through the air on gossamer wings, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. The creatures greeted Annabelle with warmth and curiosity, for it was rare indeed for a human to find their way to Luminara. They led her to the heart of the valley, where a great tree stood, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath its boughs was a gathering place, where creatures and spirits alike came to share stories and songs. It was here that Annabelle met the valley's elder, a venerable stag named Selim, whose antlers were wreathed in a gentle glow. Calem's presence was soothing, his voice like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "Welcome, young traveler," he said, bowing his noble head. "We are honored by your presence in our valley." Annabelle, her heart full of wonder and gratitude, replied, "Thank you for welcoming me. I have longed to find this place ever since my grandmother first spoke of it in her stories." Selim nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. Luminara is a place of dreams where the heart and mind may wander freely, but it is also a place of learning and growth. "You have come here for a reason, young one. What is it you seek?" Annabelle paused, pondering the question. "I suppose I seek understanding," she said finally. "Understanding of the world, of myself, and of the stories that bind us all together." The stag smiled, his expression kind and knowing. "Then you have come to the right place. Here in Luminara, the stories of the world are written in the stars and whispered by the wind. There is much to learn if you are willing to listen." And so, Annabelle began her journey of discovery within the valley. Each day, she wandered through the fields and forests, listening to the tales of the creatures she met. The foxes spoke of cunning and survival, the rabbits of community and kinship, and the deer of grace and tranquility. The sprites, with their playful laughter, taught her the art of joy and wonder, showing her how to see the beauty in even the smallest things. One evening, as she sat by the banks of a sparkling stream, Annabelle was joined by Fion, the wise old owl who had watched over her journey from the start. He landed gracefully beside her, his eyes reflecting the starlit waters. "You have come far, child," he hooted softly. "What have you learned?" Annabelle smiled, her heart light with the knowledge she had gained. "I've learned that every creature, every tree and stone has a story to tell. I've learned that wisdom comes from listening, from opening one's heart to the world around them. And most importantly, I've learned that we are all connected, part of a greater tapestry that binds us together." Fionn nodded, a slow, wise motion. "Indeed, you have learned well, but there is one more lesson you must understand, one that is crucial to your journey." Annabelle looked at the owl, curiosity piqued. "What is it?" "The lesson of balance," Fionn replied. "In Luminara, as in life, there must be balance between the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknown. It is the harmony between these forces that sustains the magic of this valley and the magic within you." Annabelle pondered this, feeling the truth of Fionn's words resonate within her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of Luminara, but about finding balance within herself, embracing both the light and the shadows that made her whole. As the days turned into weeks, Annabelle continued to explore, her heart growing ever more in tune with the rhythm of the valley. She learned to weave stories from the stars, to sing with the wind, and to dance with the sprites beneath the moonlit skies. And slowly she felt a change within her, a transformation as gentle and profound as the turning of the seasons. One night, as the full moon bathed the valley in silver light, Annabelle stood at the foot of the great tree, surrounded by her newfound friends. The air was thick with anticipation. The very earth seemed to hum with a melody only the heart could hear. Calum, his presence commanding yet kind, stepped forward. "Annabelle," he began, "you have walked the paths of Luminara, learned its stories, and embraced its magic. You have grown in wisdom and spirit. Are you ready to take this knowledge back to your world, to share its light with others?" Annabelle felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging and purpose. "Yes," she replied, her voice strong and clear. "I am ready." With a nod, Calum lowered his antlers, touching them gently to Annabelle's brow. A soft glow enveloped her, a warmth that filled her from head to toe. In that moment, she felt a deep connection to the valley, to the earth and sky, and to the stories that wove them all together. As the glow faded, Annabelle knew that she carried a piece of Luminara within her, a light that would guide her through the days to come. The creatures of the valley gathered around, offering their blessings and farewells, their eyes shining with both joy and a hint of sadness. With a heart full of gratitude, Annabelle embraced each of her friends, promising to carry their stories with her always. And as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, she turned and walked back through the archway, the path to her world unfolding before her. The journey home felt different, the forest alive with a deeper magic, one that Annabelle now understood as a part of herself. When she emerged from the Whispering Woods, she found the world bathed in the soft glow of morning, the air crisp and full of promise. Annabelle returned to her village, her heart light and her mind brimming with the stories of Luminara. She shared her experiences with her grandmother, who listened with tears of joy in her eyes. And as Annabelle spoke, she realized that her journey was just beginning, that the lessons of Luminara would guide her in ways she had yet to discover. With each passing day, she found herself more attuned to the world around her, her heart open to the stories waiting to be heard. She became a keeper of tales, sharing the wisdom and wonder of Luminara with those willing to listen. And so, Annabelle's journey of discovery and transformation continued, her life a tapestry woven with the threads of magic, friendship, and understanding. The Valley of Luminara remained a hidden sanctuary, its secrets guarded by the gentle creatures who dwelled within. Yet its light shone brightly in Annabelle's heart, a beacon of hope and possibility to guide her through the ever-unfolding story of her life. And whenever she felt the pull of the woods, the whisper of the wind, or the song of the stars, Annabelle knew that Luminara was never far away, a reminder of the beauty and magic that lay within and around us all. And with that knowledge, she faced the world with a heart full of light and a spirit unafraid to dream. And so, the story of Annabelle and the hidden valley of Luminara became a tale passed down through generations, a testament to the power of curiosity, courage, and connection. It reminded all who heard it that within each of us lies the ability to find magic, to weave stories with the world, and to create harmony between the seen and the unseen. As the years went by, Annabelle grew older, her hair turning the color of moonlit snow, her eyes as bright and curious as ever. She became a beloved storyteller in her village, her voice a sweet melody that captured the hearts of young and old alike. Children would gather around her, eyes wide with wonder, as she spoke of the hidden valley and the wisdom it imparted. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of color, Annabelle sat by the hearth, the fire crackling warmly at her feet. Her granddaughter, a little girl with chestnut hair and eyes like the summer sky, nestled against her side, eager for a bedtime story. "Grandmother," she asked, her voice soft and full of curiosity, "tell me again about Luminara." Annabelle smiled, her heart swelling with love and pride. "Ah, my dear," she began, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "Luminara is a place of dreams, where the impossible becomes possible, and where every stone and stream has a story to tell." And as she wove the tale of her journey through the hidden valley, the room filled with the warmth of the fire and the magic of the story. The little girl listened with rapt attention, her imagination taking flight on wings of wonder. As the story came to a close, Annabelle gazed down at her granddaughter, her heart filled with hope for the future. She knew that the light of Luminara would continue to shine, carried forward by the generations to come. With a tender smile, she whispered, "Remember, my dear, that magic is all around us, in the stars above and the earth below. It lives in our hearts and in the stories we share. Never stop dreaming, and never stop seeking the wonder in the world." The little girl nodded, her eyes alight with understanding. "I promise, grandmother," she said, her voice a soft echo of Annabelle's own. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled in the night sky, the legacy of Luminara continued, a beacon of light and hope for all who dared to dream. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, the hidden valley remained, its magic timeless and eternal. The creatures and spirits who called it home watched over the world with wise, gentle eyes, their stories woven into the fabric of life itself. And somewhere, high in the canopies, a wise old owl named Fionn watched over all, his feathers gleaming like the moonlit night, his heart full of the wisdom and wonder of the ages. Story 73. In a galaxy twinkling with countless stars, two beings from vastly different worlds found themselves unexpectedly intertwined. Lila was a curious young Venusian, her iridescent scales shimmering like sunlight on water. She had always felt a deep connection to the celestial rhythms that governed her home planet's lush, vibrant ecosystems. Adventurous by nature, she dreamed of exploring the vast expanse beyond Venus' atmospheric embrace. Crocs, on the other hand, hailed from the harsh, rocky terrain of Ericus Prime. A steadfast and pragmatic soul, his metallic exoskeleton had been forged in the planet's searing foundries. He navigated life with a no-nonsense efficiency that sometimes made him seem aloof or even gruff. When a cosmic storm flung their ships into the same remote quadrant, their paths crossed in the most unlikely of ways. Initially, their encounters were marked by misunderstandings and cultural clashes. Zyla's whimsical spirit and Crox's analytical mindset seemed like oil and water, refusing to mix. Yet, as they faced the challenges of survival together, finding sustenance, repairing their damaged vessels, and evading the treacherous hazards of deep space, something began to shift. Zyla's infectious sense of wonder slowly chipped away at Crox's hardened exterior, revealing a hidden wellspring of curiosity. And Crox's unwavering resourcefulness became a beacon of reassurance for Zyla, who had always relied more on her intuition than logic. In those quiet moments between frantic repairs and adrenaline-fueled escapes, they began to truly see one another. Zyla shared stories of her planet's kaleidoscopic coral reefs and bioluminescent forests, painting vivid pictures that stirred Crox's imagination. In turn, Crox patiently explained the intricate workings of stellar engines and navigation systems, igniting Zyla's thirst for technical knowledge. Their differences, once a source of friction, became a wellspring of mutual understanding and growth. When Zyla felt lost or overwhelmed, Crox's steadfast presence grounded her. And when Crox's calculations hit a dead end, Zyla's intuitive leaps opened up new possibilities. Together, they faced harrowing encounters with cosmic storms, rogue asteroids, and even a curious yet terrifying space leviathan. But through it all, their bond only grew stronger, fortified by shared triumphs and the unspoken knowledge that they could rely on one another, no matter what. In one particularly heart-stopping moment, their ship was caught in the gravitational pull of a rogue black hole. As they scrambled to reroute power and initiate emergency thrusters, a critical system failure left them hurtling towards oblivion. It was Zyla's quick thinking and Crox's steadfast execution that ultimately saved them. Their efforts merged into a seamless dance of cooperation. As they drifted safely in the void, catching their breath, Zyla reached out and gently clasped Crox's metal-plated hand. In that moment, words were unnecessary. They had transcended the boundaries of species and culture to forge a profound connection forged in the fires of adversity and mutual respect. When at last they found their way back to charted space, it was with a bittersweet mixture of relief and reluctance. Their adventure had irrevocably changed them, revealing the true depths of friendship that can blossom between even the most unlikely of companions. As they parted ways, each bound for their respective homeworlds, they carried with them a piece of one another. Zyla's spirit had been tempered by Crox's pragmatism, giving her a newfound sense of grounding. And Crox's eyes had been opened to the beauty and wonder that lay beyond pure logic, thanks to Zyla's vibrant spirit. In the years that followed, they would often gaze up at the starry tapestry that bound their worlds together and smile, knowing that somewhere out there, a kindred soul was doing the same. For in that infinite cosmos, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcends distance, defies boundaries, and illuminates the path forward, even in the darkest of nights. Story 74. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of the wind carry secrets untold and the light dances through the leaves like liquid gold, there lay a hidden world. This world was known only to those who listened with their hearts and saw with their souls. Here the creatures of the forest lived in a harmony so profound that the very trees sang of their unity, each note a testament to the delicate balance that kept the forest alive. As the seasons turned, the forest donned its ever-changing cloak. In the gentle embrace of spring, the air was tinged with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, their vivid colors painting the forest floor in strokes of pink, yellow, and blue. The soft hum of bees visiting each blossom added a melodic buzz to the air. The creek, swollen with the melt of winter snow, babbled cheerfully over smooth stones, its crystalline waters reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling display. Among these rich tapestries of life lived a wise old owl named Thistle. His feathers were a patchwork of earthy browns and soft grays, and his eyes, large and luminescent, held the wisdom of many lifetimes. Thistle roosted high in an ancient oak, whose branches stretched towards the sky like arms in prayer. From this perch, he watched over the forest, his heart intertwined with the lives of those who called it home. Thistle had seen the forest through countless seasons, each bringing its own magic and challenges. He knew the language of the wind and the secrets whispered by the rain. He understood the stories told by the rustling leaves and the lessons carried by the shifting shadows. And it was his duty to pass this wisdom to the younger creatures, ensuring that the forest remained a sanctuary of peace and balance. One such creature was a young squirrel named Pippin. With fur as soft as the finest velvet and eyes gleaming with curiosity, Pippin was a bundle of energy and wonder. He was known for his boundless enthusiasm and his insatiable thirst for adventure. Yet, despite his youthful exuberance, Pippin had a gentle heart and a deep respect for the forest that was his home. As the warm days of spring gave way to the languid heat of summer, the forest began to change. The air grew thick with the fragrance of sun-warmed pine and ripe berries, and the dappled sunlight wove intricate patterns on the forest floor. Pippin, ever eager to explore, would often scamper through the underbrush, delighting in the mysteries that unfolded with each step. One day, as Pippin ventured further than he ever had before, he stumbled upon a part of the forest he had never seen. It was a grove of ancient trees whose trunks were gnarled and twisted, their bark etched with the marks of time. The air here was cooler, and the light took on a soft, ethereal glow, as if filtered through 1,000 layers of green. It was a place that felt suspended between worlds, where magic lingered like the scent of rain on the horizon. In the heart of this grove stood a peculiar stone, worn smooth by the passage of time. It was said to be a conduit of the forest's magic, a place where the boundaries between the earthly and the ethereal blurred. Pippin approached the stone with a mixture of awe and trepidation, his tiny paws tingling with the energy that radiated from it. Suddenly, a gentle voice broke the silence, its tones as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, young one," it said, and Pippin realized it was Thistle, perched above him on a low branch. The owl's eyes gleamed with a knowing light, and his presence filled the grove with a comforting warmth. "This is a special place," Thistle continued, his voice as rich as the forest itself. "Here the forest's magic is strongest. It is a reminder of the balance that sustains us all, a balance we must cherish and protect." Pippin listened intently, his heart swelling with the importance of the moment. "But how do we protect it?" he asked, his voice a whisper against the gentle rustle of leaves. Thistle spread his wings wide, their feathers catching the dappled light. "By living in harmony with the world around us," he explained. "Each creature, each tree, and even the wind and rain have their place in this great tapestry. We must respect this balance, for it is the source of our strength." With Thistle's words resonating in his heart, Pippin returned to his home with a newfound purpose. He began to share what he had learned with others, his stories weaving a web of understanding and unity among the forest dwellers. Together, they worked to ensure that their actions nurtured, rather than disrupted, the delicate equilibrium of their world. As the days grew shorter and the leaves donned their autumnal hues, the forest prepared for the coming of winter. The air turned crisp, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of frost. Under Thistle's watchful gaze, the creatures of the forest gathered provisions, their preparations a testament to their understanding of the cycles of life. Winter arrived with a gentle grace, draping the forest in a blanket of snow that sparkled like 1,000 tiny stars. The world hushed under its soft weight, and the air was filled with the serene silence of a world at rest. In the quiet of the season, the creatures found warmth in their shared stories and the bonds of friendship they had forged. Pippin, nestled in his cozy nook, would often visit Thistle, their conversations a blend of laughter and wisdom. Together, they watched the snowflakes dance in the moonlight, each flake a reminder of the beauty that lay in the smallest of things. And so the forest thrived, its harmony a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship. The lessons passed down through the generations ensured that the magic of the forest remained undiminished, a sanctuary of peace and wonder for all who called it home. As the crackling firelight cast its gentle glow, the story of the ancient forest unfolded like a cherished dream, its warmth and wisdom a balm to all who listened. And as the final words faded into the night, the world outside seemed to sigh with contentment, cradled in the embrace of a timeless tale. Story 75, Whispering Woods and the Song of Stars. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush emerald valley, lay the quaint village of Greenbrier. It was a place where the air smelled of sweet berries and wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of the river could be heard lulling the villagers to sleep each night. The village was surrounded by the enchanting Whispering Woods, a forest said to be alive with secrets and magic. The villagers often spoke of the whispering leaves and the curious creatures that roamed under the canopy, but few had ventured far enough to uncover its mysteries. In this idyllic village lived a young boy named Callum. With hair the color of chestnut and eyes as bright as sapphires, he was known for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. He lived with his grandmother, a wise and kind woman who often told him stories of the woods and its hidden wonders. Callum's favorite tale was that of the Song of Stars, a mysterious melody said to bring peace and joy to those who heard it, hidden deep within the forest. One breezy autumn afternoon, as leaves danced in shades of amber and gold, Callum sat by the edge of the forest, his mind filled with thoughts of adventure. The sun was setting, casting a warm golden glow over the land, and Callum felt a stir in his heart, a longing to discover the world beyond his village. With a gentle sigh, he whispered to himself, "One day, I'll find the Song of Stars." As if in response to his wish, a soft, lilting note floated through the air, wrapping around him like a tender embrace. Callum's eyes widened in wonder, for he knew this was the beginning of an extraordinary journey. With determination in his step and a heart full of dreams, he ventured into the whispering woods, eager to uncover what lay beyond. The forest welcomed him with open arms, the trees whispering ancient secrets as he walked along a path carpeted with fallen leaves. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, a comforting aroma that seemed to guide him deeper into the woods. As he journeyed further, the world around him began to transform. The shadows grew longer, and the forest seemed to hum with a gentle, harmonious melody that echoed in the depths of his soul. Callum soon found himself at the edge of a sparkling lake, its waters reflecting the deepening twilight sky. Sitting by the shore was a peculiar creature, an owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that shone like the moon. The owl regarded Callum with a knowing gaze, as if it had been expecting him all along. "Greetings, young traveler," the owl cooed, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am Oriana, the guardian of these woods. You seek the song of stars, do you not?" Callum nodded, his heart racing with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I do, wise Oriana. I've heard tales of its beauty and magic, and I wish to hear it for myself." Oriana's eyes twinkled with understanding. "The Song of Stars is not merely a melody, dear one. It is a gift, a truth hidden within the heart. To find it, you must embark on a journey of friendship and discovery. Along the way, you will meet those who will guide you, and together you shall uncover the song's true meaning." With these words, Oriana spread her wings, and a soft gust of wind carried her into the starlit sky, leaving Callum with a sense of wonder and purpose. Determined to fulfill his quest, Callum continued on his path, the forest now aglow with the silvery light of the moon. The leaves rustled gently, and the forest seemed to pulse with an unseen energy, drawing him deeper into its embrace. As the night wore on, he came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a peculiar sight awaited him. In the midst of the glade stood a tree unlike any other, its branches adorned with luminous blossoms that shimmered like stars. Nestled within its roots was a small, glowing orb, pulsating with a gentle, rhythmic light. Intrigued, Callum approached the tree, his heart filled with a sense of wonder. As he reached out to touch the orb, a soft voice echoed in his mind, warm and inviting. "Welcome, seeker of the stars. I am Lumina, the spirit of this ancient tree. You have taken the first step on your journey, but the road ahead is long and filled with challenges." Callum nodded, undeterred. "I am ready, Lumina. I will do whatever it takes to uncover the Song of Stars." The tree spirit's voice was gentle and wise. "To find the song, you must first find the light within. Along your path, you shall meet 3 companions, each with a gift to share. Together, you will learn the power of friendship and the strength that lies in unity." With this cryptic message, the glowing orb faded, leaving Callum with a newfound sense of purpose. He knew his journey had only just begun. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Callum set off once more, his heart light with anticipation. The forest seemed to awaken with him, the birds singing a cheerful melody as he walked along the sun-dappled path. The scent of fresh pine filled the air, and the world seemed alive with possibility. It wasn't long before Callum encountered the first of his companions, a playful fox with a coat as fiery as the setting sun. The fox bounded towards him, eyes twinkling with mischief and joy. "Hello there, traveler. I am Ember, and I have been waiting for you," the fox announced, her voice bright and cheerful. Callum smiled, his heart warming at the sight of the spirited creature. "Hello, Ember. I am Callum, and I seek the Song of Stars." Ember nodded, her tail swishing with excitement. "I know. Come, let us journey together. I have a feeling this will be the adventure of a lifetime." Together, they traveled deeper into the forest, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves and the songs of birds. Ember's keen senses and unyielding optimism made the journey feel like a joyous game, and Callum found himself filled with a sense of camaraderie he hadn't expected. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient guardians. The path became narrow and winding, but the bond between Callum and Ember only grew stronger. They shared stories and dreams, their voices echoing through the woods as they walked side by side. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the world in shades of amber and gold, Callum and Ember stumbled upon a hidden glade. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of a distant melody resonated in the air. In the center of the glade stood a small stone pedestal, upon which rested a beautiful, intricately carved flute. Callum approached the pedestal, his heart quickening with curiosity. As he reached out to touch the flute, a gentle breeze swept through the glade, and a soft, melodic voice filled the air. "Greetings, travelers. I am Zephyr, the spirit of the wind. You have found the second key to the Song of Stars." Callum and Ember exchanged a glance, a sense of awe and wonder enveloping them. "What must we do, Zephyr?" Callum asked, his voice filled with anticipation. "The flute holds the melody of the wind," Zephyr replied, her voice as soothing as a summer breeze. "To play it, you must open your heart and let the music guide you. Only then will you be one step closer to the song you seek." With a sense of reverence, Callum lifted the flute to his lips. As he played, the notes flowed like a river, weaving a tapestry of sound that resonated with the very essence of the forest. Ember listened, her eyes shining with admiration and joy, as the melody danced around them, lifting their spirits and filling the glade with magic. When the last note faded into the twilight, Zephyr's voice returned, soft and full of warmth. "You have done well, dear travelers. The path to the Song of Stars is now clearer, but the journey is not yet over. Continue forward with open hearts, and you shall find what you seek." With these words, the flute transformed into a wisp of wind, swirling around them before disappearing into the night. Callum and Ember stood in silence, their hearts aglow with hope and determination. As they resumed their journey, the forest seemed to come alive with new energy, the trees swaying gently in time with an unseen rhythm. The night sky sparkled with countless stars, each one a beacon of light guiding them onward. On the third day of their journey, Callum and Ember found themselves standing before a majestic waterfall, its waters cascading down in a symphony of sound and light. The air was filled with the invigorating scent of fresh water, and a cool mist hung in the air, kissing their skin and filling their lungs with life. As they approached the waterfall, a graceful figure emerged from the shimmering veil of water, a creature with the elegance of a deer and the wisdom of an ancient sage. Her eyes were as deep as the ocean, and her presence radiated peace and serenity. "Welcome, brave travelers," she spoke, her voice like the gentle lull of the tide. "I am Saren, the guardian of these waters. I have awaited your arrival." Callum and Ember bowed respectfully, their hearts filled with gratitude and curiosity. "What must we do, Saren?" Callum asked, eager to continue their quest. Saren's gaze softened, filled with understanding. "To find the Song of Stars, you must learn to listen, to the whispers of the water, the rustle of leaves, and the harmony of the world around you. Only then will you truly understand the melody that resides within your heart." With these words, Saren extended her hand, and a ripple of light spread across the surface of the water. As Callum and Ember gazed into the pool, they saw a reflection of themselves, surrounded by the beauty of the forest and the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, they understood the truth of Saren's words. The Song of Stars was not just a melody to be heard, but a symphony of life to be felt and experienced. It was the laughter shared between friends, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the serene whisper of the wind. Filled with newfound wisdom, Callum and Ember thanked Saren and continued on their journey, their hearts alight with hope and understanding. As the days turned into weeks, the bond between Callum and Ember grew ever stronger. They faced challenges together, navigating treacherous paths and overcoming obstacles with courage and unity. Along the way, they encountered creatures of all kinds, each one offering a lesson that enriched their journey and deepened their understanding of the world. One crisp evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Callum and Ember found themselves standing at the edge of a vast clearing. Before them lay the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place where the very air seemed to shimmer with magic and light. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens, adorned with countless glowing orbs that pulsed in time with the rhythm of the universe. The tree was ancient and wise, its roots entwined with the very fabric of the forest. As Callum and Ember approached, the tree began to hum with a gentle melody. a song that resonated with the deepest parts of their souls. It was the Song of Stars, a melody that spoke of love, friendship, and the eternal dance of life. With tears of joy in their eyes, Callum and Ember stood beneath the tree, their hearts overflowing with gratitude and wonder. They had found the song they sought, not in a distant, unreachable place, but within themselves and the world around them. The tree's voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the clearing, filling their hearts with warmth and peace. You have journeyed far, dear travelers, and in doing so, you have discovered the true essence of the Song of Stars. It is a song that lives within each of us, a melody of love and harmony that binds us all together. In that moment, Callum understood the true gift of the Song of Stars. It was a reminder of the beauty of life, the strength of friendship, and the power of love to unite and heal. It was a melody that would forever guide him, lighting his path with hope and joy. As the stars shone brightly overhead, Callum and Ember stood together, their hearts united in friendship and understanding. They had found the Song of Stars, and in doing so, they had discovered the greatest treasure of all, the light that shines within. And so, with hearts full of love and gratitude, they returned to Greenbrier, their souls forever enriched by the journey they had taken. The village welcomed them with open arms, and the tales of their adventure spread far and wide, inspiring others to seek their own paths and discover the magic that lay within. As Callum lay in his bed that night, the gentle breeze carrying the whispers of the forest through his open window, he knew that he would carry the Song of Stars with him always. It was a song of hope, a melody of love, and a symphony of life, a gift that would forever light his way and fill his heart with joy. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the Song of Stars continued to sing, a timeless melody that danced among the trees and echoed in the hearts of all who heard it. It was a song that reminded them of the beauty of life, the power of love, and the enduring strength of friendship. A song that would forever light the path of those who sought its wisdom. And in the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled above and the world lay at peace, Callum drifted into a gentle slumber, his heart aglow with the magic of the Song of Stars. For he knew that no matter where his journey led him, the melody of the stars would always be there, guiding him with love and light, and reminding him of the incredible journey he had taken, a journey that had forever changed his life and filled his heart with the greatest gift of all. And thus, the Song of Stars continued to echo through the ages, a timeless melody of love and hope, forever intertwined with the hearts of those who dared to seek its light and embrace the magic of friendship and life. The End. Story 76. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there existed a small, unassuming antique shop. The shop, with its creaky wooden floors and shelves brimming with trinkets from bygone eras, was tended by a kindly old man named Mr. Thistle. His eyes, twinkling like stars, seemed to hold secrets untold, and his gentle smile offered a warm welcome to all who entered. One brisk autumn afternoon, as amber leaves danced in the cool breeze, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara was known for her boundless curiosity and an unyielding sense of wonder. Her visits to Mr. Thistle's shop were frequent, for she delighted in the stories that each object seemed to whisper. On this particular day, as Clara browsed through the shelves, her attention was caught by an old, tarnished mirror. Its frame was intricately carved with swirling vines and tiny flowers, and though the glass was clouded with age, it seemed to shimmer with a peculiar glow. Intrigued, Clara asked Mr. Thistle about it. "Ah, the Mirror of Whispers," Mr. Thistle said, his voice as gentle as the rustling leaves outside. "It is said that this mirror holds the power to reveal hidden truths and guide those who seek their true path." Clara's eyes widened with excitement. "May I try it?" she asked eagerly. "Of course, my dear," Mr. Thistle replied, his smile as warm as ever. "But remember, the mirror only shows what you are ready to see." Clara nodded, her heart fluttering with anticipation. She stood before the mirror, taking a deep breath, and gazed into its depths. At first, she saw only her own reflection, but slowly the glass began to clear, revealing a shimmering landscape of rolling hills and endless skies. Within the reflection, Clara saw a path winding through the hills, beckoning her to follow. She felt a gentle tug at her heart, a call to adventure that she could not ignore. Determined to uncover the secrets the mirror promised, Clara set off on her journey. Her first companion appeared as she followed the path through the sun-dappled forest. A wise old owl named Ollie perched on a branch above her. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes were large and knowing. "Hello, young traveler," Ollie hooted softly. "I see you have embarked on a quest of discovery. May I join you? I have seen much in my years and can offer guidance." Clara gladly accepted his company, grateful for his wisdom. Together they ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets in the breeze. As they journeyed, they encountered another helper, a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose bushy tail flicked with excitement. Pip was a creature of boundless energy and optimism, always eager to lend a hand or share a cheerful word. "Welcome, welcome," Pip chattered, scampering along the path. "I know these woods like the back of my paw. Let me show you the shortcuts and hidden wonders." With Pip's guidance, the journey became a delightful exploration, each step revealing new marvels. Clara began to see the world through their eyes, appreciating the beauty in the small, everyday miracles around her. However, their path soon led them to a challenge. They arrived at a wide, shimmering river that cut through the forest like a silver ribbon. The current was swift and strong, and there was no bridge in sight. Clara pondered how they might cross, and it was Ollie who spoke first, his voice calm and thoughtful. "This is a challenge of patience and perception," he said. "We must look beyond the surface to find the answer." Taking Ollie's advice to heart, Clara sat by the riverbank, closing her eyes and listening to the music of the water. As she tuned into its rhythm, she noticed a series of stones just beneath the surface, forming a path across the river. With Pip's nimble assistance and Ollie's patient guidance, they carefully made their way across the stones, reaching the other side safely. Clara felt a surge of accomplishment and gratitude for her friend's wisdom. As they continued on, the path began to climb into the hills, where the air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine. Finally, they reached the top, and Clara gazed out over a breathtaking vista of rolling hills and valleys, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. In that moment, Clara understood the mirror's message. Her journey was not merely about reaching a destination, but about the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained along the way. She realized that true discovery was about seeing the world with an open heart and a curious mind. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara thanked Ollie and Pip for their companionship. They had not only helped her find her way, but had also taught her to see the world through new eyes. When Clara returned to Willowbrook, the mirror's glow seemed brighter, as if it were pleased with her newfound understanding. She placed it back on the shelf with a smile, knowing its secrets would guide another curious soul someday. That night, as Clara lay in bed, she felt a gentle peace wash over her. She had discovered the magic of the world around her, and her heart was filled with the warmth of friendship and the comfort of home. As she drifted into a deep, restful sleep, she dreamed of new adventures and the many wonders yet to be discovered. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, under the watchful stars and the whispering trees, Clara's story became a gentle reminder that the greatest journeys begin with a single step and a curious heart. Story 77. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum a gentle lullaby and the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of wild honeysuckle, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The houses were round and snug, with roofs thatched in golden straw, and each one had a chimney puffing out tendril of smoke that spiraled lazily into the twilight sky. It was here, in this peaceful haven, that the villagers had begun to notice peculiar happenings. Lamps that were lit at night would flicker and dim, only to suddenly brighten without reason. The sound of soft, mysterious laughter could be heard echoing through the cobblestone streets, even when no one was around. And most curiously of all, the village's beloved clock tower, a grand structure standing sentinel at the village square, had begun to chime at odd hours, the notes ringing out in a melody unfamiliar to the villagers. Concerned, but more perplexed than frightened, the villagers turned to the wisest resident of Willowbrook, Old Master Thistle. With his long, silver beard that brushed the ground and eyes that twinkled with the light of countless stars, Master Thistle was known for his wisdom and his kindness. He lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods, surrounded by a garden that bloomed with plants from all corners of the magical world. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast its golden rays over the village, a small gathering of villagers made their way to Master Thistle's home. Among them was young Lily, her heart filled with curiosity and a mind sharp as a winter's frost. She had always admired Master Thistle and was eager to help solve the mystery that puzzled her beloved village. Master Thistle welcomed them warmly, his cottage filled with the comforting aroma of chamomile tea and freshly baked scones. They sat in a circle around his crackling fireplace, its flames dancing merrily and casting a warm glow over their faces. "I've heard of the strange occurrences," Master Thistle began, his voice as gentle as the rustle of the leaves outside. "But fear not, for there is always a reason, and often a simple one, behind the most curious mysteries." Lily leaned forward, her eyes bright with anticipation. "What do you think could be causing it, Master Thistle?" The old man chuckled softly, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Ah, my dear, that is what we must discover. But first, we must gather clues. Tell me, has anyone seen anything unusual or out of place?" The villagers exchanged glances, each recounting what they had witnessed. As they spoke, Master Thistle listened intently, nodding occasionally, his eyes twinkling with interest. It was Lily who finally spoke of something she had noticed while playing near the brook that wound its way through the village. "There was a shimmer in the air," she explained, "like sunlight on water, but no sunbeam touched that spot. And I heard whispers, like the rustling of pages." Master Thistle's eyes widened slightly, and a knowing smile played at the corners of his lips. "Ah, I believe we might have a visitor from the fairy realm," he mused, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. "A playful sprite, perhaps, causing these little mischiefs." The villagers listened with rapt attention as Master Thistle explained the nature of sprites, mischievous but harmless creatures who love to play tricks and games. "They mean no harm," he assured them, "but their games can sometimes cause confusion for us." With this new understanding, Master Thistle proposed a plan. "We must invite the sprite to speak with us. They are drawn to kindness and warmth, much like ourselves." And so that evening, under a sky studded with twinkling stars, the villagers gathered in the square, their hearts open and welcoming. They lit lanterns and arranged them in a circle, their gentle glow casting a soft, inviting light. In the center, they placed a small table laden with sweet treats and flowers, offerings for their unseen visitor. As the night deepened and the village lay wrapped in a blanket of tranquility, a soft, melodious sound filled the air. It was like the tinkling of tiny bells, mingled with the whisper of the wind. The villagers watched in awe as a shimmering figure appeared within the circle of lanterns, a sprite with wings like gossamer and eyes that sparkled like dew on a spring morning. "Greetings, kind villagers," the sprite said, her voice as light as a breeze. "I am Lila, and I apologize if my games have caused you any trouble." The villagers, led by Lily, stepped forward, their expressions a blend of wonder and delight. "We were curious," Lily admitted, "and we're glad you're here to talk with us." Lila nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "I meant only to bring a little joy and laughter. Sometimes I forget that my presence can be puzzling to those not familiar with the ways of my kind." Master Thistle, his eyes twinkling in the lantern light, approached the sprite with a gentle smile. "We welcome your joy, dear Lila. Perhaps we can find a way for your games to bring delight rather than confusion." With a little guidance from Master Thistle, Lila learned to harness her playful nature in ways that delighted the villagers. She would dance among the flowers, adding a touch of magic that made them bloom in vibrant colors, and weave rainbows in the fountain at the village square. The clock tower, too, was enchanted with a new melody, one that rang out at dawn and dusk, a gentle reminder of the beauty and wonder in the world. The villagers grew to cherish these unexpected moments of enchantment, their days filled with the soft laughter of the sprite and the joy she brought. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people bound together by understanding and friendship. Under the watchful eyes of Master Thistle and the playful spirit of Lila, they learned that even the most curious mysteries can be solved with a little kindness and an open heart. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the tale of the playful sprite and the wise old man became a beloved story, shared by the fireside on cool nights. And whenever the villagers heard the gentle chime of the clock tower or saw a flicker of light in the evening sky, they would smile, knowing that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. With the mystery solved and the village at peace, the people of Willowbrook found rest each night, their dreams filled with the comforting sounds of the whispering woods and the laughter of a friendly sprite. Story 78. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore cloaks of emerald and the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lay the quaint village of Green Hollow. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, ivy-clad cottages, and gardens that seemed to hum with life. It was a place where magic whispered gently, like a lullaby on the breeze. In one such cottage, nestled beneath the protective branches of an ancient oak, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as warm as the sun and a curiosity as vast as the night sky. Her days were filled with the joyful task of tending to her garden, where every flower and herb seemed to sing her name. But lately, something peculiar had been happening in Green Hollow. Each morning, as dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, the villagers found their gardens in disarray. Tomatoes were tangled in the corn stalks, daisies danced with dandelions, and the mint seemed to march into every patch of soil. It was as if the plants had decided to host a nightly jamboree, leaving the villagers puzzled and slightly amused. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle, Lila sat with her grandmother, Elder Mabel, by the fireplace. The flames cast a soft glow, and the room was filled with the comforting scent of lavender tea. Elder Mabel, with her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with wisdom, was a wellspring of stories and knowledge. "Grandmother," Lila began, her voice a gentle whisper, "have you noticed the garden's mischief of late?" Elder Mabel chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "Ah, yes, the garden's dance. It's quite the mystery, isn't it, dear one?" Lila nodded, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Do you think it's magic, Grandmother?" "Perhaps," Mabel replied, "but magic often has a purpose. We must look closely, listen carefully, and let the world reveal its secrets." With these words, Lila felt a spark of determination. She decided that very night to uncover the mystery of the dancing gardens. As the moon climbed high, bathing the village in its silvery glow, Lila donned her warmest cloak and ventured into the garden. The night was alive with the gentle chorus of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves. Lila moved quietly, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the earth. She paused by the lilac bush, where the air was sweet and fragrant, and closed her eyes, letting her other senses guide her. Suddenly a soft, melodic hum filled the air, a sound like a lullaby sung by the stars. Lila opened her eyes and saw, to her astonishment, a host of tiny creatures flitting about the garden. They were no larger than acorns, with wings that shimmered like dew-kissed cobwebs. Their laughter was a gentle breeze, their movements a graceful dance. "Hello, little ones," Lila called softly, her voice as gentle as the moonlight. The creatures paused and turned their twinkling eyes towards her. One, a tiny being with wings like autumn leaves, fluttered closer. "Greetings, Lila of the garden," it chimed, its voice as light as a feather. Lila smiled, her curiosity now mingled with delight. "Are you the ones responsible for the garden's nightly dance?" The creature nodded, its eyes sparkling like starlit pools. "We are the garden spirit sprites. We tend to the gardens under the moon's watchful gaze, ensuring harmony and growth." "But why do the plants move so wildly?" Lila asked, her brow furrowed with thought. The sprite's laughter was a gentle breeze. "The plants, like all living things, enjoy a dance now and then. We help them stretch and sway to stay strong and healthy. But of late, we've been overzealous, perhaps. We meant no trouble." Lila's heart warmed at the sprite's sincerity and playfulness. "I understand," she said kindly. "The villagers are just a bit surprised by the change. Perhaps you could guide the plants with a gentler hand." The sprite nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, wise Lila, we shall be more mindful." With the mystery solved and a friendship forged, Lila felt a deep sense of peace. She watched as the sprites resumed their dance, this time with a graceful, gentle touch that left the garden in a state of serene beauty. The next morning, as the sun rose and cast its golden light over Green Hollow, the villagers found their gardens tidier than before, each plant standing proud and content. They marveled at the newfound order and whispered of the magic that surely graced their village. Lila, with a secret smile, tended to her garden, knowing that sometimes the answers to mysteries lie not in grand gestures, but in gentle whispers and kind hearts. And as she worked, she felt the warmth of the sun, the cool kiss of the breeze, and the comforting presence of the garden spirit sprites, who danced in harmony with the world. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, amid magic and moonlight, the village of Green Hollow thrived, a testament to the beauty of understanding and the power of gentle care. Story 79. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a cozy little cottage with a garden full of vibrant wildflowers. In this cottage lived a gentle soul named Clara. She was known for her kind heart and a smile that could melt the morning frost. Clara had a curious habit of collecting peculiar objects, each with its own story, each tucked away in the nooks and crannies of her home. One crisp autumn morning, as sunlight filtered through the amber leaves, Clara decided to tidy up her attic. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten memories, filled with trunks of old letters, dusty books, and knickknacks from bygone days. As she rummaged through a particularly old chest, she uncovered an ornate mirror, its frame intricately carved with vines and tiny creatures that seemed almost alive. The glass was foggy with age, but when Clara wiped it clean, she noticed something peculiar. As Clara gazed into the mirror, she found not her own reflection, but a shimmering landscape filled with lush green meadows and a sky painted in hues of lavender and rose. Her heart skipped a beat, caught between wonder and disbelief. Intrigued and slightly hesitant, she reached out and touched the glass. To her amazement, her fingers passed through as if dipping into cool water. As if guided by some unseen force, Clara stepped through the mirror. She found herself in a world that felt like a dream. Soft breezes carrying the scent of honeysuckle, birds singing melodies unknown, and the ground beneath her feet a carpet of moss. It was a realm that seemed to breathe with magic, and Clara felt a gentle warmth in her heart, a whisper of belonging. Clara was not alone in this enchanting place. Soon she was greeted by a group of endearing creatures. Leading them was a fox with fur as white as snow, whose eyes sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Beside him trotted a cheerful hedgehog with a belly that jiggled when he laughed, and a wise old owl perched on a branch, her feathers a tapestry of browns and golds. The fox, with a voice as smooth as velvet, introduced himself as Argent. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said with a graceful bow. "We have been waiting for someone like you." Clara was puzzled but intrigued. "Waiting for me? Why?" The hedgehog, whose name was Tumble, chuckled heartily. "Ah, because you have the heart to see the magic, my dear." The owl, who was called Sage, nodded wisely. "This land, Everwood, is in need of a gentle touch. You see, the seasons here have been stuck in eternal autumn, and the balance of nature is at risk." Clara listened intently, her heart swelling with empathy for this magical world. "What must I do?" she asked softly. Argent explained that somewhere in Everwood there was a forgotten stone hidden deep within the heart of the forest. This stone, the Heartstone, held the key to restoring the cycle of seasons, but it could only be found by someone who could see with the heart, not just the eyes. And so Clara embarked on a journey through Everwood, guided by her kind companions. Each step she took on the soft earth was accompanied by stories and laughter, as her friends shared the wisdom of their world. They wandered through fields of fluttering butterflies, crossed streams that sang in gentle whispers, and rested beneath trees that told tales of old. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Clara faced a challenge. They arrived at a grove bathed in a mysterious silver light, where the path diverged into many trails, each leading in a different direction. At the center stood a stone pedestal, engraved with ancient runes. It was here that Clara must choose the path to the Heartstone. Sage fluttered down beside her, her eyes filled with gentle encouragement. "Clara, this is a choice not of the mind, but of the heart. Listen to its quiet whispers." Clara closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, letting the forest's serene energy wash over her. She listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. She felt a gentle pull, a tug like a soft hand leading her, and when she opened her eyes, she knew which path to take. With her friends by her side, Clara followed the path until they reached a small clearing. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, lay the Heartstone. It shimmered softly, a gentle glow that seemed to pulse with life. With reverence, Clara knelt and touched the stone. A warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a connection, as if the stone recognized the kindness in her heart. The air around them shimmered, and the trees rustled with a new energy. Slowly, the golden hues of autumn began to shift, giving way to the fresh greens of spring, the vibrancy of summer, and the quiet grace of winter. Clara had restored the balance, not through force but through the gentle wisdom of her heart. With their mission complete, Argent, Tumble, and Sage led Clara back to the mirror. Though her heart ached to leave Everwood, she knew she would always carry a piece of it with her. As Clara stepped back into her attic, she found herself smiling. The mirror was just a mirror once more, yet she knew its magic was real. She carried the lessons of Everwood in her heart, the power of kindness, the wisdom of listening, and the magic that exists when we open our hearts to the world. And so Clara returned to her life in the village, forever changed by her journey. She tended her garden with newfound joy, sharing stories of her adventure with those who would listen. And in the quiet moments, when the stars twinkled above and the world was at peace, she would gaze into the mirror, remembering the land of Everwood and the friends who taught her the true magic of the heart. And as the gentle night embraced the village, Clara drifted into slumber, wrapped in the warmth of newfound wisdom and the promise of dreams yet to come. Story 80. In the vast expanse of the Andromeda Nebula, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet cloak, there lay a small, unassuming planet called Xylaris. Despite its modest size, Xylaris was known for its vibrant bioluminescent flora that painted the night with gentle hues of blue and purple. The air was sweet with the scent of night-blooming flowers, and the soft hum of life created a symphony of tranquility. On the outskirts of a luminescent forest, where glowing vines draped from towering trees, lived a Xylian named Tilo. Tilo was a gentle creature, with a shimmering translucent skin that reflected the colors of the forest. His eyes, large and curious, held the depths of countless galaxies. Tilo had a fondness for collecting stardust, which he kept in small glass vials that tinkled like wind chimes. One serene evening, as Tilo was arranging his stardust collection under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, a sudden gust of wind scattered his precious vials across the forest floor. As he hurriedly gathered them, he noticed something peculiar, a small metallic object unlike any he had seen before. It was a pod, sleek and silver, nestled among the glowing ferns. Before he could inspect it further, the pod emitted a soft whirring sound and opened with a gentle hiss. Out stepped a being unlike any Tilo had ever encountered. It was a Vortexian named Lila, her form comprised of swirling patterns of light and energy. Her presence was both mesmerizing and slightly intimidating, as she hovered gracefully above the ground. Lila had traveled from a distant planet, seeking refuge after a solar storm had ravaged her home. Her arrival on Xylaris was purely accidental, a deviation in her navigational systems that had brought her to this unexpected sanctuary. At first, Tilo and Lila regarded each other with mutual curiosity and a hint of wariness. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings, as Tilo's gentle gestures were misinterpreted by Lila as confusing signals, and Lila's radiant energy patterns seemed overwhelming to Tilo. Despite their differences, necessity bound them together. Lila needed to repair her pod, and Tilo, with his knowledge of the forest and its resources, offered to help. In exchange, Lila promised to share stories of her travels across the cosmos, tales of distant stars and nebulous wonders that Tilo had only dreamed of. As days turned into weeks, the unlikely companions began to find a rhythm. Under the canopy of the glowing forest, they worked side by side, with Tilo fetching materials and Lila using her energy to mend the pod. They learned to understand each other's ways, often laughing at their initial misunderstandings. One evening, as they rested by a gentle stream that twinkled under the moonlight, Lila shared a story of the Vortexian tradition of stargazing, where her people would gather to watch the dance of the stars, believing that each twinkle held a secret of the universe. Tilo listened intently, his heart warmed by the beauty of her words. In turn, Tilo showed Lyra his stardust collection, each vial a fragment of the cosmos that he cherished. He explained how he believed that stardust held the whispers of the universe, and how its presence reminded him of the interconnectedness of all things. As they shared these moments, a deep bond of friendship began to blossom between them. They realized that their differences were not barriers, but bridges that connected them in unexpected ways. One particularly challenging day, a storm swept through the forest, threatening to disrupt their progress. The winds howled like restless spirits, and rain fell in shimmering sheets. Lyra, drawing on her energy reserves, created a barrier of light that shielded them from the storm's fury. Tilo, in turn, led her to a hidden cave, where they found shelter and warmth. In the cozy confines of the cave, with the storm raging outside, they huddled close, sharing stories and dreams. It was in that moment of shared vulnerability that they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged through understanding, support, and a willingness to embrace the unknown. As the storm subsided and calm returned to Xylaris, Lyra's pod was finally ready for departure. The time had come for her to continue her journey across the stars. Yet, as she prepared to leave, both she and Tilo felt a pang of sadness at the thought of parting. With a gentle swirl of her luminous form, Lyra gifted Tilo a small sphere of condensed starlight, a token of their friendship that would glow eternally in the heart of the forest. Tilo, in return, gave Lyra a vial of his finest stardust, a fragment of Xylaris to accompany her on her travels. As Lyra's pod ascended into the sky, leaving a trail of sparkling light, Tilo watched with a heart full of gratitude and warmth. Though their time together had been brief, the friendship they had forged was timeless, a reminder that even the most unlikely of companions could find harmony among the stars. And so, under the gentle gaze of the twin moons, Tilo continued to collect stardust, his heart forever enriched by the lessons of friendship and the knowledge that across the vastness of space, he had found a kindred spirit in Lyra. Story 81. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled deep in the heart of the misty mountains, there lived a young girl named Arya. With her curious eyes and an adventurous spirit, she often found herself drawn to the ancient stories told by the village elders around the crackling fire. One evening, as the embers danced and cast flickering shadows, Arya's grandmother beckoned her closer. "My child," she began, her voice rich with wisdom, "our family lineage stretches back to a time when the mountains sang with the whispers of ancient magic." Arya's eyes widened as her grandmother reached into a worn leather pouch and withdrew a delicate pendant adorned with intricate symbols. "This amulet has been passed down through generations, a remnant of our ancestors' deep connection with the natural world." As Arya cradled the amulet in her palm, she felt a strange yet comforting warmth emanating from its surface. It was as if the very essence of the mountains had been captured within the ancient artifact. From that day forward, Arya's grandmother regaled her with tales of their ancestors, the guardians of the mountains, keepers of sacred rituals, and protectors of the delicate balance between humankind and nature. With each story, Arya's heart swelled with pride and a newfound sense of belonging. One warm summer evening, Arya's grandmother led her deep into the heart of the mountains, where a crystalline waterfall cascaded over moss-covered rocks. "This is a sacred place for our people," she whispered, her voice mingling with the soothing sound of rushing water. Arya watched in awe as her grandmother performed an ancient ritual, her movements graceful and purposeful. She chanted ancient verses, the words echoing through the misty air, and at the culmination of the ceremony, the amulet in Arya's palm began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. In that moment, Arya felt a profound connection to the land, to her ancestors, and to the rich tapestry of traditions that had been woven through generations. She understood that her people's legacy was not merely a relic of the past, but a living, breathing essence that flowed through her veins. As the years passed, Arya carried the wisdom and teachings of her ancestors close to her heart. She learned to walk in harmony with the natural world, to respect its delicate balance, and to honor the spirits that dwelled within every leaf, every stream, and every soaring peak. And when the time came for Arya to pass on the amulet and the ancient knowledge to her own children, She did so with a sense of profound gratitude and reverence, for she knew that within the embrace of tradition and ancestry lay the path to true understanding, harmony, and a deep connection to the world around us. As the night grew deeper and the stars twinkled like diamonds in the inky sky, Arya would tuck her own children into bed, whispering the same stories her grandmother had once shared with her. And in those moments, the magic of the mountains would come alive, weaving a tapestry of wisdom, wonder, and the unbreakable bonds of legacy that transcended time itself. Story 82. In the vast expanse of the Andromeda sector, where stardust shimmered like scattered diamonds across an endless velvet sea, lay a small, peculiar planet named Luminara. It was a world unlike any other, where the skies were painted in hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of celestial blooms. Among its lush, rolling meadows and iridescent rivers, creatures of all kinds thrived in a tapestry of harmony. It was here, under the gentle glow of Luminara's twin moons, that a remarkable friendship began. One quiet evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the air was filled with the soft hum of nocturnal lullabies, a young star-speckled being named Zephyra found herself wandering the meadows. Zephyra hailed from the planet Etheria, a world where beings communicated through the shimmering patterns of light that danced across their skin, a language of luminescence known as luminance. Zephyra's light was a soft, soothing blue, and as she meandered through the meadow, her thoughts were a swirl of curiosity and wonder. She had come to Luminara on a mission of exploration, a journey to understand the myriad forms of life that dwelled beyond her own celestial home. As the night deepened, Zephyra stumbled upon an odd sight, an intricate contraption nestled between two large, dew-kissed stones. It was a small spacecraft, battered and worn, yet glowing with a quiet resilience. Sitting beside it, with eyes as bright as the stars above, was a creature unlike any Zephyra had ever seen. It was a Fenori, a species known for their vibrant, feather-like quills that shifted colors with their emotions. This Fenori, whose name was Nico, was from the planet Verdantia, a place where the lush forests sang with life, and the air was perpetually filled with the scent of earth and rain. Nico's quills were a cascade of pinks and greens, a testament to the gentle excitement and trepidation he felt upon seeing Zephyra. "Hello," Zephyra said, her voice a melody of gentle tones, while her luminescent skin flickered in a pattern of greeting. Nico, unfamiliar with the language of light, responded with a hesitant chirp, his quills shifting to a cautious yellow. Misunderstandings were inevitable between beings of such different worlds, yet both were drawn by a shared sense of curiosity. Zephyra gestured to the broken spacecraft, her light flickering with concern. Nico, understanding her meaning, nodded solemnly. He had crash-landed on Luminara, and his vessel was in dire need of repair. Over the following days, Zephyra and Nico worked side by side. At first, their communication was a tapestry of confusion, Zephyra's lights flashing in intricate patterns, while Nico's quills shifted through a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet, as the days turned to nights and back again, they began to understand one another in subtler ways. Zephyra learned to read the emotions in Nico's quills, while Nico attuned himself to the rhythms of Zephyra's luminescence. Their bond grew stronger as they shared stories of their homelands. Nico spoke of the verdant forests of Verdantia, where the trees whispered secrets to those who would listen. Zephyra described the ethereal beauty of Etheria, where the skies pulsed with light like a living canvas. One evening, as they sat beneath the twin moons, Nico shared a tale of the Fenori's belief in the harmony of souls, a connection that transcended words and worlds. His quills glowed a deep, resonant purple, a color of profound meaning and friendship. "That is beautiful," Zephyra replied, her light radiating a warm golden glow. "On Etheria, we have a similar belief that all beings are bound by threads of light, weaving together the fabric of the universe." Their shared moments were not without challenges. There were times when Zephyra's luminescent patterns and Nico's quill colors clashed, leading to misunderstandings and frustration. Yet through patience and compassion, they learned to navigate these differences, finding strength in their growing friendship. One day, as they labored to repair the spacecraft, a sudden storm swept across the meadow, the sky darkening with the promise of rain. The winds howled, and the gentle landscape was transformed into a swirling tempest. Zephyra and Nico huddled close, using their combined knowledge to shield the fragile vessel from the elements. In the heart of the storm, as rain cascaded around them, Nico's quills glowed a fierce protective orange, while Zephyra's light pulsed with determination. Together, they weathered the storm, their combined efforts saving the spacecraft from further damage. As the storm passed and the first rays of dawn touched the land, Zephyra and Nico stood side by side, their bond stronger than ever. They had faced adversity, not as individuals from distant worlds, but as friends bound by trust and understanding. Finally, the day came when the spacecraft was ready for flight. It was time for Nico to return to Verdantia. The thought of parting stirred a bittersweet sadness in both their hearts, yet they knew their friendship would endure beyond the stars. As Nico prepared to leave, he turned to Zephyra, his quills a soft, grateful blue. "Thank you," he said, his voice rich with emotion, "for your kindness, your friendship, and for teaching me the language of light." Zephyra's skin shimmered with a gentle, radiant white, the color of unity. "And thank you, Nico, for showing me the colors of the heart." With a final embrace, Nico entered the spacecraft. Zephyra watched as it ascended into the sky, a trail of light marking its path. Though they were worlds apart, the threads of their friendship would forever entwine their souls. In the quiet of the meadow, beneath the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Zephyra stood with her light softly glowing. She had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended language, distance, and form. As the stars began their nightly dance across the heavens, Zephyra knew that in the vast universe they were never truly alone. And so, under the serene glow of Luminara's night sky, the story of Zephyra and Nico became a gentle reminder that the light of friendship shines brightest in the heart. Story 83. Once upon a time, in a forest older than memory and as vast as the imagination, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together with the threads of nature's own tapestry. This was no ordinary forest, for here, the whispering leaves and murmuring brooks shared secrets of magic with those who had the heart to listen. As dawn painted the sky in strokes of gold and pink, the forest awoke to a symphony of gentle rustlings and melodious birdsong. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, a welcoming embrace for all who wandered beneath the towering trees. Among these majestic giants, the creatures of the forest dwelled in harmony, each playing their part in the delicate balance of life. Deep within this enchanted realm, nestled beside a sparkling brook that sang a perpetual lullaby, was the home of a wise old owl named Orin. His feathers were as soft as the clouds that drifted lazily overhead, and his eyes were as deep and knowing as the midnight sky. Orin had lived through many seasons and witnessed the ebb and flow of the forest's life, learning from each turn of the wheel of time. Orin's closest companion was a gentle deer named Leora, whose coat shimmered in the dappled sunlight like the finest silk. Leora's steps were as silent as the falling snow, and her presence brought a sense of calm and grace to all who beheld her. Together, Orin and Leora watched over their woodland home, ensuring that the balance of nature was maintained and that the magic of the forest remained undisturbed. One morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Orin noticed something unusual. The gentle breeze carried a message that only he could understand, a subtle shift in the rhythm of the forest, as if a single note in nature's melody was slightly out of tune. The leaves whispered of changes in the wind, changes that could tip the balance of their harmonious world. Concerned, Orin sought the counsel of his friend Leora. Together, they journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the ancient and wise elder tree stood. Its bark was gnarled and twisted, etched with the stories of countless generations. Beneath its sprawling branches, creatures of all kinds gathered to listen to its wisdom. As Orin and Leora approached, the elder tree's leaves rustled softly, acknowledging their presence. "What troubles you, dear friends?" it asked in a voice as soothing as a gentle breeze through a meadow. Orin spoke of the imbalance he sensed, and Leora nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting the concern shared by all who called the forest home. The elder tree listened patiently, then began to share its ancient knowledge, a story passed down through the ages. Long ago, it began, There existed a magical bond between the seasons, a dance of light and shadow, warmth and chill, that kept the world in balance. Each season held its own unique magic, a gift to the earth. But if the harmony between them falters, so too does the health of our forest. The creatures listened intently, understanding the gravity of the elder tree's words. To restore balance, they would need to rekindle the ancient magic that flowed from one season to the next. Orin and Leora took it upon themselves to find a way to restore this harmony, setting out on a journey that would lead them through the wonders and challenges of the natural world. Their first task was to visit the spirit of summer, who dwelt in a glade where sunlight danced upon wildflowers and the air was sweet with the perfume of blooming flora. The spirit of summer was a radiant being, her laughter like the tinkling of a brook and her touch the warmth of the sun's embrace. She listened to Orin and Leora's plea and gifted them a golden feather, infused with the essence of her season's warmth and vitality. With the feather in hand, they traveled to the realm of autumn, where leaves blazed in hues of amber and crimson, and the crisp air was filled with the scent of ripe apples. Here they met the spirit of autumn, a figure draped in robes of golden leaves that rustled gently as she moved. Her voice was the whisper of the wind through a field of wheat, and she bestowed upon them an acorn, a symbol of her season's bounty and transformation. The journey then led them to the icy embrace of winter, where snow blanketed the earth, and the world was a study in silence and stillness. The spirit of winter was a serene presence, her skin like alabaster, and her breath like the chill of a starry night. She gifted them a crystal of ice, imbued with the purity and clarity of her season. Finally, they arrived in the vibrant realm of spring, where new life unfurled in a symphony of green and the air was alive with the promise of renewal. The spirit of spring danced among the blossoms, her eyes sparkling with joy. She gave them a blossom, bursting with the energy of new beginnings and hope. With these gifts from the spirits of the seasons, Orin and Leora returned to the elder tree. As they placed each token at its roots, a gentle wind arose, spiraling upwards and encircling the tree. The forest seemed to hold its breath as the magic of the seasons merged and flowed like a river through the ancient wood. A profound peace settled over the land, and the creatures of the forest felt the harmonious rhythm of nature restored. The subtle imbalance that had disturbed Orin's keen senses was no more, and the cycle of life continued its eternal dance. The elder tree, its branches swaying gently, spoke once more. "You have done well, dear friends. The magic of the seasons is a gift to us all, a reminder that we are all part of this wondrous world, interconnected and interdependent." Orin and Leora, their hearts full of gratitude, knew that the wisdom of the elder tree and the spirits of the seasons would guide them always. As they made their way back to their home by the singing brook, the forest seemed to glow with a newfound vibrancy, each creature and plant flourishing in the embrace of the restored balance. And so the enchanted forest thrived, a haven of peace and harmony, where the lives of its creatures unfolded in the gentle rhythm of the seasons. It stood as a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship, a reminder that even in a world of magic, it is the bonds we share that sustain us. As the sun set and the first stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Orin and Leora settled into their cozy nook, lulled by the soft symphony of the forest night. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest whispered its timeless lullaby, a melody of harmony and hope to be passed down through the ages, a story of magic and balance forever etched into the heart of the world. Story 84. Once upon a time, in a secluded forest grove, there lived a young sapling named Willow. Though surrounded by towering oaks and mighty pines, Willow felt small and insignificant. Her slender trunk was but a twig compared to her ancient neighbors, and her sparse leaves seemed dull and ordinary. Each spring, Willow watched in awe as the other trees burst into vibrant bloom, their branches laden with colorful blossoms that danced in the warm breeze. Yet no matter how hard she tried, Willow remained a pale green sapling, her growth stunted by self-doubt. One crisp autumn morning, a gentle breeze carried a single golden leaf into Willow's embrace. Entranced by its beauty, Willow cradled the leaf in her branches, marveling at the intricate veins and rich hues. "Why can't I be as vibrant and beautiful as you?" Willow sighed to the leaf. To her surprise, the leaf seemed to shimmer with life. Beauty takes many forms, dear Willow, a soft voice whispered. You must open your heart to the wonders within. Willow gasped, her leaves trembling. Who are you? I am the essence of change, the leaf replied. I come to guide you on a journey of transformation. With those words, the leaf dissolved into a shower of golden dust that swirled around Willow's slender trunk. Warmth bloomed in her core, and she felt a stirring deep within her roots. Over the next few moons, Willow underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Her trunk thickened, and her branches stretched skyward, unfurling lush green leaves that seemed to glow with an inner radiance. Yet Willow's true transformation was within. As her physical form blossomed, so too did her spirit. She opened her heart to the wisdom of the ancient trees, learning to draw strength from the earth and light from the sun. Her dearest friends, a gentle oak named Oakley, and a wise old pine called Whispering Wind, offered guidance and encouragement. Oakley's steadfast presence taught Willow the value of patience and resilience, while Whispering Wind's soothing voice revealed the secrets of embracing change with grace. With each passing season, Willow grew taller and more radiant, her leaves shimmering like emerald flames in the sunlight. She learned to sway with the winds, her branches dancing in joyful abandon, and her roots delved deeper into the nurturing soil, anchoring her to the cycles of life. One starry night, as Willow basked in the gentle glow of the full moon, the golden leaf appeared once more, shimmering among her branches. You have blossomed into your true self, Willow, the leaf whispered. Your beauty now shines from within, a beacon of hope and wonder. Willow felt a warmth blooming in her heart, a sense of profound acceptance and contentment. Thank you, wise leaf, for guiding me on this journey. I have learned that true beauty lies in embracing the ever-changing tapestry of life. The leaf seemed to smile, its golden hue deepening. You have unlocked the magic within, Willow. May your radiance inspire all who cross your path. With a final shimmering swirl, the leaf scattered into a million golden specks, each one carrying a seed of wisdom and transformation. Willow stretched her branches skyward, her leaves catching the stardust, and she knew that her journey had only just begun. From that day forward, Willow stood as a vibrant testament to the power of personal growth and the magic of embracing change. Her unwavering spirit and radiant beauty inspired all who gazed upon her, reminding them that even the smallest sapling can blossom into a majestic wonder when nurtured by wisdom, patience, and the courage to transform. Story 85. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the wind and the ground was a soft tapestry of moss and fallen leaves, a hidden world thrived beneath the dappled canopy. This was a realm where sunlight filtered down in shimmering beams, painting patterns of light and shadow that danced across the forest floor, a world where the boundaries between reality and magic wove seamlessly together. Nestled within this verdant sanctuary was the village of Sylvan Hollow, a place where creatures of the forest lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the elders who understood the delicate balance of nature. Here, in burrows beneath gnarled roots and nests high in the branches, the creatures whispered tales of old, passing down the knowledge of the seasons and the cycles of life. The village was abuzz with activity as the forest prepared for the coming of the winter solstice, a time when nature's magic was at its most potent. All around, the air was thick with the scent of pine needles and the earthy aroma of damp soil, promising the arrival of winter's frost-kissed embrace. In the heart of the village, nestled within a ring of ancient oak trees, lived an old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was like a map of the forest itself, etched with the lines and curves of age and wisdom. Thistle was the keeper of the forest's stories, a gentle soul who had seen many seasons come and go. His voice was like the soft rustle of leaves, calming and steady, a beacon of warmth and knowledge. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, Thistle gathered the young creatures of the forest around him, eager eyes reflecting the flickering light of the fireflies that danced in the dusky air. It was time to share the tale of the winter solstice, a story of unity and the magical harmony of nature. Long ago, began Thistle, his voice weaving through the air like a gentle breeze, the forest was blanketed under a heavy layer of snow, and the creatures struggled to find warmth and sustenance. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with ice, creaking softly as the wind whispered through them. As Thistle spoke, the young creatures closed their eyes, envisioning the scene he described. They could almost feel the chill in the air, the crunch of snow underfoot, and the stillness that enveloped the forest like a soft, white cloak. In those days, Thistle continued, the forest was watched over by the spirit of winter, a gentle being who moved like a shadow among the trees, her touch bringing frost and her breath the chill of the north wind. But the spirit of winter was not alone. She was accompanied by a flickering light, the spirit of the hearth, who brought warmth and hope to all who sought it. The creatures snuggled closer together, comforted by the tale of the two spirits working in tandem, their energies intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. One winter, Thistle said, his eyes twinkling with the memories of the story, the forest faced a great challenge. The cold grew harsher and the food scarce. The creatures, though resilient, were weary. It was then that they learned the true power of unity and wisdom. The young ones listened intently, their hearts open to the lessons of the past. The crackling of leaves underfoot and the distant call of an owl filled the air, as if the forest itself was listening to the tale. Led by the wise old owl, who had seen many winters, Thistle narrated, the creatures gathered in a clearing, their breath mingling in the frosty air. Together, they called upon the spirit of winter and the spirit of the hearth, seeking their guidance to restore balance to their world. As Thistle's story unfolded, the creatures could almost hear the soft whisper of the spirits, the gentle promise of warmth and renewal. The spirits heard their plea, Thistle said, his voice a soothing melody, and came forth, their presence a shimmering dance of light and shadow. The spirit of winter, with her cloak of ice, touched the forest with a lighter hand, easing the burden of the snow. And the spirit of the hearth, with her warm glow, spread her light, melting the frost and revealing the hidden bounty beneath. The young creatures sighed in relief, feeling the warmth of the hearth spirit within their hearts, and the gentle touch of winter as a protective embrace rather than an oppressive force. From that day forth, Thistle concluded with a soft smile. The creatures of the forest understood the importance of balance and harmony. They learned to live with the seasons, to respect the rhythms of nature, and to cherish the wisdom of those who came before. As the story ended, the forest seemed to release a collective breath, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the wind creating a symphony of peace. The creatures nestled closer together, their spirits warmed by the tale and the shared understanding of their place in the world. The night deepened, and the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, a gentle, whispering promise of the season to come. The village of Sylvan Hollow lay quiet and serene, wrapped in the comfort of ancient wisdom and the magic of the forest. The creatures drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the light of the hearth and the gentle shadow of winter, knowing that as long as they remembered the lessons of the past, the magic of the forest would endure. Story 86. In a tranquil village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her heart was as gentle as the morning breeze, yet she found herself caught in the tides of change that seemed to swell around her like the restless sea. Clara had always known the comfort of familiarity, the warmth of her family's hearth, and the rhythm of the seasons that danced around her in harmonious cycles. But now, she felt a stirring within, an insistent pull towards something unknown, something new. The village was alive with the colors of autumn, the air crisp with the scent of fallen leaves and the distant promise of winter. Clara often wandered the forest paths, her feet crunching on the amber carpet beneath. It was on one such walk that she met a peculiar creature, a fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes held the wisdom of ancient stars, and when it spoke, its voice was like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Change is upon you, Clara," the fox said, its gaze both soft and knowing. "Do not fear it, for within lies the magic of transformation." Clara was taken aback, for she had never heard an animal speak, let alone one that seemed to understand the very currents of her heart. Yet she felt comforted by the fox's presence, as if the forest itself was whispering encouragement to her soul. Despite the fox's gentle counsel, Clara found herself struggling with the impending changes. She was being asked to take on new responsibilities in the village, tasks that required her to step beyond the bounds of what she knew. Fear of failure gripped her, and doubt clouded her nights. She longed for the simplicity of her old life, even as the allure of growth tugged at her spirit. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Clara sat by the edge of the village pond, its surface mirroring the kaleidoscope overhead. She closed her eyes and listened to the symphony of nature, the chorus of crickets, the soft hoot of an owl, and the gentle lapping of water against the shore. It was there, in that moment of stillness, that the fox appeared again, its presence as serene as the twilight. "Do you see the pond, Clara?" the fox asked, nodding towards the water. "What appears as a simple reflection is a world of depth and wonder. So too is this journey you embark upon." Clara opened her eyes, looking at the fox and then at the pond, seeing it anew. The ripples danced across the surface, creating patterns that were both fleeting and beautiful. She realized that change was much like those ripples, a series of transformations that, while unsettling at first, could create something unexpectedly lovely. With this newfound understanding, Clara began to embrace the challenges before her. She sought guidance from the elders of the village, who shared stories of their own struggles and triumphs. Each tale was a thread in the tapestry of wisdom, weaving lessons of patience, courage, and the importance of community. Her friends, too, offered unwavering support, their laughter and companionship a balm to her anxious heart. They reminded her that she was not alone, that even as she grew and changed, she remained an integral part of the village's vibrant fabric. As the days turned to weeks, Clara found herself blossoming like the wildflowers that lined the forest paths. She discovered strengths she had never known she possessed, her confidence unfurling like the delicate petals of spring. The tasks that once seemed daunting became opportunities for growth, and with each small success, her fear diminished, replaced by a quiet, steadfast belief in herself. The fox, ever watchful, appeared one last time beneath a full moon that bathed the world in silver light. "You have learned well, Clara," it said, its voice as soothing as the night air. "Remember, true magic lies not in the absence of fear, but in the courage to face it." With gratitude, Clara thanked the fox, her heart full of warmth and joy. As she watched it disappear into the shadows, she felt a deep sense of peace settle within her, a certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. And so, Clara embraced the changes that life brought her, knowing that each step forward was an adventure in itself, a journey of personal discovery. Her heart remained open to the magic of transformation, and she walked her path with grace, ever guided by the gentle wisdom of the forest and the friendship of those she held dear. In the years that followed, Clara became a beacon of strength and kindness in the village, her story told by the crackling fire on chilly nights. She was a reminder that within every heart lay the potential for growth, and that with courage, wisdom, and friendship, one could embrace the beauty of change and the magic it revealed. Story 87. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees wore crowns of mist and stars twinkled like tiny lanterns caught in the branches, there was a small village named Haven Hollow. The cottages were nestled snugly against the gentle slopes, their thatched roofs draped with tendrils of ivy and moss. Smoke curled lazily from stone chimneys, mingling with the crisp night air, and the scent of freshly baked bread and sweet honey lingered in the breeze. It was a place where time moved slowly, and the world felt wrapped in a soft, warm embrace. The villagers of Haven Hollow were kind-hearted folk, known for their simple joys and gentle ways. Among them was a young girl named Lila, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Lila had a knack for noticing the small, wondrous details in the world around her, and she was beloved for her thoughtful nature and her gift of storytelling. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, a peculiar thing happened in Haven Hollow. The village clock, which stood proudly in the square with its golden hands and chime as sweet as a lullaby, began to tick backwards. The townsfolk gathered beneath the clock tower, scratching their heads and murmuring in confusion. No one could understand why time itself seemed to be unraveling. Lila, with her keen sense of observation, noticed something else that was strange. The leaves on the trees in the Whispering Woods, which usually fell in a cascade of reds and golds, were now drifting upwards, as if the forest itself was rewinding the season. The villagers turned to the wise and gentle Elder Rowan, who lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Elder Rowan was known for his deep knowledge of the forest and its mysteries. His eyes twinkled with wisdom, and his voice was as soothing as a lullaby. Perhaps, he mused, this is the work of the forest whimsy, a playful spirit said to dwell among the ancient oaks. It is known to delight in gentle mischief. Lila was intrigued by the idea of the forest whimsy and decided that she would seek it out to discover the truth behind the village's peculiar happenings. She set off into the woods, her heart filled with a mixture of excitement and calm. The path was dappled with moonlight, and the air was alive with the whisper of leaves and the soft calls of night creatures. As she walked deeper into the forest, she met a family of fireflies, their lights flickering like tiny stars. They danced around her, guiding her path with their warm glow. Lila smiled and thanked them, feeling their kindness brighten her way. Soon she reached an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. At its base sat a small, furry creature with ears as long as its body and eyes as bright as the moon. It was the forest whimsy, and it looked up at Lila with a mischievous grin. "Ah, a visitor! What brings you to my woodland realm?" it asked, its voice like the rustle of leaves. Lila explained the strange occurrences in Haven Hollow, her voice gentle and curious. The forest whimsy listened intently, nodding its head. "Ah, yes," it said thoughtfully. "I have indeed been playing with the threads of time and season. But fear not, dear child, for it is all in good fun. I simply wish to remind the villagers of how precious each moment is." "But," Lila replied softly, "the villagers are worried and confused. Perhaps there is a way to share your lesson without causing them distress?" The forest whimsy tilted its head, considering her words. "You are wise beyond your years," it said, "and your kindness touches my heart. Let us work together to set things right." And so, with Lila's guidance, the forest whimsy began to weave its magic anew. The clock in Haven Hollow started to tick forward again, its chime ringing out like a familiar song. The leaves in the Whispering Woods fluttered back down, carpeting the forest floor in a tapestry of color. When Lila returned to the village, the townsfolk greeted her with smiles and gratitude. Elder Rowan, with a twinkle in his eye, nodded in approval. "You have shown us that sometimes the answers lie in the simplest of gestures, a listening ear, a kind heart." As the villagers returned to their cozy homes, Lila felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She had learned that even the smallest voices can bring about great change, and that understanding and friendship can light the darkest paths. That night, as she lay in her bed beneath a quilt of stars, Lila closed her eyes with a smile. The Whispering Woods hummed with a gentle magic, and the forest whimsy danced in the moonlight, content with its newfound friend. And so, Haven Hollow returned to its peaceful rhythm, a place where laughter and love were as abundant as the leaves on the trees. The villagers slept soundly, cradled by the warmth of their dreams, knowing that tomorrow would bring new adventures and gentle mysteries to unravel. Story 88. In the heart of an ancient forest, where silver mist clung to the trees like whispered secrets and the sunlight dappled the earth in a dance of gold, there lay a realm known only to the creatures who called it home. This was the Forest of Whispers, a place where the boundaries between the tangible and the magical were as thin as the gossamer wings of a dragonfly. The forest was a symphony of life, with towering oaks and willows that swayed with a grace only age could bestow. Their leaves rustled in a gentle hum, a language understood by the forest's denizens. Beneath their sprawling canopies, a tapestry of wildflowers painted the forest floor with hues of violet, indigo, and soft pink, their petals whispering secrets to the breeze. In this hidden world lived a wise old tortoise named Bran. His shell was a mosaic of greens and browns, each crack and crevice a testament to the years he had spent wandering the forest paths. Bran was known for his gentle nature and his vast knowledge of the forest's secrets, passed down from generations long before him. His eyes, the color of rich earth, held stories of the ages, and it was said that if you listened closely enough, you could hear the forest's ancient heart through him. Bran's closest companion was Lila, a sprightly squirrel with fur as soft as the downy clouds and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Lila was as quick of mind as she was of foot, and her boundless curiosity often led her to Bran's side, eager to learn the wisdom he so freely shared. One crisp morning, as a gentle fog rolled in, wrapping the forest in a blanket of cool moisture, Bran and Lila sat by the edge of a babbling brook. The water sparkled like liquid crystal, catching the early rays of sun, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of wet moss and autumn leaves. "Bran," Lila asked, her voice as light as the breeze, "how does the forest remain so balanced, even when the seasons change?" Bran chuckled, a sound like the rustle of old leaves. "Ah, dear Lila, the forest is a tapestry woven with the threads of harmony. Each creature, from the smallest ant to the tallest tree, plays a part in maintaining this balance." As he spoke, Bran gestured to the canopy above, where a chorus of birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving through the air. The birds sing to welcome each season, and their melodies guide the wind and the rain. The trees listen and respond, shedding their leaves to nourish the earth or blooming anew to celebrate the sun's return. Lila's ears twitched with interest. "And what of the magic, Bran? The magic that makes the leaves dance and the stars twinkle?" "The magic," Bran explained, "is the essence of life itself. It flows through every living thing and binds us all together. It's in the rain that quenches the earth's thirst, in the wind that carries seeds to new homes, and in the sun's warmth that awakens the world from its winter slumber." As the morning unfolded, Bran told Lila of the Circle of Seasons, an ancient gathering where the forest's creatures came together to honor the changing times. It was a celebration of life and renewal, where stories were shared and wisdom was passed from one generation to the next. This year, Lila was to attend her first circle, a rite of passage for young creatures. The day of the circle arrived with the forest cloaked in the vibrant hues of autumn. Leaves carpeted the ground in a patchwork of ruby, gold, and amber, and the air was crisp with the promise of change. All the creatures of the forest gathered in a clearing bathed in the gentle glow of twilight. As the moon rose, casting silver light across the gathering, Bran took his place at the center. His voice, deep and resonant, carried through the night as he began the stories of old, tales of the forest's creation, of storms that healed rather than harmed, and of the delicate balance that sustained their world. Lila listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with the knowledge that she was part of something much greater than herself. As the night wore on, she realized that the wisdom of the forest was not just in the stories Bran told, but in the living, breathing world around her. When the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the circle came to a gentle close. The creatures returned to their homes, carrying with them the shared warmth of community and the renewed promise of harmony. As Lila nestled into her cozy nest high in the branches of an ancient oak, she felt the forest's magic pulsing gently beneath her. It was a lullaby, a promise that no matter the season, the balance would endure, guided by the wisdom of the past and the hope of the future. And so, in the Forest of Whispers, where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like the shadows of the leaves, life continued in its gentle, eternal rhythm. The creatures, big and small, thrived in the harmony they nurtured, each day a testament to the power of unity and the enduring beauty of the natural world. Story 89. Once upon a soft whisper of moonlight, in a village cradled by emerald hills, there lived a young girl named Willa. With eyes the color of forest leaves and hair like woven sunlight, she possessed an insatiable curiosity that often led her beyond the familiar borders of her village. By day, she assisted her grandfather, the wise village herbalist, gathering roots and herbs in the fragrant meadows. By night, Willa would gaze out her window, dreaming of the world that lay beyond the glimmering horizon. One evening, as dusk painted the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, a gentle breeze carried a song to her window, a melody unlike any she had ever heard. It was a tune of laughter and longing, weaving through the air like a silken thread. Drawn by the mysterious call, Willa felt her heart thrum with a wild, adventurous beat. The next morning, with the first blush of dawn, she set out towards the forest's edge, guided by the lingering notes of the melody. As she stepped into the embrace of the woods, the world around her transformed. Sunlight trickled through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and dew. Willa followed a winding path that led her deeper into the forest, where the trees stood taller and the shadows danced with secrets. Her senses tingled with anticipation as she reached a clearing unlike any other, an enchanted glade bathed in a soft, iridescent glow. In the center of the glade stood a tree, unlike any she had ever seen. Its bark shimmered with shades of silver, and its branches bore flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals whispering softly in the breeze. As Willa approached, she noticed a small creature nestled among the roots of the tree. It was a fluffkin, a whimsical being with fur as soft as thistledown and eyes that sparkled with mischief. The fluffkin, noticing Willa's approach, tilted its head and chirped a greeting, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello, traveler," it said, its voice warm and inviting. "What brings you to the heart of the forest?" Willa, enchanted by the creature's friendliness, replied, "I heard a song, a melody that called to me. I followed it here." The fluffkin nodded, a knowing twinkle in its eyes. "Ah, the song of the heart tree. It calls to those with a brave spirit and a curious heart." Encouraged by the fluffkin's words, Willa asked, "What lies beyond this glade?" The fluffkin chuckled, a sound like wind chimes swaying in a gentle breeze. "Beyond lies the realm of the woodlanders, a place of wonder and mystery. Few have ventured there, but those who do find their lives forever changed." Willa's heart swelled with a mixture of excitement and a touch of apprehension. She felt a flicker of fear, but it was quickly overshadowed by her desire to explore and discover. "Will you guide me?" she asked. The fluffkin nodded eagerly, its eyes alight with joy. "Of course, but first you must solve a riddle, for the woodlanders value wisdom and wit." Willa nodded, ready to embrace the challenge. The fluffkin cleared its throat, then recited, "I am not alive, but I can grow. I do not breathe, but I can glow. What am I?" Pondering the riddle, Willa closed her eyes, letting the words swirl in her mind like leaves in the wind. As she considered the clues, a memory surfaced of her grandfather's hearth, where flames danced and shadows flickered. Her eyes snapped open, a smile spreading across her face. "Fire," she declared confidently. "The answer is fire." The fluffkin clapped its tiny paws, delighted. "Correct. You have the heart of a true explorer. Come, let us journey together." With the fluffkin at her side, Willa ventured beyond the glade and into the realm of the woodlanders. The forest deepened, and the air shimmered with magic. She marveled at the sights around her, mushrooms that glowed like lanterns, streams that sang as they flowed, and trees that whispered stories of old. As they journeyed, Willa encountered many gentle challenges. At one point, they came upon a bridge guarded by a wise old owl with feathers as soft as moonlight. The owl posed a question, testing Willa's understanding of the natural world. Remembering her grandfather's teachings, she answered with clarity and respect, earning passage across the bridge. Further along, they met a band of playful sprites who challenged Willa to a game of wits. Her quick thinking and creativity delighted the sprites, who welcomed her with laughter and shared their tales of the forest's wonders. As dusk approached, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, the fluffkin led Willa to the heart of the woodlanders' realm, a place of serene beauty where time seemed to pause. There, she found a circle of ancient stones, each carved with intricate symbols that glowed softly in the twilight. The woodlanders, a community of creatures both strange and familiar, gathered to greet her. They sang songs of welcome, their voices mingling with the evening breeze. Willa felt a deep sense of belonging and peace as she joined in their celebration of the forest and its magic. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the fluffkin turned to Willa, its eyes filled with warmth. "You have shown courage and an open heart, qualities that will guide you well on any journey. Remember, the world is vast and full of wonders, waiting for those who dare to seek them." With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, Willa bade farewell to the woodlanders and made her way back to her village, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She returned home, her mind brimming with stories to share and dreams to cherish. And so, Under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willa drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with melodies of courage and exploration, knowing that the world was vast and wondrous, and she was always free to explore its mysteries. And thus the gentle night embraced the village, cradling it in a blanket of stars and whispers, while the heart tree stood watch, its song a promise of adventures yet to come. Story 90. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient woodland, a young fox named Lila discovered a most extraordinary object. As she foraged among the twisted roots and soft mosses, her paw brushed against a shimmering acorn, its surface glowing with an otherworldly radiance. Drawn to its ethereal beauty, Lila cradled the acorn, and in that moment, a voice whispered through the trees, beckoning her to embark upon an enchanted journey. The voice promised untold wonders if Lila followed the path laid before her, a path that would lead her into a hidden realm nestled within the forest's embrace. Though apprehensive, Lila's curiosity burned brighter than her fear, and with the acorn clutched tightly, she set forth, her russet fur brushing against the ferns as she ventured deeper into the verdant labyrinth. With each step, the world around her transformed, the familiar sights and scents of the woodland, giving way to a realm of pure magic. Towering trees twisted into fantastical shapes, their branches intertwined like living sculptures, while crystalline streams trickled over beds of glittering gemstones. Lila gasped in wonder, her eyes wide as she beheld the incredible sights that unfolded before her. As she wandered beneath the canopy of enchantment, Lila encountered a host of extraordinary creatures, each more whimsical than the last. Fairies danced upon rays of sunlight, their gossamer wings leaving shimmering trails in their wake, while playful sprites darted among the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor. Lila marveled at the sheer beauty of this hidden realm, her heart swelling with joy at the thought of being part of such an extraordinary world. Yet, her journey was not without its challenges. As she delved deeper into the heart of the magical forest, Lila found herself faced with obstacles that tested her resolve and ingenuity. Treacherous ravines yawned before her, their depths concealed by swirling mists, while ancient guardians, their forms carved from living wood, barred her path, their unblinking eyes watching her every move. In these moments of trial, Lila discovered an unexpected ally, a mischievous sprite named Zephyr, who had observed her journey from the very beginning. With an impish grin and a twinkle in his eye, Zephyr offered to guide Lila through the perilous landscape, his knowledge of the forest's secrets proving invaluable in navigating the hidden perils that lay in wait. Together, Lila and Zephyr forged an unlikely friendship, one that defied the boundaries of their vastly different worlds. As they journeyed side by side, Lila learned of the ancient magic that permeated the realm, and how the acorn she carried was a key to unlocking its deepest mysteries. Zephyr regaled her with tales of the forest's guardians, ancient beings who had sworn to protect the realm from those who would seek to exploit its power for selfish gain. With each challenge they overcame, Lila's bond with Zephyr grew stronger, their camaraderie blossoming into a friendship that transcended the barriers of species and circumstance. Together, they unraveled the mysteries of the enchanted forest, uncovering hidden glades where unicorns grazed upon starlight and waterfalls cascaded over rainbows frozen in time. Yet, as they ventured deeper into the heart of the realm, a dark shadow loomed on the horizon. Whispers of an ancient evil stirring beneath the forest's roots began to circulate, and Lila soon found herself embroiled in a quest to uncover the truth behind these ominous rumors. With Zephyr's guidance, they followed a trail of clues that led them to the towering roots of an ancient oak, its gnarled bark concealing a hidden chamber where a terrible secret lay buried. There, they discovered the source of the darkness, a malevolent spirit bound within the heart of the forest, its corrupting influence slowly seeping into the realm like an insidious poison. Faced with this grave threat, Lila and Zephyr realized that the acorn she carried was more than a mere curiosity. It was a powerful talisman, imbued with the essence of the forest's magic. With unwavering courage, Lila held the acorn aloft, channeling its ancient power to banish the malignant spirit and restore balance to the enchanted realm. In that moment, a blinding light erupted from the acorn, its radiance engulfing the darkened chamber, and piercing the veil of shadow that had threatened to consume the forest. The malevolent spirit shrieked in agony, its form dissipating like smoke on the wind, banished from the realm it had sought to corrupt. As the light faded, Lila and Zephyr found themselves surrounded by the guardians of the forest, ancient beings whose forms had been twisted by the corrupting influence of the evil spirit. With the darkness vanquished, their true forms were restored, and they bowed before Lila, recognizing her as the one who had saved their beloved realm. In the aftermath of their triumph, Lila stood amid the wonder of the enchanted forest, her heart swelling with pride and a newfound sense of purpose. Her journey had transformed her, imbuing her with the courage to face her fears and the wisdom to understand the delicate balance that sustained the magical realm. As she prepared to depart, returning to the world she had once called home, Zephyr approached her with a bittersweet smile. Though their paths would diverge, he knew that their friendship would endure, a bond forged in the crucible of their shared adventures and strengthened by the magic that flowed through the forest's veins. With a final embrace, Lila bid farewell to her steadfast companion, clutching the acorn close as she retraced her steps back to the familiar woodland from whence she had begun her extraordinary journey. As she emerged from the enchanted realm, the world around her seemed to shimmer with newfound wonder, her eyes now attuned to the magic that lay just beyond the veil of perception. From that day forth, Lila carried the lessons she had learned within her heart, her spirit imbued with the essence of the enchanted forest. And though she had returned to her humble beginnings, she knew that the magic she had experienced would forever shape her path, a constant reminder of the extraordinary world that existed just beyond the boundaries of what was known.